Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Watch closely now, Professor Flitwick said with a flourish of his wand. A vivid burst of green light illuminated the room as the spell struck the canvas. In the next instant, the painted figures within the oil painting blinked to life. "Hello, Professor Flitwick," chirped one of the portraits. "Hello, Cedric," the other followed. Then, both turned toward their observers. "How are you two doing?" "We're doing well, thank you," Cedric replied politely. Flitwick gave a dismissive wave, clearly uninterested in small talk with his magical likeness. He levitated the painting to the wall, securing it with a subtle flick. Within moments, the two figures inside the painting wandered off beyond the frame, exploring the adjoining landscapes of the portrait world. "They remember things?" Cedric asked. "Yes," Flitwick said. "Paintings like these retain fragments of memory, enough for conversation or instruction. But there's a limit to how much they can recall or reason." Cedric's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "This is incredible," he breathed. "But, Professor, I've been thinking." Flitwick raised an eyebrow. "Go on." "If magical portraits can think and act on their own, why don't we use this intelligence in battle? Wouldn't enchanted paintings, or even other magical tools, give wizards an edge in duels?" Flitwick tilted his head thoughtfully. "You're suggesting integrating magical constructs into combat?" "Yes." Cedric leaned forward. "Duels usually rely on a wizard's raw magical strength, spell knowledge, reaction speed, and strategy. But in real combat, why not create magical tools, items, to assist us?" He paused and added, almost to himself, "Why rely solely on our own spells, when the right enchanted item could turn the tide?" Flitwick's expression turned pensive. He understood Cedric's logic. Duels were often less about brute strength and more like a chess match, measured, reactive, cautious. Magic clashed like gunfire. Two spells shot toward each other could cancel out, ricochet, or explode. Victory often came down to timing, cleverness, or endurance. Even Voldemort had only managed to dominate so easily because of his overwhelming magic and the dark nature of his spells. In most cases, duels were a test of precision and stamina. "You raise a fascinating question," Flitwick finally said. "But creating magical artifacts is no simple matter. It takes immense magical power and skill. It's far easier for most wizards to rely on their own casting." He raised his wand. "For example, if I want tea." He tapped the nearby teapot. It floated gracefully, pouring itself. Another flick, and scattered homework lifted into the air, reshuffling into neat stacks by invisible hands. "These aren't advanced spells," Flitwick said, "just common charms. Wizards get used to solving everything through direct magic. Why build something permanent when you can cast a spell and be done with it?" Cedric stayed silent, absorbing every word. In his past life, as a muggle, machines that operated automatically were marvels. Even if they were slow, they didn't tire. Wizards, however, had no such limitations. A destroyed house? Rebuild it with a few spells. Low on energy? Just cast again. But still, Cedric hesitated. Isn't there value in creating something that can function independently in battle? Flitwick looked at him, now more curious than cautious. "Cedric," he asked gently, "why are you so concerned with winning real fights? We live in a time of peace." The question caught Cedric off guard. He was quiet for a moment before answering, "Because I believe the Dark Lord, Voldemort, will return." Flitwick stiffened. You believe that?" "I do," Cedric replied. "Everyone avoids saying his name. But if he were truly gone, why does fear still linger? Even Grindelwald's name is spoken now and then. But Voldemort." The professor looked down. Cedric's reasoning wasn't baseless. The dark mark on Death Eaters, the unease Dumbledore often carried, it all hinted at a dark truth. "I know some people dismiss these worries," Flitwick said gently, "but—" "Please, Professor," Cedric interrupted softly, with a faint smile. "Let's just say I have a feeling." Flitwick sighed, sensing Cedric wasn't ready to share more. "Well then," he said, changing course, "if you're truly serious about learning how to craft magical tools, items useful in battle, there's only one path." Cedric perked up. "Who should I learn from?" Flitwick hesitated, clearly weighing his words. "You'd need a true master," he said. "And you're fortunate. There's one person in this world who is unmatched in the field of alchemy." He paused dramatically. "You know someone who might be the only person alive who can contact him." "Who?" Cedric asked, holding his breath. "Dumbledore," Flitwick said. Cedric's heart skipped. He already knew the name. "Professor Flitwick, do you mean?" Together, they said it aloud. Nicholas Flamel. The greatest alchemist in the world. The man who created the Philosopher's Stone. The only known person to have mastered the art of immortal life. Cedric was growing restless. Since his last conversation with Professor Flitwick, where the latter had promised to speak to Professor Dumbledore on his behalf, Cedric had been waiting. Dumbledore had responded, but only to say he would consult with the other party, and advised Cedric to focus on his studies until the end of the semester. And so, the matter was shelved, temporarily. Cedric, understanding the weight of the opportunity, buried his impatience beneath a mountain of books. If he ever stood before Nicholas Flamel, he would be prepared. Truly prepared. Driven by obsession and an almost photographic memory, Cedric pushed himself harder than ever. By mid-June, he had memorized the entire Hogwarts curriculum through the 5th year. Though he hadn't mastered it all, he was confident, if he sat the OWLS today, he'd score outstanding across the board. He wasn't just a top student, he was setting records. By the second weekend of June, final results were announced. Cedric had once again made history, earning perfect scores in every subject. That evening, Hogwarts held its farewell feast. The Great Hall gleamed with black and yellow banners celebrating Hufflepuff's victory. After 5 consecutive years of Slytherin dominance, Hufflepuff had claimed the House Cup. And everyone knew who was responsible. As Cedric entered the hall, the entire Hufflepuff table stood and applauded. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw soon joined in. Even the Slytherins, reluctantly, acknowledged his achievement with tight-lipped nods and conflicted glances. Cedric's presence commanded respect, even among rivals. He took his seat, eyes drifting toward the staff table. Dumbledore was already there, smiling gently beneath the massive Hufflepuff banner hanging behind him. The headmaster rose. The hall fell silent. "Another year has passed," he began, voice warm and steady. "Before we dig into this marvelous feast, allow an old man a few words." A few chuckles echoed. "This year will be remembered," he continued. "And not just for exams or Quidditch matches, but for the extraordinary efforts of some truly remarkable students." He raised his goblet toward Flitwick and Cedric. "I hope your minds are fuller, your friendships deeper, and your hearts lighter. Now, before the feast begins, let us conclude the final event of the year." He swept an arm grandly. "The House Cup." Cheers began to rise. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 324 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, with 401.2 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, with 462 points. And 1st place, Hufflepuff, with 581 points. A thunderous roar erupted from Hufflepuff table. They chanted Cedric's name, pounded their goblets, and whooped with joy. Over 300 of those points had been earned by Cedric alone, through academic excellence and his role in securing the Quidditch Cup. Even Slytherins begrudgingly muttered, "Not even all of Gryffindor could match that guy." The Weasley twins, meanwhile, sat sheepishly. Their combined mischief had cost Gryffindor more than 50 points. But even in this moment of triumph, Cedric's heart was elsewhere. The school year was ending. Students would return home in the morning. He had waited the entire evening, but Dumbledore never approached him. The next morning, Hogwarts emptied. Trunks were packed, robes folded, and the usual warning letters handed out. No magic outside school grounds. Cedric said goodbye to Hagrid, boarded the train, and watched the forests give way to towns and the great glass ceiling of King's Cross Station. Back in Muggle clothes, he returned home and immediately wrote to Professor Slughorn, hoping to be introduced to any alchemical masters, Nicholas Flamel or otherwise. No reply came. Instead, several days later, someone knocked on his door. Dumbledore. Tall and imposing, he stood framed in the doorway, his presence nearly filling the space. "Cedric," he said, his voice calm but serious. "I apologize for the delay. If you're ready, we can leave now." "No luggage needed. Just come." Cedric hastily explained to his parents and followed the headmaster outside. "Hold on to my arm," Dumbledore instructed. With a twist and a pull of apparition, the world blinked, and reappeared somewhere else entirely. Cedric let go. He glanced at Dumbledore's arm, it was thinner than expected. The old man was frail. More so than he let on. "Are you all right?" Dumbledore asked. Cedric hesitated. You seem thinner. Maybe eat more? Some exercise wouldn't hurt either. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. It wasn't often, if ever, that someone voiced concern for him so plainly. He smiled, touched. Thank you, Cedric. That's very thoughtful. The two of them trudged through thick, enchanted mud, a warded pathway no doubt, and reached a clean stone road. As they walked, Cedric offered nutritional advice, even suggesting a specialized meal plan. Dumbledore chuckled. I'll consider it. Potions tend to put me off food entirely. Eventually, they reached a peculiar home, 2 towers framing a central building. Dumbledore knocked. The door creaked open. A pale, trembling man stood there. Cedric's breath caught in his throat. Nicholas Flamel. The legendary alchemist. He looked exactly as imagined, aged beyond years, skin so pale it was as if color itself had faded from him. Come in, Flamel said, his voice like rustling parchment. Inside, the house was humble. Flamel led them to a table where his wife, Perenelle, soon joined, equally pale, equally ethereal. She carried a small booklet. We used to write down wishes, she explained, flipping through pages lined with crossed-out goals, like tasting new foods, traveling, even eating earwax-flavored Bertie Bott's beans. She stopped at one. To pass on the secrets of alchemy to a worthy successor. But the line was scratched out. I'd nearly forgotten, Flamel said. Dumbledore reminded me. And now, here you are. He looked at Cedric, then at Dumbledore, as if awaiting confirmation. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. There's one condition. Cedric tensed. A test, the headmaster continued. To ensure you're prepared. This won't be easy. It may impact you greatly, depending on what is revealed. Cedric understood immediately. Veritaserum. If he failed, if he showed even a sliver of dark potential, this might not end with lessons, but with exile. Or worse. Still, he didn't flinch. I understand. I'm ready. Dumbledore met his gaze, searching. Then nodded again. Flamel produced a vial of green liquid and carefully added 3 drops to a glass of water. This is Veritaserum, he said. Drink it, and we'll begin.
Watch carefully. Professor Flitwick waved his wand and cast an activation spell on the painting. After a burst of dazzling green light, the portraits of the 2 people on the oil painting suddenly blinked at the same time. They first greeted each other. Hello, Professor Flitwick. Hello, Cedric. Then they looked at the 2 people in front of the oil painting. How are you guys? Very good, thank you for your concern. Flitwick obviously had no intention of chatting with himself. He waved his wand and hung the painting on the wall. Soon, the 2 people in the oil painting left the frame together and went exploring outside. Flitwick wanted to find someone to duel with. The memory Cedric left for himself was that he would ask other people for knowledge. Yes, oil paintings also have memories, but it is said that there is an upper limit. This is really good. Cedric praised him, and then began to ask deeper questions. Professor Flitwick, I've been thinking about it. If this kind of oil painting can have intelligence, why can't we use it in battle? Fighting. Flitwick tilted his head and motioned for Cedric to explain further. Yes. If it is a duel between wizards, then naturally they will test each other's magic strength, mastery of magic spells, as well as competitions such as reaction speed, quick wit, and the power of magic spells. After Cedric explained, I asked myself a doubtful question. If it is in reality, why don't we create some magic props to assist ourselves? The duel between wizards is quite special, because no matter what spell you cast, you need to mobilize all your magic power to cast it. You can only speed up the spell, but you cannot use it at the same time and cast 2 kinds of magic at the same time. Therefore, wizards will try their best to avoid fighting with each other head-on. A head-to-head fight is like 2 fired bullets. Even if your own bullet is more powerful than your opponent's, unless there is a several times difference, it is likely to ricochet. So you saw the wizard duel. It's 2 people holding up magic wands to test each other. The one who strikes first needs to think. What magic attack will he use to suppress the opponent? Can he crush him all the way and finally achieve victory? The last one to take action was thinking. What spells should you use to remove the spell or defend yourself, so that you consume less, and then find opportunities to counterattack, and ultimately achieve the goal of victory? Except for people like Voldemort. Magic, power, and even evil psychology can lead to powerful black magic. Only then can it be done. The opponent couldn't defend himself against his magic, so he was defeated in 2 or 3 blows. That is to say, if the opponent's damage doesn't far exceed your defense. The choice of spell, the proficiency of the spell, and even the nerves may even become important factors that affect the outcome. So, Cedric has always wondered why he didn't get some props. Your question is very novel. In your own office, Flitwick took out his wand, placed it in his hand and examined it carefully. He thought for a long time. This gave an answer. First of all, making magic props requires extremely powerful magic. It is not that simple to make an ordinary item have magical properties. Secondly, we seem to be used to using magic to solve everything, said. Flitwick demonstrated it on the spot. If I need anything. He clicked the tea set with his wand, and the teapot started to move automatically. Then he clicked on the messy pile of homework lying on the ground. Soon, a pair of invisible hands began to sort it out. The homework was placed one by one and rearranged into a neat pile on the floor. Cedric was silent. These are not even some powerful spells, but just magic spells that come out randomly, as Professor Flitwick thinks. Like Mrs. Weasley. She waved her magic wand at the kitchen utensils in the kitchen, and then started cooking dinner according to her ideas. Thoughts control magic, and magic expands infinitely. Cedric understood somewhat. I carry the memories of an ordinary person in my previous life, so I have great expectations and awe for machines that can operate automatically, even though the machine will be slower at first. But the advantage is that it can continuously operate on its own, which will eventually surpass muggles with limited energy. But wizards are different. Even if a bombed-out house is repaired, if there is no magic left in it, repair is just a matter of spells. Even if the magic power is low, it's just a matter of using it a few more times. But what I'm most confused about is, Flitwick looked at Cedric with a scrutinizing look. Strictly speaking, this is a peaceful time in the wizarding world. Why would the Cedric in front of him actually want to spend a lot of time and energy to develop an item that only exists for combat? Child, what makes you start thinking that you must win in an actual battle? Cedric was stunned for a moment. Then he slowly said, actually, I have realized since I was very young that the mysterious man will actually come back, right? You? Why are you so sure? Flitwick was stunned. In fact, the current magic world, except Dumbledore, was pretty sure Voldemort would come back. All the Death Eaters who had been marked by Voldemort knew that Voldemort was not really dead. Because although their marks are very faded, they are still there. But some may think so. Voldemort no longer has the strength to make a comeback. Later, as Voldemort's power continued to recover, the mark gradually deepened, which was why Karkaroff approached Snape in panic to discuss it. You know who? You know who. No matter how evil and terrifying a person is, if he is really dead, why don't you even dare to mention his name? Cedric gave an example. Even Grindelwald is only rarely known, but it's not that he's afraid to mention it. This? Flitwick looked down and thought. Although this reason was valid, he felt a little forced based on this alone. He opened his mouth to console and said, I know that many people may now say that Voldemort will make a comeback, but... Professor. Cedric interrupted Professor Flitwick in a rare move. He smiled helplessly. You can't say that he knows the plot himself, just think of it as my own unfounded worries. This. Professor Flitwick didn't know what to do. He could tell that Cedric was hiding something, but the other party said he didn't want to talk about it anymore. This troubled him. Thinking about these is much more complicated than studying duels and spells. It's okay, Professor, maybe you can point me to a clear path. If I really want to learn this knowledge, who do you think I should look for? Cedric asked. See how persistent he is. Flitwick, who had already established a mentor-disciple relationship with him, had no choice but to lower his head and think carefully. In his opinion, Cedric is his best disciple and half-successor. If you really want to learn, it is a waste to find ordinary wizards. If you want to find one, you must try to find a master in this way. Soon, a dazzling name appeared in his mind. He raised his head suddenly. If you really want to learn alchemy, then there is a unique candidate in this world. It's just that ordinary people really can't find him. But you're very lucky because you know someone, possibly the only one who knows his whereabouts. Who? Cedric asked eagerly. Dumbledore. Flitwick said simply. Only Dumbledore knows? And he is also a master of alchemy. That person's name quickly popped into Cedric's mind. Professor Flitwick, are you talking about? He was completely stunned. After a while, Cedric and Flitwick said the man's name at the same time. Nico Flamel, the greatest alchemist in the world, also known. The only legendary being in the world who created the Philosopher's Stone and successfully allowed himself and his wife to live over 600 years old? Cedric is very worried now. After talking to Professor Flitwick last time, the other party said that he would communicate with Professor Dumbledore. Soon, Professor Dumbledore responded. He said that he needed to confirm with the other party and let Cedric study with peace of mind until the end of the semester. This matter was temporarily shelved. Cedric also knew that this matter could not be rushed, so he suppressed his emotions again and continued to accumulate his own knowledge reserves. If there really is a day when I can meet Nicholas Flamel, he must be completely prepared. With the blessing of his crazy reading and extensive memorization skills, he has memorized all the knowledge of Hogwarts, including 5th grade, although it is still far from complete mastery. But now if he is asked to take the paper exam, the OWL, Ordinary Wizarding Level Examination, written exam is completely out of the question. He can get all O, outstanding? It's always a crazy study day. Cedric is also calculating the days every day. And now, it's the weekend of the second week of June. The results have already been announced. With perfect scores, Cedric once again set a new record since the founding of Hogwarts. Tonight is the farewell dinner at Hogwarts. When he arrived at the auditorium with his friends, it had been decorated with yellow and black colors representing Hufflepuff. Before this, Slytherin has won the House Cup 5 years in a row. When Cedric walked into the auditorium, all the Hufflepuffs stood up and applauded. Thanks to him for bringing Hufflepuff its long-lost glory. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw also applauded him. The Slytherins looked at him with extremely complicated eyes. Cedric walked to Hufflepuff's desk and looked towards the teacher's chair. At this moment, all the teachers, including Dumbledore, had arrived. On the wall behind the teacher's desk, a huge banner with a Hufflepuff badger hung. Another year has passed. Dumbledore stood up, and the noise around him gradually died down. Before enjoying the delicious food, I invite you to listen to 25 old men's clichés, he said cheerfully. This is a year destined to go down in history. He wanted to raise his glass to Flitwick and Cedric, and then turned his attention to everyone in front. Everyone's little brains are a little more enriched than before. There is still a whole summer vacation waiting for everyone. I hope everyone can enjoy the summer vacation, adjust well, and wait for the new year of study. Now, Dumbledore raised his voice, let's conduct the Academy Cup award ceremony. The scores for each college are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 324 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, 401.2 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, 462 points. 1st place, Hufflepuff, 581 points. Loud cheers erupted from Hufflepuff's table. They pounded the table. He shouted Cedric's name in unison. Everyone knows. Among the more than 500 points, at least more than 300 points come from Cedric. Includes academic scores, including points earned on the Quidditch field, of which the Quidditch Cup alone can add 100 points. Slytherins who can't deal with Gryffindor. He would even laugh at the other party when he was in conflict with him. All the Gryffindors can't compare to Cedric alone. At this time, the Weasley twins would be particularly embarrassed, because the two of them were deducted more than 50 points, which is also an important reason why Gryffindor is at the bottom. At this wonderful dinner, Cedric, on the other hand, was very worried, because after tonight, everyone will leave Hogwarts tomorrow morning. But he waited until the dinner was over, and didn't even wait for Dumbledore. Early the next morning, everyone's wardrobes were empty, and they were neatly placed in their suitcases. On the eve of boarding the bus, notices were sent to everyone, warning them that they were not allowed to use magic during the holidays. Cedric bid farewell to Hagrid and boarded the train. Watching the scenery outside the window change from a dense forest to a town, he finally took off his netmaster's robe, changed back into his jacket and jeans. Soon, the train stopped at platform 9 3/4 of King's Cross Station. After returning home, Cedric immediately wrote to Slughorn. He wished he could introduce himself to some master of alchemy, even without Nicholm. You can't just waste your summer vacation like this. However, Cedric did not wait for his reply. Instead, he waited for Dumbledore's home visit first. He was so tall that he stood at the door, occupying the entire doorframe. He asked with a dusty breath, Cedric, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. If you are ready, we can leave now. Yes, you don't need to bring about, just leave. After explaining it to my parents, Cedric soon followed Dumbledore out of the house. Hold my hand, Dumbledore shouted, and used Cedric to teleport. This is not the first time he has teleported. Cedric quickly got used to the feeling. He let go of Dumbledore's hand, and the other person's arm was thinner than he thought. This old man. Perhaps the support ground is more difficult than everyone imagined. What's wrong with you? Dumbledore, who was always paying attention to him, noticed something strange. Nothing, just. Cedric looked up at him, you seem to be thinner than I thought. Maybe you should eat more. The exercise above will also help you. You have to eat on time. Dumbledore froze. He had never heard anyone speak such caring words to him. He is Dumbledore? It's the headmaster of Hogwarts. He is the most powerful white mage in existence and has survived the era of 2 Dark Lords. No one would believe that he couldn't take care of himself, although he actually often neglects to eat. Is this the unique charm of Cedric that makes everyone like him? This really surprised him. Very unexpected greeting, but I sincerely thank you. Dumbledore regretted it. He should probably spend more time getting to know Cedric, and maybe there will be more surprises, because I only see him occasionally. In his observation, Cedric's prestige, due to the increase in legendary value, will automatically increase a lot every once in a while. Even the most arrogant Slytherins, facing Cedric who crushed and defeated them, they all showed expressions of sincerity. This is completely suppressed. This reminded him of an old friend who was good at speaking, and it also made him reluctant to open his heart to Cedric. You are welcome, Cedric continued. I also have some research on food supplements. I can write you a set meal and have the kitchen cook it for you on time. Food supplement. As Dumbledore spoke, he motioned for Cedric to follow him. Yes, just by eating, you can replenish your body, and it can even be beneficial to some injuries. Cedric followed Dumbledore. The two of them walked forward in a slightly embarrassed manner, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, 1 foot deep in the mud. This is a wonderful idea. Dumbledore pulled his right leg out of the black mud and scraped it hard on the hard stone road. Then he continued to sigh. This is really great news. To be honest, sometimes when I think about the ingredients for potions, I feel like I can't swallow them. Really? Cedric also came out of the mud zone. He looked back. The muddy area behind him had turned into a forest. It seems that the mud area just now should be a magical protection measure. Every time I walk here, I feel embarrassed. Dumbledore also sighed. Then the two of them took out their wands, cleaned the mud off their bodies, and then walked along the clean stone road towards a U-shaped house. The house has 2 floors in the middle, but there is a tall tower at each end. We are coming. Dumbledore knocked on the door. Soon, a trembling old man opened the door. It is indeed Nickholm. Cedric's heart skipped a beat for a moment. The whole Harry Potter world. The two most powerful people in Bideo were both standing in front of him at this moment. Cedric looked at him carefully. He is indeed the same as in the movie, with a weird white color all over his body. Not the kind with white hair and beard. Rather, it was as if someone had tapped out the feeling of whiteness from within. I heard that the magic stone will continuously extract the user's emotions, and if there are many users, they will lose their desire for many things. Maybe that's why Nickholm finally agreed to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. There is nothing left for him in the world that can arouse his emotions again. Just like he said, death is another great adventure. Everyone come in. Nickholm let the two men into the house. Come to the table and sit down. He then used the light in the room to look at Cedric carefully, and then said in a tone full of memories, "If Dumbledore hadn't asked me, I almost forgot. I myself made a wish 300 years ago to teach a successor." Madame Nickholm came out. She is a very kind lady. Wearing an apron made of white linen, her hair is tied up high on the back of her head, but her body was the same as her husband's, with a kind of emptied paleness. She placed a booklet on the table. While opening it, he explained to the two people at the table, "When we sense that our interest will be withdrawn, we just kept writing down wishes and hoping that they would come true later to stimulate our emotions. But it turned out to be ineffective. Most of these wishes have either been fulfilled or we have given up, but there are only a few that we have kept." Cedric saw. There are many crossed out wishes on it. For example, eat a new delicacy, go on a bike ride around the island, go on an ocean voyage, eat boogers, flavored BB beans. Until Madame Flamel stopped flipping through. On the page where the book stopped, it was written, "The professor gave birth to an excellent successor of alchemy." It just made Cedric puzzled. This wish also has an obvious scratch on it. "I was given to Dumbledore by the professor." Nicholas Flamel went on to explain. "But last time he told me that he is now older and too busy with chores, so it may be too late to pass on the art of alchemy. You just happened to show up. A genius that is rare to see in a century, but..." Nickholm stopped talking and looked at Dumbledore. Apparently 790 the latter has something to say. "A test." Dumbledore looked at Cedric and said seriously, "In order to be able to let Nico teach you with peace of mind, and in order not to make the same mistakes we have made again, we have prepared a test. We need you to confirm a few questions." His eyes dropped. He seemed a little embarrassed. "This will have a great impact on you. Please seriously consider whether you want to start this assessment." Assessment? Cedric realized something almost immediately. Veritaserum? Apart from this, there will be no more direct and effective assessment. The so-called great influence? Therefore, if the other party asks, I have the potential of the Dark Lord. I guess I won't be able to get out of this hut? What a pity. What a pity. Dumbledore, I'm ready. The reason why the Ministry of Magic does not use memory checks and Veritaserum as interrogation standards. It is because these 2 points can be guarded against. But don't forget Lockhart, the master of forgetfulness. He can make wizards who have experienced adventures completely forget that they have done that. Then steal the other person's experience. And Slughorn, the couch teacher. After Dumbledore brought him back to teach, he gave Harry Potter a task. Let him approach Teacher Sofa and ask whether one of the memories is true or false. This memory was the memory of Voldemort asking him about Horcruxes. Later, Slughorn changed this memory because he was afraid. Dumbledore doubted this. That's why Harry was asked to ask him, because what the other party cared about most was the little wizard who was like a star. Everything becomes reasonable? Cedric suddenly understood. Why did Dumbledore clearly tell him about summer vacation, but deliberately didn't look for him when it was just over? Instead, he found himself the day after he returned home. Brought myself here directly. After all, people who have just returned home with luggage should not be in the mood or have the time to prepare the Veritaserum potion and carry it with them at all times. This can be maximized. Make sure you have no defense against Veritaserum. As for occlumency, Cedric only learned it from Snape at the beginning, and then directly improved through experience. Snape didn't even know he could. It is even more impossible for Dumbledore to know that he knows it. After all, this is an extremely partial and extremely advanced skill. So, this incident proves how important it is to prepare in advance. Cedric cleared his throat and said in the most upright manner, I have no problem, I am willing to accept the test. Dumbledore nodded towards Nickholm. The latter took out a bottle of green potion and poured 3 drops into a water glass. This is Veritaserum, you drink it and we can get started. Your idea of automation is very good, but I don't have enough energy to study it anymore. I also hope that you can concentrate more. You will achieve something in alchemy. Looking at Nicholas Flamel who was persuading Cedric nonstop, Dumbledore thought back to himself. Nickholm also told herself the same thing back then. Later in his studies, he even told him that if he didn't have so many chores, he could make a magic stone of his own. This is the highest achievement of alchemy. Unfortunately, he has too many things to worry about. You seem to be worried. Madame Flamel brought over a glass of ice-cold lemonade. Yes, I even hesitate at this moment. Dumbledore took a sip of the drink in his hand. The sweet and sour lemon juice always cheers him up. Hasn't it been tested before? Madame Flamel was very puzzled. Although the contact time was short, Cedric made her feel very good. Not even an exaggeration. She even wished it was her own child. Yes, completely flawless. Dumbledore thought back to his previous question. When they asked him why he wanted to learn alchemy so much, Cedric said, "I want to promote technological innovation in the wizarding world and change the life attitude of the wizarding world so that everyone can be more united and integrated." When they asked him what else he wanted to do next, Cedric said, "I also want to develop a better wolfsbane potion, and even completely cure this blood curse, and earn more glory for Hufflepuff. They have been silent for too long. This will also make Professor Sprout happy." When they asked him what he would do if he became Minister for Magic, Cedric said, "I'm embarrassed to say it, but I should encourage wizards to have more children. I know the two brothers of the Weasley family, and I think their family is very good. And many things can be solved naturally if there are more people." At last, they asked him, what would he do if he failed the assessment? Cedric said with some embarrassment, "I will ask for at least one group photo and autograph, so it's not a wasted trip. But I won't give up alchemy either. I will also work hard to learn alchemy and continue to work hard in this area." The answer was flawless. It even got to the point where Dumbledore felt a little ashamed of himself. But officially because of this, it made him notice something strange. "Just think that I am suspicious, but sometimes when I look back on everything about him, I will also be afraid of him." Dumbledore stared at Cedric again. "This kind of fear scares me even more than when I face Riddle." Listen to Dumbledore actually say the word fear. Madame Flamel was astonished. "What about you? Why are you afraid of him?" She even stuttered a little, and, "What? How could you compare Cedric to the mysterious man?" Human beings feel affection for things smaller than themselves. For example, kittens, puppies, or giggling babies, these are all very cute in our eyes. Dumbledore explained. "But at the same time, I will be afraid of objects that are much larger than myself, such as huge chimneys, statues, etc. This is in essence. In fact, it is a kind of fear that is extended from a kind of powerlessness and uncontrollable anxiety when people face items and things that they cannot control." Madame Flamel seemed to understand. In fact, she already understood it, but she couldn't believe the meaning she understood. She demonstrated her shock with laughter, and then said uncertainly, "Are you saying that this 12-year-old child makes you feel helpless and anxious that you can't see through him?" Without waiting for Dumbledore to answer, Madame Flamel waved her hand and denied it. It must not be the case. Once again it exceeded her expectations. "Yes," Dumbledore said in a heavy tone. "People are afraid of things they have no control over. It's the same fear. When I'm afraid that a chimney or a statue will fall and hit me, I will instinctively avoid it. But if I see a piece of meat with countless holes gnawed by insects, and the dense number of holes makes me scared, my first instinct is to destroy it." Dumbledore sighed. "Cedric is so perfect. I have never seen anyone like him. I look forward to his growth, becoming a rising star in the magical world, and eventually turning into the sun to shine on all living beings. But I'm scared too. I have woken up from my dream more than one night. What if one day, he suddenly announces that he wants to rule the magic world? If I die then, who can stop him?" Dumbledore couldn't help but tremble. He is more talented than Riddle, and he also has the desire to win. He is more charismatic than Grindelwald. In just 1 year, he conquered 3 of the 4 academies. "Stop talking." Madame Flamel covered her heart and did not dare to listen anymore. The combination of these two together is scary just thinking about it. But she also has doubts. What about love? What about the power of love that you have always believed in? I am sorry. I have other things I have to focus on right now." When Dumbledore said this, Mrs. Flamel understood. She nodded. "What scares you is not only his perfection, but also his strangeness." Dumbledore didn't speak, which was his acquiescence. "I may be able to guess why you have been unwilling to take the initiative to get close to him." Madame Flamel continued her analysis. "You see yourself as your last resort. So you are afraid of getting close to him, and you are afraid that after you give him trust, he will use this trust to cause greater damage to the magic world." This was almost made clear. Dumbledore is afraid that Cedric will become the second Grindelwald? Grindelwald dominated the wizarding world back then. The only one who could compete with him was Dumbledore, who was his lover, so he didn't take action. "This matter is combined with that of my sister. Let him know that he has not completely let go of Grindelwald yet. Leave it to us, Dumbledore." Madame Flamel looked gently at her husband and Cedric who were chatting. "My husband hasn't been this happy for a long time. We can't help you see whether he will become the Dark Lord, but we can give him more love and tell you whether he will have a desire for power." This is exactly what I was looking forward to. Dumbledore came to the door and confirmed to Madame Flamel again. "In the next year, this child will be handed over to you. I hope you will give him more love, if..." His throat rolled. "If he really becomes the devil. I can only hope that he is a careerist like Grindelwald who has not completely destroyed his conscience. I think you are worrying too much." Mrs. Flamel said goodbye to Dumbledore. "We will take good care of the child. You need to explain the school and his home. This is what I should do." Dumbledore glanced at Cedric one last time. Then he turned around and went out into the afternoon sunshine. Although he was already in his old age, there were still many things waiting for him to do. The following year, Cedric studied with Nicole every step of the way. Hogwarts has had a relatively quiet year. The Hufflepuffs returned to their original form again, losing the leadership of Cedric. They lost successively in Quidditch and the College Cup. From the first place in the last school year, he fell directly back to the 4th place. It wasn't just the little Badgers who missed him. The Slytherins took first place again. But he wasn't that happy either. There was a hint of regret in their laughter. Cedric's absence made their victory seem so empty. Even the Ravenclaws miss him. No, Cedric. Not only do I have questions about my homework and I don't know who to ask, but there is also a handsome figure missing in the library who can always be eye-catching. The one whose mentality has changed the most is Gryffindor. They learned that Cedric took a year off from school and went through the dueling club that started in his 2nd grade. Everyone is gearing up. Everyone wants to compete with Cedric. As for the professors, they all missed the student who could bring extra light to Hogwarts. Hagrid and Filch began to eat hot pot together often. The two of them will count slowly. What Cedric told them. As for the freshmen this year, it is the most head-scratching class. Cedric wasn't at Hogwarts, but his legend is spread everywhere. During potions class, Snape, cheer up. I really hope that together you can be 1% as smart as Cedric, so that I don't have to teach you how to cut potions like a chef. In transfiguration class, McGonagall, you are really the worst class I have ever taught. Cedric, the senior in the previous class, could perfectly conjure needles in the first class. In herb class, Sprout, it would be great if Cedric was here. Is he the only one who has the habit of previewing homework? In charms class, Flitwick, it would be great if Cedric was here. His duel would definitely be exciting. During flying lessons, Mrs. Hooch, flying has infinite miracles. Cedric became the Quidditch captain in the 1st grade. You must at least learn to fly. Anyway, when you finish your first pot of potion with excitement, Snape will suddenly introduce the 108 bottles of potions that Cedric made and filled the cabinet. When you successfully conjure a needle, feel a little proud. McGonagall placed Cedric's trophy as the youngest animagus in history in the classroom. Anyway, for this year's freshmen, they remembered the name Cedric better than anyone else. So, after a dull year, it was finally time for Harry Potter to enroll in school. It's 10:30 in the morning. Uncle Vernon put all Harry's suitcases on the trolley and helped him push them into the station. While Harry was still wondering, why would Uncle Vernon be so kind when he did? I saw the other party suddenly stopped and grinned maliciously at him. You got it, boy. Platform 9 3/4. It seems that those weird wizards haven't had time to build it yet, right? Harry panicked. He glanced back and forth across the platform and saw a plastic sign in the middle of the two platforms saying 9, and another one on the next platform saying 9, 10. Among the two, there is nothing but a 3/4 platform. I wish you a smooth start to school. Uncle Vernon laughed angrily. He didn't mean to help Harry at all and just turned around and left. Harry watched as the Vernon family turned around with smiles and passed by a tall and handsome boy. The owl is quite beautiful. The tall and handsome boy suddenly spoke, even startling Harry. Seeing him, he directly reached out to touch Hedwig. Harry hurriedly shouted in a low voice, "Be careful, it has a bad temper." Fine. Cedric's hand had reached into the cage. He touched the forehead of this brave owl who finally died for his master, because of pet-friendly reasons. The other party also happily accepted his touch. Very strong, he must be able to deliver messages very quickly. Oh, only then did Harry react. He asked excitedly, "Are you a wizard too?" "Certainly." Cedric smiled, took his hand back and looked at Harry. His complicated eyes, coupled with the natural coercion of the legendary value bonus. Harry, who was still feeling low on self-esteem, lowered his head unconsciously. "You are a freshman, right?" Cedric was about to speak to lighten the mood. As a result, I heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Of course there are a lot of muggles here. They both looked back at the same time. The person who spoke was a fat lady, and she was accompanied by 4 boys with flaming red hair. It was the Weasley family. Harry saw a group of people on the other side visibly paused, and then they all walked towards the people around them. "Oh my god, Cedric." Mrs. Weasley squeezed Cedric's hand hard and looked up and down carefully. He sighed with satisfaction. "You are indeed as good as I imagined. To be honest, you are much more handsome than the photos in the book." "Hey, boss." 2 twins who looked almost identical also came over. "Mother." Percy walked over with a vigilant face. "Everyone around is looking at us. Mrs. Weasley, you go in first. I have to find a place to take out my sign. Now that Cedric is back, I won't let go of the opportunity to gain experience points. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat." And he didn't want to ruin Harry's relationship with the Weasleys, although it is to compare with the other party. But that was an honest comparison, and he didn't bother to use such small tricks. What brand? Mrs. Weasley still didn't understand. But Percy had already urged her to go in. It's a sign to attract passers-by. Cedric has done this before. Wait for Cedric to come back with his spell cast. The Weasleys and Harry had already left. Cedric completed his work as a guide this year with peace of mind. After gaining 1,600 experience points, he also entered the 9 3/4 station folder. Hogwarts, 3 small protagonists, Harry, Hermione, Ronald, and Cho Chang, Hagrid, Filch, and the professors. Cedric is back. To avoid trouble, Cedric was the last one to be recorded on the Hogwarts Express. He found an unoccupied carriage, locked the door and began to rest. Cedric devoted all his energy to studying with Nicholm. In the next year, he had to take some time to digest the knowledge in his mind, and he also needed to prepare to deal with Voldemort. The first year is the easiest. Voldemort possesses Quirrel and needs to absorb the blood of the unicorn to accumulate strength, which cannot even be called resurrection. Halfway through, he was hit on the back of the head with a snowball by Gemini. In other words, The Geminis have slapped Voldemort in the face, but overall, this year was the biggest change in Harry's life. Here he will gain friends, glory, and a new life. Cedric fell asleep unconsciously as he recalled what would happen this year. Until it gets late. He was awakened by the sound of the train's whistle. Even by the time he got off the bus, the students around him had almost left. Just when Cedric was about to board the last carriage, a familiar figure appeared. Cedric. The person who came to pick him up was Dumbledore? Principal, I didn't expect you to come in person. Cedric was a little surprised. After all, after he passed the test that time, he even got Merlin's character template, but he still didn't get Dumbledore's? This made him mutter. He was a little curious about what Dumbledore thought of him. Let's go, no one knows you are coming yet, let's go together and give everyone a surprise. Dumbledore hugged Cedric affectionately. His voice and actions were much kinder than a year ago. This is also thanks to Madame Flamel. This year, she shared many little stories about Cedric with Dumbledore. Dumbledore was indeed ready to change his attitude. Certainly, it is still difficult to let go of the guard in my heart. Thank you, Principal. Cedric was a little flattered. If he didn't have a system, I believe he would have changed his mind about himself. Bring it on. The Phoenix Fox landed on Dumbledore's shoulders. The next moment, the two of them appeared on the main road leading to the auditorium. Just wait a moment and let us give them a little surprise 380. Dumbledore signaled Cedric to wait for a moment, and then walked into the Great Hall first. This is, want to enjoy your solo grand entrance? Cedric became more and more depressed now. Dumbledore, if you would be kind to yourself, you would give me the template card. Show me your life wish. But after all, it was impossible to say these words. He could only wait in the passage for a while. At this time, in the auditorium, a relieved Harry Potter had just sat down on the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindors were extremely excited. They gave Harry the loudest cheers. Prefect Percy stood up and held his hand tightly, and the Weasley twins shouted proudly at the Slytherins. We have Harry Potter. Harry Potter is ours. Facing the arrogant Weasley twins, the Slytherins could only glare at each other, but they were unable to fight back. Harry looked away from Slytherin and looked towards the high platform. On the high podium, he first saw the tall Hagrid, and sitting next to him was Mr. Filch, who distributed oil lamps to them after getting off the car. Hagrid noticed his gaze and gave him a thumbs up. Harry couldn't help but grin. This was the first time in his life that he felt so welcome. A huge gap between the two worlds. He was so excited at this moment that he wished he could live here all his life. I was happy alone for a while. Harry continued to scan the podium. There was another face he recognized on the teacher's bench. That was Mr. Albus * Dumbledore sitting on the huge solid gold chair in the middle. While on the train, Harry Potter had seen his card from the Chocolate Frog Wizard screen. Finally, there is the somewhat neurotic Professor Quirrel whom he met in the Leaky Cauldron. There was some change in his outfit. There was a big purple scarf wrapped around his head, which looked very weird. After sweeping around, the Sorting Hat has also come to the penultimate Ronald. Ronald sat on the chair with a blue face, making Harry sweat for him. Fortunately, in the blink of an eye, the Sorting Hat shouted, Gryffindor? I was almost scared to death. I thought we were going to deal with a giant monster. Ronald suddenly collapsed on the seat next to Harry, CFDB, because the prophet in the original book spoke. That's great, Ronald. Harry clapped loudly along with the others. Soon, the last freshman cup was assigned to Slytherin. So far, all the freshmen have done it. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, picked up the Sorting Hat and left. Dumbledore stood up from the main seat. I know everyone is hungry, but I have another classmate who I want to introduce to you again. He glanced at all the students with a smile on his face. Then he turned his body and took the lead in applauding in the direction of the passage. Let us welcome once again, the return of Cedric. Harry Potter felt a vacuum fall around him for a second. Subsequently, the cheers of the Hufflepuffs were deafening. Harry shrank his head and covered his ears. The cheers were about to knock down the ceiling. This is too exaggerated. He couldn't help but ask Ronald next to him, who is he? Have you met him before? Ronald said in surprise, he was the one who started Hogwarts as the guide. In short, he is a very scary person. Scary person. Harry Potter immediately thought of Voldemort. He exclaimed, is he a dark wizard? Cough cough cough. Ronald almost choked at his words. He hammered his chest fiercely before suppressing his saliva. He is the kind of legendary child from other people's families. Number 1 in the whole grade, and became the Quidditch captain in the first year. He is also the youngest animagus in history, and even received the first level Sir Merlin badge. What's even more terrifying is, Ronald looked back at his brothers, then lowered his voice and said, Fred, George, and my mother all had nothing but praise for him. He said in disbelief. The three of them will never agree on more than 3 things in this life. Harry was still digesting. Why can't Ronald's twin brother see eye to eye with Mrs. Weasley? Hermione on the opposite side suddenly spoke. Are you talking about Senior Cedric? Yeah. Ronald nodded dully. Sure enough, he is a very powerful person. I have read about his deeds in many newspapers and saw his book at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Hermione said quickly and excitedly. I couldn't believe it before. Such a powerful person is actually the senior Jong who is still studying at Hogwarts. Ronald was just about to say something back. But at this moment, Cedric has already walked out of the passage. After seeing him, the applause in the auditorium instantly reached another level. Harry was even surprised to find that except for Gryffindor, who did not stand up, the other 3 houses actually stood up and applauded him. This is incredible. When he was cheered just now, Gryffindor was the most enthusiastic, while Slytherin was silent. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff sat and applauded. Now, except for Gryffindor who sat down and clapped, the other 3 houses actually stood up and clapped. It's not just them. On the teacher's bench, all the professors present, including Dumbledore, stood up in unison and kept applauding him. Hagrid and Filch even smiled with 12 big teeth. This magic school is so magical, it shocked Harry for 100 years. Harry Potter couldn't help but look at Cedric, who was walking slowly. He looks young. He doesn't look much older than himself. But the lifting body and the firm pace make people involuntarily have a feeling that they can trust him. Cedric quickly came to everyone. I saw him smile faintly. I don't need to introduce myself. Everyone burst into laughter involuntarily. How could he influence and mobilize everyone's emotions so easily? Harry noticed. Although Cedric has just appeared, but his elegance and calmness, as well as his seemingly innate nobility and respect, make people involuntarily admire him. It was as if he was waving his arms. Everyone is willing to follow him into the battlefield? He is a born leader. A thought flashed through Harry Potter's mind. After looking around, he further confirmed this idea in his mind. Ever since Cedric appeared on the scene, everyone has been deeply attracted to him, as if attracted by a mysterious and irresistible force, making the whole room immersed in the powerful aura he brought. Such confidence and charm are simply not human. Welcome. Dumbledore on the stage interrupted everyone's laughter. Please take a seat, Cedric. Because you are taking a year off from school, you will take classes with the second-year students. I think you will adapt quickly. No problem, Professor. Cedric walked quickly back to Hufflepuff's table. Welcome everybody. Dumbledore spoke too loudly again, drawing everyone's attention to him. Welcome everyone to start a new school year at Hogwarts. Before school starts, I have a few words to tell you, that is, idiot. Cry? Residue? Screw it. Dumbledore sat down again. His slightly crazy words successfully eased the joyful atmosphere at the scene. Except the Slytherins. Most people also looked away from Cedric. Harry is no exception. He hesitated and asked Ronald next to him, is he a little crazy? That's right. Ronald nodded, but this does not hinder it. Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard now. He suddenly raised his voice. Want to eat this roasted suckling pig? I heard from Fred and George that all the dishes you have never seen here were invented by Cedric. What? Only then did Harry realize it. The empty plates in front of me were now filled with food. The roast suckling pig that Ronald said. At this moment, he was facing it with 2 steaming nostrils. On the left is a large fish with unique scales carved in orange-red soup. On the right side are huge meatballs the size of fists. Around these, there are some roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, and various potato seasonings. Stunning kung fu. Ronald, who was next door, had already torn off a suckling pig leg and started eating it. His mouth was full of oil while he was chewing it, and he kept nodding at him crazily, gesturing for him to start quickly. Harry wasn't polite either. He followed suit and tore a large piece of roasted suckling pig into the dinner plate, then took a little of each and started chewing. After a few mouthfuls, Harry's eyes suddenly lit up and he completely let down his guard. Ding! Touched that Harry * Potter succeeded. You receive bonus talent points +5, legendary value +3 points. Harry * Potter template card has not been generated yet, cannot be viewed temporarily. Cedric turned to look at Harry. I couldn't help but smile when I saw him munching on the roasted suckling pig. I really didn't expect it. Harry was moved by just one meal, but the template card was not generated. Is it because you still don't know who you are going to face? However, he is indeed the protagonist. Just by touching him, I got so many talent points and legendary points. Cedric opened the system and took a look. Plus the gains of the past year. Now I have 348,900 experience points, 20 talent points, and a legendary value of 13/14. It looks like the data has increased a lot. Cedric also began to think about ways to add points that would maximize the effect. The fight against Voldemort will begin this year. It's time to start using the data that I have accumulated likes for so long. He was thinking about it. But he didn't feel the changes in the eyes of the Slytherins next door. Suddenly, just the moment when everyone is enjoying the delicious food, the Slytherins suddenly stood up with a roar. You can tell by looking at their seats. They are all 3rd, 4th, and 5th year Slytherin students. That is, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade students that Cedric enrolled in at the beginning. They are the ones most affected by him. Headmaster Dumbledore. They shouted in unison, now that Cedric has re-enrolled, we strongly urge him to select the military academy. Shocking? The sound of chewing in the auditorium disappeared for a few seconds. Then there was definitely noisy discussion. Choose again. There is no such precedent before, right? There was no Cedric before. Yes, I always insist that he is the real king of Slytherin. Damn it, the Slytherins are trying to take away the scoring title, but it doesn't seem to have any effect on us. Gryffindor is always at the bottom anyway. Are you crazy? Cedric will always be Hufflepuff's Cedric. I think it's good to re-elect. Anyway, the worst thing is to re-elect Hufflepuff. What if we, Ravenclaw, are selected? It makes sense. Anyway, even if you enter Slytherin, it will be the same as now. Cedric was stunned. He didn't expect that the Slytherins would have such thoughts. He clearly felt it. There were two scorching eyes on the rostrum, staring at him. Cedric followed his gaze. As expected, the eyes came from Professor Dumbledore and Professor Quirrel respectively. Don't worry about Professor Quirrel. It must be that Voldemort has become interested in him and will at most come to recruit him. This is easy to deal with. The key is that Dumbledore is in a lot of trouble. He was already wary of him, but now he is even more suspicious. Cedric suddenly felt a headache. These little snakes really don't make people worry. He had previously thought that the trouble the little snakes caused him was at best bullying the mudblood and looking down on him. Anyway, it's just a duel at most. As a result, the angle at which they seek trouble is extremely tricky. First there were those in green robes, then there were demands for re-election to the academy. The current scene. There is no difference from the pink toad in the future when he found the room of requirement and saw Harry's list of Dumbledore's troops. Dumbledore couldn't believe that. Did you intend to develop your power at Hogwarts? But this was clearly not something he did, it was something the little snakes forced on him, although it tastes delicious. But we must not take the blame for this. Cedric stood up immediately. Sonorous. That. Thank you very much Slytherins for your kindness, but... Cedric's firm voice echoed throughout the auditorium. But next time you just ask me directly about this, because no matter how many times you choose, I will always be Hufflepuff. Please don't make such requests that I don't know about next time. We are all classmates. We are united and our goal is to successfully complete our studies here under the leadership of Principal Dumbledore and professors. Thank you. Under Cedric's strong refusal, this storm has finally subsided. The Slytherins sat down and whispered among themselves, discussing how to win this year's Academy Cup. Cedric really wanted to tell them. The biggest difficulty this year is not him, but Gryffindor. In the original work, Dumbledore doesn't care about martial ethics, and gave Gryffindor 200 points in his last breath. Pull the bottom directly to the first place. This is the biggest bug. It's a pity that only he knows this kind of thing. Cedric is destined to fight over this matter. If he was the one who killed Voldemort, then he couldn't just give Harry points. Even if it doesn't work once, then just 2 or 3 times. If half of Voldemort's Horcruxes were killed by him, would it be more reliable than that prophecy? Cedric made up his mind and concentrated on eating. Soon, everyone had their stomachs full. The remaining food disappeared from the plate, and various desserts began to appear on the thick noodles. It's time for small talk. The people around Cedric keep changing. Everyone came to talk to him about old times, expressed how much they missed him, and also asked him what he had been doing during the year he disappeared. It's time to study. I brought a lot of good things this time. We will communicate again when the magic duel comes. Cedric had only finished talking to a third of the people. This banquet has come to an end. Finally, when the egg custard disappeared, Dumbledore stood up. The auditorium quickly became quiet. Everyone has eaten and drank enough now. I want to tell you a few things. Dumbledore said loudly. First-year students, please note that the forest in the school is always prohibited from entering. Some senior students should also remember this. Cedric discovered. Dumbledore's eyes were obviously looking towards the Gemini stars. It seems that he is not here. These two seem to be a little distracted again. Also, the selection of Quidditch players will begin in the second week of this semester. Students who are interested in pretending to represent the team, please contact Mrs. Huo. At last, Dumbledore said in a funny tone, I must tell everyone, anyone who does not want to suffer an accident and die a painful death must not go near the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. Some people took this purely as a joke. Cedric knew it very well. This was what Dumbledore deliberately told Voldemort. He was originally going to use the mechanisms here to deal with Voldemort. At this time, Dumbledore didn't know about Horcruxes yet. He thought, Voldemort just lost his body due to the backlash of magic, and Cedric, who had studied alchemy, knew that. The Philosopher's Stone doesn't just grant immortality. It's even possible to help Voldemort reshape his body. This is much better than resurrection. A body resurrected with the help of Horcruxes and resurrection magic is much worse than this method. But there is one more thing Cedric needs to pay attention to. At that time, Harry Potter had a protective spell that could petrify Quirrel, who had Voldemort's soul attached to him. It's different if you want to kill yourself. Don't underestimate Quirrell. Before being possessed by Voldemort, he relied on his talents to successfully apply for the defense against the dark arts professor position. Think about the next few professors of the same subject. You should be able to understand. At this time, Quirrell is definitely not weak. The reason why he met Voldemort was because he was going to the Dark Forest to accumulate some experience against dark creatures. Think about it. What kind of person has the courage to enter a place full of dark creatures so that he can brush his eyelids? Voldemort didn't possess him until he defeated him. At the time, he was possessed by small rodents. After meeting Quirrell, he relied on his eloquence to make him willing to become his servant. Have to say, even with the blessing of his past identity, Voldemort's eloquence is really good. He was able to convince Quirrell to become his servant. According to Cedric's estimate, it was only after Voldemort possessed him that Quirrell could not resist him. So, the goal this year is to successfully kill Quirrell, the teacher of the defense against the Dark Arts Department. Right. Cedric's eyes showed excitement. 2 years of accumulation. We will see the real chapter at the end of this year. There is not much fear in my heart, but the excitement of eagerness to try is more obvious. But that's all for later. After singing the school song, Cedric was surrounded by everyone and walked towards Hufflepuff's dormitory. He is so amazing. Harry stood up and followed Percy, looking at Cedric with infinite envy in his heart. Cedric's attitude. But he is more like the student council president than a prefect. I can't envy you. Ronald comforted him from the side. He still knows a little about Cedric. He often hears his parents and Gemini talking about him at home. This is a genius that is rare to see in a century or 1,000 years. He shrugged. It's completely different from ours. With that said, he reacted again and encouraged Harry, but you are the savior, Harry, come on. I definitely can't do it. Harry said modestly. In fact, I also felt a little bit in my heart that a man should be like this. It's like how Lupin felt when he saw Qin Shi Huang's eastward tour. It's really hard. Hermione from the side suddenly jumped out and added. He is the youngest animagus in history. Do you know how powerful this is? I tried it at home. But no matter how I tried, I couldn't make the match change in any way. I simply couldn't imagine how I could completely transform myself into a huge beast. You know this as well. Ronald pursed his lips uncomfortably. Start on the train. Hermione kept showing off her knowledge, which completely wiped away the confidence he had finally found in Harry. To know at home. The youngest sister is the most favored. Only his youngest brother is the most miserable person in the family, and even his pet is a rat. Is it easy for him to find some confidence? Of course I saw it in his book. It was marked in his introduction. Then I went to find the newspaper of the day, and then I realized that there is such magical magic as animagus. Hermione folded her hands under her chin. Her eyes were placed on Cedric's broad shoulders in front of her, her eyes slightly hazy. I didn't expect that I would be tall and handsome. It's like there's a tact between the two minds. Cedric, who was in the front, suddenly looked back at her, eyes facing each other. Hermione collapsed like a little rabbit, her hands just covering her somewhat red face. She was afraid to look at Cedric. I could only lower my head and frantically pull at the hems of Harry and Ronald. Please help me see if he is looking at me. They are indeed looking at us. Harry replied honestly. Ronald beside him rolled his eyes. How could there be such a show-off and nymphomaniac girl in the world? Who is Cedric? I can take a fancy to you with your unkempt hair and big buck teeth. If anyone really marries this woman in the future, they will be unlucky for the rest of their lives? Come on. He quickly interrupted Hermione's dream. The other person is just looking in this direction, not necessarily looking at you. Okay. How could be? Hermione raised her head angrily. He's obviously looking at me. No. That's right. He even looked at me. You are just one of the hundreds of people he saw when he glanced over just now. Kr. Why, you want to show me your buck teeth? He's just looking at me. Hermione yelled and ran away in a huff. It is not. The vindictive Ronald refused to give up. Until the two returned to the common room, she continued to complain about her display in Harry's ears. In fact, don't say it. Cedric was really looking at Hermione at that time. He didn't know that he was the cause of the Iron Triangle's first quarrel at Hogwarts. He looked at Hermione just because the system prompted. Ding, you moved Granger successfully. You get bonus talent points +1, Hermione * Granger character template card. Template card, Hermione * Granger. Talent, third-rate master wizard, magic +5 points, upper limit 80 points. Special talent, quick thinking. The more critical the moment, your reaction will speed up, and it will automatically appear in your mind. Develop the knowledge needed to solve difficult problems. Life wish list. The first item, success in learning, teaching her a certain amount of magic knowledge. Completing this wish list will earn you experience points. The second item, arrogance and confidence, helping her become the first in her grade. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Hermione is indeed lovable, but she is different from the others. Cedric sighed. Unlike Harry, who now has no clear goals for the future. 0. Both of them also started out knowing nothing about the magical world. Smart Hermione had already started to make various preparations from the moment she plunged into this complicated magical world. First I read every book I could buy. Then he even started to learn magic by himself at home. Even when he first stepped into Hogwarts, he had already made up his mind to be an excellent wizard. But this is just the beginning. Cedric looked at the life desires called arrogance and confidence. This made him understand. Hermione's life aspirations will definitely change a lot later on. When the trolls attack, she helped Ronald and Harry lie for the first time, and from then on, the three-person team truly began to take shape. People change. Cedric didn't want to interfere with something that could change her, but he wanted the points for defeating the troll. It's not difficult to do both. Just need to time it well when the time comes. Now, all we have to do is wait for Granger's magnificent turn. Whether it's in a book or a movie, she is the one who has changed most perfectly and has changed the most since she entered school. It's like a piece of rough jade. During his studies at Hogwarts, the rough stone skin on the outside was polished off, revealing the body of the precious jade that is so admirable. It's really exciting. I look forward to that day, Ms. Hermione. Cedric shuts down the system. I followed my friends back to the common room and spent a night full of delicious food and stories. A new life at Hogwarts begins. Early morning. The morning exercise that had been suspended because of his departure started again, and until after breakfast, everything still had the same familiar smell. However, my subsequent study career was very different from what I expected. First up is the Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall immediately called him out as soon as the class started. Cedric, don't sit still, show me something, teach your classmates by the way, and let me see if your knowledge has declined. Cedric stood up helplessly. Not only do I give demonstrations to everyone, but I also work with Professor McGonagall to check the problems in everyone's transfiguration class. They all come to school. Why do I need to teach when I come to school? I thought that only McGonagall would be like this, but I didn't expect that several professors had similar views on him. No classmates except Cuthbert Binns from History of Magic. Other professors used him as a teaching assistant. It is even available for all first, second, and third grade students throughout the day. Cedric's class schedule is a complete waste. He had no choice but to go to the teacher's office and print out a lower grade teaching schedule to use as his own curriculum. When the time comes on the third day, finally something moved him. On this day, he was assisting Professor Snape in class, and then he found that those who walked in were first-year Gryffindors and Slytherins. Oh, he perked up instantly. Of course it wasn't the excitement of watching Snape make things difficult for Harry. Cedric expected. It is another famous scene that only Sri Lankan fans can understand. In a cold basement. Potions class has just begun? Oh yes. Snape held the roster and stopped when Harry's name was called. The famous Harry Potter. I heard his obviously joking tone. Draco Malfoy, who had long been enemies with Harry, and his younger brothers Crabbe and Goyle, sneered unabashedly. In Harry's eyes right now, Snape was like a poisonous snake staring at him. Wherever he looked, goosebumps would immediately appear on his skin. Less than 5 minutes into class, Harry was on pins and needles, but the more powerful thing is yet to come. Potter. Snape suddenly asked him. What do you get if you add narcissus root powder to a mugwort infusion? Where can I find Bezoar? This is it? Cedric next to him held the side of his face with his hands, silently remembering this scene in his mind. Maybe one day, he would have the opportunity to explain the weight of this scene to Harry. The answer to the first question is the water of life and death. In the future, Harry Potter relied on this to obtain the elixir from Slughorn and learned the secrets of some Horcruxes. The second Bezoar can detoxify. This knowledge later allowed Harry to save the life of his brother Ronald. Of course, it cannot be said that Snape did this deliberately. It's more Aunt May's arrangement. But there is one thing that really represents Professor Snape. According to Victorian discourse, the asphodel in Snape's original words is actually a lily that looks like a narcissus. Its flower language is, "My regret follows you to the grave." And Wormwoe 423OD means absence and bitter sadness. Its scientific name is wormwood, meaning distress, pain, and deep regret. The lilies fall into bitter sorrow. It also represents Snape's heart. I deeply regret your mother's death and have lived a hellish life ever since. Meeting Harry for the first time, Snape kept looking into Harry's eyes. Those are the same eyes as Lily. The owner of these eyes was one of the few warm colors in Snape's bleak teenage years. It is also the existence that he cherishes the most in his heart. Harry had eyes like Lily, and a face exactly like the person he hated the most. His eyes were no longer warm. Harry looked at the cold Snape, full of suspicion and strangeness. See Harry. Snape could think of his bond and his nightmare at the same time, in the combination of the iron triangle. Harry's eyes, Ronald's red hair, and Hermione's mixed blood. Doesn't Tathagata happen to be Lily? Thinking back to Snape's life wish, Cedric couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fate is so cruel to Sri Lanka. In the future, let yourself give him some light. It's a pity that only Cedric can understand this touching feeling now. Harry's trio could feel it. Only Professor Snape's sarcastic words and aggressiveness? Let me guess, you haven't read a page of the book before school started, right? Harry Potter. Snape ignored Hermione's raised arms. It wasn't until Harry was embarrassed that he asked, "Why didn't you ask Hermione?" He suddenly turned around. "Cedric, tell them the answer." "Me? Of course." Cedric stood up quickly and spoke out the 3 answers one by one. "Wait until everyone suddenly realizes it." Snape suddenly said loudly, "You understand. Why don't you take out your quill and write it down? Do you know how to do it?" This surprise attack was very effective. Even the new students in Slytherin all lowered their heads and started picking up their school bags. There was a rustling of quills and parchment. Snape dealt another heavy blow to Harry's frustrated heart. "Potter, for your ignorance, Gryffindor loses 1 point for this." Cedric shook his head. Snape really hated James Potter. In all his conversations with Harry, he only called Harry for the first time before his death. All the things before, all shouting Mr. Potter. Harry looked up. He forced himself to look Snape directly in the eyes. Unable to bear it, Harry hammered the table angrily. "Are you going to ask us to memorize all the contents of thousands of miraculous herbs and mushrooms?" There was silence in the potions classroom. The coldness in Snape's body spread like substance. Everyone is like falling into an ice cave. Even Malfoy, a Slytherin who had visited Snape with his father before going to school, was too nervous to breathe at this moment. "Cedric." Snape's voice was full of anger. "Start reciting from the second paragraph on page 36 of thousands of miraculous herbs and mushrooms. Why are you taking me with you when you are playing?" Cedric stood up helplessly. Blackroot is a powerful plant that can counteract spells after being eaten. This is a plant with black stems and white flowers. Countless Slytherins in the audience were turning the pages of books. With disbelief in his eyes, he watched Cedric recite the contents recorded in the book word for word, silkily and fluently, until 5 minutes later. Enough. Snape shouted stop. He announced to Harry contemptuously with a victor's attitude. Mr. Potter, because you rudely contradicted and questioned the teacher, Gryffindor has been deducted 2 points for this. Good, good. Cedric nodded secretly in his mind. It was not in vain that he became a teaching assistant. At least Snape deducted a lot of points from Harry in this class. It's already 3 times the original size. With this boss helping Gryffindor score points, it will be easier for him to win. Harry was speechless. He even looked at Cedric with an almost desperate look. In his heart, Snape may not even be able to recite it, but why is there Cedric? After meeting Harry's eyes, Cedric shrugged innocently. He understood the other person's meaning and said sorry in his heart first. One can imagine. In the following days too, Harry may ask himself countless times in the future, why is there Cedric? There's nothing he can do about it, he can make people speechless. After suppressing Harry, potions class continued. But the Gryffindor student's nightmare is not over yet. Snape was constantly patrolling like a vampire bat. If anyone made the slightest mistake, he would undoubtedly receive his ridicule and points deduction. The Slytherins were only slightly better. Except Malfoy. Snape cursed everyone with Cedric's name. In response, Cedric frantically called the Sri Lankan coach. Just make me hate you? It would be best if the Slytherins hated me, to dispel Dumbledore's suspicions. I really want to see his character template. Apart from being happy, Cedric didn't forget another thing. Just when Snape asked everyone to look at Malfoy and imitate his method of cooking slugs with tentacles, Armor Protector Protego, Cedric suddenly stood up. In a thick puff of acidic green smoke, he aimed his spell at the source of the hissing sound. Ah! A horrified Neville screamed. On a shadow of yellow energy in front of him, there was a thick green liquid sticking to it, making corrosive hissing sounds. Not only that, the crucible fell lower and fell directly to the ground, and the purple potion immediately splashed all over the floor. Thick green smoke suddenly appeared everywhere in the potions classroom. Don't be afraid, my spell will protect you. Cedric's voice is smooth and full of warmth. He waved his wand again to clean up the purple pus on Neville's external curse. Rescue classmates and gain 1000 experience points. Idiot. At the same time, Professor Snape also wiped away the potion spilled on the ground. He roared angrily. Why did you put the porcupine quills in the pot without taking it off the fire? Finished. He glanced at Cedric first, 5 points for Hufflepuff. Then he glanced at Harry and Ronald, who were operating next to Neville. After a while, Snape spoke without any suspense. Potter, why didn't you warn Neville? Are you making him make mistakes to show how good you are? Another point from Gryffindor. Cedric almost laughed. Professor Snape still treats the flowers that are played differently. The gap between the entry and exit widened to 6 points again, and Gryffindor was about to run out of points. This is so unfair. Harry raised his head angrily, and then kicked Ronald with his heel. Don't do this nonsense. Ronald lowered his head and persuaded in a low voice. I heard that Snape is so unreasonable, and Fred and George often get points deducted from him. Cedric shook his head silently. If you see Gemini operating in class, you will understand that Snape is targeting you. X. You didn't put slugs on the back of your classmates' necks? After an hour, the Gryffindors left the potions classroom dejectedly. Cedric walked straight towards Hagrid's hut. He knew that Hagrid had also made an appointment with the trio of Harry today, and it was just a good time for him to officially get to know the trio. Hagrid's cabin is very remote. Except for Fred and George, who have been coveting this place, few people usually come back. When Cedric knocked on the door, Hagrid thought it was Harry and the others coming. Oh, Cedric? What a coincidence, why are you here today? Hagrid first gave him a warm hug and then invited him into the house. Yai rushed over. He lay directly on Cedric's lap. Okay, I know you welcome me, but there's no need to be too enthusiastic. Cedric finally avoided Fang's tongue and sat down. There was another knock on the door. It must be right this time. Hagrid opened the door a crack and let Harry into the room. This is Ronald. Harry had just finished his introduction. Finally, when I looked up, I saw Cedric holding Yaya in his arms. Why you? Ronald exclaimed. This is Cedric, my good friend and a very good wizard. If you have any academic problems, you can come to him. Hagrid introduced to Cedric. This is Harry Potter. He blinked. You must know who he is, and by the way, Ronald. Of course, I know everything. Cedric smiled. Especially Ronald, actually Fred and George and I are very good friends. Facing Cedric, the light is enough to crush him. Ronald nodded very cautiously. Oh, don't be too nervous. Cedric continued to comfort him. During class just now, I noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with your wand, right? It's not bad. When it came to his own poverty, Ronald immediately blushed. Although the unicorn hair has come out, but no need to explain. Cedric continued to comfort him. Actually, I mentioned this just because I wanted to give you a gift. This weekend. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. I will apply for a number with Professor McGonagall and ask her to take you to buy a wand over the weekend. Cedric finally nodded to himself. I'll pay for it. Ronald was knocked unconscious by this incredible wealth. From small to large, what he used were other people's old, small, and unwanted ones. This was the first time that someone other than family members had given him such an expensive gift. Ronald was simply flattered. This is not good. Please don't refuse. 1.4. Cedric insisted. I said before, this is my meeting gift to get to know you. If you refuse, you will be looking down on me. You can take it. Hagrid also signaled Ronald to accept it. This is Cedric. He is selfless and generous. He can be friends with anyone, and you will like him in the future. He joked. Maybe even can't live without him. Haha. Ronald kind of likes Cedric now. Thank you. He thanked her with a huge smile on his face. I'm finally going to have my own wand. Harry saw the happy Ronald and secretly blamed himself. Why didn't he realize that his good friend's wand was broken? I can afford this money myself. Of course, it's not his fault. Harry's transformation from a bullied 11-year-old to the savior of the wizarding world has only happened in the past few months. He hasn't gotten used to it yet. Not to mention the thought of paying attention to your friend's needs. It didn't matter at first. After all, Ronald's family didn't even buy it for him. But how to say that sentence? But why is there Cedric? After such a comparison, Harry suddenly felt a little ashamed. Ding, touched Ronald Weasley succeeded. You receive a bonus talent point +1. The Ronald ** Weasley template card has not been generated yet and cannot be viewed for the time being. Cedric was not surprised by this result. Ronald doesn't even have his own magic wand and wants him to confirm his life wishes. This was a bit difficult for him. After finishing Ronald, Cedric turned his gaze to Harry again. Hello, Harry Potter, nice to meet you. I've heard about your deeds. Hello. Harry responded very carefully. Growing up in his aunt's house, he was very good at observing people's emotions, but he couldn't see through the Cedric in front of him. He could be Professor Snape's teaching assistant. I just said that Professor McGonagall could take Ronald to buy a wand. The person is still in Hagrid's cabin, said to be a friend of Ronald's two brothers. This social circle is too broad. He is just a student. How come he is so happy at Hogwarts? Come on, everyone, sit down. Hagrid brought a plate of rock biscuits and invited Harry and Ronald to sit down together. We didn't chat for long. Harry couldn't help but started to complain. I think Snape just hates me. Nonsense, why does he hate you? Hagrid hesitated and didn't know what to say, so he changed the target directly. Ronald, how is your brother Charlie? I like him very much, he is very knowledgeable about animals. Harry was very depressed. He suspected that Hagrid was changing the subject. But now Ronald and Hagrid are talking about Charlie's research on dragons, and it's hard for him to interrupt anymore. Without any choice, Harry turned to look at Cedric. What do you think? You were also there. I must say it. Cedric answered very objectively. Professor Snape's behavior just now is indeed different from usual. You think so too? Harry was surprised. Unexpectedly, Cedric was the only one who recognized him, and he instantly felt that the other person was much more approachable. Tell me, why does he hate me? I don't know anything more about Professor Snape, but I discovered that he always seems to be looking into your eyes. Cedric gave Harry a little hint. Life is always about growing up slowly. Harry's growth. It was perfected step by step from knowing his mission, knowing that his father was not so perfect, and knowing that Sri Lankan religion was not so evil. But every big shock is preceded by enough growth. If you throw it to him all at once, he might collapse. Devastated Harry. This is not an opponent that Cedric wants to defeat. The one he wants to win is Harry, the savior. Brown. Harry began to think thoughtfully. Hagrid next to him was so panicked that he didn't even bother to consult the dragon. Drink some water. He directly took the boiling water from the stove and went to the table to make tea for everyone. I don't know what I picked up. A small chapter of paper flew up, and Harry caught it in his hand and started reading. Cedric glanced at it. This small piece of paper is a clipped report from the Daily Prophet. Published is follow-up investigation at the time of the Gringotts break-in on July 31st. Harry was shocked. Hagrid, isn't this what happened on my birthday? We seems to be concerned about Cedric's presence. He said very implicitly, didn't we just go? Hagrid didn't even dare to raise his head. He lowered his head and stuffed a piece of rock biscuit into each person's hand. The subsequent chat was of no value. In Harry's mind, all he could think about was the dirty little bag that Hagrid took from the underground vault of number 713 on his birthday. Hagrid would bring the topic to dragons from time to time. Cedric just listened silently. It wasn't until Harry said goodbye to Ronald that he suddenly said, Hagrid, what kind of dragon did you get? Do not know yet. After Hagrid answered casually, he was stunned. He had already been punished, and if anyone from the Ministry of Magic found out, his little red umbrella, which contained the wand, would also be confiscated. You might even get kicked out of Hogwarts. He trembled and explained. What? I mean I don't know. Cedric wasn't as easy to fool as Harry. He said angrily, come on, do you think I will report you? Tell me the truth. That. Hagrid considered it. It seems that there is really no need to deceive Cedric. Even in his psychology, treat Cedric like an adult wizard. He admitted honestly, okay, I did get a dragon egg. What kind of dragon is this? Cedric continued to ask. He was very interested in this dragon. After all, who doesn't want to own a dragon? And as long as he fulfills Gemini's wish, he can open the pet space. Different from Hagrid. He can always keep the dragon with him, there is no need to send him away. The youngest dragon tamer in history? This title is quite cool. That's right. Speaking of beasts like dragons, Hagrid no longer looks like a big guy. He clapped his hands excitedly. I knew we had the same hobbies. This is really good. Cedric felt that he needed to remind Hagrid. He deliberately asked about the source, but how did you buy it? This thing is pure contraband. Pig's Head Bar. Hagrid spoke happily. You know, there are always some weird guys coming here. Maybe it's a dragon vendor. He always wore a hood, so I couldn't see his face clearly, etc. Cedric's face darkened. He pretended to be serious and threatened Hagrid. Hagrid, you must know that there are no dragon vendors in this world. No one will buy this. Ordinary people can't afford it, and if he gets caught, he might end up in Azkaban. What did he trade with you? Cedric prompted. Have you taken over anything important recently? No way. If Harry said it, Hagrid wouldn't care. Because Harry is still a child in his eyes, but as mentioned earlier, Cedric is an adult wizard in Hagrid's heart. Still very capable. So, Hagrid started to think seriously. Let me think. First he asked me what I did for a living and I told him I was a gamekeeper. Then he asked me what animals I was looking after. I said I especially wanted a dragon. Hagrid shook his head. He kept buying me drinks, and then we started gambling. He asked me if I had the ability to take care of Long, and then I said that I could even take care of Lue. Lue. Cedric emphasized the name. He is very interested in it. Of course, how many three-headed dogs can you meet? Hagrid lowered his voice proudly. Lue is actually very easy to deal with. You just need to play some music and he will calm down. Speaking of which, Hagrid finally realized something was wrong. A look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. Damn it. Cedric sighed deliberately. Is it something on the 4th floor? What? How are you doing? Hagrid suddenly fell into a huge tangle in his heart. He does not know. Can you tell me if more stuff is coming out? The fact that Cedric studied with Nicholas Flamel for a year was a secret. Except for Dumbledore and the Flamel couple, even the Diggorys only knew that Cedric went to study, but they did not know that he studied with Nicholas Flamel. So go on. It's like telling the secret of the Philosopher's Stone? Okay, you don't have to tell me. Cedric raised his hand first to stop Hagrid. He deliberately pondered for a while, and then expressed his solution. You can't tell anyone about this, otherwise you will betray other people's trust. But you can't do nothing. Just change the monster to another monster, just replace Lue. That way, no matter whether the vendor that day lured you intentionally or not, you won't make any mistakes. Cedric prepared to dig a small hole for Voldemort. If the other party enters, you will probably be surprised to find that Lue, who loves to listen to songs, has disappeared and been replaced by another beast. Of course, he didn't expect this to hold him back. Just give each other some fun. More importantly, this way he can hide the dragon. This is the most important, and Hagrid will no longer be responsible. Pa. Hagrid clapped his hands excitedly. You are still smart. He raised his hand and wiped his forehead. In just a short while, he was already sweating, and he almost scared himself to death. Now I can finally feel relieved. Hagrid gave a thumbs up and praised. As expected of you, Cedric. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I would have made a big mistake. Okay, now it's time to see the dragon. Cedric urged. Okay. Hagrid turned out the dragon egg very readily. At this time, he hadn't figured out how to hatch a dragon, so he took it out from his bed. It seems that I fall asleep holding it every day. From this alone, we know how much he likes dragons. This is the dragon egg. Cedric looked carefully at the dragon egg in front of him. It is generally less than half a meter high. Unlike the smooth eggshell you imagined, this dragon egg has micro-protrusions like scales on it. It pricks your hands like a pineapple to the touch. The bottom is deep black, and the color becomes redder as you go up. The whole thing looks like an erupting volcano. It's so beautiful. Cedric knows. This dragon egg hides a Norwegian Spinosaurus, which is considered a ferocious species among dragons? Yes, it's as flawless as a gem. Hagrid squatted in front of the dragon egg with hot and focused eyes, as if he was looking at some stunning beauty. Okay, you call me when it's hatching. I'll make a list of books for you later. You can study some and make some preparations in advance. Cedric stood up and left. Now that the dragon egg has been confirmed, then he has to find Gemini. After all, only by completing their character templates can he open the pet space. Otherwise it would be difficult for a dragon to hide. Cedric reconfirmed their mission template. Template card, Fred Weasley. Item 2, make a lot of money in a joke shop and buy a big house for your mother. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Template card, George Weasley. Item 3, become a son who satisfies his mother. Complete this wish list to make this template card. Occupies the card slot of the template card. Well, both tasks are actually very similar. Cedric wrote to Slughorn and asked him to help him pay attention to the good shops for sale in Diagon Alley. In Cedric's opinion, as long as a shop can be opened in Diagon Alley, the products developed by the two people can be made and sold. Write to Mrs. Weasley to praise them again. If necessary, just visit the Weasley family again during the holidays. Then you should be able to complete these two tasks. After dinner that day, Cedric immediately stopped Gemini. It's been a year since I left. How is your research going? A lot of progress has been made. Gemini is less resistant to Cedric now. They took him directly back to the Gryffindor public rest area and began to report on the research results of the past 2 years. On parchment covered with writing, Cedric saw many familiar names. The quick-acting truant candy series include Nosebleed Nougat and Fever Candy, Fat Tongue Taffy that enlarges the tongue, ear-shaped bug retractable ears, and even a prototype of a Weasley Swooshboom firework. A very good idea. Cedric first expressed his affirmation to the two of them. Then based on the memory of his previous life and his current rich knowledge of magic, several of them have been improved. I also wrote down the concepts of Tutu Candy, Coma Candy, and Bloodbend Bean in the quick-acting Truant Candy series that will be born in the future. Cedric's writing clearly triggered the skill. Not only did he write down those from his previous life, he even had many flashes of inspiration and listed more funny inventions for them. I dropped a 647 for God's sake. Fred and George stood in the background and looked almost crazy. If it's academic performance, forget it. Although the Geminis have very good grades, they don't care about that kind of thing at all. But this is a spoof invention? This was the first time Cedric saw their experimental records and instructions. Is it really reasonable to keep writing like this? Gemini is going crazy? They wanted to stop and ask Cedric one by one how he came up with this idea, but he didn't dare to speak, for fear of destroying Cedric's current inspiration. They would never forgive themselves if they asked Cedric to create a spoof toy because of their words. It's not just that I can't make any noise. They also transformed into protective blocking madmen to ensure that no one would approach within a 3-meter radius. Then, Ronald, who was doing homework with Harry, saw a magical scene. His brothers guarded Cedric like old hens. No matter who wants to get close to the table where he sits, or walks into him to ask questions, they will be driven away by the Gemini with claws and claws. They are really friends. Harry sighed. Although I have known this for a long time, but when someone else's child, Cedric, stayed with two of Gryffindor's most naughty students, there was still a distorted feeling like a cowboy riding to Mars. Haha, let's do our homework. Ronald quickly changed the subject. He expressed his inner shame for Gemini's weird behavior, just like at home. In short, he was completely unable to understand the inner world of these two brothers. But what's even more exaggerated is yet to come. When Cedric finished writing, the two stars, one on the left and one on the right, knelt down on one knee respectively, put their right hands on their chests, made the ceremonial movements of knights receiving honors, and said in unison, "Great Cedric, you are the king of mischief." What the hell? Cedric looked calm, rolled up the parchment in his hand and handed it to Gemini. Once these are developed, they can be sold immediately. I'm already looking at the store in Diagon Alley. After I buy it, you can match the decoration and store name with the design. What? At first Gemini didn't react. Their eyes were still locked on the parchment Cedric gave them. 5 seconds later, Gemini laughed wildly and yelled in the lounge, when everyone was too short to study. Faced with boos from the crowd, they didn't care, and even sang a song for Cedric in bel canto. Our great Cedric, you are the incarnation of the god of mischief in the human world. You are the darling of the god of luck. You are the favored one of the god of destiny. You are electricity. You are light. You are the only myth. Ignoring Gemini's sing, Cedric apologized to the other Gryffindors and left immediately. On the way back, he met a hurried figure. "Hello, Professor Tullo." Cedric and Quirrel stood in the corridor. From a distance of 3 meters, Cedric could smell Quirrel's scent. Yes, there is garlic, but there must be some magic potion in it, all with the purpose of creating an unpleasant smell. After all, there is Voldemort's face on the back of his head. It's actually not a bad move to make everyone actively dislike it. No one will notice what the cockroaches are doing on your dining table while you sleep. "Hello, Cedric." Quirrel initially seemed to want to leave quickly, but after passing by Cedric, he suddenly stopped again. Correct. He turned to Cedric and invited him. "I wonder if you are interested in being a teaching assistant in tomorrow's defense against the dark arts class. I will give Hufflepuff extra points." Look at this reaction. Cedric knew without guessing that it must be Voldemort's meaning. It should be to test your own strength. I just don't know if he plans to win over or to destroy himself. Of course, I've wanted to take a defense against the dark arts class for a long time. Cedric readily agreed. Just in time, it would be a good idea to expose some wrong information to him. When the time comes to really fight, if the opponent misjudges his own strength, he can directly become the winner. Then it's settled. Quirrel quickly left with a hurried look. Yes, Cedric suddenly remembered. After a while, this guy will also suck the blood of unicorns to help Voldemort continue to be powerful. This is also a life. If you save it yourself, you can also limit Voldemort's power recovery. It seems that you will be busier at night in the future. As expected, there have been many more things this year since Voldemort came. After going back, Cedric considered that he would need to get in touch with these two creatures, the unicorn and the fire dragon, so he first spent talent points to upgrade his pets and animals. Talent points -5, remaining talent points are 16 points. It costs 2 points from S level to SS level, and 3 points from SS level to SSS level. Upgrade to SSS level talent pet affinity, awaken special talent, Beast Whisperer, gain legendary value +1. Beast Whisperer, when facing creatures, you will gain the ability to communicate with them. Are you activating your talent again? Cedric is happy again. This Beast Whisperer has very good abilities. It would be great if he could communicate with fire dragons and phoenixes in the future. I don't know if Fox has any siblings. I don't know what the phoenix likes to eat. It would be great if I could get another phoenix. You can also teleport by phoenix in Hogwarts. Moreover, you can even curse a big melon to death, which is extremely cost-effective in actual combat. The more I think about it, the more I want it. But everything has to be planned slowly. The next morning, Cedric arrived at the defense against the Dark Arts Chapel on time. Different from the classroom atmosphere of Professor McGonagall, Snape and other professors, the classroom order here is completely gone. The Ravenclaws are okay. At best they are disappointed with Professor Quirrel and defense against the dark arts. But Gryffindors are different. Being more lively and bold, they started to laugh at Quirrel. The black-haired and dark-skinned Dean Thomas raised his right hand and asked Professor Quirrel with a joking face. "Professor, may I ask what's in your big scarf?" This is a gift given to me by a prince in Africa." Professor Quirrel plays the role of a loser very successfully. He said a whole paragraph that was stammering and illogical. "I sent this because of the resurrected zombies. Yes, I drove in the resurrected zombies for him. That's why he gave it to me." Obviously such a stammering reply has no credibility at all. The Gryffindors burst out laughing. "Professor." This time it was Seamus Finnegan who jumped out impatiently. "Tell us in detail how you deal with resurrected zombies. This is not suitable for you to study now." Professor Quirrel undoubtedly has a talent for acting. The effort of just one sentence. His face was already flushed, and his tone was vague. "Well, let me talk about that. The weather in Africa. It's very hot over there. So you need to bring water with you when you go there. Of course, if you know the clear water like spring spell, then you don't have to worry about this problem." Ha ha ha. There's a zombie that's still alive. Now even the Ravenclaws couldn't help shaking their heads and laughing. In their eyes, Professor Quirrel, who is uneducated, cannot gain their respect at all. The Gryffindors are already chatting among themselves. Obviously Professor Quirrel's disguise is very successful, so everyone will look down on him even more. This aura is very effective. When something happened to Harry Potter, Hermione probably wouldn't think Quirrel was capable of this even if she saw him. Cedric decided he couldn't stand it anymore. Quirrel is a disguise. If this continues, no one will be able to learn anything in this year's defense against the dark arts class. The next few years were also troubled. Better cherish the good times you can cherish. Cedric prepared himself. At least let them learn more real skills, so that they can better display their combat effectiveness in the future battle of Hogwarts. After all, it's a bit difficult to fight hundreds of them by yourself. "Professor." Cedric suddenly stood up from his position, and he respectfully requested Professor Quirrel. "I happen to know something about reanimated zombies. Can I teach you this section today?" Hear Cedric's words. Professor Quirrel hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet, but he still followed his pretended character and breathed a sigh of relief, nodding towards him gratefully. "Ahaha. Besides." Cedric took 2 steps forward and said in Professor Quirrel's ear, "Please allow me some authority to deduct points, otherwise it will be difficult for everyone to calm down." Of course. Quirrel acted like he just let it go. "You can add or subtract points." Well, after getting permission, Cedric turned to look at all the students, and strode forward to the classroom. "Students, please keep silence in class. Finish this sentence." He said nothing. He just looked at everyone with a cold face. Cedric's current legendary value is a full 15 points. In order to cover up his power, he always smiles at others. This is true even during morning exercises. This time he put on a serious face, and his momentum suddenly changed drastically. Add to that the sense of consternation brought about by his sudden appearance. The classroom soon became quiet. Originally, it was just right for Cedric to speak here, but the system prompts made him hesitate. Ding, straighten up the order in class and gain 500 experience points. Does this also gain experience points? Cedric is so short of experience points right now. Now the number of spells he knows has exceeded 100, and he learned them selectively. But the experience value is only less than 350,000. At most, it can reach more than 60. In addition, there are things like discerning people and alchemical deductions that require experience points. This experience value is getting better and better. You can get so much experience just from reorganizing, but what about teaching? It can't be any worse than keeping order. Cedric's eyes became brighter and brighter. "I'm determined to be my assistant, and Voldemort can't stop me." Because of his thinking, he wasted a little time, which made the class noisy again, with the little wizards discussing in low voices what he wanted to do. It's hard for a naughty kid to use the same move twice, so Cedric just took out his wand. Transfiguration. The top of the wand emits a dazzling blue light, which directly locks onto the teaching cabinet in the classroom. Black smoke suddenly filled the air. A zombie with a pale face, black eyes, fangs in its mouth, and a terrifying sinister aura suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Sigma, aid. The little wizards were all stunned. When had they ever seen such a terrifying dark creature? Before this, the little goblins that settled in the garden or the sniff that kept digging for money were already the most troublesome and dangerous creatures they had ever experienced in their lives. As soon as this thing appeared, it shocked everyone speechless, and they didn't dare to express their anger, for fear that the zombies would jump over after smelling the smell. Returning zombie. Cedric spoke in the silence. The corpse is buried in a place where the yin qi gathers, and then resurrected using black magic. It is an extremely evil and terrifying dark creature. Now I'm going to teach you how to deal with it. First of all, light can create fear and disgust in it. If you haven't started fighting yet, you can first use fluorescent flashes to drive it away, and then run away directly. Secondly, if you are really in a dilemma where you have to fight him, then a blazing fire would be a good way to do it. In terms of potions, If you are unfortunately injured, you can first use detoxifying agents to disinfect, and then use blood tonifying medicines and white blood for treatment. Cedric paused. He scanned the crowd again. Why don't you record these? There was a sudden rustling sound in the classroom. Teach your classmates knowledge and you will gain 1000 experience points. Ding, you moved Quirinus * Quirrel succeeded. You get bonus talent points +1, Quirinus Quirrel character template glycoside tablets. Template card, Quirinus * Quirrel. Talent, third-rate master wizard, magic +5 points, upper limit 80 points. Life wish list. The first item, get out of trouble, get out of Voldemort's possession. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. At the same time, the magic power increase can be increased to 10, with an upper limit of 90 points. This item is extremely difficult. After completing it, you can get 5 legendary points, 10 talent points, and open a second pet space. The second item, Great Servant, helped Voldemort to successfully resurrect. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. At the same time, the magic power increase can be increased to 10, with an upper limit of 90 points. This item is extremely difficult. After completing it, you can get 5 legendary points, 10 talent points, and open a second pet space. The first system prompt was what Cedric expected. However, Quirinus * Quirrel's character template cards really opened his eyes a bit. This guy, he's so deep inside. Complicated. Cedric thought he had been brainwashed. It seems so. Voldemort might have taken advantage of it at that time. So now the real Quirinus * Quirrel actually doesn't want to in his heart, but he can't escape Voldemort's control and can only continue to help him. Life is full of surprises. Unexpectedly, this inconspicuous little person was actually given an extremely difficult task option to choose from. Save Quirinus * Quirrel from Voldemort, or resurrect Voldemort. There is no need to consider the second task at all, but the first task is quite challenging. The rewards are very impressive. But the difficulty is also very high. Saving people is more than 10 times more difficult than killing people. Even the system has judged that this task is very difficult. In the original work, Quirinus * Quirrel was possessed by Voldemort and turned into stone and ashes when he touched Harry Potter. Wants to save Quirinus * Quirrel. First, we must find a way to peel off Voldemort's soul, and do so without damaging it. This is extremely difficult. He might even kill both of them with the magic spell. Even if he is very lucky to be able to peel it off, he still needs to prepare the magic potion to heal his soul. Both points are very difficult. It's very challenging, but it's fun. Cedric became even more excited. If you can't complete it, it will be a waste of a character template at most, but if you can complete it, your magic power will reach 80. Does not count the bonus to legendary value. He can be considered a level 3 master. There are also 5 legendary points, 10 talent points, and even a second pet space. Okay, Zhao, Dragon and Phoenix. Isn't this all possible? Cedric is a multitasker. In class, he continued to use the transformation technique to transform various dark creatures, which opened the eyes of the little wizards, and at the same time, he continued to gain experience points. At the same time, the image of Cedric, who was performing at his best, was infinitely higher in the hearts of this group of young wizards. Oh my god, is this the real Cedric? While Ronald was recording in a hurry, he couldn't help but show off to the people around him in a low voice. Cedric and I are friends, and he promised to give me magic materials. So handsome, so handsome. Hermione's eyes lit up. She looked at Cedric's cheeks flushed while he was talking eloquently. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as what I imagined in my dream. In a dream. Harry looked back in shock. Hermione, who was originally very talkative, rarely replied, just lowering her head and pretending to record knowledge. All in all, Cedric's vivid teaching successfully conquered all the little wizards. Quirinus * Quirrel also looked pleased. As a teacher, he was actually very happy when he saw Cedric, who was so beyond imagination. In this classroom now, the only one who wasn't happy was Voldemort. After seeing the talkative Cedric, he subconsciously compared him with himself, and then desperately discovered that when he was 3 years old, he was at best the best in the audience. Student. If the dazzling Cedric on stage were a forest, then oneself is like a drop of dew on a leaf, attached there insignificantly. This thought immediately filled Voldemort with fear. He understood immediately. You must not let Cedric grow up, otherwise he will completely surpass himself before long. Quirrel. Voldemort issued an extremely cold command in Quirrel's mind. Before you get the Sorcerer's Stone, you must kill Cedric first. Master, it's hard for me. Quirrel wanted to resist at first, not only because of pity for geniuses, but also because this is Hogwarts. Kill people here, but face Dumbledore's wrath. Moreover, Cedric is also very powerful, and his transformation skills are superb, which is not something he can easily master. Catch the unexpected and attack the unprepared. He's just a child, and he's defenseless against you, you loser. Voldemort's crazy voice kept echoing in his mind. In the mind world, Quirrel's consciousness was like a small broken fishing boat on the sea, rising and falling under the strong winds and waves set off by Voldemort, and there was a risk of being buried under the sea at any time. Under endless terror, Quirrel caved almost immediately. As you obey, my great master. Thanks to Cedric. Until the end of the course, Quirrel, who was holding his head and twisting in the corner, was not noticed by everyone. After the first independent teaching, I gained 3,000 experience points, 100 gold galleons, armadillo bile 1 kg, fire ash snake eggs 10, and sun orchid root powder * 1 kg. Yes, the corners of Cedric's mouth couldn't help but curl up. This teaching was really fruitful. Although the system prompts that the first time seems to be more, there are 3 types of rewards: experience points, gold galleons, and magic potions. More importantly, how frequent is this course? 7 grades are arranged, and each grade has classes every day. The benefits in one semester are simply astonishing. It is a very rare source of stable income. When teaching new knowledge to all the little wizards, there will be no such thing as someone deliberately pretending to ask questions and wasting their time. Could it be Mr. Weasley's talent taking effect? Knowing that he was short of money to buy a house for the Weasley brothers, he immediately set himself a long-term income task. Anyway, Cedric will definitely not let this profit go. The seniors are so eye-catching. But I will definitely eat all the first, second, and third grade classes. After making up your mind, Cedric turned towards Quirrel. He couldn't wait to tell the other party, and then went back to check the class schedule and modify his schedule. Professor Quirrel, if nothing happens, I'll leave first. Cedric. Quirrel's voice trembled. Even the scarf on 817's shoulders was shaking visibly. Your research on dark creatures is very thorough. If there is a chance, we can go to the Forbidden Forest together. There are still some rare creatures in there. Cedric's pupils shrank instantly. Are you about to take action now? No matter how much he despised Voldemort in his heart, he was still in his 3rd year after all. I don't have a love spell to protect myself. Are you going to face Voldemort now? Will he take out his wand and attack him right now? The surrounding air has become heavier, and even breathing requires 3 times the effort of before. The left hand behind his back unconsciously touched the palm of his hand. 1 year of study with Nicholm. His biggest gain. In addition to Nicholm's character template and countless alchemical knowledge, there are only alchemical deduction skills, and the automatic alchemy glove that Nicholm helped him create on his left hand, water life shield. Okay, when? Cedric tried to suppress the tremor in his voice. He squeezed his hands behind his back until his joints turned white. It won't be so soon. You should prepare first. I will inform you in advance when I go. Quirrel waved his hand very tiredly. Because of Voldemort's torture, sweat broke out on his forehead again. If not for the headscarf, I guess Cedric could already see his wet forehead. Okay, then I'll wash it. Cedric faced him and took 3 steps back, then turned around and strode away. Until you leave the door. Then he leaned against the wall and said something. There is great terror between death and death. The ancients do not deceive me. That moment just now, Cedric almost fired an Expelliarmus shot to Quirrel early. But it's not too bad. He looked down at his hands that were no longer shaking. Although my heart was instantly swallowed up by crisis. But apart from the initial trembling, his hand quickly stabilized, and the strength of the wand became moderate. It seems that I am still very adaptable to fighting. Cedric was very happy. He is now very grateful to Professor Quirrel for teaching him a lesson. Before, he had been holding on to the experience points to no avail. But now he suddenly discovered it. If danger comes in an instant, then the values that have been used will become his strength, and the values that have not been used are just dead data. After lunch, Cedric lay on the bed, turned on the system and started adding points. The first is the defensive spell. One of the most versatile cracking spells, Finite Incantatum, experience value -4,385 points. Upgrade the curse to full level. Then there is his most skilled armor, Protego, experience value -3,821 points. Armor protection upgraded to full level. And its enhanced and upgraded version, the Super Armor Protego Horribilis, experience value -5,499 points. Super Armor protection upgraded to full level. The defensive effects of the 2 armors are very different, but the speed of release and the magic power called are very different. During the duel, you can choose based on time. If the opponent is attacking, use the normal one. If the opponent uses a big move like chewing a big melon, then you must use the super. After all, Cedric's wand is not from the same origin as Voldemort. When we meet, we can distinguish between superior and inferior, and decide between life and death. Think about it for a moment. Cedric has upgraded 2 more functional magic spells, waterproof and moisture-proof, invulnerable to water and fire, impervious. Bird's Flock Avis, experience value -5,499 points. Waterproof and moisture-proof, invulnerable to water and fire, upgraded to full level. The flying birds have been upgraded to the full level. Invulnerability to water and fire can be avoided very well, and the opponent uses flames or water spells to limit his movement. Swarms of birds are a very useful spell. The summoned birds can help you resist various death spells, and are fast and consume low magic power. It is a key hand that can be used to reverse the rhythm. Next is the attack spell. Cedric divided this part into 2 types. The first one is restricted form. For example, very practical. Petrificus Totalis, Expelliarmus. The former is great for wizards. It is much easier to use than partial restrictions such as leg freeze. The latter can fight against giant monsters holding weapons, such as trolls and giants. The second type is the damage-shaped enchantment. There are more of these. The Flames of Incendio, Opuno, Sectum Sempra, In addition to upgrading these 3 tools to the top level, Cedric also upgraded a set of combos that expand his advantage. The first is Transfiguration, then comes the matching Get Bigger Quickly in Gorjo, Duplicate into a Double Geminio. This set of combos can instantly create a powerful legion of transformations. It can be used to accumulate advantage ratio when you have an advantage, and it is also very useful in large-scale legion operations. Finally, there are some magic spells with special effects. Reveal Your Secrets, Apparitium emerges quickly. Both of these are detection magics, and they are both used on objects that have been cast with spells. The former one is used on objects, and the latter one is used on creatures. Expecto Patronum, summoning the patron saint has a strong restrained effect on dark creatures. Obliviate, CFBJ, Harlock's magical skill. The other party relied on his proficiency in this skill to become a well-known wizard. And the magical uses of this spell are endless. There is also the Traceless Stretching Charm, which Cedric himself uses frequently and has been upgraded to more than level 3. This time, it was also fully upgraded. Finally, it is used for sneak attacks. Disillusionment, Evanesco, Silencio, Apparate. These are the magic spells used by Yin people to escape. Without superb magic perception, it would be difficult to escape his sneak attack. 21 spells. It cost Cedric nearly 100,000 experience points. Ding, based on your existing full-level spells, you have gained 1 point of White Wizard Camp value. The camp values are divided into 3 camps, the Black Wizard Camp, the White Wizard Camp, and the Special Wizard Camp. The camp values do not interfere with each other and will only change based on your attainment in a certain type of magic. 1 point of White Wizard Camp value, your white magic, defensive magic, healing magic, and repair magic reduce the release speed by 10% and increase the magic power by 10%. Bezoar, white fresh food, blood tonics and other items. Cedric decided to carry it with him from now on. After careful consideration, he spent 2 legendary points. Increase your own space grid from 10 to 12. This means he can carry 12 items with him, 1 cubic space. Cedric even kept a spare wand inside. After taking care of all these, he opened the character template of his teacher Nicholas Flamel. Template card, Nicolo Flamel. Talent, Alchemical Deduction, Great Magician, Magic plus 5 points, upper limit of 100 points. Life Wish List. Items 1 to 56 have been completed. Item 57, Die Peacefully. After dealing with the aftermath, complete the funeral under the watchful eyes of disciple Cedric and friend Dumbledore. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Item 58, Peach Blossoms Everywhere. Disciple Cedric independently created his own magic stone and passed on his alchemical deduction talent. Completing this wish list will earn you 10 legendary points. This alchemical deduction. It is Cedric's largest knowledge category. Gained. To trigger this skill, you must have very solid knowledge of alchemy. If Cedric didn't have extensive knowledge, it is estimated that you will have to study with Nicholm for at least 10 years before you can fully understand it. Now he records it first, and then slowly works it out. The advantage is that he can already use alchemy to deduce this function. Turn on the alchemical deduction function. Within completed categories, Cedric already has 3 results. They are 1. Research on the magic power storage of alchemical items, consuming 40,000 experience points. Research effect, alchemy items can store up to 20 points of magic power and cannot have any special effects attached to them. 2. Research on alchemy item storage spell, consuming 80,000 experience points. Research effect, alchemy items can store up to 3 magic spells, which will be automatically activated once activated, at least 10 seconds between each activation is required. 3. Alchemical items manually trigger enchantment research, consuming 30,000 experience points. Research effect, the magic spells stored in alchemy items are changed from automatic triggering to manual button triggering, and the fastest speed of unoperable magic spells is the fastest. The total adds up to 150,000 experience points. These experience points used up all the experience points Cedric earned while studying there. But the harvest is also great. After this process of research and reasoning is completed, all the details will be injected into his mind. Cedric will do it in detail. Completely understand the entire deduction process and understand every error and correctness in the deduction. 1 item per reasoned out. It can make him master alchemy more thoroughly. The system will also provide drawings. As long as you put in the corresponding requirements according to the drawings, the system can automatically manufacture it for you once. That is to say, if Cedric has already derived the Philosopher's Stone, then the system can really create a cherished Philosopher's Stone for him at once. Even the perfect elixir would work. Cedric never let the game stop. Even now, there are 2 more projects in development here. Deduction Project, Philosopher's Stone. Deduction Method, Automatic Deduction. Deduction Direction, How to make a magic stone. Currently the deduction progress is 1%. Estimated completion time, 1,200 months. Experience value invested, 0 points. Deduction Project, Research on the Alchemy Item Storage Curse, 2nd time. Deduction Method, Automatic Deduction. Deduction Direction, Shorten the gap time for the magic spell to be triggered. Currently the deduction progress is 18%. Estimated completion time, 3 months. Experience points invested, 10,000 points. The first long-term mission was purely for fun, but the second one was what Cedric was really studying. But I stopped before after spending 10,000 experience points. Now in order to better deal with Voldemort, complete the task of separating souls, saving Quirrel, and even better help himself make money, he can complete the Weasley twins as soon as possible. Character template. Cedric already has several things to deduce in his mind. To take out Voldemort. He endured the pain this time and began to consume a large amount of experience points and legendary points, and began to operate the alchemy deduction panel. Let's open the grid first. Cedric cancelled the progress of researching the Philosopher's Stone, but still felt that only 2 simultaneous deductions were too small. Legendary value -1. The list of alchemical deductions has been increased to 3, the upper limit has been reached. Is 3 the upper limit? Cedric added the ones he wanted to study one by one to test the difficulty. According to the rules he tried out, the length of a study represents the difficulty of the study. Use experience points. 10,000 experience points can shorten the research time by 1 month. Also, if Cedric's alchemy ability increases, it can also shorten the time of all future research, especially the latter. Using low difficulty research to improve the level of alchemy is currently the best choice. The first thing is to continue to improve our strength. Cedric was the first to think of it. It is to strengthen the defense of the left alchemy glove again. New deduction project. Project name, research on the magic power increase of alchemical items. Estimated time, 12 months. Next is the research on the second alchemical creation. Cedric hopes to create an alchemical creation that can additionally enhance the power of his spell. New deduction project. Project name, research on wizard's magic power increase and alchemical creation. Estimated time, 120 months. Secondly, there is the need to complete the task. New deduction project. Project name, soul extraction alchemy creation. Estimated time, 240 months. New deduction project. Project name, soul healing alchemy creation. Estimated time, 120 months. Cedric hesitated. This is not a lot of consumption. If you want to complete it immediately, it will take 360 months. That's 360,000 experience points in 36 months. The key is that this is very targeted. If Voldemort cannot be subdued, then the lost experience points will be wasted. And, in order to defeat Voldemort, he would definitely need other research and development methods. This is another huge expense. Even if I take all 3 periods of the Defense Against Dark Arts class a week, I will only get less than 10,000 experience points a week. At most more than 30,000 per month. You may not be able to get enough until the end of the semester, but the danger can happen at any time. Maybe when Professor Quirrel made an appointment with him to go to the Little Forbidden Forest. If you were an ordinary person, you might simply give up this option. Cedric is different. If you encounter difficulties, just solve them. If the experience points are not enough, then just find a way to earn experience points. Don't forget that he also has Teacher Raghorn. Exchange money for experience points. I felt distressed before. Now it seems that this plugin is not really too big. Is this equivalent to an NPC that becomes stronger by recharging? Cedric took stock of his income, and the biggest purchase was his Squib Therapy book. Each copy sells for 50 gold galleons. The 300 copies produced for the first time have all been sold, after deducting the cost of 5 gold galleons, the tax of 5 gold galleons, and the 10 gold galleons allocated to Professor Flitwick. He earned 30 gold galleons per copy. This is 900 gold galleons, but 500 was given to Mr. Slughorn before, and 300 research funds were given to Gemini, plus system rewards. There are also the second batch of books produced in the later period. Currently, he still has more than 700 gold galleons in his hand. Potions rewarded by the system. If they were all sold, they could be exchanged for thousands of gold galleons. After all, there were many endangered medicinal materials in them. Cedric didn't want to sell the potion. Squib books are not selling much now. After all, there is an upper limit on the overall number of dumb guns. It is estimated that the second batch of 200 copies can be sold for more than 10 years. It's not enough to rely on these. We still have to think of new income-generating projects. Cedric thought for a moment. Weasley's Magic Wheezes shop is something you can look forward to, but it will take time to buy a shop, decorate it, or manufacture goods. He wants one now, something that can be developed immediately and sold later. It's not like turning rocks into gold. Nicholas Flamel told Cedric that the essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange, and stones cannot really turn into gold. The magic power consumed. It just allows the stone to have all the properties of gold for a certain period of time. After the magic power is exhausted, a stone is still a stone after all. What's more, if this metal is used in any kind of machinery, and the gold suddenly turns into stone after expiration, what kind of disaster may occur? Cedric doesn't want to make money by deceiving people. I don't even want to create something that might hurt others. Is there any other miserable group in the wizarding world? It would be best if you can help others by making money. Cedric thought quickly. Wolfsbane potion? There are many wizards who suffer from the werewolf curse, and they are basically far away from the community of wizards. To return to normal life, Wolfsbane potion is their necessity, and it is a consumable. Unlike books, which can even be bought by several people together, this medicine must be taken every month. More importantly, Professor Snape taught him this potion. This business can be done. Cedric thought about it. There are 3 relatively expensive potions in the Wolfsbane potion, plus other miscellaneous ones. The cost should be around 10 gold galleons. Sell it yourself for 20 gold galleons. That is equivalent to a price of 880 yuan, which is definitely not excessive. As long as a wizard with a stable job can afford this price. In order to create more future consumers, Cedric can also let them use the loan to buy 2 bottles first to help them find jobs first. 0139034425 Philo 1811303350. Even if there are only 100 werewolf wizards, then the profit is 1,000 gold galleons every month, which can be earned by earning 100,000 experience points from Mr. Slughorn. This business can be done. I already know how to prepare the potion. Now I just need to develop a load that can extend the shelf life of the potion. An oval-shaped object quickly appeared in Cedric's mind. New deduction project. Project name, Wolfsbane Potion Delayed Preservation Capsule. Estimated time, 24 months. This is it. Cedric does things neatly and neatly. Since he wanted to do it, he had to do what was most profitable. He directly consumed 240,000 experience points to complete this deduction project. Project research completed. Wolfsbane Potion Capsule. It looks like a capsule and can contain 1 serving of Wolfsbane Potion. It can be swallowed directly with water. The shelf life can be up to 2 years. A large amount of alchemical knowledge was instantly thrown into my mind. Cedric immediately understood that all the materials and steps needed to make Wenzhongjiao Garden were needed. Look at previous projects again. Depending on the design content, each project is shortened by 1 to 3 months. That's it. Cedric checked again. Then the longest time, the soul was removed from the alchemy creation project, and was linked to the research on the project together with the research on the alchemy item storage spell. The second time. The last spot. It is reserved for other research in the future. That afternoon, Cedric borrowed Snape's office and prepared a pot of fresh Wolfsbane potion. After using the drawings to make the first batch of 30 capsules and filling them with medicine, he began to write letters. Continue to ask Mr. Slughorn to find the media to help him publicize and promote his new research. Cedric did the math. 30 capsules are enough to earn 600 gold galleons. The idea is to gain experience and make the other party pay more attention. So Cedric bought 500 gold galleons worth of herbs from Professor Sprout, who taught herbology, and sent them with the envelope. Cedric's owl is a white owl. It belongs to the family eagle owl, and is a type of large owl. The original species is strong, and it has been enhanced with magic to fly extremely fast. After an hour, it found Slughorn. Haha, Cedric's owl is here again. Slughorn quickly recognized Cedric's owl. He almost jumped up from his stool, picked up the letter and package, and put the owl on the shelf. There is also a prepared platter of dried fruits and water to replenish its energy. That's it for Slughorn. The more famous a disciple is, the more clearly he will remember everything about him. A year after Cedric disappeared, he almost returned to the unknown period before. Every time the glorious image of going to the Ministry of Magic rang out, the corners of his mouth would curl up while he was dreaming. So this time Cedric shows up again. Slughorn's response was also very positive, including the fact that he was very attentive when looking for a store last time, and he personally came to visit them all. This time I received the package. As soon as he opened it, he found that there were valuable herbs inside, and he smiled even more happily. Now there are expenses for next year. Smart, motivated, and most importantly, very sensible. What a good apprentice, a good apprentice. Slughorn carefully collected the herbs before opening the envelope. As soon as it was opened, a small elliptical cylinder rolled out. He looked at the red and white cylinder, but found that it was not an object he recognized at all. Have you researched something new again? Slughorn took the item in his hands and began to look at the envelope. I read only a few lines. He stood up immediately. Oh my god. Slughorn rubbed his eyes, made sure he saw it correctly, and then fell back on the stool heavily. I've seen a lot of geniuses, but Cedric is like this. Not even Dumbledore back then can compare to him. Transfiguration, squib healing. These 2 items are enough for an ordinary wizard to study for a lifetime. Now we have figured out alchemy to solve a big problem in the magic world. Slughorn looked down at the word again. Capsule? The key is that the shelf life can be as long as 2 years, and it can be carried anywhere. The werewolf wizards will probably be crazy about it. In the past, Wolfsbane potion could only be prepared by potion masters, and it had to be drunk shortly after being prepared. The shelf life is 1 month at most. Put yourself in their shoes. You are a werewolf wizard who cannot find a job because of your werewolf transformation. Even if you are lucky enough. From childhood, Fa Xiao happens to be a potion master. Even if he is willing to make potions for you regularly every month, where will you earn the cost of your potion materials? This is different. 30 gold galleons is not cheap though. But with this thing, there will always be more people willing to hire werewolf wizards. After all, there are still good-hearted people. After you find a job, your life will completely get better. Not to mention, Cedric is also planning to implement a free loan business, which will definitely make the werewolf wizards grateful. Slughorn seemed to have seen it. Money, fame, and wealth, open your little hands and wave at him. However, this will not bring out the greatest effect. Slughorn, who is proficient in the gameplay of upper-class nobles, used his keen intuition to immediately think of a better way. That is to set up a charity fund. At St. Mungo's, there are people donating money all year round, and there are also people setting up this fund. More importantly, this method does not require them to pay so much upfront cost. They only need to give away 5 capsules every month to take the lead, and then raise external funds. 0. Just sell a batch at a discounted price. It is enough to declare the cost to the outside world as 15 gold galleons. There is still some profit from these, and more can be spent from the fund. In this way, you will do a good deed and earn more fame. And there is. Cedric also asked him to help him start buying medicinal materials. Instead of buying them from outside in the future, it would be better to grow them himself. Just ask those werewolf wizards to plant it. Not only can it reduce costs, we can also build a werewolf wizard work demonstration base. Those who don't have money don't have to give it away directly. They can come and work in exchange for medicine. I'm such a genius. Slughorn smirked. A steady stream of ideas popped out of his head. He quickly wrote down all the plans and wrote a reply to Cedric that night. Cedric agreed to the idea of growing herbs, but he refused to participate in the fund's operations. The water in this matter was too deep, and he didn't want to go too deep into it. But it's better to handle this matter by yourself. He hinted that Slughorn could chair the fund and promised to provide the fund's first financial contribution. Slughorn received a reply and took action that night. He visited several journalist friends in succession to ensure that the news would be seen by all wizards the next day. Early the next morning, Daily Prophet, something about magic potions, Witches Weekly, and even the Quibbler all published this story. No doubt, Cedric is famous again. There was another layer of halo superimposed on him. This morning, Cedric experienced another bombardment of letters. Not many werewolf wizards wrote to me, because not many of them can see the Daily Prophet on time. On the contrary, there are caring people from all walks of life. As well as the fans accumulated from the last Squib incident, they immediately sent praises and condolences after seeing the news. I had an experience. The scene around Cedric was lively but not panicked. Watching the Hufflepuffs and even the Slytherins organizing the packages in an orderly manner, distributing the pastries, and helping Cedric reply to letters. The trio's worldview has been refreshed again. Compared to Cedric's calmness and orderliness, the chaotic scene where they were so busy appeared before the three of them again, especially Harry. He looked at Cedric, who calmly took out the magic quill and started to reply to the reader, and he mocked in despair. Cedric is the real big shot. Harry's mood right now was simply indescribable. No matter how good Cedric was before, there was always one point in his heart that supported him, that is, his reputation in the magic world was greater than his own. Now, this last bit of self-confidence has been destroyed. Completely defeated. Harry was not a sore loser, but looking at this situation, he still felt a little uncomfortable. He lost his reputation, and his elegance reduced him to nothing in seconds. You can't even see the tail lights? Busy Cedric didn't notice the frustrated Harry. At the same time as this letter, he was very surprised when he heard the system prompts and found that he had received templates for 3 plot characters at the same time. 2 of them are girls. 3 beeps sounded in Cedric's ears one after another. Ding, moved Luna Lovegood successfully. You get bonus talent points +1, Luna Lovegood character template card. Template card, Luna Lovegood. Talent, Super Perception, newly added talent, initially a level, 3rd-rate Master Wizard, Magic +5 points, upper limit 80 points. Super Perception Talent Description. This skill allows you to have extraordinary perception and insight, and be more sensitive to fluctuations in magic power. Life Wish List. Item 1. Promote naysayer newspapers and periodicals. Promote to at least 100 people. By completing this wish list, you can upgrade your Super Perception talent to S level. The second item, take her to explore or tell her more mysteries of the magical world, botany, zoology, secret treasures, anecdotes, etc. Currently complete 0%. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Item 3. Silently accompany her to do meaningful things. No need to say much, just accompany me silently. Complete this wish list to receive rewards such as experience points, gold galleons, and medicinal herbs. She is indeed a charming girl. Cedric couldn't help but sigh. Even the life wish list of the character template is different from others. Of course, it is very unique to be able to determine life wishes at such a young age. Anyway, it's so different. In the original work, this is a girl who relies on her unique charm and is still as popular as Hermione even if she appears very late. She is very unique. If you like her, then you will definitely not like her in an ordinary way, but like her very much. Cedric is looking forward to meeting her. The fact that her character panel can be activated is probably related to Mr. Slughorn's request to publish his own news. Sure enough, she really liked the newspaper founded by her father. Ding, 747 moved Remus John Lupin to succeed. You get bonus talent points +1, Remus John Lupin character template card. Template card, Remus John Lupin. Talent, second-rate Master Wizard, Magic +5 points, upper limit 85 points. Black Magic Defense Proficiency, White Wizard Camp Value +1, Black Wizard Camp Value +1. Life Wish List. The first item, completely get rid of the werewolf curse. After completing this wish list, your magic power will increase from +5 to +10 points, with a maximum of 85 points. Item 2, own a home. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Item 3. Take good care of Harry. By completing this wish list, you can upgrade your Dark Magic Defense Mastery, White Wizard Alignment Value +2, Black Wizard Alignment Value +2. Professor Lupin is the most peaceful and kind-hearted among the four. Cedric had mixed feelings about him. The first is compassion. In Greek, Lupin means bitter. The name predicts that Lupin will be grey and bitter throughout his life. He is the kindest person in the group of predators. He is a rare wizard among werewolves, possessing qualities such as integrity, kindness, and love. Among the defense against the dark arts professors Harry had ever encountered, Professor Howe was a rare person who was capable, yet also humble and had a sense of humor. See his character template. Cedric once again thought of the love Dumbledore talked about. After learning the Symphony spell, he has a more personal experience of the invisible and intangible emotional power. Lupin's life experience. It seems to better support this. He was infected by a werewolf at the age of 10. As a person who was forced to accept the white eyes and loneliness, he did not become a cynical misanthrope in the end. The friendship the Marauders gave him was extremely important. There is such a record in the original work that Lupin was very violent when he first transformed into a werewolf, but with the company of friends. Gradually, after transforming into a werewolf, Lupin was able to remain peaceful while transforming into a werewolf. Even let Lupin have it. Humility, bravery, and a sense of humor that are rarely found among werewolves. Maybe, the werewolf curse is also an emotion? Or if I can collect love to completely cancel the werewolf curse. Or pull away. Emotions are not completely unextractable. Think of the Philosopher's Stone. It extracts all the emotions of teacher Nicholm and his wife and turns them into one of the main materials for making the elixir of life. Detach from your emotions. It is even one of the necessary conditions for the creation of magic stones. Cedric immediately tried to start the deduction. New deduction project. Project name, the extraction of love emotions and alchemical creation. Estimated time, 1,200 months. Good guy, why don't you just start with 100 years? This is on par with the deduction of the Philosopher's Stone. Could it be that the key technology for making the Philosopher's Stone is emotional detachment? Cedric took a breath, and then tried another plan. New deduction project. Project name, Werewolf Curse Extracts Alchemical Creations. Estimated time, 2,400 months. Hiss. It seems that it really is possible. In this way, Cedric became more motivated to research. After trying several times in a row, he finally found the least time-consuming deduction. New deduction project. Project name, Love Emotion Collection Alchemy Creation. Estimated time, 24 months. 2 years is already the lowest time among all deductions. But Cedric has no experience points. I spent 240,000 in one go before, but I only had more than 10,000 left in my hand. I gave Slughorn 500 gold galleons in exchange for 50,000 experience points. Now he only has 60,000 experience points. Faced with the dilemma of having no experience points available, Cedric looked through character templates for a long time. Finally, I saw hope in Slughorn. By the way, I can also settle my reputation. Settlement function. Cedric only used it once, the morning he last received the Order of Merlin. Not only has his fame been fermenting for a year now, he even achieved new breakthroughs. Settlement now. The first item, uncover the bright stars of the future, please become a future star that satisfies him. Stage rewards. The more famous you are, the more experience points and talent points you can get. Settlement in progress. Based on your current fame, you will receive 190,000 experience points and 12 talent points. That's enough now. Cedric immediately completed the deduction. Project research completed. Alchemy creation of love emotion collection. The appearance is a gold ring inlaid with rubies, which can absorb and accommodate your love emotions, and will also respond to love emotions. The degree of contraction determines the strength and the ring turns to point to the target. Gold and gems are common alchemical materials. In addition to the space given by the system, Cedric used the seamless extension charm to expand 2 cubic pockets in his clothes. Those life-saving first aid potions and items are placed in the space. As for those less important potion materials and alchemy materials, they are all piled in the pocket of the traceless extension spell. There was a moment of fumbling around. Send all the materials into the system and immediately create a love collection ring. Put it on your finger. Unexpectedly, there was an immediate reaction. It continues to shrink slowly, and even keeps rotating, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, seemingly unable to lock on a certain target. Cedric thought the ring was broken at first, but when I thought that this was a creation of the system, I immediately reacted. By the way, there must be too many targets. Not that Cedric is boasting. When he started teaching homework in the 1st grade, many people wanted to get close to him. Now we are in the auditorium again. In order to test the ring, Cedric immediately signaled his friends to move his gifts and letters back to the dormitory. After leaving the auditorium, Cedric put on the ring again, and this time it was much more normal. Occasionally I pass by 1 or 2 classmates. The rings are also slightly shrinking, which should mean that the other party has a vague affection for me. While Cedric walked, open the system and start viewing the last character template. Ding, Qiu Zhang was moved by his success. You get bonus talent points +1 and the first character template card. Qiu *Zhang? Isn't it Zhang Qiu? As soon as Cedric reacted, he suddenly felt the ring in his hand tighten suddenly. Look in the direction of rotation. An extremely beautiful girl with long black hair was looking at him from the front. She is Chu Jong? Just look at her. Cedric understands why so many people complain about the casting of Cho Chang and Ginny. Wei Er is described as a school belle level beauty. The appearance is definitely far better than the actors in the movie. When Chu Jong saw Cedric like this, she became obviously panicked. She brushed her long black hair from her ears and walked towards Cedric with her scent. The ring in her hand shrinks tighter, and rotates with the movement of her lips. This made Cedric even more convinced that he had seen the right person. Actually, look carefully. You can also find that Chu's hands posted beside her have long been clenched into fists nervously. Quite shy, have to say. Cedric, who has Chinese values, still likes this kind of shy, long, straight, and dark man. Hey, just when the two of them were about to pass each other, Chu Jong suddenly called out to him. Are you free later? I have some questions for you. Although I dared to speak. But after the words were spoken, Chu Zhang's voice became smaller, and finally even reached the point where it was almost inaudible. The friends around Cedric all laughed. This isn't the first time I've seen this kind of scene. But I have never seen anyone agree to a date alone with Cedric. Of course, I'll meet you in Ravenclaw's lounge around 1 o'clock. Cedric spoke. Suddenly there was a scream around. They watched as Chu Jong kept screaming with excitement and slapping Cedric's shoulders hard. This is Cedric's first date? See you later. Chu Jong trotted away amid roars of laughter. Cedric raised his hand, and 1/3 of the ruby on the ring was already glowing pink. A lot of energy has obviously been collected. He started the alchemy deduction system again, and after some operations, he got good news and bad news. The good news is, the alchemy that drives love energy can be researched, including shields, spell enhancements, and automatic protection. The bad news, either way takes 1,200 months. Cedric changed his mind again. New deduction project. Project name, Love Emotion Absorbs Alchemical Creation. Estimated time, 1,200 months. Does this also take 100 years? Cedric immediately realized that it was unrealistic to create new alchemical creations with such functions out of thin air. And 100 years doesn't seem to be the exact time. It should just be the limit of this deduction ability. Perhaps, all the ones that exceed the difficulty will show 100 tales. Not all problems can be solved in 100 years. So, how to use the emotion of love. Recall the original plot. Apart from Lupin, who just came to mind, the most classic one is Harry. Precisely. It was Harry's mother Lily's love for him that turned into an ancient magic, which saved Harry from Avada's Kedavra. Not only that, he also left a fragment of Voldemort's soul in Harry's body forever, making Harry one of his Horcruxes. So, the emotional energy of love is directional? Cedric has a new idea. He clicked on the previous research results again and began to conduct a second deduction. New deduction project. Project name, Love Emotion Collection Alchemy Creations Personal Love Emotion Absorption. Estimated time, 1 month. Sure enough, as long as you limit the use of this targeted love emotion to yourself, the difficulty will suddenly drop. It's hard to use casually, but for my love, it is easy for me to absorb it. Cedric spent his last 10,000 experience points, and soon, a new system prompt appeared. Project research completed. The love emotion collected from the alchemical creation is absorbed by the personal love emotion. The appearance is a gold ring inlaid with rubies. It can absorb and contain the love emotions directed at you, and will also respond to the love emotions. The degree of contraction determines the strength and the direction of the ring to point to the target. After the love is absorbed to the full level, it will be directly directed to the target. The emotion of love poured into Cedric's body and took effect. Why is the description so unclear? Cedric frowned. However, with his adventurous spirit, he immediately sent the ring to the system for processing. After coming out again, a circle of scale has appeared on it. Just wait for now, you'll know when you're full. Cedric first took him and his friends back to Hufflepuff's lounge. After placing the gifts, he opened Chu Zhang's character template. Template card Autumn Asterisk. Talent, third-rate Master Wizard, Magic Power 0.0 plus 5 points, Upper Limit 80 points. Natural Beauty, Charm plus 1. Charm Explanation, increases attraction to all beings and fully supports emotions such as friendship, admiration, and love. Life Wish List. Item 1, Graduation Successfully. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. By completing this wish list, you can upgrade your super perception talent to S level. Item 2, Sweet Love. Completing this wish list can enhance the effect of natural beauty and increase charm by 3. The third item, Loyalty. The one who is loved is always happy. During the period when she confirms that you are her lover, she will always increase your magic power limit by 10 points. Where is the girl who must be treated with caution? In the magical world of Eagle Country, a girl with such qualities is a rare find in a century. The time comes at 1 o'clock. Cedric arrived at the Ravenclaw lounge on time. His arrival. The entire Ravenclaw lounge was filled with whispers. 2 people sit across from each other. It was so quiet that you could hear each other's even breathing. Cedric took Chu Zhang's homework and looked at it, sometimes frowning slightly, sometimes curling the corner of his mouth and letting out a smile. Chu Zhang stared at him silently. The sun just fell on Cedric's body, and he shone brightly. It didn't take long. Cedric suddenly lowered his head, raised his hand and turned the ring on his hand. He can feel it. The ring was once again filled with energy and was injecting energy into his body 3 times. Cedric frowned. It's the 3rd time, and he hasn't felt any specific changes yet. Does this love emotion have to be attacked to be useful? Just when he thought so, suddenly, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps all around. What's going on? Cedric looked around. At first he thought they were coming to join in the fun, but it soon became clear something was wrong. These girls looked at him blankly, moving their feet a little bit, their mouths slightly open as if they couldn't speak. The boys of Ravenclaw all stood there dumbfounded. They couldn't understand. Why are all the girls around me suddenly going crazy? Moreover, when did the Ravenclaw girls, who have always been smart, show such crazy expressions? It feels wrong. Cedric looked at Chu Jong opposite him and found that she had the same expression. Not good. This ring turns me into a Vila. Cedric finally thought of something and took off the ring in his hand. Then he knocked on the table hard, and the loud sound was heard, and many people came to their senses. The crowd that had vaguely surrounded Cedric dispersed. Excuse me. Chu Jong, who was on the opposite side, stood up the beginner's transfiguration guide in his hand to cover his flushed face. She was extremely shy. I didn't expect that I would actually do the rude act of staring at others without moving. This is so embarrassing. Cedric would probably be disgusted. After all, he behaved like a brainless idiot. Chu Zhang's heart felt like a mess. The more she tried to guess what Cedric was thinking, the more anxious she became, and she even planned to end today's meeting early. Sorry, I was so rude. Seeing that Chu Jong seemed to be getting up, Cedric quickly said, actually, it's not bad. After all, it was a problem caused by my own experiments. If you make the other person feel guilty, it will make you feel a little embarrassed. Again, Cedric doesn't think there's anything wrong with the cute Chu Jong. What? Chu Zhang's expression became condensed. The homework you showed me. Cedric shook the parchment in his hand. The writing is very good overall, it's really good. This was not said against my will. Chu Jong himself is a smart Ravenclaw. Although he said he was asking for advice on this assignment, he was actually quite satisfied with it. Cedric didn't see anything wrong. At most, they are some innocuous little details. Even if they are used directly to grade the professor, 25 will be at least an E, exceeds expectations, and maybe even an O, outstanding. Do your homework. Chu Zhang's face regained consciousness after learning the beginner's guide to transformation, and he felt a little secret joy at being praised. Of course, let me explain it to you in detail. Cedric stood up and sat down across from him, and the two began to discuss Zuia. Because of Cedric's approach, Chu Zhang's face began to heat up again. She looked up at the fireplace and secretly lit the fire. Otherwise, why would the room be so hot? But when Cedric started to explain, the atmosphere quickly changed. Cedric's explanation method is very flexible. If there is something Chu Jong does not understand, he will immediately change his method. There will also be some unofficial anecdotes mixed in. This makes the whole learning process fun. Soon, Chu Zhang's tense nerves finally calmed down, and he began to pick up his quill pen and revise his homework. Cedric half leaned against the table and watched her quietly. Occasionally, he would whisper a reminder when he found something he had omitted. 2 hours later, Chu Jong was very excited to find that the homework that he originally needed to do for an afternoon was actually completed in 2 hours. This is so great. Chu Jong likes this feeling of being immersed in the ocean of knowledge very much. Come back. She whispered softly, I don't know how to thank you. Although I like to acquire knowledge very much, this is the first time I am as happy as I am today. The two smiled at each other. There was a tacit understanding in my heart, but I didn't say much. This is what it should be. Cedric and Chu Jong agreed on the date of their next meeting. This time we got along pretty well. Occasionally recalling lower grade knowledge can also help him deepen his understanding of knowledge. He was going to make contact slowly again. Right now, the chatter in the lounge reached his ears. Have you heard? Someone at Gryffindor Academy broke his wrist during the flying lesson this afternoon. Really? That's really careless. Why do I feel so weird when I hear it's from their academy? Cedric immediately remembered. Tonight, Harry is about to experience his first lesson in life. This is not to be missed. I wonder how much experience points I can get by persuading the savior? Thinking of the experience points reward, he couldn't wait to get to the evening soon. After separating from Chu Jong, after dinner, Cedric went directly to Filch's office. See him and ask. Filch said frankly, in fact, Malfoy has come to me to complain, saying that someone wanders around the castle at night. He is different now. After 3 consecutive years of corrections, he was loved by many young wizards and was no longer the tyrannical administrator. After being able to cast a basic spell, his mentality truly became peaceful. Even the shackles on the cantilever were thrown away. There are snacks in the cabinet. If a child who has been punished for breaking school rules is hungry, he can eat something and drink some hot tea. Now I can discuss violating school rules rationally. It should be Harry Potter. Cedric said, it seems that he was tricked by the other party. Slytherin. Filch shook his head and sighed. Although his mind has calmed down, there are still students who give him headaches. There are many smart ones among them, but they always look cold and have no less bad ideas than those from Gryffindor House. Give it to me. Cedric took over the job. Let me teach Harry a lesson tonight. Then leave it to you. Filch directly handed him the key to the office. He himself put on a cloak, and even sprayed some perfume on himself and Mrs. Norris. It looks like we are going to have a wonderful night. 11 o'clock at night. Cedric cast a disguise spell on himself and arrived outside the prize display room on the 3rd floor in advance. It didn't take long. There was the sound of rustling walking at the other end of the corridor, and the door of the trophy display room opened and closed. It's time? Cedric cast a spell to make Filch's oil lamp float beside him, and then walked quickly towards the prize display room. Come to the door. He deliberately shouted loudly through the door. Who's there? I am Cedric, patrolling for Mr. Filch tonight. Are you Weasley? Even if you are a friend, you will be locked up and deducted points if I catch you. Come out on your own, I can deduct less points. Under his bluff, rapid footsteps soon came from inside. Go this way. Harry has a big mouth, so everyone around him can clearly see the shape of his mouth. The others were all frightened. He could only follow the leader Harry in a daze and run wildly. Cedric stepped hard on his footsteps and drove them towards the 4th floor. Sudden. The frightened Neville couldn't help but let out a scream. In a panic, he hugged Ronald and fell onto the armor together. Suddenly, there was a bang and a crash. Hearing a sound that was enough to wake up the entire castle, Cedric felt relieved. It seems that changing people will not produce any changes in the plot. Run. Harry didn't care about hiding anymore. He started running at full speed along the corridor with his wife. Cedric followed slowly behind. 10 minutes later, Harry and others successfully passed through the magic classroom and came to an unfamiliar corridor. Probably, we got rid of him. Harry felt a sense of fear. He would rather be caught by Filch than Cedric. The others were not much better. Hermione, it's over. If Cedric catches me here, he will definitely think that I am a bad girl. Ronald, I'm just done. Cedric knows almost all my family and keeps in touch with my mother. I can almost hear his name when I hear it. Just think about it. Ronald couldn't help but shiver, and then he broke into a cold sweat all over his body. Neville, Senior Cedric is a good man. He saved my life and praised me for my good knowledge of herbal medicine. I feel so sorry for him. His mouth tightened and he almost cried. Cedric in the distance received the system prompt simultaneously. With both kindness and power, you successfully made 3 students regret for their violation of school rules, and you were rewarded with 1,000 experience points. The reward is so small. Are those 3 classmates? It seems that Harry hasn't realized his mistake yet. How can this work? Cedric quickened his pace slightly. The other side. Harry listened to the wailing of the 3 people around him and couldn't help but lower his voice and yelled. Shut up, everyone. He gasped and gasped. It's useless to talk so much. Let's get out of here quickly. Harry looked before and after. At both ends of the dark corridor, it seemed as if 10 or 8 Cedrics would pop out at any moment. This is simply too scary. The 4 of them were about to move when they saw the classroom door in front of them being opened. Peeves came out with a broad face, a big mouth, a tie, and a hat, and his toes sticking out from the seams of his shoes. Ha ha. When Peeves saw them, he screamed happily, look what I saw. Please do not. Ronald clasped his hands together. Please, don't shout out. We will be expelled. This is not okay. Peeves chuckled and smirked around the group. The new Gryffindor is wandering around the castle in the middle of the night. Tisk tisk. I should report you. Peeves said nonsense seriously. I'm doing this for your own good, you know. No. Ronald was scared and anxious. He drew his wand and struck Peeves hard. Peeves shouted hysterically, come on, someone, there are students in the corridor. Run. Harry couldn't remember how many times he shouted this today. They bent down to avoid the paper balls thrown by Peeves, and this time they ran as fast as they could. I really disagreed and got out of Peeves' sight. At this moment, they have already run away. At the end of the corridor, a door hit hard. Hurrah! Harry went to turn the doorknob, but the door was locked. It's completely over. Ronald whimpered. His legs weakened and he slid along the wall toward the ground. Come on, I can't let Cedric catch me. Hermione's little universe exploded. She roughly dodged Harry's wand and knocked on the door lock, opened the ilaho hole. With a click, the door lock opened. The 4 people immediately swarmed in. They put their ears against the door, held their breath and listened carefully to what was going on outside. Peeves. Cedric's magnetic voice came. Did you see the person who escaped just now? Cedric. Peeves' voice was a little more cautious. He is still a little in awe of the strong. Cedric's Merlin order is not something that ordinary people have, but at this moment, it is too playful and decides to play with him. Ask someone a question and say please. Cedric smiled. Does Peeves still want to take advantage of him? However, I have always been civilized and courteous, so I can still say this to someone asking for help. Okay, Peeves, please tell me where the escaped students are. Haha. Peeves proudly turned around on the spot. There is another explanation for the fear of the strong, which is to deceive the good and fear the evil. I changed my mind. Cedric said please, successfully making him misunderstand his status. Peeves decided to dominate Cedric. It clasped its hands in front of it, raised its chin high, and hummed, you have to tell me, please, great Lord Peeves. Okay. Cedric took out his wand directly, Langlock. The dazzling light hit Peeves instantly. The curse caused Peeves' tongue to stick to the roof of his mouth. The discomfort in his mouth made him cover his mouth with both hands. Where did they go, Peeves? Cedric asked again. This time Peeves got scared and pointed to his mouth to indicate that the spell would be broken. You still don't want to say anything. Cedric frowned and raised his wand again. Move Peeves locomotor Peeves. This was originally a moving object spell. However, he increased his magic power and caught Peeves, and then banged him against the wall and floor several times. Peeves didn't stop until he whimpered for mercy. All right. This time Cedric broke the spell. Tell me now. Over there, over there. Peeves looked sad. Teach Peeves a lesson and reward 5,000 experience points. Is it actually worth so much experience points? It seems that it is a very naughty existence in the calculation of the system. Cedric's eyes lit up. He said in a deep voice, "Thank you for informing me. You can leave now." Peeves turned and walked away. Cedric shook his head directly behind him. How rude. Move Peeves locomotor Peeves. Boom 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 boom. Until Peeves almost burst into tears. Cedric stopped lecturing him and corrected him seriously. Why are you so rude? I said please when I asked you, and after you told me the news, I also said thank you. FFLX. Cedric guided it and said, what should you say when I let you go? Peeves trembled all over. Sure enough, strong men are terrifying, and this Cedric is even more ruthless than Bloody Baron. Under Cedric's gaze, Peeves racked his brains and finally came up with the answer. Say, thank you. Teach Peeves to be civilized and polite, and will be rewarded with 5,000 experience points. You're welcome. Satisfied, Cedric waved his hand, indicating that it could leave. Be sure to remember to say thank you next time, understand? Understood, great Mr. Cedric? Thank you. Peeves responded with a most flattering voice, and then disappeared with a whoosh. The lesson this time was really unforgettable. From then on, whenever it sees Cedric in advance, it will definitely take a detour. It makes Cedric feel quite regretful. 2 clicks will give you 10,000 experience points. Inside the door, Harry's quartet huddled together. SS Cedric, are you so strict? Because of fear, they even hallucinated. They felt like there was a hole at the top of their heads, and the cold wind kept pouring in, chilling them from head to toe. His body was so stiff that he couldn't move at all. Cedric turned his gaze to the end of the corridor. This time, I wonder what kind of beast Hagrid has changed inside. In the room, as Cedric's footsteps got closer and closer, Harry and the 4 of them held their breath and concentrated. At this tense moment, Harry noticed heavy breathing coming from behind him. Stop it, Neville, catch your breath. Harry gave a low growl. As a result, Neville's voice came from his feet. I don't dare to breathe. The 4 of them looked at each other in surprise for a second. Then they all turned around and focused on the huge monster with a dark red body, an armor on the back of its neck, horns on its head, and more than 10 beards hanging down from its mouth. It is nearly 3 meters tall. The body is like a giant hippopotamus, with a long tail and elephant-like hooves. At this moment, it was yawning, leaning down, and breathing heavily in front of several people. After so much that has happened, the appearance of this monster completely shattered the minds of several people. The 4 of them knew it very well. The reason why they are not dead yet is because the monster has just been awakened from sleep. It hasn't slowed down yet? Harry unscrewed the door without hesitation. Between Cedric and death, the latter was definitely more amiable. Then, Cedric saw it. At the corridor, Harry and the 4 of them ran towards him as fast as they could. Harry, Ronald, Hermione, Neville. They stopped in the hallway as Cedric called out their names one by one. The 4 of them were shaking like chaff, and they all hid behind Cedric. They slumped to the ground. You shouted to Cedric with each word. We were wrong, but now is not the time to say that. That, behind the door, is the monster. It's huge, as high as a mountain. We were almost eaten by him just now. It's true, we didn't lie to you. Seeing how scared they were, Cedric no longer wanted to scare them. Instead, he was comforted. Don't be afraid, I'll take a look first. Cedric passed several people and walked towards the end of the corridor. I checked the door lock with an oil lamp. After confirming that the door was locked, he turned to several people and said, have you forgotten what Principal Dumbledore said at the beginning of school? Harry opened his mouth. He remembered. At the beginning, he was chatting with Ronald and asked Dumbledore why he was so crazy. It turns out everything he said was true. So, what kind of monster is that? Cedric asked carefully. The identity of the monster was quickly confirmed, the horned camel. This is a creature that was once on the verge of extinction, but was later bred again after being cultivated by the magical zoologist Newt Scamander. Horned camels are extremely aggressive in nature. After being cultivated, people can occasionally see mountain monsters riding on horned camel beasts in an attempt to tame them. Of course they are not happy from the bottom of their hearts. As a result, the giant monster's body is often covered with scars caused by the horned camel beast. I don't know if this horned camel beast was obtained by Hagrid from his mother, Newt Scamander. That is, the protagonist of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Now he has retired. When Harry was in 3rd grade, he actually came back to Hogwarts, and his name appeared on the Marauders map at that time. Cedric wanted to talk to him. Maybe we can come up with some particularly awesome character templates? Calm down your emotions, Cedric said to several people. Let's go, I'll send you back first. As for the deduction of points, I will discuss it with Professor McGonagall and Mr. Filch. Hear this. All 4 of them shrank their necks. Professor McGonagall is notoriously strict, and for a group of 4 of them, the points deducted now are as much as those of the Weasley twins. My heart feels infinitely uncomfortable. But they were caught on the spot by Cedric, and they had nothing to say. But why is there a monster on the 4th floor? Harry was still a little unwilling. Everything happened for a reason. Everything happens for a reason. Cedric's voice is firm and persistent. You just have to believe. Principal Dumbledore, as well as so many deans and professors, will know the dangers of this monster better than you. Cedric's words were righteous and stern, and the truth was so correct that it was absolutely impeccable. 4 people listened. The emotions of embarrassment and shame made them form a construction team with 40 toes, and they were almost able to dig out a Slytherin underground lounge. Success in making students understand the rules correctly will reward 30,000 experience points. Sure enough, there are many rewards when it comes to the savior. Cedric keeps up the good work. If they make every rule and explain it to everyone in detail, it will be chaos and there will be no way to work. The words paused. Cedric's tone became slightly calmer. Although I don't know the reason either. But since Principal Dumbledore said it at the beginning of school, there must be a reason for him to let this monster stay here. I believe this reason. It is definitely more important than the danger it may bring to the students of Hogwarts. Besides, it would be safer if you didn't come here. Another extremely orthodox attack. Cedric's logic was so rigorous that it was not possible for 4 frightened children to come up with a solution in a short time. Regret gnawed at the 4 people's hearts like ants. Several people had their heads hanging down, and they couldn't even say a single word about the incident for a full minute. Harry stared at his toes. He felt that he had failed everyone's expectations. Ronald's eyes were empty, like a zombie. He had already begun to fantasize about the yelling letter his mother wrote to him, and how he was kicked out of the house alone, wandering around with a suitcase in his hand. Hermione's heart was broken. The image of Cedric shaking his head at her, and the image of Professor McGonagall's eyes full of disappointment, kept switching back and forth in her mind. The little girl was holding the corner and water was flowing out. Neville just whimpered and started crying. Explaining the importance of rules to classmates will reward you with 30,000 experience points. Very good, 60,000 experience points. This is equivalent to 600 gold galleons. For the sake of these rewards, Cedric even decided to give up the opportunity to deduct Gryffindor points. What if I give you a chance? Cedric's words. It was like nectar that spread into the dry and cracked hearts of the 4 people. After all, deducting points is not the ultimate goal. But the premise is that you must realize your mistakes enough. I heard things are about to turn around. Several people nodded and began to list their crimes one after another. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have asked someone for a magic duel. Hermione got angry when Harry mentioned this. I told you so. Hermione said quickly and angrily. Malfoy lied to you. He has no intention of going there to fight you. Do you understand now? Harry had a million reasons he didn't want to admit. But facing the conditions given by Cedric, he could only pinch his nose and accept Hermione's correction. It is my fault. After Harry finished speaking, the other 3 people continued to talk. I was wrong too. Ronald looked at Harry with some embarrassment. I should persuade him instead of coming out with him. I was wrong. Hermione said quickly. I should have stopped them. Then Neville hesitated for a moment. I shouldn't be afraid. I'm waiting at the door for the fat lady to open the door. You are different. Cedric patted Neville comfortingly. You are the most innocent. It's really ill-advised to let you sleep alone at the door of the lounge. I will tell Professor McGonagall about this. I should at least make sure to send you back. Out of 4 people, Neville is indeed the one affected. The child's wrist injury was just healed. When he came back, the fat lady was gone again. She was sleeping on the ground and was passed by 2 ghosts. Anyone who puts it on him will panic. You should know that if you are touched by a ghost, you will feel a basin of ice water pouring down your head. Encountered this twice in the hallways on cold Hogwarts nights. That taste is not pleasant. Then I'm fine. Neville suddenly became excited. That's right. Cedric took out a piece of chocolate, and Neville wiped his tears on his coat and ate it happily. Cedric, you are truly the nicest person I have ever met. Neville was moved. The system popped up immediately. Ding, I moved Neville Longbottom successfully. You get bonus talent points +1, Neville Longbottom character template card. Template card Neville Longbottom. Talent, accumulated, low-level master wizard, magic +5 points, upper limit of 70 points. Talent explanation, accumulation, 1 minute after the battle, your combat effectiveness will be increased by 10%, and 5 minutes after the combat, your combat effectiveness will be increased by 30%. Life wish list. The first item, successfully graduate and become a qualified district teacher. Stage rewards, every time a task reaches O, you can get rewards such as experience points, gold galleons, magic potions, and talent points. Item 2, parents receive thorough treatment. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. And accumulation will lead to improvement. 30 seconds after the battle, your combat effectiveness will be increased by 20%, and 1 minute after the combat, your combat effectiveness will be increased by 50%. Item 3, become good, repair his brain damage in any way. After completing this wish list, your magic power will increase from +5 to +10 points, with a maximum limit of 85 points. That's right. Neville was not born stupid. His grandmother was afraid that his mind would be damaged after witnessing the brutal torture of his parents, so she used forgetfulness on him when he was young. Later, I witnessed the Cruciatus curse again. Even after the Cruciatus curse was cast on him, his spirit seemed to gradually improve. Later he became a professor of herbal medicine. Of course Cedric would not use the Cruciatus curse on Neville. Treat his parents well, or find the master who has forgotten everything and ask for his experience, or study the method of using love and emotion therapy. There are still many solutions. Shut down the system. Cedric continued to say to Harry and others. To tell you the truth, Malfoy did secretly inform you. That's why I came today. But I don't think so either. Harry, it is completely wrong for us to come out. Damn Malfoy. After Harry and the other two cursed a few times in their hearts, they suddenly came to their senses. So, Cedric is actually here to help us? Although Filch is not annoying now, but as a campus administrator, if he catches Harry and others, he will never let them go, because that's his job. But Cedric is here, and he plans to let himself and others go. This is obviously to take care of himself and others. Completely different nature. And you still have to take some risks. Under the moved expressions of the three people, Cedric elaborated on his point of view. I only look at a thing from the three perspectives of law, reason, and emotion. From the perspective of law, rules, You have undoubtedly violated school rules. The three of them bowed their heads sadly. But Cedric didn't talk much about this aspect and quickly continued. Theoretically speaking, I openly asked you for a duel, but Malfoy didn't come. He even made a small report. He broke the promise first and snitched later. It's unreasonable for him. It would have been me. If I arrange a fight to the death with someone, I will definitely give it my all. At this moment, Cedric's eyes changed instantly. What appeared in front of him was the resurrected Voldemort who was full of oppression. The enemy is at hand. Cedric suddenly exuded an extraordinary murderous aura. Harry and the four of them suddenly felt a strong aura, which made their skins tingle slightly. The four of them couldn't help but think back. Just now, I heard Cedric teaching Peeves a lesson inside the door. Suddenly they understood. There is no conflict between being kind-hearted and sharp-minded. Finally, emotionally, Cedric smiled lightly at the three of them. Ronald, you as a brother. You will never meet a brother like this who is willing to accompany Harry through life and death. Harry and Ronald looked at each other and smiled. As for you, Cedric reached out and patted Hermione on the head. You must be the most troubled. You know clearly that they are doing something stupid and according to the rules, you have to stop them, but you can't bear it. It's really hard to decide. You will definitely encounter it again in the future. How to choose? I hope you can make a decision that you will not regret in the future. Cedric stopped at the end of the corridor. After walking further and turning the corner, you will find Gryffindor's lounge. Go ahead, I can't be seen by the fat lady, it will be difficult to explain. Mr. Cedric. Harry suddenly spoke. You just said that you should make a decision that you won't regret. He swallowed. So, what do you think? Zhao Zhao is a decision that you won't regret. See Harry asking for advice. Cedric named Ronald's name. Do you know why your twin brother and I can become friends? In a way, I don't want my life to be full of regrets either. There is actually a lot of truth in this passage. Hidden in it is a meaning that only Cedric himself can understand. Voldemort, an old man, must fight to kill him. If you can't fight this, it would have been a waste of time for him to travel through time. However, among the three Harry, only Cedric's clear meaning was expressed. He felt that what they did today was correct to a certain extent. It's time for you to go, Cedric urged. Remember, don't wait too long, as your young head will turn grey and you will be sad. Translated into foreign languages. It is to encourage them not to waste their wonderful youth, and not to wait until they are older to regret that they did not seize the time to do meaningful things when they were young. This sentence falls on everyone's ears and has different feelings. The only thing the same is, after listening to Cedric's words, Harry and the trio were like a spring breeze blowing on their faces, their hearts filled with strength. Even Hogwarts in the middle of the night could not bring them a chill. Except for Neville, he has been enjoying chocolate ever since he started eating chocolate. Thank you, Senior Cedric. We will definitely remember your teachings. Harry and the three of them bowed down to say goodbye with sincerity, and Neville, who was beside him, also bent down after realizing it. Go, Cedric said. The four of them stopped staying. They ran to the portrait of the fat lady. Where have you been? The fat lady looked astonished at him. Stop asking. Pig nose, pig nose. Harry announced the password and the portrait spun forward. The four of them stumbled into the common room, slumped down in the armchairs, and quietly savored everything that had happened tonight. Cedric in the corner. The system prompt rang in my ears as expected. Because of its significant impact on the savior Harry. Harry character template part updated. The first life wish list. Enjoy life, make attempts and decisions that you will not regret. Complete this wish list, and you will get a reward every time you complete an action that you do not regret, including experience points, talent points, legendary points, magic potions, gold galleons, etc. Because of the significant impact on Harry, the savior, he will be rewarded with 5 legendary points, 300,000 experience points, 10 talent points plus 1 space grid, 1,000 gold galleons, and 50 types of various magic potions. He is indeed the savior. Cedric smiled from ear to ear. 5 legendary points were enough to impress him. After adding these 10 talent points, the talent points he had in his hand were enough to upgrade all his talents. 300,000 experience points made up for his blood loss, and 1,000 gold galleons. If converted into experience points, it would be another 100,000 experience points. There is also a dazzling array of magic potions, and the ones provided by the system are the ones with the largest tube capacity. This output can be compared to the harvest of the sprout teaching greenhouse in 10 years. He's a being who can explode gold coins like Slug Hog. It seems that I will have to pay more attention to your life in the future, but don't worry, I will definitely develop you into a comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, body, art, and work. Cedric began to think seriously. Try not to miss every moment of Harry Potter's growth. Just a little push. You can get a lot of profits by yourself. The stories that follow in the first grade include the troll incident, the Quidditch match, and the final victory over Voldemort, etc. Halloween is not far away now. There is nothing to prepare for the troll incident, but the dragon on Hagrid's side is about to come out. You must first carve out a space for pets. So I got back to making money. Fortunately, I was rewarded with 1,000 gold galleons this time, so I just have to wait until I find a store. And there's more. We need to urge the Weasley brothers to make more products. After taking stock of what you have to do recently, Cedric began to improve his strength. Until now, he also has 331,400 experience points, 42 talent points, and 17 20ths legendary points. Because of the huge harvest of talent points, the first thing Cedric targets is those talents whose talents have not yet reached S level. A-level talents, fighting, white magic, defense. B-level talents, black magic, attack, language. C-level talent, prophecy. Talent points -2. Your two talents, fighting and white magic, defense, have been upgraded from A to S level. Talent points 4270. Your black magic, attack, and language talents have been upgraded from B to S level. Talent -3. Your prophecy talent has been upgraded from C to S level. The remaining talent value is 33 points. Upgrade all basic talents to S, obtain the title of talent, and have a charm value of +2. See the reward at the end. Instead of being happy, Cedric rubbed his brow in distress. It doesn't work if the charm is too great. The blessing of the ring last time has allowed me to possess it, which is equivalent to the attraction of a half-vela. It's impossible to increase this charm any further. Cedric immediately opened the alchemical deduction and began to think of ways to break the situation. The use of love emotion. The only examples he knew of now were Lupin and Harry's mother. Lupin retains his humanity under the care of friendship. Harry's mother sacrificed herself, used the power of love to practice ancient magic, and has been protecting her child. Correct. Cedric became excited. In addition to charm, maybe I can think of it from a protective perspective. New deduction project. Project name, Love Emotion Collection. Alchemy Creations. Personal love emotion is absorbed and converted into shield energy. Estimated time, 24 months. Sure enough. Cedric directly pressed confirmation. Experience points -240,000 points, 91,400 remaining. Project research completed. Special reminder, this alchemical creation has been transformed to its limit and cannot be transformed any further. Love emotion collecting. Alchemy Creations. Personal love emotion absorbs and transforms into shield energy. The appearance is a gold ring inlaid with rubies, which can absorb and accommodate your love emotions. It will also respond to love emotions. The degree of contraction determines the intensity, and the ring turns to point at the target. After the love absorption is full, the love emotion will be directly injected into Cedric's body and play a protective role, which can protect against any attack that harms Cedric, including the unforgivable curse. Oh my god. Cedric couldn't help but shout it out. This is really an unexpected gain. Is love really related to ancient magic? Can it directly resist the unforgivable curse? Cedric immediately asked the system to modify the ring. This time the changes are even bigger. The inner ring where the ring touches the skin is still whole, but there are 3 small separate interfaces on it, and the width has also increased to 2 centimeters. Each of the 3 small separate interfaces has a ruby on it. Kfi. Around the big ruby, there are countless small gems inlaid. In addition to the scale, there is also a white arrow in the middle of the gem. Cedric observed. Each gem points to a different position, and it seems that the number that can be locked at the same time has also increased. After putting it on, there was a slight tingling sensation on the skin. Afterwards, the alchemy ring turned into a colorful tattoo, attached to his skin, and the scales and hands were still clearly visible. When Cedric had the idea of taking it off, the ring will regain its physical form. It's okay now. Cedric put on the ring, walked out through the door of the lounge, and headed towards the auditorium for medical treatment. All the way, the ring on his right hand kept tightening. Then there was a steady stream of gentle magic power that began to adhere to his skin. You can obviously feel it. I stretched out my hand to touch it, but couldn't touch it at all. Is this the power of ancient magic? Love. Cedric's whole body became energetic. My own energy, supplemented by half the girls at Hogwarts, was able to withstand the giant melon-gnawing curse. The price/performance ratio is incredible. It seems that I will have to look for Chujong more in the future. She recharges faster. Unknowingly, love has risen to the level of life and death. Cedric strode towards the auditorium. After breakfast, he had to write another letter to Mr. Slughorn. I urged him to make progress in buying a store. Also, go to Urge Gemini to make products, and then go to Chuzanki to learn. Having arranged today's itinerary, he quickened his pace again. Come to the door of the auditorium. Suddenly, a quarrel was heard from ahead. Just wait for your punishment, Potter. Malfoy threw the long package back to Harry with a look of contempt. No one as a freshman can play this except Cedric. This isn't some old broom. It was rare for Ronald to show off. What's the name of your old antique? Comet 260. After that night, his relationship with Harry had gotten much better. It was a rare opportunity to mock Malfoy. After Ronald finished speaking, Harry burst into laughter at the same time as him. You know about broomsticks, Weasley? Malfoy responded with a straight face. You, the whole family, need to keep your broomsticks branch by branch. Encountered a quarrel. Cedric certainly wouldn't sit idly by. I hope you're not arguing. He squeezed into the middle of the two groups and quickly broke up the quarrel. Needless to say, Harry and Ronald. Although Malfoy was quite prosperous in Slytherin, Cedric was more prosperous than him. So Malfoy quickly left without saying a word. Where's Hermione? Cedric glanced around suspiciously. It stands to reason. After some adjustment by him, the relationship between the three of them should not be as bad as in the previous life. And that experience was a rare experience. Why hasn't the three-person team formed yet? Well, we actually quarreled again that night. Ronald grabbed his hair and began to explain. She asked us not to take any more risks, but we found something special. That monster is the horned beast you mentioned. Harry looked around mysteriously. Then he said in Cedric's ear, it was guarding something, and what it stepped on was not a floor, but a wooden floor. What do you think it will be? Cedric asked. I still do not know yet. Harry was a little frustrated. He was now certain that it was the dirty little box that Hagrid had taken away. But I don't know yet. What's in it? It's okay. If you make any progress, you can contact me immediately. To ensure that you don't miss key plot points. Cedric repeatedly told the two of them several times to inform me if there was anything dangerous. Seeing that he didn't object, the two left happily. Cedric counted the days and knew that the Halloween monster was about to appear, so he speeded up. October 20th. He has rented a shop on the main road of Diagon Alley through Slughorn. The monthly rent is 100 gold galleons. At the same time, a purchase agreement was signed. When Cedric has 30,000 gold galleons, he can directly purchase the shop. During the weekends, Cedric took Gemini and secretly came to Hogsmeade Village at night, discussed with the designer for a week, and finally finalized the decoration plan. Decoration in the wizarding world is quick. After the materials arrive, it only takes 2 or 3 days to install, and overall it can be completed in about a week. Before October 27th, Cedric pinned Gemini. The three of them worked overtime at the Room of Requirement every night. 1 week down. Even the Weasley twins, who love prank toys the most, feel disgusted with this job. Fred lay down first. I never thought that if I made my own fat-tongued toffee, I could be as good as a king. George closed his eyes and fell to the floor next to Fred. He covered his eyes with his hands and was relaxing. Yes, I am so good at the fireworks that my eyes are almost going blind. Finished. The two of them raised their heads in sync, glanced at each other quietly, and continued to work meticulously. Cedric. Under his control. All kinds of raw materials enter the packaging in order, and the movements are precise like a machine. He's absolutely crazy. Fred closed his eyes and prepared to be out of sight. Is it true that he won't be tired? George wanted to move, but he had already vomited. You are so weak. Cedric turned back and glanced at the two of them. I'm here to help you realize your dream. Damn it. Fred waved his arms viciously, then struggled to his feet. Keep doing it. George got up too. But instead of waving his arms, he reserved all his energy to wave the wand. October 28th. Cedric was well prepared and wrote a special letter to the Weasleys, expressing his desire to visit them. He also asked for leave from Professor McGonagall on behalf of Gemini. October 29th. Halloween Eve. Cedric brought Gemini to the burrow to formally visit the Weasleys. As soon as he got out of the stove, he was smeared with red and poured into his arms. Honey, I finally see you. Mrs. Weasley was clearly dressed up today. Not only is she wearing a brand new sweater, she also wears an exquisite scarf embroidered with a phoenix. Madam, I have wanted to come and visit you for a long time. Cedric glanced around. The burrow is definitely an existence familiar to all Harry fans. He found that the entire first floor had been tidied up. Many of the interior decorations have been removed, making the living room and kitchen look much larger. Not only that, there are some elaborate little decorations on the tables, chairs, benches, and sofa cushions at home. Such an obvious change. Gemini, who followed him out of the fireplace, immediately shouted, "Oh my god, this is not our home at all." Fred yelled, "Let me tell you, parents, there is another house that is hidden from us. George is responsible for the last hit." Fred, George. Mrs. Weasley's expression suddenly changed when she saw Gemini. "You guys actually came home halfway. What trouble did you cause me this time?" In her opinion, Gemini must have made a serious mistake, otherwise why would they let Cedric go home temporarily on Halloween? Mrs. Weasley pulled Cedric aside. "You can tell me directly, as long as I don't fire them, I'll accept anything." The other side. Mr. Weasley also poked his head, paying attention to Cedric's answer. Such an attitude. The two stars were left speechless. "Mom, take a good look at us." Fred gestured toward his chest with both hands. "We are your children, Cedric. He is just the boy next door. For wizards, the Diggory family lives not far away. George looked hopeless. "Okay." Cedric called out to the Geminis who kept acting weird. He knows it very well. In fact, Gemini is just very nervous now. Cedric tilted his head towards Mrs. Weasley. "Show us our results." Hear his words. The Weasleys immediately turned to look at the twins. This move made them even more nervous. Actually, Cedric asked us to do this. Fred felt very guilty. Yes, he is the boss, we are just part-time workers. George also hurriedly defended himself. Idiot, stop showing off and show off. At Cedric's urging, Gemini hesitantly took out the miniature store model. Then he took out a lot of products. Listen, listen. Mrs. Weasley suddenly covered her face and started crying. Damn it. Fred was horrified. He jumped as if he had been bitten by a snake. It's all Cedric's fault. We didn't do anything. George quickly ran over to comfort his mother. Cedric smiled. Because he had already heard the prompts coming from his ears, he understood that this meant that it was done. As the saying goes, one small step for the burrow, one giant leap for the Weasley twins. Mrs. Weasley covered her face and cried, I thought they were going to be fired. Percy's letters, professor's letters, I get them almost every week. Being naughty and making trouble every day in school. Selling candy, setting up private gambling bureaus, and always likes to run to dangerous places and tinker with weird things all day long. All I think about at home all day long is that if I can make them graduate, I will be relieved. Mother's love is always silent. But once you really realize it, not many people can face it calmly. Anyway, Gemini didn't make it. It was even the first time they heard that Mrs. Weasley knew so much about them. There are many children at home. Although they did not feel unhappy but in order to control so many children, Mrs. Weasley often resorted to yelling and suppressing them. A little less delicate. There is also an extra level of poverty due to too many children. But love is never less. In order to correct the headache that caused her Gemini, she even destroyed a bag of inventions that they were preparing to sell. Now, Cedric suddenly told her. Her most troublesome Gemini is already preparing to open a store with Cedric to sell their funny products. The important thing is to get Cedric's approval. Such a long correspondence. She has great trust in Cedric's character, not to mention his shining aura. Cedric's collaboration with Gemini, as well as the detailed introduction just now, she understood that this was not an unrealistic fantasy. It is an undertaking that has been carefully inspected and studied carefully. A serious career? After realizing this, Mrs. Wachinke breathed a sigh of relief about Gemini's future. This was the scene where the emotions were released and I cried directly. Fred opened his mouth, wanting to say something to ease his mood. But his head that was usually so bright seemed to be filled with cement at this moment. He couldn't say anything and could only hug his mother silently. Thoughtful George. He even hugged his mother, turned away, and was speechless. Cedric thought Mrs. Weasley would be happy, but I didn't expect that she would cry so hard. It seemed that she was really worried about Gemini, while waiting for the other party to slow down. Cedric checks his harvest first. Ding, moved Molly Weasley to success. You get bonus talent points +1, Molly Weasley character template card. Template card Molly Weasley. Talent, nurture. When raising creatures, you can always nurture them better, and the total value will increase by 5%. Reverse scale. When someone you truly care about is hurt, your spells will be 20% more powerful. Casting spells speed increased by 10%. Third-rate Master Wizard, magic +5 points, upper limit 80 points. Life wish list. Item 1. Successfully raise all children. Each child will be rewarded for reaching adulthood. Completing this wish list will earn you experience points and gold galleons as rewards. Once completed, the upper limit of the nurturing talent value is increased by 5%. The second item, cultivate all children into qualified wizards. Each child who completes the wizard assessment will receive a reward. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Once completed, the upper limits of scale reverse talent values are increased by 5% and 2% respectively. Item 3, the Glorious Weasley Family. The family achieves any glory. Completing this wish list will reward you with experience points, galleons, potions, talent points, and legendary points. A pure template of motherly love. In the original work, two great mothers were focused on, namely Molly and Lily. They were both willing to die for their children. Such a bucket list Cedric guessed right. But Mrs. Weasley's two talents were actually beyond his imagination. Especially the talent of reverse scale. When you see it, Cedric immediately recalled that famous scene in his mind. Molly Weasley, who was completely furious because of the child, used 4 silent spells in a row to kill Bella directly. Bellatrix Lestrange. She was the best among the Death Eaters. In the original work, she enjoys torture and killing very much, is an excellent duel expert, and is also very good at using curses such as the Cruciatus Curse and the Big Melon. The record is very strong. A sneak attack once knocked Sirius into the other side of the curtain. She was also the one who took the lead in attacking the Aurors Longbottom and his wife. Gao Qiang's curse caused the Longbottom and his wife to be disabled for life. The Longbottoms are also masters. They had successfully thwarted Voldemort's plans many times, otherwise they would not have been tortured by the other party's revenge. At last, she also defeated Kingsley Shacklebolt, a top Auror and triple agent, during the battle in the Department of Mysteries. Kingsley's ability is also incredible. He is the bodyguard and chief Auror of the Minister of Magic, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and the personal secretary to the Muggle Prime Minister. He is also a prodigy who can cast spells in front of everyone without being discovered. So much said. Just to let you understand how valuable it was for Mrs. Weasley to kill Bella alone, If I care for more people, this buff bonus will be incredible. Cedric knows it very well. This kind of care is definitely not just for lovers, so the number of people can be expanded to a terrifying number. Unfortunately, completing her mission can only rely on time. Before the final battle, only Percy's graduation is guaranteed, and the other is Bill's wedding. The Weasley twins still need to be operated, otherwise they won't get their diploma. As for the other parenting talent, it's a bit funny. The main thing is not just to raise wizards. Instead, all living things are included. Cedric thought of the pigsty outside the humble home. Probably because she is poor, Mrs. Molly also raises pigs for meat. Anyway, this skill is just right for your own pet space. Looks like it won't be long. The strongest Norwegian Spinosaurus in history is about to be born. Cedric continued reading excitedly. Ding, you have completed George Weasley's third wish list. This card has been saved in the card library. The effect is permanent, and the card slot will no longer be consumed. Further down, gone. Huh? Where's Fred's? If I don't complete the task for 2 people, I won't be able to open the pet space. Cedric rummaged around for a while. Soon I found Fred's character simulation card. Item 2, make a lot of money in a joke shop and buy a big house for your mother. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. I want to buy a house? The reward is just around the corner. Cedric couldn't wait any longer at this moment. After taking a look at Mrs. Weasley who had almost calmed down, he reached directly into his traceless extension spell pocket and took out a bag of 500 gold galleons. Madam, please allow me to offer you my first income on their behalf. Under the emotional gaze of Gemini, Cedric placed the small bag full of gold galleons on the dining table. This is a Gringotts-style bag. When it is full, it will be about 500 pieces, which is a convenient pocket for wizards to carry gold galleons. No, I can't. Mrs. Weasley shook her head instinctively. In her opinion, it is a great thing that Gemini can do meaningful things with Cedric. What's more, the stores are not open now. Nothing has been sold. How can you take this person's huge sum of money? Although, with such a large amount of money, the entire Weasley family would be twice as happy. But she firmly refused. Child, I cannot accept your kindness. Wrong, Chinese. Cedric understands. If he insisted that this was what he wanted, Mrs. Weasley would definitely not want it. She is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. So we have to change the way. This doesn't come from my kindness. Cedric gestured to Gemini. Fred and George said that after making money, they must first buy you a big house to live in. Perhaps many people will say they are naughty, but there is no doubt that they all love you the most. These are the patent fees for their inventions. They asked me to give you a surprise. Woohoo! Mrs. Weasley's eyes instantly turned red again. She hugged Gemini hard and let them collide in her arms. That's great. Children, you will always be your mother's pride. Mr. Weasley, who was standing next to him, gave a thumbs up to the twin stars and was equally moved. Gemini was stunned for a moment. Then they all turned their heads and looked towards Cedric. Only they know. This money was not available before. It was probably Cedric's impromptu idea after seeing their home. What impressed them even more, Cedric casually put the ownership of the money in their 2 brothers' names. It's not just money that has no nostalgia. What's even more rare is to be able to discover the true thoughts hidden deep in the hearts of the 2 brothers. Buy Mom a big house. Damn it, how on earth did he know that? Gemini couldn't help but shed tears. At this moment, for the first time, they felt the charisma that Slytherins often talked about when they praised Cedric. The so-called charisma of a decent leader. It turns out that he is so moved that you are willing to follow him, obey him, and be impressed by his personality charm. Cedric, that's so great. Apart from this word, Gemini can't think of a more appropriate word to describe Cedric. Before this, they may only have Dumbledore in their minds, who is qualified enough to enjoy this word. Now there is one more Cedric. He fulfilled their dreams while maintaining their dignity and allowing them to gain the most important thing. Mom's compliment? Cedric waved his sleeves, not taking away any credit, but taking away something more important. Gemini friendship? Ding, you have completed Fred Weasley's second wish list. This card has been saved in the card library, the effect is permanent, and the card slot will no longer be consumed. Ding, you have completed the Gemini template. Your pet space has been opened. The current number of spaces is 1. Each space can raise several magical creatures of the same kind. The current limit is 1. The number of pets can be increased by talent points. The number can be increased by 1 every 5 points. Only the same kind of magical creature group is allowed to be raised in the space. 0. The pet space will automatically generate a space suitable for the opponent's survival after entering the magical creature. After completely subduing the magical creature, you can put it into the space. After entering the space, it will become close to you and obey your commands. Except magical creatures. Creatures, plants, etc. located at the lower level of the food chain of the magic tribe being raised can also be raised. Ding, your magical creature blind box has been distributed to the pet space. Cedric was finally happy. The pet space is finally open. Open the blind box at will. Ding, you have obtained a horned camel cub and it has been placed in the pet space. It will be awakened after you enter the pet space for the first time. Please awaken it within 3 months at the latest. Is this actually it? Cedric thinks this is too coincidental. I don't know whether the one Hagrid got is a male or a female. If the genders match, they can be caught and put into breed into a tribe. This is a fighting power that cannot be underestimated. Their hides are highly resistant to magic, making them extremely difficult to be harmed by magic spells. For the rest of the time, Cedric had lunch with the Weasleys and the Geminis. After chatting for a long time, they just returned to Professor McGonagall's home in Hogsmeade Village with a large pile of pies, then returned to Hogwarts through the secret passage. Mr. Cedric. The Gemini stars teamed up to give him a hug with all their strength. You will always be our good brother. If necessary, you can call us at any time. Men's friendship needs no words. Gemini quickly let go of Cedric. They hammered their chests, then pointed at Cedric, solemnly expressing their respect again. You're so polite, I've already considered you my friends. Cedric bids farewell to Gemini. In the days to come, it's time to focus on research and development of Quirrel's alchemy tools. But he didn't have much money on hand. There are only 91,400 experience points left, so we can only wait for the opening of Weasley's Magic Wise shop. But until then, there is another important day coming first. That's the Halloween Hall dinner at the end of October. Come together this morning. The entire corridor of Hogwarts began to be filled with the aroma of Peking duck, full of fruity wood aroma. Of all the menus Cedric invented, this dish was successfully chosen as one of the main foods for Halloween this year. And for Cedric, the arrival of this day also means that it is time to fight. All afternoon, he used to excuse himself to stay in Snape's classroom and quietly look at his Marauder's map. Until the dinner begins? On the map, Quirrel had already rushed into the Great Hall and shouted to Dumbledore, "There is a troll in the underground classroom, you should know." Cedric immediately takes action. Cedric kept looking at the Marauder's map. When Hermione screamed, Harry and Ronald rushed into the room. He went in immediately after. What hit me was a stench that was as real as a stench, a stink, and a physical Alice smell. The flavor is so intense. It's like trying to stir a smelly sock that can stand on its own in your mouth several times. It goes straight to the soul. Cedric has reason to suspect that the stench is also a way for the troll to protect itself. When he came in, Harry grabbed a faucet and threw it against the wall. Clang! A loud noise was heard. The troll stopped a few steps away from Hermione. It turned awkwardly, giving Cedric a full view of it. 12 feet tall, the giant monster weighs more than a ton. Its skin is dull, as gray as granite. On top of the huge body is a small, bald head like a coconut. Well, its ugly little eyes saw the three Harrys. Get behind me. Cedric quickly drew his wand. Cedric. Harry and Ronald shouted as if they were being forgiven, and then immediately turned around and hid behind him. Do not know why. Seeing Cedric, their anxious hearts immediately relaxed. It hesitated. Those ugly little eyes finally locked onto the tall Cedric. It came towards Cedric. At the same time, he also raised a wooden stick in his hand that was as big as a dining table for 4 people. Expelliarmus. Cedric shouted loudly. Harry and Ronald were startled by the forearm-thick light that shot out. They didn't think about it. The wand can actually emit such a huge amount of magic power. Compared to Cedric 270, the little arc-like spells they emit in class are like children playing a game of house wine. Spent 3 years of study. Cedric is already very strong now. First of all, he is full of magic power. He topped up his magic power to 50 points, and the 4 completed permanent character template cards added another 20 points of magic power to him. 70 magic points. He is already the best among the young wizards. When Cedric topped up his 50 points, he also received the Medal of Born Extraordinary. He checked the information later. This medal is specially awarded to little wizards who have 50 points of magic power before 5th grade. This is the limit of ordinary wizards. Not to mention, Cedric has completed Expelliarmus. He even has a legendary value of 17/20 points. According to the value, he can enhance the power of the spell by 170%. On the system panel, Cedric's current data is a full 73 points. This value is already very close to that of third-rate masters. If you think about who the third-rate masters are, you will know his current level. Various factors come down. The effect of Cedric's spell is outstanding. The wooden stick flew high under his control, hit the wall, and made a dent the size of a tire. Wow, endure. The troll screamed twice in horror. Then, the second magic light beam shot over. Cedric took half a step forward. His momentum was magnificent. Petrificus totalis. This time, the grey giant monster's entire body quickly turned into stone starting from where it was hit. Thanks to its flat, thick, and calloused feet. After being petrified, it still kept its body leaning forward slightly and stood in the center of the bathroom. Hermione, come here quickly. Ronald and Harry poked their heads out from behind Cedric and waved their arms quickly towards Hermione. But Hermione was clearly terrified. She leaned against the wall unable to move, her mouth opened wide in fear. She was terrified. Cedric said softly, "You go and help her, and I will tie up the troll more firmly." Del. Harry both nodded. They clung to the wall and walked around the petrified monster, running towards Hermione. Cedric continued to cast his spell. Broken tiles, water pipes, etc. were all twisted and pinched together, turning into a strong chain that tightly wrapped the troll around. Behind him, there was a violent BG on the door and loud footsteps. Professor McGonagall rushed in first, followed closely by Snape and Quirrel respectively. Quirrel only glanced at the troll, then held his chest and let out a cry. Then the whole person collapsed on a toilet. In a corner where no one cares. After confirming everyone's looks and avoiding him with great disgust, his expression when he looked at Cedric suddenly became complicated. Can't wait any longer. Voldemort's cold voice echoed in Chi Luo's mind. It's, Master. Quirrel lowered his head, afraid that his eyes would betray him. Cedric. What's happening here? Why are you here? Professor McGonagall quickly passed by him and saw the three Harrys behind the troll. Harry. Her voice suddenly became sharp, and Ronald, Hermione, how dare you? Professor McGonagall's chest rose and fell rapidly. Obviously he was very frightened by the scene in front of him. When she saw Cedric, she felt it was okay because he already had the strength of an adult master. She wasn't too worried. But these three little guys in front of me are just ordinary little wizards now. If something happens to them, she couldn't imagine it. What the hell are you doing? Professor McGonagall pursed his lips, his face full of sternness, and his voice was filled with cold anger. Why don't you stay in the dormitory with your classmates? Facing McGonagall, who had never been so angry, Harry and Ronald were so frightened that they lowered their heads and remained silent. The original joy of witnessing a magical battle was gone at this moment. Dare not speak at all. Cedric didn't speak either. He looked at Hermione in the corner. Today was the day of her transformation. Among the three, Hermione has always been the main character with high IQ, emotional intelligence, and good looks. So much so that the Iron Triangle has another name. Hermione and those two useless men. But the Iron Triangle was not established from the beginning. When she first started school, Hermione was always eager to show off her knowledge to others. She was still young and didn't know the size well. He has an impatient personality and seems so condescending in his guidance. As time goes by, she originally wanted to enthusiastically help her classmates, but she aroused resentment from most of the classmates in the class. I want to complete my transformation. Then we must start with today's lie. Under his gaze, Min finally reacted. Professor McGonagall. Hermione stood up. Although I was a little shaky at first, I quickly calmed down. It's all my fault. I thought I could deal with it. I had read all about it in books and knew a lot about it. While talking, Hermione quickly recalled what had just happened in her mind. First she hid here alone and cried. Then out of nowhere, a giant monster broke in. She usually looked down upon Harry and Ronald because they were not only reckless, but also not very smart. But today when she faced death, she was too scared to move. Never imagined. It was Harry and Ronald who arrived just in time. They yelled at the troll, attracting its attention in time before Cedric arrived. They saved their lives. After realizing this, Hermione's narrative became clearer. It's all my fault. I heard what she seemed to mean. Ronald and Harry have big mouths. Hermione * Granger not only lied to a professor, but she even indirectly admitted her mistake to them. This day is getting more and more magical. I came here first, Harry and Ronald came to see me, and in the end we were all rescued by Senior Cedric. Hermione explained the entire process in one breath. So that's how it is. McGonagall didn't have time to distinguish it carefully. The tone was more filled with anger followed by panic. Miss Granger, you really made a wrong decision today. How could you think that? You can deal with a mountain-sized monster on your own. Professor McGonagall angrily called Mr. He again. Miss Granger, because of your reckless arrogance, Gryffindor has been deducted 5 points for this. I'm so disappointed in you. Now, you go back to your lounge immediately, where everyone is having Halloween dinner. If it is normal, called disappointment by a professor, Hermione would be so miserable that she couldn't sleep all night. But today is different. She has a sense of freedom to break through herself and get rid of the constraints. This is what Senior Cedric said. A decision you don't regret? Snape sensed something was wrong. He gave Harry a quick look with eyes that seemed to be able to see through the heart, and then asked Cedric, is that really the case? The trio immediately held their breath. Although Cedric helped them last time, he did so secretly. This time he was facing 2 professors. That's it. Cedric seemed more calm. It was already late after I finished refining the potion, and I was rushing to the auditorium when I smelled the stench. This is obviously wrong. So I came to check and found the trolls and them. That's it. Harry and Ronald nodded repeatedly, trying their best to pretend that this was how they looked. Okay, this day has been bad enough, you will go now. Professor McGonagall turned his head and glanced. Then he sighed forcefully to Quirrel, who was sitting on the toilet, and suppressed his helplessness. Professor Quirrel, please send them back. Okay. Quirrel stood up with a look of lingering fear and called out to the trio. Let's go, kids. Harry and the 3 of them were granted amnesty. They quickly ran to Cedric. Harry, Ronald, a quick hug. Him to express his gratitude. Finally there was Hermione. Well done. Cedric winked at the girl in encouragement. All because of you. Hermione didn't use you. It would appear that there was a big gap between the 2 of you. She didn't want that now. Beyond Cedric's imagination, Hermione's hug was overly passionate and hot. Even when they separated, she even gave Cedric a little peck on the cheek. Harry's mouth was open enough to fit a duck egg into it. Ronald's bitter look became more obvious. Although he was still complaining in the morning, everyone in Gryffindor hated Hermione. But at this moment, he seemed to feel that he had lost something important. Shy Hermione ran past like a gust of wind. The fluffy long hair is flying behind the head. Let's go, kids. Professor Quirrell took a special look at Cedric and found that the other person also showed a shy smile, quickly following in Hermione's footsteps. At his urging, Harry and Ronald quickly followed him out of the room. The moment the bathroom door was closed, 2 chuckles sounded in the room at the same time. Professor McGonagall with a loving smile on his face, as well as Professor Snape flashed a motherly smile. Love is such a wonderful thing. Professor McGonagall came to Cedric's side and gently pressed on his shoulder. However, I heard that you often study with Chujong. Professor. Cedric was rubbing his right index finger. At that moment just now, his fingers were so painful that they even filled a round and a half in an instant, and his love's emotional energy instantly spread all over his body. Also let him understand. Hermione's heart was so hot and surging, just astonished. But when he heard Professor McGonagall's words again, he immediately shouted helplessly. Professor. Before Professor McGonagall could answer, Snape spoke first. He used a cold tone and enthusiastically helped Cedric analyze. Hermione studies better, but has a worse temper. Chujong is still okay. Her appearance and temperament are both better than Hermione's, and she is a seeker like you and has the same hobbies. Cedric was stunned. It seems. As long as you are a human being, you will instinctively chase after eating melons. Now is not the time to discuss this. Cedric raised his voice again. He didn't want to talk about his feelings with these 2 professors. And the kids haven't even opened their mouths yet. At the very least, 0139034225 Philo 181150570. At least it shouldn't. Love is really the best thing. Professor McGonagall was unmoved at all, after adding 10 points to Cedric. With gusto, the discussion continued with Snape. I go first. Cedric couldn't bear the love from the 2 of them, so he had no choice but to run away. The troll's final whereabouts are unknown. Halloween things came to an end quickly. While the temperature is dropping rapidly, the students are more concerned about the upcoming Quidditch Cup. Cedric was also very attentive, because he was just short of the last of the 3 great glories he wanted to accomplish. Among the 4 major colleges, all 3 academies are training in full swing. On the contrary, Ravenclaw seems to be the most bland one among them. But before Vidic's game officially started, Hagrid found him. There is something wrong in the Forbidden Forest. The centaurs told me that something extremely evil is wandering inside. I'm not sure yet, but I can only think of asking you to help me. Cedric immediately agreed. This is because after the troll incident, Voldemort felt that his strength was insufficient, so he was ready to attack the unicorn. I definitely want to stop it. But he didn't expect that the Harry trio would also find him that day. There's something wrong at Hogwarts. I'm not sure yet. But we can only think of asking you to help us. Good guy. Cedric almost thought he was hallucinating. But Harry should be fine during this period, right? I didn't mess up the process? Cedric listened to Harry's trio's request. I found that it really had something to do with myself. It turned out that after seeing their own battles, Harry and the others felt that their combat effectiveness was too poor. So I want to learn from him. Of course, Hermione must have had other thoughts. I always welcome any students who want to study with me. Cedric first explained his own purpose, then added. But I see that you guys definitely don't just want to learn the knowledge in the textbooks, right? Certainly. Reasonably the most trusted ones now, besides Dumbledore and Hagrid. That's Cedric. However, Dumbledore's dragon is nowhere to be seen, and Hagrid is a bit unreliable. Taken together, Cedric is more considerate. Harry didn't hide anything from him either. We also want to learn how to really deal with those dark creatures. It's not easy. It may even put you in some kind of danger. Facing Cedric's searching eyes, all 3 people nodded firmly and expressed their determination. That's okay. Cedric calculated his time. During the day, I have to teach to earn experience points, and at night I have to practice Quidditch. I am only free during the afternoon study time. The only obstacle is, in order to refresh his love mood, Cedric spent this period of time studying with Chujong. Now I can only add a few people first. Starting from tomorrow, you will come to Ravenclaw's lounge to find me every afternoon. Wait until you are more familiar with the basics. I'll take you to a place and let you practice with real dark monsters. Cedric refers to the 8-eyed spider. This group of them is cruel and bloodthirsty. Hagrid was able to develop a relationship with Aragog back then. It has to be said that maybe it was because he had some giant blood. But Aragog wouldn't care about the others. In the original book, when Harry and Ronald went to find it to inquire about the truth, they were hunted down by its descendants. After so many years, its descendants have reproduced in Forbidden Forest 25 for several generations. There are all kinds of monsters of different sizes, strengths, and shapes. They are definitely the most suitable dark monsters for training. Hagrid wouldn't feel bad if he killed hundreds of them. It just so happened that Hagrid recently asked him to help him investigate the Forbidden Forest, and he could take a few of them to practice. But Cedric overlooked one thing. That was Hermione's meeting with Cho Chang. Hello. That afternoon, Chujong took the initiative to greet the Harry trio who came to look for Cedric. Just sit here. Cedric refreshes his love mood. Just stay by Cho Chang's side. Therefore, half of the time the 2 of them get along, he is reading and Chujong is doing homework. Then wait until the assignment is finished. The 2 of them will start chatting for a while. Chujong was also used to it. People from all kinds of colleges would come to Cedric to ask questions. For these students, she will express her kindness, and in her opinion, this is also a way of declaring sovereignty. So she greeted the 3 of them warmly. Please be casual. Because of Cedric, students from other colleges often come here. Hello. Heartlessly, Harry reached out first. Although when he met Chujong for the first time, he had a strange twitching feeling in his stomach. But since she is Cedric's girlfriend, then no other emotion arose in him. It was because there were many brothers and sisters in the family, and Ronald, who was particularly observant, glanced at Hermione with some worry. He murmured pointedly, "No wonder they invited us to come to Winclaw." After the last troll incident, Hermione had already confessed to them that she liked Cedric. So, the invisible war begins. Yeah, why have I never heard you mention it? Hermione asked Cedric directly, bypassing Cho Chang. We are all classmates. Cedric hasn't decided yet who he'll end up with. There was something about both girls that attracted him. Therefore, he will not confirm his relationship with anyone for the time being. For some special reason. Cedric explained the situation very cryptically. In the next period of time, we will study together until the end of the Academy Cup. We can talk about other things later, okay? $7.89. Hermione nodded and sat directly opposite Cedric. Certainly. Although Chujong has a good temper, but Cedric wasn't going to let go. Cedric told her that he likes to take things step by step. This is also in line with her meaning. The two have been slowly cultivating their hobbies and feelings. These days, she has driven away countless butterflies. Just Hermione. It was the first existence that made her feel threatened. It doesn't matter. Chujong smiled seemingly generously. I'm used to it. There will always be classmates who come to occupy Cedric's time. Who makes everyone like Cedric. Ronald endured it again and again. In the end, I couldn't help it anymore, so I had to raise standard spell, elementary to cover up my uncontrollable expression of excitement. Standing in the middle of the melon field and eating melons. This feeling is so exciting. Then let's get started. Hermione responded with a smile. After a fight, the five of them finally sat down and started studying. Cedric was very focused. My index finger was so strangled that I couldn't even rub it. Facing the two of them, he was impartial to the extreme. Even the length of response time is strictly controlled within a 3% range. Smart people like Hermione and Cho Chang cannot take the opportunity to attack each other, so they can only be more direct. Compete with each other based on each other's words and actions. Except them. Harry and Ronald couldn't learn it at all. Ronald's eyes barely fell on the book. Just going back and forth between Hermione and Cho Chang consumed all his energy. Harry also yawned profusely. He was so sleepy that his eyelids were fighting up and down. After Wood discovered that he was very talented, he instantly rekindled his ambition to win the Quidditch Academy Cup. Training every night. All the Gryffindor Quidditch members were trained to the point where they were shaky and completely bruised before they were willing to give up. At last. Still Cedric can't take it anymore? Harry, you can't be too tired like this, you still need to rest. From now on you will only come to me on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Besides, Ronald, stop laughing? The book can't stop your eyes from laughing. Hey. Cedric looked at the last two people. I really have something important to do recently, so let's put it aside for now, okay? With his strong suppression, the fivesome were finally able to start studying. When you live a busy life, time always flies by. After Hogwarts entered November, the weather dropped a level again. The mountains surrounding the school are covered with snow. The lake has frozen into a thick layer of ice, and even Hagrid can walk on it with ease. Cedric saw it more than once. To save trouble, he chose to walk directly across the lake. In the midst of the cold, the Quidditch match at Hogwarts has officially begun. After more than half a month of training, Harry soon had his first game. This scene is crucial. If Gryffindor can defeat Slytherin, then it is almost certain that they will be able to compete with Hufflepuff for the first place in the year-end overall score. Weird things happen every year. There's Cedric's Hufflepuff, which shows a completely different look. Within a year of his return, the Hufflepuffs successfully regained their prominence, and under the leadership of Cedric, were leading by a huge margin. The only turning point is the Quidditch Academy Cup. If we can catch up with more than 100 points here, we will still have a chance to see the taillights of Cedric's car. About Harry's participation. Ordered by Wood to keep it strictly confidential, Hermione became a friend and gave Harry a copy of The Origins of Quidditch, which allowed Harry to see many interesting facts about Quidditch. My mood also relaxed a lot, but it was just the day before he competed. Harry discovered another thing that made him nervous. There were 3 of them at the time. I was taking advantage of the break between classes to go to the cold and remote courtyard to get some fresh air. For warmth, Hermione also summoned a ball of fire. The result was discovered. Snape was walking with a slight limp, and the other party also noticed them. Harry. Snape adhered to the principle of never giving up the opportunity to suppress Harry. Even though I was limping, I walked over. Because of the flames, Gryffindor was deducted 5 points by him again. All 3 of them hated it with itch. Damn, he just wants us to say it. Ronald said fiercely. Everyone knows that only Slytherins are Snape's biological sons. Except Cedric. People from other colleges don't even think about getting points from him. Harry will definitely win. Let's see if those Slytherins can still be so arrogant. Hermione also comforted angrily. Cedric scored points, which was unquestionable by the entire Hogwarts. His strength is like a mountain. The pressure on everyone's psychology cannot be shaken at all. Forget it. I'm almost used to it. Harry really didn't have the energy to complain about Snape recently. However, he still stared at the background of the other party's departure. Then I noticed the opponent's limping leg again. But what happened to his tendon? Harry's words. Ronald and Hermione also became interested. I don't know, but I hope he'll be in pain all night. Ronald cursed unabashedly. However, something seems wrong about this. Harry didn't know why, but felt a little uneasy in his heart. In order to relieve this uneasiness, he quietly followed Snape, and to his surprise, he found Filch. Damn it! Snape complained to Filch. Hagrid got a new monster from nowhere. It's more ferocious than a three-headed dog. The magic spell has no effect on it. The three little ones felt their whole bodies go cold. Harry and Ronald exclaimed and almost rushed to the principal's office to expose Snape as a traitor. Fortunately, Hermione is still sane. Since Snape dared to tell Filch, it must not be a conspiracy. These words successfully suppressed the commotion of the two people. Filch's impression on young wizards has improved a lot over the years. They believe it too. Snape couldn't steal anything and show it everywhere. But Harry felt uneasy. After experiencing the competition with the Slytherins, it expanded even more. Because even Hermione. He also misunderstood that Snape was not trying to protect him from Quirrel when he was chanting the spell at Harry, but was trying to throw him down. This still doesn't make sense. Maybe Snape really hates you. While Hermione was a little shaken, the three of them unanimously decided to improve their strength as soon as possible. Cedric didn't say much after learning about it. Just one day between games, I made an appointment with Hagrid and Harry to take a trip to the Forbidden Forest together. I never thought you would come too. Hagrid is still a little worried, but Harry quickly convinced him. Hagrid, I always have to face Voldemort, don't I? I want to be strong. When facing him like this, King, you won't be solved by him. Hagrid clutched his heart. After listening to what Harry said, he couldn't think of anything to retort. Yes, the savior, isn't it just to deal with the mysterious man? Okay, but you must follow me or Cedric. Hagrid was convinced and quickly began to introduce. There are many creatures in the Forbidden Forest. The most powerful among them are the centaurs, but they are a group of stubborn and xenophobic guys who stubbornly believe that the Forbidden Forest is their territory. But fortunately they are all very proud. When I came in, they rarely showed up, and I shouldn't encounter them this time. The other one is the eight-eyed spider. Well, if you want to practice later, I can only watch from behind. I can't get too close. Other dark creatures are hiding quite a bit. Hagrid said worriedly. It seems that the Forbidden Forest is not peaceful recently. He said to Cedric in front, can you feel that there is a dark power entrenched here? There are indeed many. Cedric turned on his super sense and began to close his eyes and feel it carefully. This ability can be used normally, but when he concentrates, the effect will be doubled. He originally wanted to find dark energy. I want to see if I can target Voldemort who is wandering here. The result was an extremely pure energy locked into place. Oh my god! Hagrid exclaimed, it's a unicorn, it's a unicorn. Under the gaze of everyone, a white, horse-like creature came out. It has a shining horn. Its mane is spread on the dark fallen leaves, as proud as pearls. A creature that is not perfect and does not exist on Earth. It's really a unicorn. Hagrid, who was crazy about the monster, almost drooled when he saw it. Then he sighed with great regret. I have been wandering around the Forbidden Forest all my life, and I have only seen it more than 3 times. They hate males. Hagrid was extremely helpless about this. Only girls with extremely high purity can get their blessings. He nudged Hermione admiringly. Go for it. Hagrid encouraged, it must be coming for you, and that's a good thing. Just as Hermione trembled forward, the unicorn bypassed her and walked straight towards Cedric. What happened? Hagrid was shocked. Cedric's purity is actually higher than that of a pure virgin? Incredible. A unicorn takes the initiative to appear and approach a male wizard. This is definitely a unique first time in the history of magic. Of all the people present, only Hagrid truly realized how shocking this event was. If the unicorn really is here for Cedric, then this is definitely an event that has the opportunity to be recorded in the history of magic. It seems like it is. Phoenix has the same relationship as the Dumbledore family. Albus ** Dumbledore said that he once tamed a phoenix, also known as Fox. More evidence is here. Fox was able to sense Dumbledore's emotions and came to the rescue many times when he or Harry needed it. Relationship between them. It's not a relationship like master and servant, but closer to a partner, or a friend who shares life and death. Needless to say, there are benefits that can be obtained by owning a magical creature like the Phoenix. After his death, the Phoenix soon appeared next to his brother, Aberforth Dumbledore. Phoenix is a rare and magical creature. Even if the opponent is extremely powerful, it is almost impossible to completely tame the Phoenix in such a short period of time. So, it must be the blood of the Dumbledore family that helped him establish a connection with the Phoenix. This may stem from family history, inheritance, or some kind of family contract. In other words, if only Cedric could have a unicorn. Even in his generation, he used his own blood to make a contract with the unicorn lineage. 2 or 3 generations later, it is very likely that a unicorn family will appear and occupy an important corner in the magical world with its powerful special abilities. Cedric will also become the creator of history. Cedric. Hagrid was extremely excited, like a volcano about to erupt. He really wanted to remind Cedric to try to capture the unicorn. But he also understands. Now was not a good time to scream. In the end, whether history can be made depends on Cedric's own performance. Harry and the three of them didn't expect so much. But also no, unicorns are very rare, so they all waited with bated breath for Cedric's next move. Is it really me? The shock in Cedric's heart was like a stormy sea, but he is determined. That's why it didn't show any abnormality. Knowledge about unicorns. He knew better than Hagrid. The unicorn is an extremely beautiful animal that is commonly found in the forests of northern Europe. They are golden when young. It will turn into a dazzling silvery white color when it grows up. It is full of treasures. Horns, blood, and hair all have strong magical properties. The horn has detoxification effect, the tail hair can be used to make a magic wand, and its blood can extend life. It is a crime to have a jade. The reason why they are not extinct. Simply because of its own powerful magic power. If you don't have any means, you may never see a unicorn in your life. But Cedric still didn't do anything. Because he hadn't thought of what he should do for a while. I can't figure out why the unicorn likes me. So many things are worse than moving. It's better to let the unicorn move on its own. Therefore, for a moment, everyone in the venue stiffened slightly and silently watched the unicorn's movements. This is an adult unicorn. It walked towards Cedric slowly but surely. Get close to Cedric. Then he slowly blinked at Cedric and nodded slightly. Does this allow me to touch you? Cedric is familiar with the meanings represented by the actions of many magical creatures. No doubt. The unicorn in front of him was releasing kindness and some kind of authority to him. Contact between humans and magical creatures. It's a process of testing each other. First of all, magical creatures will usually observe you first to see if it meets their own preferences and requirements. Such as the hippogriff. It needs to see the wizard's respect for it before it will allow you to ride on its back. This is a very typical screening method. If it matches, then it will also release goodwill towards you. If the wizard also releases further goodwill, then a harmonious relationship can begin. See unicorns in action. Cedric immediately realized that he had to do something, otherwise the other party would definitely leave. The brain activates instantly. He quickly went through the memories in his mind. 32 ways to get close to magical creatures. Besides, 189 common behaviors that offend magical creatures. And in the history of magic, there are 3 clear records of the contact between young girl gangsters and unicorns. Soon, a combination of 3 ways to release kindness was adopted by him. Expression of liking plus smile plus relatively close contact. I like you very much too. Cedric showed a smile that fascinated countless wizards. Then he slowly raised his hand. Avoiding the previous horns and mane on the unicorn, he stroked its cheek. Your skin is as smooth as satin. This thought flashed through Cedric's mind, and then he discovered that the love emotion originally injected into his body was actually activated. Hazy pink. Illuminate Cedric in a dreamy way. Europe. Hagrid, a rough guy, curled his lips in disgust. This pink color is so hard to describe. The absorption didn't last long. Cedric could feel it. About 1/10 of the love emotion in his body was absorbed, and then the unicorn stopped. Cedric discovered. The unicorn closed its eyes and began to chew slowly and slightly. Is this tasting? Cedric was very happy. If your feelings of love really are a delicacy for a unicorn, then look at the way it nods continuously. Apparently it tastes good. At the same time, this also allowed Cedric to figure out why he attracts unicorns. The line of love emotion is really powerful. It seems that I will spend more energy on this line in the future. The rewards will definitely be beyond imagination. When Cedric was imagining the idea, the unicorn in front of him quickly had a new reaction. Infant. The unicorn soon let out a sweet cry. Then, a bright white light shot out from its horn and connected to Cedric's heart. A gentle female voice rang directly in Cedric's head. Hello, beloved and helpful Cedric. Cedric realized immediately. This is the unicorn talking to itself. Hello, what should I call you? Madam. Cedric asked, following the feeling. I hope we can sign a contract. It turned out to be this. Cedric was shocked. So, what kind of contract is it? You protect me and my child, and in exchange, we can sign a blood contract. Not only can you get my blessing, from now on, when the descendants of your bloodline reach adulthood, they will have a chance to contact the descendants of my bloodline and have the opportunity to persuade them to go with them. It is indeed this. Cedric hit the mark again. He had just noticed that the unicorn's belly was slightly bloated. She is in the original work. The unicorn captured by Voldemort and sucked his blood. I am glad to. But I don't know what to call you, and who could hurt you, and how can I help you? Confronting Cedric's problem. The unicorn began to explain with some confusion. You may call me Ms. Unicorn. Early on, I realized that fate suddenly brought me and my baby to the brink of death. I was already planning to accept it. But today I suddenly felt your message. You are not affected by this death line, so it means that you may be able to change my destiny. Of course, the most important thing is that you have the power of love. Although he is elaborating on issues about his own life and death. But come down the whole way. Ms. Unicorn's voice was very smooth, as if she was talking about such trivial matters as what to have for breakfast. After her explanation, plus the plot in the original work, Cedric finally constructed the whole story in his mind. I am not a player in the game, and has the love mood that unicorns love. In the taste just now, it saw several of its most loved moments, which includes, Chu Jong was touched by his help to the squib and the werewolf wizard, as well as during the troll incident. completely in love with her own Hermione. In their eyes, they are selfless, great, tolerant, and kind. This fits the whole idea of unicorns. Otherwise, even in the face of death, it would not appear in a male wizard. As for the way to save it, it is arbitrary. As long as it can help it survive, any method is acceptable. Cedric breathed a sigh of relief. If there is no limit. As long as the unicorn stayed in his pet space, it would be completely impossible for Voldemort to find it even if he made the Forbidden Forest his home. More importantly, it's not just the benefits for future generations. After signing this ancient contract with the other party, according to Ms. Unicorn, you will also get many benefits. She didn't say specifically. She just asked herself to weigh the difficulty of saving it and then answer whether she was willing to sign the contract. I guess I don't have to think too much. Cedric replied very seriously. I am willing to help you, pure and kind Ms. Unicorn. Thank you for your help, Mr. Cedric. She said no more. The white light connecting the two people was instantly infected with blood. From its body, a flash of silver-white blood flew out and merged with the red blood flying out of Cedric's heart. Subsequently, this strange, white, and bright pink blood returned to their bodies. Several prompts suddenly sounded in Cedric's mind. But he didn't have time to check it yet. After the link is broken, Ms. Unicorn looked tired. It squinted its heavy eyelids, and even its breath became heavy. Stand up. Now, have you figured out how to help me? The sound came to Cedric's mind. Apparently after signing the contract, the two already have the ability to communicate spiritually. Certainly. Cedric opens his pet space directly. Show it in front of everyone. It is a spiral pattern, consisting of black and white spiral traces. It looks like a full-length mirror, but it is magnified twice. Please come in. After entering, you no longer have to worry about the death line. At Cedric's call, Ms. Unicorn didn't hesitate at all. She flicked her hooves briskly, walking towards the spiral pattern that I have never seen before. After signing the blood contract, both parties can even perceive each other's emotions to a certain extent. Basically, you don't have to worry about being cheated by the other party. After she entered, beside Cedric, Dan's prompt sounded again. At this point, he just opened the system and looked at it. The first is the reward after signing the blood contract. Ding, congratulations on signing the blood contract. You receive rewards, legendary value plus 10, 1,000 gold galleons, 300,000 experience points, talent points, and 50 types of various magic potions. According to the counterparty of the contract, you have obtained the following achievements. 1. The blessing of the unicorn. You are a wizard, Qian Zayahao, watched by the goddess of good luck. Whatever you do, there is a small probability of obtaining unimaginable benefits. 2. Because of the unicorn bloodline, your upper limit of magic power has been increased to 150 points. 3. Because of your unicorn bloodline, your lifespan will be increased by an additional 50 years. Cedric was already smiling from ear to ear. Voldemort would rather take the risk of being cursed, just to gain some power and increase his lifespan. Now I have it all. The key is that it takes no effort to get it, and almost all of it is given to you for free. Secondly, more than just signing got the hint. After Ms. Unicorn entered her own pet space, Cedric's ear, there were also more intensive system prompts. He turned on the system interface and was pleasantly surprised just by seeing a few titles. Ding, 2 unicorns have been detected entering your pet space. Your pet space has automatically evolved to adapt to the woodland where each other lives. Ding, it has been detected that you have a blood contract with the unicorn. Because of the existence of system space, the effect of your blood contract can be easily increased to the maximum. Ding, because of your parenting skills, the baby in the unicorn's belly has been strengthened. The effect of blood contract breaks through the upper limit. You can consume talent points to strengthen the baby unicorn. Ding, the effect of the blood contract has been detected, and it is very consistent with some of your talents. Some of your talents have been improved. Ding, the effect of the blood contract has been detected, and it matches several of your spells very well. Several of your spells have been improved. Cedric's whole body went numb. This time the unicorn was given for free, even more powerful than his gains this year combined. He immediately started browsing the various effects after strengthening. Cedric. Hagrid yelled worriedly, then stumbled to Cedric, looking around, trying to find the missing unicorn. After searching to no avail, he asked anxiously, where did it go? Don't worry. Cedric made a downward gesture to several people, telling them to calm down. The other party is safe. He waved, opened the space teleporters again, and took several people into his pet space. In a deep forest, Ms. Union is taking a leisurely stroll. No matter how many times I see it, it's still so beautiful. Hagrid confirmed to Cedric, you just completed the contract with it, right? Yes, you should look for a while first. Cedric has received so much information that it takes some time to analyze it. I need to know first. Clear. Hagrid stood on a nearby hillside, looking contentedly at Queen Unicorn who was wandering around. The 3 Harrys were trembling and didn't know what to say. Everything that happened today was obviously too high-end for them. Mysterious space. The legendary unicorn. There is also the so-called contract that seemed to be a blood exchange just now. They were excited at the same time. Once again, I felt a little worried about the gap between myself and others and Cedric. Cedric's level is too high. It was so high that they couldn't understand it, but fortunately, he was on his own side. Everyone was quiet. Cedric only had time to sort out the news just now. The first thing to be promoted is the blood contract. The reason for being promoted unilaterally is that sentence. After entering the space, it will become close to you and obey your commands. Judging from the word command, it shows that the space provided by the system will invisibly improve his status and income. This is reflected in Cedric. It's just that the blessings given to him by the blood contract have been strengthened to the strongest level. According to the counterparty of the contract, you have received the following bonuses. 1. The blessing of the unicorn. You are a wizard watched by the goddess of good luck. Whatever you do has a medium probability, a small probability, of obtaining unimaginable benefits. 2. Because of the unicorn bloodline, your upper limit of magic power has been increased to 200 points, original 150 points, 727. 3. Because of the unicorn bloodline, your lifespan is increased by an additional 100 years, originally 50 years. This bonus is simply terrifying. Medium probability of obtaining unimaginable returns? This description alone made Cedric so shocked that his soul trembled. That is to say, in the future, Cedric will include releasing magic spells, deducing alchemy, brewing potions, and even learning and memorizing, developing magic spells, etc. It is possible to obtain benefits beyond imagination. Beyond imagination. At least the results must be several times higher than normal. For example, maybe Cedric was brewing a pot of repair potion and got the resurrection potion directly? It's crazy. Not to mention the upper limit of magic power. Cedric is already proficient in transfiguration, so if he is ready, he can use it. One man becoming an army is no joke. Cedric alone vs the Death Eater army. This scene is exciting just thinking about it. As for lifespan, this does not increase your own strength. But you have to think about it, how many great people from ancient times to the present have found it difficult to live forever. This time he added 100 years. Generally, top wizards can reach over 100, which means they have a lifespan of 200 years. No matter how many people envy you, you won't be able to envy me. All above. This is just the beginning of the strengthening bonus. Cedric took a deep breath for a minute to suppress his excitement. There is much more to see next. He didn't want to make any wrong decisions or opinions out of excitement. Be aware that once an opinion is formed, it will always be stubbornly entrenched in your mind. This is the importance of the first impression. Calm down your mood. Cedric continued to check. Ding, because of your parenting skills, the baby in the unicorn's belly has been strengthened. The effect of blood contract breaks through the upper limit. You can consume talent points to strengthen the baby unicorn. First of all, the blood contract has been strengthened again. 1. The blessing of the unicorn. You are a wizard watched by the goddess of good luck. Whatever you do, there is a high probability, medium probability, of obtaining unimaginable benefits. 2. Because of the unicorn bloodline, your upper limit of magic power has been increased to 300 points, original 200 points. 3. Because of the unicorn bloodline, your lifespan is increased by an additional 150 years, original 100 years. Tet. Cedric now has the urge to give up his trip to the Forbidden Forest and immediately go back to brew 180 pots of potion. A normal heart, a normal heart. These are all normal. Cedric sets his sights on enhanced options. Name, son of Ms. Unicorn. Race, unicorn. Horn, detoxification ability 0.1, 1.3. Tail hair, 200, magic points, 260 points. Blood, lifespan 100 years, 130 years. Heart, the power of the light spell is doubled, 1.3. Each of the above values, the value in parentheses, is the average value of an adult unicorn individual. Due to the parenting skills, its average value will be 1.3 times the original value. Enhancement description, every 10 points of talent value can increase any value by 10%. Consuming 10 talent points it can be matured for 1 year without any harm, but all strengthening must be completed within 8 years of age. After 8 years of age, it cannot be improved. Special note 1, the maximum strengthening value can only be 1 times the current individual maximum value, and the strongest is 3 times the average individual value. Special note, due to the special nature of the pet space, the pet contract you signed with a certain species will be automatically transferred when a stronger individual appears in the group, and will be increased according to the value of the strongest individual. Is this the power of parenting? That is to say, if you have enough talent points, you can not only create an extremely powerful helper, you can even feed yourself back, but you have to earn so many talent points yourself. And the timing of ripening is also important. When you don't know how many talent points you can get in total in the future, it is crucial to choose when to ripen. Cedric didn't dwell on this, because his current talent value is still a bit poor. Next comes talent. The talents affected this time are Super Perception, Reverse Scale, and Holy Beast Whisperer. These 3 talents have been strengthened. Your Super Perception is upgraded to Over Limit Perception. Super Perception. This skill can give you extraordinary perception and insight, and make you more sensitive to fluctuations in magic power. Beyond Limit Perception. This skill can give you the ability to perceive and predict fate, and you can feel the fluctuations of magic power. The prophetic perception has not been felt yet. However, Cedric obviously found that he was more sensitive to changes in magic power. If we say before, Cedric's feeling of magic is like sitting on the sidelines and watching the ebb and flow of rivers and lakes. So now, Cedric's feeling of magic is like a duck swimming in rivers, lakes, and seas. The so-called duck prophet is the spring river water warmer. That's how he feels now. Your reverse scale is promoted to a sacred guardian. Reverse scale, when someone you truly care about is hurt, your spell will be 20% more powerful and your spell casting speed will increase by 10%. Divine protection, you can use the emotion of love to protect yourself, or to protect the 3 loved ones who provide you with the most love. The emotion of love can resist any spell. The use of love emotions. Cedric finally reached the edge. These days, after his own investigation, he found that the emotion of love is obviously a kind of ancient magic. Now, the first practical application finally appeared, and the scope spread from myself to 3 loved ones. The effect is also clear. To deal with all the curses, this is simply a universal curse. As long as you have enough love emotions, then you are the most awesome tank wizard in the world. Even if it is a sneak attack, you are not afraid at all. Because the emotion of love is blessing oneself, it is all passive and effective. Ding, your Beast Whisperer is promoted to a Sacred Beast Whisperer. Beast Whisperer, when facing creatures, you will gain the ability to communicate with them. Divine Beast Whisperer, when facing creatures, you will gain the ability to communicate with them, and even have a very small chance of gaining the ability to command them. Good. Communication becomes command. If it can take effect on Nagini, then he will make a lot of money. Just imagine. Voldemort was fighting with him, and Nagini took a bite out of him. That picture is so beautiful. Even if it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Cedric can also take down the basilisk. The parcel mouth of the Beast Whisperer fireworks can already command it. Now there are more Holy Beast Whisperers. I can definitely handle it myself. When the time comes, after a litter is raised, it will be released suddenly during battle. Let me ask you. I ask you to take a look at me. Do you dare? If you close your eyes, then wait for my magic baptism. After talent comes the curse. The magic spells affected this time are Super Armor Protection, Patron Saint Spell, and Blazing Fire. Ding, your Super Armor Protective Spell has been promoted to a Super Magical Holy Shield. Ding, your Patroness Charm has been promoted to a Super Magic Spell, the Holy Patroness Charm. Ding, your Blazing Magic Spell has been promoted to the Super Magic Holy Flame. Ling Yun discovered some patterns from these 3 tips. First of all, they are all full-level magic. Secondly, they are all white magic, and mostly defensive magic. This made him guess. Are there really only 3 skills and talents that can be affected now? Still, it's just that among my existing talents and spells, these are the only ones that meet the conditions. Cedric is going to learn some more defensive white magic. If there are more suitable candidates, then you will be developed. Because according to his conjecture, these so-called super curses are all ancient curses. Each one possesses extremely powerful power. It is in existence on the same level as the spell Li Huo. No, I have to calm down. Cedric patted his cheek gently to relieve himself from the numbness of shock. In his heart, there is a voice that keeps shouting, I am terrifyingly strong now. I want to take complete control of the Ministry of Magic. The devil Voldemort, as well as all Death Eaters, must be punished with death. And Dumbledore, this white wizard has lost his courage and youth. It's time to step down. He will only become an obstacle to me now. I am the truly most suitable king in the magic world. Everyone should kneel at my feet and obey my will. Only in this way can the magic world become the best. Rights and desires. Like poison, it was eroding and corrupting his soul. This is too scary. Cedric shook his head. Desire is simply like a kilometer that hits your head in your own heart. Let his heart be dusty and restless. Cedric has 2 guesses. First, when faced with the huge bonus, his mentality changed and he developed desires. It would be much simpler if this were the case. It only takes a while and the symptoms will disappear naturally. Second, that is the price of ancient magic. Since ancient magic was so powerful, why did it disappear in the long river of history? Even if there is no genius in a certain generation, as long as the cultivation methods are passed down, then future generations of geniuses will surely discover them. Unless it has flaws as great as its power. For example, he will take your ideas to the extreme. Cedric does have many ideas for improving the Ministry of Magic, but they are definitely not in such extreme ways. I won't make a big deal about it. He even said something like crawling at his feet. In this case, reminds him of another movie. The intelligent robots born inside decided to lock them up and feed them in order to better protect humans. This can be avoided. In the future, mankind will destroy itself due to the continuous escalation of war, but this is definitely not justice. Cedric prefers the second type of truth. This is very difficult to deal with, but it is not absolutely impossible. The only thing that can fight against thought is another thought. Cedric stood up. He draws in his abdomen, straightens his chest, raises his head, looks forward, and stretches his shoulders back. Under the astonished gazes of the other 4 people, Cedric roared a paragraph with his mouth, a silent roar used to suppress and correct his thoughts. Cedric. Justice is not just a slogan, but also a responsibility and mission. Cedric's chest is getting hot. Justice above all else. Every minute, every second, I will be determined to act righteously and will pay until I persist. Salute to justice. Long live justice. This is not an oath involving magic, but for Cedric, this is the best medicine. Face the negative emotions of arrogance. Only by remaining humble can you regain your sanity again. Only in this way can we become more firm in our original intention and mission. Temptation is indeed terrifying. They are almost everywhere. Even Dumbledore ignored the possible curse out of guilt and put the ring on himself. As a result, he only had 10 years left to live. Cedric knows very well. It can only be experienced deeply. Justice is not only a responsibility, but also an honor. Only then can we continue to remain humble, strive to improve our abilities and qualities, and make greater contributions to the magical world. He was extremely convinced. As long as you persist, you will definitely be able to create a better tomorrow. Ms. Unicorn looked up thoughtfully. My buddy, she called softly. Compared to when she signed the contract before, her voice now is a little more gentle and humble. What were you thinking about just now? Thinking? Oh, Cedric remembered. After signing a contract, the other party can vaguely sense your status. Simply put, I am strengthening my faith. His very brief answer made Ms. Unicorn's eyes light up. Belief. Ms. Unicorn pondered this word over and over again. A look of shock appeared on her face and she exclaimed. Sure enough, fate will not guide me at will. I haven't heard such pure words in a long time. Although I don't know your beliefs clearly, judging from your mental fluctuations just now, you are indeed a great person. Cedric was shocked. There is a reason why unicorns can enhance their super senses. Its perception is indeed very keen. Unexpectedly, some of my most superficial emotional fluctuations were captured accurately by it. These are not my thoughts. Cedric explained. I also learned from others. Other things are better kept hidden. But this is the only thing I can't take credit for. The heirs of great ideas are naturally great men. I admire you, my partner. I like the venue you provide very much. When I get over my weakness, I can always listen to your call. Ms. Unicorn didn't get to the bottom of it. After expressing his respect, it slowly disappeared into the forest. Being a unicorn, dew, nectar, and pure, bright moonlight are its food. So Cedric doesn't need to prepare anything else for it. Just have to wait for her to finish giving birth. You will have a unicorn companion. But even now, the blessing it provides has qualitatively improved Cedric's strength. Sure enough, good intentions are rewarded. Cedric also calmed down at this moment. He greeted the three of them to leave his pet space, and then continued his journey to the Forbidden Forest tonight. Just after this, not only Hagrid turns into a curious baby, even Harry's iron triangle had no intention of trying. Cedric could only announce that the teaching trip had come to an end after patiently answering several people's questions. But he was still very satisfied. Although the experience value of teaching the Savior was not obtained as expected. But I got better results. The veil of the Forbidden Forest has only been lifted a little, but the opportunity to go there next time is hard to come by. In the coming days, in order to be able to face Hufflepuff, Harry's body was hollowed out by Wood's training, as if it was fate. Although Hagrid replaced the monster, Harry Iron Triangle relied on Snape's injury to actually get words out of Hagrid. So, who is Nicholas Flamel? After Audio-Technica got the news, they came to Cedric immediately. And Cedric didn't let them down. He is the greatest alchemist of our time. He created and owned the only remaining Philosopher's Stone in the magic world. With his patient answer, Harry immediately labeled Snape a traitor. No, of course Cedric would not agree with this. No matter how you think he targets you, I have to tell you that Professor Snape is definitely not a bad person. In fact, many times, you can already predict the ending when you open your mouth. It's like flipping a coin. Sometimes you don't really need to rely on coins to help you make decisions. But when the coin is tumbling in the air, at this time when you are almost unable to control the real answer in your heart will often emerge. If you obey your will, then it is God's will. If you don't obey your will, then naturally you will win 2 out of 3 games, win 3 out of 5 games, win 4 out of 7 games. After Cedric finished speaking, he was not surprised to see disappointment in Harry's eyes. That's one. Feeling helpless and lonely when no one believes in my own ideas. It's just, Harry. Even more helpless is Professor Snape. After giving Harry a soft nail, Cedric was clean for a while. Harry's iron triangle lost his support and could only continue to rely on his own efforts to explore the truth recognized by them. The iron triangle temporarily disappeared. There was no movement from Quirrel either. Even though Cedric had 3 classes a week, he never mentioned the word Forbidden Forest again. Have to say, Voldemort is really afraid of death. Cedric took away the unicorn, but the other party didn't dare to take action because he couldn't find the unicorn to suck the blood and didn't recover his strength. This actually gave Cedric more time to accumulate strength. Those who are afraid of death will die the fastest. Because Voldemort was afraid of death, he made himself noseless. He even formed a Death Eater organization and became the most notorious Dark Lord in the wizarding world. He narrowly escaped death several times. He even regained his body through the resurrection spell. So, he only lived to be 72 years old. In the end, he did not even live to the average age of 84, the average age of wizards in the magical world. That's all. The 11 years he spent possessing the rodent. Think Dumbledore? Think of Grindelwald. In the wizarding world, if you don't have any hidden injuries or illnesses in your body, as long as you have a third-rate magician, your lifespan can almost be close to 100 years. Even Cedric was thinking, if only someone had told Voldemort that he could create a magic stone of his own if he studied it for 50 years. Then will he directly become a top alchemy otaku? Sure enough, there are still some problems with Dumbledore's education. Anyway, Quirrel didn't come to see him, but Cedric was free and had more mobility. The love from Chuzhong is getting stronger and making steady progress. Professor Quirrel's courses also earn 10 large sums of experience points each time, except for classes. After class, many classmates would surround him and ask questions. Answering these questions would also bring a lot of benefits. The days passed like this. After Cedric led Hufflepuff to defeat Ravenclaw in the Quidditch match. Soon, it came a few days before Christmas. As per usual, Cedric invited all his friends who could sit together for dinner to have dinner together several times. In Hufflepuff's lounge, in Ravenclaw's lounge, in Hagrid's hut, it was even the Slytherin's lounge. Cedric does not discriminate against little snakes. He knows how to say hello when answering questions or when meeting, and he will also call familiar little snakes friends. Certainly, he would have been thankful if they hadn't kept thinking about adding a robe. After Cedric made a trip to Hogwarts, Christmas has arrived. A lot of important things happened this Christmas. From Harry Potter getting the invisibility cloak to discovering the Mirror of Erised. Then Dumbledore decided to use the Mirror of Erised and Harry to set a trap for Voldemort. Weasley's Wizard Wheez's store was sold out at Christmas. Boss. The Gemini stars were wearing almost identical dark red suits and showed off to Cedric enthusiastically. Hurry up and congratulate us. In one Christmas alone, we sold more than 13,000 galleons. Very good. Cedric was also very surprised when he saw these gold coins. Then, according to the previous distribution method, 3,000 gold galleons will be left as the store's operating capital. The rest of us have 64 points. Cedric soon had 6,000 gold galleons in his account. Think of it later. The Weasley twins will earn themselves a steady stream of galleons. The confidence in his heart was enough. 6,000 gold galleons is 600,000 experience points, which is equivalent to 60 months of alchemical deduction. Through different excuses. After that, all the money was handed over to Mr. Slughorn one after another. Cedric immediately started the alchemical deduction. This time, he groped for a long time. After spending the equivalent of 80 months of experience, a new result was achieved. Project research completed. Human ritual stripper. The appearance is a hollow skeleton creation similar to a helmet. Wear it in the user's head, and you will be able to choose to peel off different consciousnesses in the other person's body. Special note, this alchemical creation is extremely fragile and will cause severe pain when used. Be sure to ensure that the target does not move around, although there are many restrictions. But finally Cedric saw the hope of completing the mission. Maybe it was the blessing of the unicorn that worked. In his subsequent attempts, Cedric obtained another alchemical creation that could nourish the soul. However, the deduction time was as high as 120 months. Faced with a gap of 1.2 million experience points, Cedric currently only has less than 50,000 experience points. Already, over there at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Although the sales volume is still very impressive, it is somewhat unrealistic to earn him more than tens of thousands of gold galleons in a short period of time. It's the other side. After accepting a large amount of gifts from Cedric, Slughorn gave Cedric a big surprise. The sales of Wolfsbane potion capsules are very hot, and because of the support of certain conspiracy theories, many capable werewolves have hoarded as many capsules as possible. This time the accounts are divided. Cedric received a full 2,000 gold galleons. But it wasn't enough to surprise him. What really surprised him was that after learning about the existence of this capsule, official organizations from various countries began to purchase it. Because of this potion, it can also help them stabilize the situation in their own region. Compared with the stability of public security, thousands of gold galleons are allocated every month to purchase capsules, which is simply not worth mentioning. Not only that, after they bought it, in order to prevent some wandering werewolf wizards from not knowing about it, they also carried out vigorous publicity in their own hometown. That is to say, Cedric's Wolfsbane potion capsule this time was completely out of the circle. In just over a month, he has completely moved from the local magic world to the entire magic world. The fame even surpasses the previous squib books. The biggest difference is, squibs usually buy them secretly, and after they are cured, they usually write letters to Cedric. The spread is too small. After all, unless they are well-known senior squibs for many years, wizards will do their best to hide the fact that they are squibs. This also limits the spread of his fame. The biggest improvement was the interviews and reports he received from various newspapers when he received the Order of Merlin. After this, not only did Cedric's income skyrocket again by 3,000 gold galleons, even the fame side, he also gained a harvest equivalent to 400,000 experience points. 2,000 plus 3,000 plus 4,000 equals 9,000 gold galleons equals 90 months. Unknowingly, Cedric almost got 120 months of experience points. After getting this notice, he quickly set his sights on the hope of improving the Wolfsbane potion. As long as this potion can be improved, if the effect of the potion can be further improved, a way to completely eradicate the curse can even be developed. Then his reputation will rise to a new height again. In order to make up the final gap, Cedric ignored Dumbledore's fear. Within half a month, he successfully experimented twice in a row. The enhanced joyful version of Wolfsbane potion was directly launched. The effect of this medicine is more obvious during an attack, and it can even take away most of the wizard's desire to kill. As long as the will is strong, werewolf wizards can basically stay sane at this time. No surprise, Cedric's name was promoted again. After settling his fame again, he quickly created the alchemical creation that healed the soul. After this, Cedric's first stop was Saint Germain's Hospital of Magic. The effect of this alchemical item can not only help Quirrel, but also many other people. Cedric even thought about it. Do not know either. Will he encounter a victim who has forgotten everything and end Harold in advance? But he never expected it. I actually saw those two familiar faces enter. 5th floor, curse damage department. I didn't expect it would be them. The first time he saw the visitor, Cedric sighed helplessly. Why always me? This sigh comes from Neville in 3rd grade. It was Harold's defense against the dark arts class, and he released a group of strong Cornish goblins. These little goblins completely messed up the class. The pranks they pulled included hanging Neville from the chandelier by his ears. It's just a microcosm of his career at Hogwarts? Who is the stupidest person who wrote down all the passwords and then lost them? Why always you, Mr. Longbottom? When Sirius passed the fat lady's portrait, he was the target of Professor McGonagall's extreme anger derived from his worry. Mr. Longbottom, get down. On the grass. He was the one who broke his wrist during Mrs. Hooch's flying lesson. Neville, I'm really sorry for doing this. The night the iron triangle passed through the trapdoor, he was the one who turned Hermione to stone. Hey, Longbottom forgot his earmuffs. In herbalism. Professor Sprout watched helplessly, because he heard the immature Mandrake's scream, and it was he who fell. He is Neville. Harry was once one of the prophesied choices for the Savior, until Voldemort chose to attack Harry. Sitting in front of Cedric at the moment. It's the Longbottoms. I never thought it would be them. Cedric felt a little uncomfortable. These days, I am too concerned about completing the mission of rescuing Quirrel. It didn't ring at all. This is a couple that should not be forgotten. Mr. Frank and Ms. Ellis. 1497 years ago, Bella found them, who were still members of the Order of the Phoenix at the time. She tortured them. The purpose is to gain more confidence from their mouths. But Bella didn't succeed. The Robotoms, who have faith, are much more powerful than Bella's Cruciatus curse. They have been resisting tenaciously, until the curse drives them completely crazy. Such performance. Enough for Cedric to call them comrades? As someone who also has faith, there was a strong anger and hatred in his heart towards Bella who tortured the Longbottoms. Very good, there is one more person I want to kill with my own hands. The anger in Cedric's heart was like a stormy sea, constantly beating against the rock called reason. Angry in my heart. But there was no trace of it on his face, and he even had a gentle smile. This immediately warmed up the temperature in the treatment room. Cedric, sir. The witch with a gold and silver garland on her head breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She is in the treatment room of St. Germain's Hospital for Magical Injuries. The person responsible is the resident treatment area. That was the room where the Longbottoms were. After Lockhart was messed up, she would also come to the area she was responsible for. At the very beginning, she was disgusted from the bottom of her heart that Cedric wanted to use treatment methods. To her, even if Cedric possesses the Merlin badge and has managed to control the squibs, and magic damage are different concepts. She didn't think so. What help could a little wizard do to the poor Longbottom couple? But just now, after Cedric saw the Longbottoms, the atmosphere around him changed instantly. How to describe it? It's like you wake up and suddenly find that your warm bed has been replaced by the embrace of a fire dragon. You move a little. As a result, he was discovered by the fire dragon, and then the fire dragon's throat lit up instantly, extinguishing the flames and locking you in that fatal feeling. She almost screamed. Fortunately, the momentum was not just directed at her, but in an inexplicable direction. That's all. That was enough to turn the therapist around. After all, this was the first wizard she had ever encountered who could scare her simply by being practical. A feeling popped up in her heart. If anyone underestimates the handsome wizard in front of him, he will definitely be in bad luck. At the very least. She had never seen Cedric's aura from Fudge, the Minister of Magic, before. Is it okay if I want to wear them myself? Cedric's words were full of magic. The therapist gave up his position without thinking. He gave up the opportunity to face the Longbottoms. Thanks. Cedric thanked him. Then, with great solemnity, he gently buckled the strap of the soul-healing device on Queen Ellis' head. Compared to Mr. Frank, who can only lie in bed and has a skinny body, can move around on his own. She even smiled at Cedric, and her condition was obviously much better. Dear madam, please allow me to treat you. After explaining it very seriously, Cedric extended the prosthetic device with his hand and grasped it in his hand. The love in the body is like a flood, quickly moving towards the soul-healing instrument. Subsequently, the whole room lit up with pink lights. Ms. Ellis let out a gut-wrenching cry. The therapist stood up instinctively. She took 2 steps forward, and then she saw Ms. Ellis's body softening. I saw her slowly closing her eyes. His limbs were relaxed on the sofa, stretching his body to his heart's content. Even the particularly thin and haggard cheeks. At this moment, she actually regained some of her rossiness. It really works. The therapist covered his mouth and let out a low cry, then quickly turned around and ran outside. Sorry, really sorry. Cedric looked ashamed. The love he once felt was extremely fulfilling was now close to being exhausted. Because of the lack of energy, the light of the soul-healing instrument quickly dimmed. What's going on here? A therapist rushed in with the chief physician, Smezak, pinned to his chest. Nothing. Cedric said something perfunctory, then stepped forward and began to carefully dismantle the soul-healing device. This thing. Now, for him, it has become an important task to save his comrades. There must be no room for error. After knowing that he put away the soul healing device, he turned to the two therapists and ordered, "My treatment will work." He said word by word, "But I need some time to accumulate energy. Please take good care of them." Clear. The attending physician Smezak didn't know why, but he nodded seriously in response to Cedric. Even forgotten. "I want to tell Cedric." Let him tell him the principle of the information, and let him take over the treatment. After he made his statement, he just stood with another therapist, silently watching Cedric's next move. Cedric squatted down. He looked at Mr. Frank and Ms. Ellis in front of him and promised softly, "Feel sorry. I still need some love to protect myself for the time being, but I will definitely be back soon." Cedric had seen photos in his previous life. It was a group photo of the Order of the Phoenix, with Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom standing one behind the other. They are in the photo. The actions and gestures of looking back at each other and smiling will remain in the photos forever. But the two people in front of me are completely different. They no longer have healthy, round, and happy faces. Both of them were extremely thin. This makes their eyeballs look like they are protruding, which is very scary. His hair was all white. It's as dry as two clumps of weeds. Ms. Ellis, who was undergoing treatment, suddenly turned her eyes. Subsequently, she tried hard to open her mouth, but failed in the end. But she didn't give up. Ms. Ellis lowered her head and gestured timidly towards Cedric, as if she wanted to hand something to him. "Thanks." Cedric suddenly smiled. He already knew what it was. Being able to receive this thing made him feel a lot better today, because this represents my own treatment played a big role. "With you." Ms. Ellis still couldn't make a sound, but he had already handed the thing in his hand to Cedric. "That's one." The wrapping paper of Jawibeo Super Bubble Gum. The wrapping paper is so light that it seems weightless, but it also seems extremely heavy. This was Neville's favorite snack when he was little. Growing up, he had received thousands of them from his mother. According to his grandma, it's enough for him to cover an entire room. Cedric is very lucky that he can get such a card. He was even more fortunate. "I have a chance to treat them well." Ms. Ellis was so happy that she turned around unsteadily and walked towards the chair next to her husband. "I am leaving." Cedric said goodbye silently towards her back. He quickly made up his mind, and then left resolutely, regardless of the therapist's attempts to stay, etc. "Mr. Cedric." Two therapists yelled advice behind him. "Can you stay here for the treatment? We can try and study it. You can't possibly figure it out?" As a deduced alchemy tool, Cedric knows very well how much knowledge is required to create this alchemy tool that takes 120 months. Even if they can understand it, but unable to master the ancient magic related to love emotions, they are simply indistinguishable. If it is damaged, it will be more than worth the loss. The first one is made by the system. If Cedric made it himself, it would probably take several months. He doesn't have so much time now. After Cedric returned to Hogwarts, he stayed in the library for 3 full days. This is a sign that he wants to be alone. Except for Chuzhong, no one could sit on the table next to him at this time. But even Chuzhong, she also knew that Cedric was in no mood to chat at this time, and all she did was to accompany him silently. Before, this situation usually occurs when Cedric wants to concentrate on studying certain knowledge. Usually it only takes half a day at most. And now, Cedric stayed for 3 consecutive days. Sky. Just when Chuzhong could not help but ask him, Neville suddenly appeared. Neville is somewhat famous at Hogwarts. It's just a bad reputation. The round-faced, forgetful Gryffindor boy who always fails to do anything well. Neville. Sorry, classmate. Chuzhong was afraid of disturbing Cedric, so he took the initiative to reject Neville, who was approaching hesitantly. Now is not the time. Cedric is busy with other things right now. Neville was already nervous. Now Chuzhong, the beautiful senior student, took the initiative to refuse. Be the original him. I'm afraid he would have just left long ago, but today, he had something very important and wanted to confirm it with Cedric. It's about that. 2 relatives he cared about very much. At critical moments, Neville never lacked for ventilation. As soon as possible, he lowered his head and looked only at his toes, even though his face was red from suppressing it. He still clearly stated his purpose. Senior Cedric, I have something that I want to confirm with you alone. Feel sorry. Chuzhong stood up with a frown. Because of Neville's detention, many people around him were already looking this way. Cedric's anomaly. It's the hottest topic at Hogwarts recently. There's a reason why everyone wants to gossip. Autumn. Cedric spoke. He had noticed Neville for a long time, but he had just started and hadn't figured out how to tell him yet. When Neville mustered up the courage to continue speaking in the face of rejection, he knew he couldn't stand by and watch. Chu, I do have something to confirm with him alone. How about you go back today? Chuzhong was surprised. She glanced at Neville quite differently, as if she couldn't imagine that there was anything about him that could bother Cedric. Oh well. Chuzhong turned around and said, I will go back first, but you must make it clear to me in a few days. She can 3.6 accompany Cedric when he underestimates him. But you can't always know nothing? Okay. After Cedric agreed, Chuzhong quickly left the table. But she didn't go far. He just found a classmate and seemed to be chatting, but in fact he was still paying attention to Cedric and Neville. Sit down. Cedric greeted, is there anything you want to confirm with me? Yes, Neville raised his voice because of his excitement, but soon noticed this and suppressed his voice. I heard, you can treat me well. Well, yes, that's right. Cedric raised his head and looked at Neville. It's just that I need some time, a year and a half if it's fast, maybe 2 or 3 years if it's slow. After saying that, he lowered his head again. I couldn't bear to look at Neville's next expression. He originally didn't want to say this so early, because the real despair is to give others hope and then suddenly lose it. Several years. I wonder what Neville thinks. Cedric didn't want him to be bothered by this incident. He is Neville. It was this clumsy boy who dared to shout in front of Voldemort. I won't go with you until hell freezes over. Neville drew Gryffindor's sword and killed Voldemort's Horcrux Snake Nagini with his own hands. He was called the Gryffindor Sword Master by many. Finally, he became a professor of herbal medicine. He is a man worthy of the title of Gryffindor. Thank you. Neville suddenly cried uncontrollably. This is really, really good, Senior Cedric. This is so good. X7. Ding, if you meet the special conditions, congratulations on becoming the first loyal follower. Loyal follower? Cedric was surprised. I didn't expect that such an identity existed, let alone that Neville would become loyal to him just by seeing some hope. I don't know that year. How did Grindelwald's first follower, the first saint, come about? Cedric was lost in thought. In front of him, Neville was still twitching and kept saying thanks. Senior Cedric, I really hope I can do something for you. I can be your little brother. Just like Crabbe and Goyle, I know I'm useless, so you should be disgusted with me. Neville's movement was not small. For fear of Cedric's rejection, his voice even had a hint of crying. The librarian, Mrs. Pants, poked her head out from behind the bookshelf with a feather duster in hand, her face full of seriousness. After seeing it was Cedric, she blinked her eyes, then looked away again, and left from the opposite direction. Others obviously don't have this kind of treatment. When she passed by the 3 Malfoys who were peeping out, looking at Neville crying and giggling, she immediately waved them away with a feather duster. Malfoy's feeble argument came. All right. Cedric came to his senses. He patted Neville on the shoulder and comforted. Speaking of which, I really have a favor to ask of you. Cedric took out a metal button the size of a button and handed it to Neville. This is an alchemical gadget. As long as Neville presses the button above, Cedric can receive the signal. Recent. Cedric needs to reserve some more love emotions, and he doesn't have enough time. And since the last time he said something nice to Snape, Harry's iron triangle has obviously become somewhat alienated from him. Although it will not lead to bad feelings. But the other party's progress in investigating the magic stone has not been shared with him for a long time. So, Cedric told Neville to pay attention to the movements of Harry and the 3 of them, to find something for them to do, and to give himself an extra layer of insurance. Cedric 25G even thought about it. If he really catches Voldemort by then, he might be able to let Neville watch the whole process of his execution. Hey, wait. Put it this way. What if I really caught Voldemort? Then there shouldn't be a public exhibition? The more Cedric thought about it, the more excited he became. If he killed Voldemort in public, how famous would he be? Dumbledore is known as the first White Wizard of the right path. Not just because. Did he personally suppress the first Dark Lord Grindelwald? Cedric was looking forward to it even more. If Dumbledore saw himself killing Voldemort for once. I don't know if he still believes it. Do you know that the Savior can kill Voldemort? Anyway, Voldemort has so many Horcruxes. The battle will not end in one go. Just take advantage of the opponent's current weakness to step on his face and promote justice. Absolutely wonderful. Thinking about it, Cedric also had a smile on his face. $7.89. Neville in front of him also looked very excited. I will definitely keep a close eye on them. Don't be too serious. Cedric was worried that Neville would misunderstand what he meant, so he warned carefully. We are still Harry's classmates and friends. We just hope that they will not encounter any danger due to the investigation. If they take any action, please notify me. When the time comes, I will take care of them and make sure nothing happens to them. Understand? Neville nodded excitedly. I was finally able to help Cedric. Then I won't waste your time. Neville wiped the snot and tears from his face, stood up and left in a hurry. He was so ecstatic that he just took 2 steps. As a result, he hit the corner of a desk and squatted down in pain, covering his thighs. The intensity of the impact. Even Cedric felt a slight twitch in his heart when he saw it. Just seeing it made me feel quite hurt. Neville even squatted on the ground and let out a cry of pain. Madame Pants appears again. After confirming that Neville was no longer talking to Cedric, she pinched his ears and kicked him out of the library. Cedric shook his head. Neville, who is still in the sealed state, is indeed very unreliable. Do not know either. Can the other party complete this task well? Fortunately, after Neville's interruption, Cedric finally recovered from the sad story of the Longbottoms. The match against Gryffindor is about to begin. Cedric cheered up. Put Quidditch training on the agenda. On the eve of the game, there was even better news. Snape would be the referee this time. This frustrated the entire Gryffindor Quidditch team. As everyone knows, Hufflepuff is now terrifyingly powerful after possessing Cedric. More importantly, Snape and Cedric were so close that they seemed like the same person. Don't say they have any roots. Even if Slytherin and Hufflepuff were playing a game, they probably wouldn't want Snape to be the referee. It was because his elbows were turned to the back of his head. The one who is favored is always Cedric, and the students at Hogwarts are almost used to it. Only Harry was still a little unhappy. Every time I think about it, Cedric and Snape admired each other, and he couldn't help but mutter, "Why can we actually play together? They are obviously completely different." Okay. After the day's training, when Harry immediately told Ronald and Hermione the bad news, they immediately gave him some unreliable suggestions. "Just say you're sick," Ronald said. "Pretend to break your leg," Hermione said worriedly. "Really break your leg, or go to my brother's and buy some quick-acting candy," Ronald suggested. Fortunately, Harry still had a bottom line. "I have to compete," he said to Ronald and Hermione. "Although I know that I am still far behind Senior Cedric, I still want to challenge." "Bless you, my friend." Ronald gave Harry a hard hug. Hermione next to her opened her mouth, and after a long while, she said in awkward comfort, "It's always good to compete. It's not her fault. According to her character, it's good to be able to encourage someone in a game that she doesn't like. Despite her encouragement, it sounds really frustrating." Fortunately, the relationship between the three of them is much deeper now, especially after Hermione temporarily gave up meeting Cedric. Both of them knew that she really sacrificed a lot. "I can also absorb her occasional outspokenness." The game is quickly approaching. Harry was getting more and more nervous, and the other members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were also panicking. Only Wood, wanting to have the opportunity to defeat the powerful Cedric in the Academy Cup, I immediately felt excited. Cedric has never lost on the Quidditch pitch, but now Gryffindor is also terrifyingly strong. They have Harry? In the lounge. After Wood enthusiastically boosted his morale, he pulled Harry aside and warned, "Potter, today's game is very important. I don't want to put pressure on you, but today more than ever we need to catch the snitch as soon as possible. We have to do it quickly and we can't let Cedric and Snape have room to play." Harry suddenly felt a cramping pain in his stomach. In the departure lane, Cedric saw Harry and winked at him, making the latter feel better. Wood, on the other hand, was guarding Cedric like a thief. He came sideways. However, Cedric has grown very tall this year, easily reaching over the opponent's shoulders and nodding towards the Gemini stars. "Hi, boss. See you on the court later." Two frivolous voices sounded. Wood's angry roar immediately rang out. "Fred, George. Damn it." Fred complained. "We also have a private life." After George finished speaking, Gemini said in unison, "Do you have any evil thoughts about us?" Wood was clearly furious. But at this moment, the players from both sides have already appeared on the stage, so if you have anything to say, you can only wait until you are off the stage. Hufflepuff. Right. Gryffindor. As the commentator's voice sounded, the two teams appeared on the stage at the same time. After Snape checked everyone's wands with a sullen face, he immediately announced the official start of the game. Cedric quickly rose into the sky. Harry was also very talented, and this was his first time playing against him. While sensing the surroundings, he also dedicated a part of his energy to keeping an eye on Harry, and was always never far from him. Harry couldn't care less about Cedric. Hurry up, I want to hurry up." His eyes were widened, he repeated what Wood had just said, and kept glancing around. Drop. Snape blew the whistle for the start of the game and stepped onto the broom. Because of worry, Harry glanced at him subconsciously, but this glance made his heart beat wildly. Golden snitch, right behind Snape's shoulder. Harry's body drew a very curved line in the air, and he lay low on the broomstick, like a bullet fired at the enemy. 50 meters. 30 meters. Arrive. Facing the shocked Snape, Harry stretched out his right hand. Snape seemed to have seen something terrifying. He immediately pulled up the broomstick, and his dark robe flew in the air, rising to more than 5 meters. Harry ignored him. Instead, he slightly adjusted the angle of his broomstick and rushed towards the golden snitch hovering in the air. "Harry." The commentator Jordan only had time to shout 2 words. "Everyone can see it." Harry suddenly made a beautiful dive, and must have discovered the golden snitch. The Gryffindors suddenly let out exclamations and cheers. "Got it?" Just as this thought arose in Harry's mind, he suddenly felt a strong squeeze coming from his right shoulder. He turned around in shock, and it turned out to be Cedric. Cedric is 2 years older than him. Especially since he has grown taller and taller, even his outstretched arms are longer than Harry. Phew, the sound of wind comes from my ears. Crossed. Cedric's action of grabbing the golden snitch made Harry vaguely hear the sound of his own heart being torn apart. Not only did he lose, and they lost without any suspense, not even the Geminis hit the first bludger. Harry looked at him dumbfounded. A complicated look flashed in Snape's eyes. First there was a flash of pity. Then, his disgust at Harry's face quickly took over. Snape quickly flew to Harry's side. He mocked in that maddening tone, as expected. "But at first I thought you could at least let me have some air." Harry's face instantly turned pale. Snape proudly pulled Cedric up into the sky. He held Cedric high and held the golden snitch's right hand, and Jojo announced, "Cedric captures the golden snitch. 193 Hufflepuff, yes, Gryffindor. Score, 1,500 points, Hufflepuff wins." Wood's hanging heart was already completely dead before he had been worried for a long time. At the same time, Harry fell to the ground in despair and walked towards Hogwarts alone. On a high platform, Ronald, Hermione, and Neville, who had just defeated Malfoy, hurriedly chased after Harry. Cedric also wanted to comfort Harry, but at this moment, he was surrounded by people and was already in an absolute whirlpool of excitement. "You made history again. Definitely the latest record. Cedric, you are our king," Hufflepuff sang with the Slytherins. Ravenclaw. Chu Zhong was surrounded by everyone and congratulated him. After the game, only Gryffindor's injured world is over. Ding, the savior Harry was greatly shocked. After the system popped up an endless prompt, the prompt that Cedric really wanted to see appeared. Ding, you have completed Pomona Sprout's third bucket list item, Glorious Hufflepuff. You have activated a new special talent, Herb Intuition. Herb Intuition, because you have been dealing with herbs all year round, when you see and touch a certain herb, you will rely on intuition and experience to gain one of its uses. After a thorough understanding, you will also have. There is a high chance that his untapped abilities will be discovered. This ability, together with Cedric's Potion Master and Unicorn's Blessing, the two abilities perfectly form a superimposed effect. The following days, Cedric soon found something new. During the process of developing Wolfsbane Potion, he suddenly thought of a strange idea. Follow this strange line of thinking. After 5 experiments, Cedric finally got a brand new potion. This is after confirming the effect of the potion. Even he himself couldn't believe that this was actually a potion made by himself. If we use an analogy, then the effect and existence of this magic potion are equivalent to the invention of penicillin in World War II. It's so scary, it's so scary. After Cedric made repeated confirmations, Slughorn was quickly contacted by St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. They brought the drug along with reporters. Prepare to broadcast the efficacy of the medicine live. Don't worry, if the medicine doesn't work well, I will try my best to say hello to them. Slughorn comforted. This time it happened suddenly, and Cedric didn't say anything to him. This made him feel a little unsure. Don't worry, my potion this time will definitely shock the magic world. Cedric looked out the window. In front of his eyes, 3 bottles of magic potion were still in his system space. Tonight, they will work wonders. So, any patient can try it. The attending physician Smizak asked softly. He's scary to Cedric now. The last time the other party turned away was a cool and decisive decision, but it kept him awake all night, thinking about how the other party treated him. In the wizarding world, because of the special existence of magic, the patients created simply challenge your imagination of the world. Many patients actually have no solution at all, but Cedric who contacted him said that he had developed a panacea. What is this concept? If it was a letter from someone else, he would probably burn it directly, but this was Cedric who couldn't sleep. Even the Longbottoms who have lived for decades can be treated. He must believe it once. Yes, patients with different illnesses can try it. I also need to confirm the efficacy of the medicine. Cedric's confidence. It all comes from the description of the system. That description is very outrageous. Repair all mutations and damage caused to the body by magic. Understood, I'll make arrangements now. The attending physician, Smizak, trotted away in a hurry. Look at him being so cooperative. Slughorn next to him almost screamed, but he reacted quickly and rubbed his nose to calm himself down. This person is not one of his connections. Moreover, he is also famous among the doctors at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries for his bad temper, in addition to caring for patients. Everything else is ignored. There was even a time when Fudge came for treatment, but he didn't follow the doctor's instructions, and he was scolded by him. The key person also has a wide network of contacts. Although he has a bad mouth, he is really capable and has many patients under his care. Fudge had nothing to do with him. But because of Cedric's words, he turned around and started running. Slughorn's intuition started ringing loudly in his head. Maybe, Cedric is the one who can make himself famous forever. After this idea appeared in my mind, a series of intuitions follow. The youngest animagus in history, he proved his talent in transformation. The solution of the squib proved his research on magic. Wolfsbane potion capsules belong to the category of alchemy. The current treatment medicines fall into 2 categories, magic potions and herbal medicines. Think about it this way. Slughorn almost PD himself. Be good. In addition to charms, magical biology, etc., Cedric has already distinguished himself in various fields. How old is he? Dumbledore started researching the uses of dragon blood at the age of 25, right? Trembling is followed by ultimate calmness. In front of the eternal memory, Slughorn's thoughts were strengthened to an epic level. You can also put it aside for a while if you enjoy it. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that Cedric recently gained too much experience points and gave him too much. When the enjoyment for many years to come is guaranteed, people will naturally start to pursue more lofty goals. Soon, Slughorn had a new decision in his mind. It seems that I still have to operate the fund seriously and don't get greedy in that area. After all, Cedric gave you enough. The idiom of paying one's salary to support one's integrity means success comes from him. Slughorn's eyes gradually became firmer, and the trotting attending physician Smizak also came with his first patient. He took the wrong medicine. Smethek brought a wizard with him. The wizard's right arm is covered with colorful chicken feathers. He made the fever medicine himself, dropped a few chicken feathers into it, and drank it without caring, and this is what happened. Cedric was non-committal. He reached into his robe and actually took out the bottle of universal recovery potion from the space. Just take it directly. Seeing Cedric take out the bottle of potion, the flashlights of the surrounding reporters began to flash. The chicken wizard was startled. Just as he was about to speak, Smethek, who had quick eyes and quick hands, poured a bottle of magic potion down his throat. Shake the bottle vigorously. After confirming that the last drop of the potion was poured in by him, Smethek immediately stared at the chicken wizard's arm. The medicine works quickly. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were controlling it, pulling the chicken feathers down one by one from the shoulders. But what's even more different about their treatments is that this time there was no healer casting a spell, the chicken wizard didn't scream, and there wasn't even much blood. Only the falling chicken feathers were still stained with a thin layer of blood. The biggest difference is still, after it was pulled out this time, the blood hole left behind did not bleed, nor did it continue to grow new feathers, but quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Look at a small section of smooth skin. Smithsek exclaimed in surprise, "It works." Hear this. The reporters immediately took action. Kaka. There was a shudder sound, and the entire treatment room was illuminated by flashlights as bright as day. Something's wrong? Smethek blinked quickly to make sure he saw it right. Feathers are not plucked. It's like the muscles are working on their own, pushing the opponent out forcefully. Of course, what he wanted to know more was how this potion stopped feathers from growing back. They can repair holes, stop bleeding, and replenish blood. But how to inhibit the growth of chicken feathers before the potion wears off? Know this patient. I stayed in their hospital for half a month. In addition to the few days of recuperation at home, there are still 2 months for the drug to recover. It took the wizard 3 months. Not just no income. Moreover, you have to spend money every day and keep drinking the inhibitors and evacuation agents prepared by the hospital. Otherwise, it will be impossible for the human body to eliminate it on its own within 3 months. Now just take a sip of the magic potion and you'll be fine. How on earth is this done? Why was it spiritual treatment last time and physical treatment this time? How does Cedric's brain look like? Looks like I bought the same model? Smezek swallowed, and the desire in his heart became stronger. All right. Cedric greeted, arrange for the next one. The chicken wizard originally wanted to complain about the blinding flash, but the next second, he was shocked to find that his arm had recovered. Didn't he say it would take another 2 months? Is this good? This is. The chicken wizard wanted to ask something else, but was already pulled aside by the therapist. But he didn't go far either. The therapist circled around him several times, cast several detection spells, and then announced that he could be discharged from the hospital. He's not leaving either. And he stood on tiptoes and began to watch the treatment of the second patient. This is also an old patient. While tidying up the warehouse at home, I was hit on my right shoulder by an ancient axe from the house. Who would have thought that the axe actually contained an ancient curse? It just relied on its own weight to hit him, but it almost split him in half. If his family hadn't been around and rushed to him for help in time, he might have been killed by his ancestor's axe. But even if he is rescued, the situation is still very bad. Not only was there a huge wound that was longer than the length of his forearm from his right shoulder to his left chest, and stopping the bleeding is difficult. A therapist must be around at all times every day, constantly applying therapeutic medicine to him. I drink as much blood replenishing potion as a large basin every day. The difficulty this time. But it's at least 10 times stronger than the chicken wizard. Another sip of the potion went down. The torn wound healed easily like a zipper. The chest was covered in blood. It became smoother instantly, and even the original chest hair grew back. Incredible, really incredible. The therapists all let out a series of exclamations. The indoor walls were turned white again by the flashlight. The carnival belonging to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries officially begins from now on. Let's use the previous 2 as examples. Therapists specialize in looking for difficult and complicated illnesses. Don't even say it. I drank the potion one mouthful after another, and all of them were really cured by the combination of Cedric's potion. Even the most difficult one. A wizard who cast a transformation spell and completely fused himself with a 30-ton boulder. She drank 1 bottle and was halfway out. Then I drank the second bottle and it was fine. A medical miracle, a complete medical miracle? Smethek stopped pretending. He lay directly on the ground and hugged Cedric's thigh, wailing that he must let Cedric give them the potion formula to use. You don't have to do this. Cedric put on the Haggard template and easily picked up the opponent. I would have authorized you to use it. As for the royalties and other details, because I have to go back to Hogwarts to study, you can just negotiate with my agent Mr. Slughorn. Slughorn quickly adjusted his purple bow tie and walked out leisurely. He stood behind Cedric, holding his shoulders with both hands. Gentlemen. He proudly greeted all reporters. Time is limited, we can only answer 5 questions. Soon, the brief interview began. What is the name of this potion? Universal Recovery Potion. Can you briefly explain the therapeutic principle of this medicine? To put it simply, it is to lock the original appearance of the wizard's body, and then forcibly expel, repair, and expel most of the magical power and foreign objects that are not originally part of the original appearance of the wizard's body. There was a continuous record of clattering sounds below. The sensitivity of being a journalist. All reporters present realized that this Cedric had made another world-class news. Even some sharper reporters. It seems as if I have seen the second order of Merlin waving to Cedric. And this guy doesn't like giving interviews. Every word and every sentence needs to be recorded carefully. Some people are even beginning to think about Cedric's next big news. Excuse me, do you have any other research directions next? Yes, I want to improve the Wolfsbane potion again, so that the magic world can get rid of the disaster of werewolf wizards forever, and alleviate the fear of werewolves. Cedric originally wanted to study Wolfsbane potion. I came across this product by mistake. But his The original intention will not change. It is worth doing to completely cure the werewolf wizard, not to mention that it can also bring him an increase in reputation, experience value, and strength. Can you tell me, then, who do you think we should thank for being able to develop this potion? This is an opportunity to introduce someone to Cedric. No need to think. Cedric was first introduced to his parents, then to all the professors in Hogwarts, and finally to Raghorn behind him. Ahem. Slughorn cleared his throat modestly. Then he straightened his chest, good to the cameraman, and preserved his most energetic side. Thank you for asking. He smiled at the reporter who asked the question. He was very satisfied with the other party's question and decided to reward him with a priority exclusive news next time. Then, there's one last question left. Realizing there is only one last chance left, the female reporter who was named asked a very pointed question without hesitation. You said that your next step is to develop a powerful wolfsbane potion. Aren't you afraid of the werewolves' revenge? After all, there are many werewolves who regard the werewolf-infected wizards as their own mission. Finally, she rubbed her eyes. Or, you didn't think so much at all and just wanted more fame. Slughorn gave the female reporter a hard look. This guy is also the #1 reporter of the Daily Prophet. How could he be so ignorant when asking questions? This problem is too dangerous. If you answer seriously, you will be attacked by werewolves. If the answer is not good, it may affect Cedric's image. Damn it. I clearly gave you good advice, so why would you ask such a question? This is the time for you to show your role? Slughorn's hand on Cedric's shoulder tightened, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Cedric's stern words. Your question makes me feel very ridiculous. Why don't you just tell me the name of the werewolf Fenrir Greyback? Cedric's tone was full of contempt and ridicule. He had already recognized the female reporter. Wasn't she using the name of the hated Rita Skeeter? Use an automatic quill. Constantly making up right and wrong to create buzz. Cedric naturally didn't need to be polite to her. Don't you dare say it's because you're afraid. Are you afraid he will attack you? The atmosphere at the scene was so tense. Fenrir Greyback, the most brutal werewolf in the wizarding world. In his life, make it your life goal to bite and infect as many wizards as possible. He promoted the practice of biting children specifically. Fenrir believed that he wanted to bite wizards when they were young, so that they could be forced to be abandoned by their families and live in an environment far away from their parents. Normal hatred lasts forever. It is a member of Voldemort's werewolf army. Voldemort often used werewolves to bite his children and threaten those who disobeyed him. Fenrir even said publicly, the blood is what the werewolf deserves, and the werewolf should take revenge on normal people. He is the reason why Lupin became a werewolf wizard. Under everyone's gaze, Rita gave Cedric a vicious look. So, are you provoking Fenrir? Of course, it's not even just him. Cedric replied loudly. If you know who and his Death Eaters were in front of me, I would say the same thing. There was a burst of exclamation at the scene. The reporters clicked the shutter one after another, while the patients who had just been cured opened their eyes wide and were stunned. If everyone is enjoying the peace and quiet of the years, then who is carrying the burden forward? Do Aurors deserve to die? Cedric's question immediately silenced the scene. Then, his impassioned and passionate words instantly ignited the passion of everyone present. Everyone will die eventually, so what is the meaning of living? Aren't you just going to die? What's wrong? Cedric raised his head and laughed. No one is born fearless, it is just because of their faith and something engraved in their bones that they choose a nobler behavior than death. The true meaning of life. They are a group of fearless wizards and Aurors who sacrifice their lives and blood for peace and justice. If someone wants to oppress us, enslave us, and want us to live in fear, then we must fight him to the end. It is a supreme honor for a man to go to death, bleed on the battlefield, defend his dignity, and sacrifice his life for his country. I hope all young wizards can shine a light on the magical world. If necessary, I will take the lead in the charge. Cedric finished. He looked at Rita with extremely determined eyes, waiting for her answer. Do you know what you are doing? Rita Skeeter was visibly panicked. In her career, it is common for her to make up lies, gimmicks, and start a picture with all the content made up. She makes a living by writing provocative reports, and deviating from the truth is something she is used to. But there are some people and things that she dare not touch. For example, when Voldemort caused riots with the Death Eaters, she complained about the Ministry of Magic's inaction. How dare you write anything wrong about Death Eaters? So-called. The soft ones are afraid of the hard ones are afraid of the horizontal ones are afraid of the stiff ones, and the stiff ones are scared to death. Dare to challenge werewolf groups and even Death Eaters. In her eyes, Cedric was already a madman. She was even worried. If the other party's reports provoking these two groups were reported through her, the two groups would even retaliate against her. You are so crazy. Rita Skeeter was so scared. Even the stiff, strangely large curls on her head were trembling. Am I crazy? After hundreds or thousands of years, descendants will naturally comment on and set the tone for me. As for now, you are not welcome here. Go back to your dark, damp underground cave and continue to use your tentacles to weave those dark and twisted words just to fill your stomach. Cedric's momentum completely defeated the opponent. Don't forget it. His natural infectious talent is SS level. Just now, in order to guide everyone to fully identify with himself, he also directly consumed his talent to completely upgrade it to the SSS level. His words fell on the ears of reporters. It even made these journalists, who have been traveling around all year round and have a lot of knowledge, feel their blood boiling. I wish they all could become Aurors now, unite behind Cedric and fight to protect their families and protect the peace of the magical world. In their eyes, such righteous Cedric. At this moment, it is like the sun, spreading its light all over the world equally and evenly. Because of his special talent and great popularity, those who like Cedric will like him very much, while those who have different ideas from him will immediately feel more profound rejection. With the addition of this effect, Rita Skeeter left with a twisted look on her face, and everyone else looked at Cedric expectantly. Tell me more. Someone couldn't help shouting. Yes, let's talk more. 660 is about dignity, about glory, and about the meaning of life. Yes, we have all lived in confusion before, but there is always someone who can tell us what is right. People kept nodding in agreement. There are patients who have just been cured, therapists who have been witnessing everything, and reporters who are well informed but whose souls have been touched. $7.89. Cedric looked around. There are pairs of eager eyes all around. So he immediately decided to inject more blood into this magical world. Because there is only blood. Only then can more wizards be inspired to stand up against Voldemort in the near future. This is critical. If we talk about the original Death Eaters, there were many who joined because they recognized Voldemort's power and charisma. But wait until Voldemort separates the 7 Horcruxes. Then, he planned to resurrect from the rodent little by little. His rule became brutal. Werewolves, soul-eating monsters, and even giants with low intelligence all became his means of intimidating and controlling Death Eaters. Only crazy women like Bella, CAI was still willing to be driven by him. If only more wizards understood the courage to resist and the meaning of hard work to protect. Then in the future, there will definitely be more people following behind Cedric. Work hard for a better tomorrow. Okay, then I will say a little more. I hope you can pass it on so that more people can hear it. Cedric clenched his fist and tapped his heart. I have a dream. This dream started when I was 5 years old and knew that the words Voldemort could not be described. Because once you say it, then, you will be targeted by all the Death Eaters. They will tear you into pieces, kill your family, and let werewolves eat your children and transform them into wolves. Division. The scene froze briefly. The pressure of those 3 words is too heavy. It is a nightmare that weighs on the hearts of everyone in the magic world. Cedric clearly knew. What did it mean to say this from his mouth, but he still said it now, after a brief moment of panic. What arose was infinite admiration for Cedric. After passing and browsing, Cedric, BFFE, started writing the schedule at the age of 5. They seemed to really understand. What does it mean? If necessary, I will take the lead in the charge. Cedric, 5 years old. I have already begun to charge against the mysterious man mentally. What a fearless spirit this is. And what kind of great being would Cedric with such a spirit be? The crackling applause soon spread throughout the city. Crazy, all crazy. Rita Skeeter, who was hiding outside the door and eavesdropping, turned pale. Turn out to be. After walking out of the door, the anger in her heart began to rise. As the #1 reporter of the Daily Prophet, when had she been expelled like this and then escaped in embarrassment? He is the creator of countless hot spots. But he can arbitrarily criticize local journalists. Rita Skeeter stopped at the door, where she had wanted to eavesdrop. If the other person said something stupid, then you can write a book about it and arrange Cedric well. Unexpectedly, this Cedric is even more crazy and paranoid than she thought. Don't know why? Cedric's words were all correct, but they made her feel heart palpitations. It even reminded her of the 10 great figures selected by Zhengzhou. That's another legend that has come to an end. Can't stay any longer. If anyone knew that I had heard these words from him, maybe I would be unlucky too. Rita Skeeter's beetle-like survival instincts kick in. After escaping from St. Mungo's hospital for magical injuries, her body twisted for a while, and without caring about the risk of being discovered by the Muggles, she apparat and flew away. And in St. Mungo's hospital for magical injuries. Cedric's speech continues. How can we still ask the butcher to reason? The knife is even on the neck. For my family, my best friends, and for the peace of the wizarding world. Everyone kept nodding. I think of my good friends who drank and joked with me, and I think of my lovely children at home. Who can bear it? Let them die from wolf kiss, or be threatened by werewolves, soul-eating monsters, etc. We need to be brave enough. A man who can grind all the bones of his enemies into powder. Cedric hammered his chest again. Face the darkness. We will never admit defeat. Everyone responded in unison. Never. Wait until everyone quiets down. Cedric slowed down his speaking speed and gave clear and serious instructions. If I fail, please wrap my body in a flag. High West. Everyone stood up and shouted, we must win. The atmosphere in the hall reached a climax. In the corner of the crowd, an old lady slowly raised her head. A flash of determination flashed in her cloudy eyes, and she began to mutter a word, Saint. This speech lasted for a long time. The reporters who stayed behind pressed the shutter one after another and recorded everything that could be recorded. They had a final discussion. We decided to jointly submit a manuscript to all the newspaper channels we know. The manuscript is titled, I Have a Dream. Besides, they are also preparing to compile all Cedric's speeches into a volume, and then publish a book with the same name. Although this is too high profile. But after thinking about it, he would even step on Voldemort's head and kill him. Cedric readily accepted. On this afternoon, he returned to Hogwarts as if nothing had happened. Only Slughorn was left to deal with the hospital and reporters at the same time. Slughorn knew in his heart that this was a big gamble for him, but in the end he thought about it. He decided to press on Cedric. My child, you must become a great man, otherwise you will be sorry for my efforts. Slughorn made up his mind and started promoting books seriously. After finalizing the authorization method of the Universal Recovery Potion with St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries, as well as the income distribution issue of intellectual copyright, he stayed with the reporters. It took a day. Everyone worked together to come up with a perfect manuscript. Slughorn knows that very well. If Cedric's ideas are directly promoted, it may cause many people to worry. So they titled it Universal Restoration Potion. Then all of Cedric's ideas were integrated into subsequent conversations and interviews. The words are scattered though, but those who can read it can fully understand Cedric's thoughts. Protect your family, and protect the peace of the magical world. The great Auror who looked down upon death. Cedric will lead the charge. As long as people who read the newspaper seriously will definitely buy his books, as long as they buy his books, then, you can definitely understand his thoughts. Slughorn is even willing to risk his own life. In the prologue of the book, he not only left his name like other journalists, but even wrote this on the title page. He's here, he lives in our time. On the day the newspaper goes on sale, the elderly lady then operated to a dilapidated castle somewhere, where she told everything. The old man who was imprisoned in that dilapidated castle was once again touched by people other than Dumbledore. His first time, wrote a letter not addressed to Dumbledore and gave it to the old lady. Help me give it to him. Hope flashed in the old man's eyes. If I can persuade him, do you think Dumbledore will come to see me? The old lady was silent. This is not the adult she wants to follow, but she still did as the old man said, because she also wanted to. You know, what would Cedric say back? Perhaps, would he be a better leader? Recalling Cedric's speech at St. Mungo's, she can still feel her blood boiling. That feeling. She hadn't felt it in a long time. The second day after the old lady left, the manuscript was published. The reporters who came that day were carefully selected by Slughorn. Coupled with Slughorn's connections, the energy that finally burst out was astonishing. Under their joint operation. On this day, the news of Cedric's invention of a universal recovery potion was published on the front page of almost all media. The magic world was shocked at first. They marveled at the powerful healing effects of the universal restoration potion. But more people saw the deeper meaning. The black words become more and more read. At the same time, a book of the same title titled I Have a Dream received over 3,000 purchases on the first day. This spread of ideas let many wizards understand that the reason why we can live peacefully in peace and quiet is because there are many people carrying the burden for us, especially the Aurors. They are the police in the magical world, and they also work to combat black magic. Seeing Cedric's approval of them, they were the first group to recognize it. Secondly, there are parents who have love in their hearts and can do anything for their families. After learning that book sales are booming, Cedric immediately rushed home. If there was anything that worried him about this speech, it was the safety of the Diggorys. Feel sorry. Cedric apologized to both men. I stole the show, but I put you in danger, child. Mr. Diggory still looked proud. His words were full of sighs, but there was no complaint at all, but more of an apology. It's us who should say we're sorry. It was our failure to provide you with safe protection that made children like you start to worry about the safety of the magical world. Do whatever you want to do, Dad will always support you. Compared to the brave and encouraging Mr. Diggory, Mrs. Diggory even wiped her tears and warned, you must protect yourself, and maybe you are quite strict with this sentence. You will always be our pride. The ring on Cedric's finger kept tightening. Mother's love instantly filled him with all the losses he had suffered before, and even far exceeded it. After feeling the surging emotion of love, Cedric also started to take action. He consumed most of the alchemy materials he had saved and installed a set of defense measures in his home, similar to a weakened version of Nicholm's home. It does not seek to completely annihilate the enemy, just need to be able to warn the two of them in advance when the enemy comes, so that they have time to escape. Subsequently, Cedric was also thinking about it. Hire qualified bodyguards for your parents. Anyway, with his current income, he can afford it. After returning home for a few days, Cedric returns to Hogwarts again. Because I had been delayed for a few days, I came to the auditorium for breakfast on the first day of the day. The army of owls delivering messages strikes again. This time, several heavyweights wrote to him, Gugu, Gugu, among the owls that overwhelmed the entire auditorium so that the ceiling could not be seen. One strong owl stood out. It wanted to fly ahead arrogantly, and was the first to drop the letter in its paws on the dinner plate in front of Cedric. Corneli Oswald Fudge. Cedric only had time to read the name on the outside of the envelope, and then an overwhelming army of owls rushed in. It was completely black. This time the owl army, more terrifying than ever before. It was clearly the morning when the sun was rising, and the sky could be seen directly from the top of the Great Hall of Hogwarts. But in this moment, the entire auditorium was plunged into darkness, with only the candlelight suspended in midair emitting a dim yellow light. Everyone looked up. Everyone slowly watched the owl army fly towards Cedric. Although the scene is very exaggerated, but the routine is already very proficient. Hufflepuff's wizards all left the field early with their mouths in their mouths, and Cedric stayed in place with his armor to protect himself. Wait until all the owls have left. Only then did the little wizards all gather together. Zhang took 7 or 8 Ravenclaw friends and sat down next to Cedric's left hand. This has almost become her exclusive position. The Slytherins occupied the right side. The Hufflepuffs, who were relatively indifferent, sat on the opposite side of the table. Most of the Gryffindors watched from a distance with envy. Only Neville and Gemini squeezed into the Hufflepuffs and became busy. The momentum this time is unprecedented. Not only the lower students in the first, second, and third years, but also the higher-level wizards. There are also many people who stop and take a walk in the distance. He was amazed at Cedric's figure. What happened today? Someone asked. I know, my mother wrote to me again, saying that Cedric had invented another universal information potion. The man replied happily. Fortunately, my mother didn't let me ask for his autograph, otherwise I would have had to stand there. Follow his gaze. Everyone clearly saw it on the periphery of Hufflepuff's table. There are many people holding envelopes in their hands, waiting for the busy Cedric. Cedric was also highly focused at the moment. He always glances at the names, and if they are not familiar, they are directly divided into 3 categories. Category 3 will be kept for later and will be returned later. If he brings gifts, especially pastries that cannot be stored for a long time, he will classify them into the second category. Category 2 will wait until the classification is completed. He would take a bite immediately, then share it with everyone and write a reply. The last is the first category. Cedric will take it back and read it carefully first, and then respond according to the situation. Senior, take a look at these. A cold female voice sounded from Cedric's right. Thanks. He politely thanked him first, then turned back and took the letters the man had collected to read. Look at the results. Cedric was stunned for a few seconds. Now he is in the absolute core, and everyone is waiting to hand over letters and gifts to him. He stopped. Everyone was immediately forced to stop. Ever since, everyone followed Cedric's gaze and saw the Slytherin girl. After a few seconds of silence, many male wizards were stunned by her beauty. What stunned Cedric was not simply her beauty, but her temperament and appearance. She has not yet been linked to another character that he also likes. That is, the killer is not too cold, holding a flower pot in Matilda. The same cool temperament. With neat short slanted hair and deep facial features, after the movie was released, the audience was amazed by this character from the moment she appeared. It was just a small supporting role that was only glimpsed, but it became popular all of a sudden. Many fans left comments and marveled. She is definitely the most beautiful Pansy, like a real noble lady come to life. Arrogant and cool. Even standing next to Malfoy, the aristocratic young master in the movie version, her aura was downgraded by number 4. Some fans even voted. I want to know who is more beautiful in everyone's eyes, her or the movie version of Hermione. There are 2 things that prove her good looks. First of all, her character in the show was originally an annoying character, with the vitriol of a Slytherin, but with her face, because she looks so good, even a bad person can be forgiven. Therefore, appearance is justice. The second thing is, because the original author really hated Slytherin, he actually compared Pansy to a poodle. In Harry 3, after starring in Pansy, this person left a deep impression in just a few minutes of a movie. The original author was afraid that the audience would be led away by his appearance. So after her strong intervention, the actor was replaced directly. Even if she loses her role because of her good looks, she can be considered a record breaker. Cedric. Zhang called from the other end. Everyone is waiting for you. Feel sorry. Cedric responded, then raised his hand to take the letter from Pansy's hand. When changing hands, he could feel Pansy's slightly cold fingers touching the back of his hand. Thanks. Cedric was unmoved. Although this Pansy is very beautiful and his appearance is within his preference, his character is really something he cannot praise. So it just made him stunned. He won't like her, but the Slytherins clearly misunderstood something. Normally, after a certain Slytherin had sorted out a pile and handed it to Cedric, he would leave that position and let the ones behind him move forward. Pansy hasn't changed position since Cedric was stunned for a few seconds. All the Slytherins willingly gave her the letters they had sorted out in their hands, with inexplicable expectations in their eyes. Zhang also glanced at Pansy a few more times at first, but after discovering that Cedric never looked back, he gradually let go of his worries. Another moment passed. The letters were all processed quickly, and only Cedric was still writing hurriedly to reply. You must be very tired. If there are a lot of them, you can come back later. Zhang watched Cedric rubbing his fingers from time to time, and then persuaded him with concern. I am okay. The reason why Cedric really rubbed his fingers was not because he was tired from writing. After all, the Hagrid character card was loaded, and his physical fitness is now terrifying. He rubbed his fingers. It's just because the ring on the finger is always releasing and contracting rhythmically with the breath. This state is so weird. When the contraction is at its tightest, it can even exceed twice the amplitude of autumn tension. But it doesn't last long. It will soon relax, reaching a level only slightly higher than Kaichang. Cedric now also has a lot of experience absorbing the emotion of love. Xu Zhang's love mood is stable and continuous, which is very consistent with her temperament, elegant and calm. Hermione's love mood fluctuates quite a lot. When I talk to her, she usually becomes more excited, which means that she is shy and will be more excited when talking to me. Mrs. Diggory's motherly love for him was the greatest. But her love is also very stable and does not fluctuate much. It just maintains a very high level at certain moments. By contrast, Pansy is really weird. although it is not that appropriate to say so, but this was the first time that Cedric felt the possibility of love that might even hurt him. At the very least, it would be very painful to pinch his fingers. Cedric concentrated on answering the letter, but it wasn't until all the letters with pastries were packed that he got up and walked towards the Hufflepuff lounge with the letters followed by everyone. Slytherins are like sharks that smell something fishy. Not only did Pansy get it, he was half a body behind Cedric. And they always only deliver it to the door. This time they even want to follow up with Hufflepuff's lounge. You guys go first. Cedric had to speak to drive them away. Only we can know Hufflepuff's entrance password. At his request, the Slytherins turned around and left. But after walking 2 corners, the Slytherins stopped and surrounded Pansy in the middle. Everyone comforted in a low voice. Pansy, I didn't expect it to be you this time. You must work hard this time to bring the great Lord Cedric back to Slytherin. Facing the public attention, Pansy still looked cold and arrogant. She shook her attractive short hair. Sure enough, Master Cedric's vision is still right. What he really likes in his heart is me, the pure blood, after all. Do not worry. I will definitely make Lord Cedric fall in love with me, return to Slytherin, and reach the top here. There was another sentence that Pansy said in her heart. And I will be the queen of Slytherin. All the Slytherins around him laughed happily. Since the plan to add robes has been stalled, they finally saw new hope. This time, even with all the power of Slytherin, it still has to be accomplished in one battle. Lord Cedric, you are our recognized king? Thank you everyone, go to class quickly. The Hufflepuffs each went to class. Cedric, who enjoyed the privilege, occupied a 4-person square table in the lounge and began to take out the most important letters and reply to them one by one. The first is a letter from Fudge, the Minister for Magic. The man first congratulated him in the letter, and then said that the Ministry of Magic was intensifying discussions on whether to award him an additional Order of Merlin. If it were before, Cedric may not be able to see the reason yet, because he didn't have much socializing in his previous life, but as his reputation here increased, there were various cocktail parties before the last Merlin medal. This letter now only has 2 words in his eyes. Want money? Not to mention, Cedric can now view Fudge's character panel at any time. Of course, Slughorn has to handle this kind of social interaction. Cedric wrote a letter to Slughorn explaining. Then he wrote back to Fudge, and bluntly stated in the letter that he was still studying at Hogwarts. Will let Slughorn go to meet with the businessman on his behalf. Discuss. This matter has been revealed. Next, Cedric responded to some letters from family and friends. 0. Including Deoxys Slughorn, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, etc. Then, he picked up Remus John Lupin's letter. In the letter, the kind-hearted werewolf recommended himself and wanted to join the werewolf potion garden organized by Cedric. Cedric has already obtained this character template. It was probably because he saw Cedric speaking this time, and because he was able to control the werewolf state well, that he wrote to him. Think about it for a while. Cedric quickly accepted his job offer. After all, as long as he completes the antidote to the Wolfsbane potion, he can complete his life wish list and get 10 points of magic power from him. It can be considered a lot of enhancements. After this, Cedric focused on the letter he deliberately left at the end. On this inconspicuous envelope of simplified music, what was written was a name that not many people could remember, Vidal Rozier. After the name, there are also a few small words conveyed on behalf of others. Fortunately, Cedric has an excellent memory now. When I saw this name, I already remembered who she was. She is Grindelwald's #1 saint. In the movie, Grindelwald's most loyal and senior witch is a being with stunning beauty, and there is something special about her. She has a one-sided love for Grindelwald, calling him master and being obsessed with him. Veda Rozier once said when facing Queenie, who can detect other people's thoughts, the master is everything to her. This is the saint who is most likely to stay with Grindelwald for decades after he imprisoned himself in Nurmengard. Letters passed down from her? Could it be the one who wrote it to him? Cedric's breathing couldn't help but become a little quick. Although he had already thought about going to meet the previous generation of Demon King after he solved the remnant soul of Voldemort this year. Or we can discuss the issue of dissemination of ideas. When the other party is locked up in prison, he can also shake the worldview of several guards, and even make the entire prison become his followers. This kind of personality charm is too powerful, maybe something we can learn from. Of course, he also has fatal problems. That is, he only cares about the strong and talented. At first, Dumbledore's younger brother and younger sister couldn't even catch his eye, out of touch with the masses. In fact, this was also an important reason for his failure, because the wizards who called him the Dark Lord were just the masses in the wizarding world. If only he could charm ordinary wizards. With everyone's support, will he still exist like the Dark Lord? He should be called a great leader. Even Dumbledore can naturally continue to fight with him. But no matter. He is one of the legendary wizards in this world. Even if he is imprisoned in his own castle now, he is still a well-known figure. Could it be you? Cedric gently brushed the cover of the envelope, and then slowly opened it. To Cedric. Boy, you should know that you are walking on a dangerous road. At least, you should know that that person will not allow you to do this. I've read your speech. I have to say that you have done better than I did back then, but it is still a wrong path after all. From Grindelwald. That's all? After reading the letter, Cedric felt a little disappointed. This old man. He must have exhausted his fighting spirit in the tower. Failure and lovelorn. It has made it impossible for him to have his original ambition. Forget it, let me try to see if I can get your template. Cedric felt extremely sad. Perhaps, this is the fate of losers. He didn't like this, so he decided he couldn't be a loser. Soon he wrote the reply, then got up and went to the kitchen. In the original work, the last secret letter Dumbledore wrote to Grindelwald before his death included a packet of lemon olaf. In Grindelwald's reply, it was the last letter that was returned by the Ministry of Magic, marking the recipient Dumbledore as dead. In this letter, Grindelwald not only lamented that he had not eaten candy in 50 years, but even complained that the guards had left, and his only watch that could tell the time was also gone. Finally, he asked Dumbledore for parchment, because he was so embarrassed that he was about to tear up the sheets and write a letter. Follow what is required in that letter. Cedric picked out some of his favorite candies from the kitchen, wrapped in a large package of parchment paper, and a few little alchemy toys to pass the time. There are no guards anyway. There should be no one searching for these things. Cedric packed everything into a big package, 190, and mailed all the written replies. He spent the next week busy answering letters, until he was in the hallway and heard Ronald correcting his classmates to stop teasing Quirrel. This is a flag node, proving that things have reached the point of the original work again. The Harry trio still believe that Quirrel is protecting the Philosopher's Stone, and Hagrid, no, her own dragon is about to hatch. Noon on the third day, Cedric was informed by Hagrid that the dragons were about to hatch. He came to Hagrid's hunting lodge for 3 consecutive days to record the changes in the dragon eggs so as to gain experience for his own hatching in the future. On the third day of observation, the 3 of them, Harry, knocked on the door of Hagrid's hunting lodge. Hagrid walked towards the door. Cedric stood up and came to the stove. He stood in front of the stove and blocked the dragon egg. Now that you have your own space, so, it's better not to let a few people know about the fire dragon, so as to save trouble? Behind him, I saw the 3 of them were Harry. Hagrid quickly let them into the hut. Seeing Cedric standing in front of the stove with his hands behind his back, Harry and the 3 of them stopped walking further into the hut. They haven't seen Cedric in a long time. After all, they felt that Cedric recognized Snape and could not agree with their views. Simply avoid talking about it. There is a reason why they came this time? Wait until Hagrid closes the door. Harry asked eagerly, Hagrid, I wonder if you can tell me what other mechanism protects the Sorcerer's Stone. I don't know, and I can't say even if I know. Hagrid rejected them without hesitation. During this period, he was questioned several times by the other party, and now there was something he didn't want them to know. So I said a few more words. First of all, I don't know, but I know that I can't tell you. There is a reason why the Philosopher's Stone is here. He was almost stolen. You know this, right? So don't ask any more. You really do know. Hermione had roughly figured out Hagrid's temper during this time. She complimented Hagrid in a sweet female voice. Actually, we just want to know who designed those mechanisms. In other words, I just want to know who else besides you, Dumbledore, would trust to help him. Cedric, who was observing the stove with his hands behind his back, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. No wonder Hermione turned out so beautifully. The tricks this girl knows are already at her fingertips in the 1st grade, and her hormones are still very strong. Advantages of girls. In addition, Hagrid likes to be coaxed by nice words. After hearing Hermione's kind words, Hagrid's beard trembled with joy, especially when he heard about the person Dumbledore trusted. His raised chest made Harry and the others very sure that he had been impressed. Okay, it doesn't hurt to talk about this. Hagrid was quickly talked out of words. After hearing that many professors, including Snape, had taken action, Harry and the 3 of them immediately looked surprised. Snape. Yes, are you still doubting him? Hagrid didn't trust Snape, but Dumbledore trusted him, and he never thought that the professors at Hogwarts would be bad people. He continued to comfort him. Snape is also protecting the Philosopher's Stone. He won't steal it. This only fueled the worries in the hearts of Harry and the other 3. Because I participated in the protection work, it was better to take advantage of my work to inquire about other professors' organizations. Correct. Harry bit his ears with Ronald and Hermione as if he suddenly understood. So Professor Quirrel never told Snape what mechanism he designed. Ronald and Hermione thought so too. The only thing the 3 were lucky about was, although Hagrid revealed the news about Lue, the monster behind the room has changed. New monsters. No one but Hagrid and Dumbledore knew how to get through it. After confirming this, Harry and the 3 of them felt a little relieved. I've finished asking about the things I care about. Harry also noticed that the temperature in the room was very unusual. Although it was a sunny day, there was still a roaring fire burning in the fireplace, and even the curtains were drawn tightly. Hagrid, can't we open a window? It's too hot here. Harry shook his collar. Immediately, I felt a burst of burning hot air coming out. Sorry, we can't. We have something to do. Hagrid glanced towards the fireplace. Harry followed and took a look, but because Cedric was blocking it, the dragon egg under the kettle was not noticed by the 3 of them. Due to Cedric's presence, the 3 of them didn't stay long and quickly left the hot room. Finally gone, Hagrid pulled out a book as thick as his arm from under his pillow. He came to Cedric's side, pointed at the contents of the book, and chanted word by word. Look, after it hatches, just feed it a bucket of brandy, wine, and chicken blood every half hour. I've prepared enough for 3 months. Hagrid smiled very happily. What we got is a Norwegian Spinosaurus, which is very rare. It grows very fast. Don't be afraid of this. When the time comes, no one can find it if it is kept in my space. Cedric tilted his head to Hagrid and joked, as long as you don't tell it yourself. Hehe, isn't that matter already made up for? Hagrid scratched his nose. The embarrassment on his face did not last long, and he soon squatted down, humming a little tune and fiddling with the fire. A few more days passed. It was finally time for Cedric to break out of his shell. Coming out soon. Hagrid's face glowed, and he squatted beside the fire very excitedly. Cedric looked over his shoulder. The dragon egg was lying in the flames, and its color had turned black and red. Under the gaze of two people, the dragon egg soon clicked, and a hair-like crack appeared. It's ready to be taken out. Cedric took out a pitchfork and stuck it under the egg. Hagrid wore thick dragon leather gloves and carefully moved the dragon egg to the table. After the first crack appeared, the clicking sounds came one after another, and soon, a deep crack appeared. Separated by a layer of translucent yellow harima, Cedric could see that something was constantly moving inside, making a funny clicking sound. The two held their breath and watched all the changes closely. Soon, after a harsh scratching sound, the egg cracked. A small dragon with a black body, like a wrinkled black umbrella, fluttered out. It has a pair of spiny wings, which are very large compared to its thin body. It also has a large white nose. There are horn bumps on the head, and orange-red eyes protrude outward. Feel the movement in the air around you. It sneezed, and a few sparks came out of its nose. It's so beautiful, isn't it? Hagrid's eyes almost melted, and he stretched out a hand to touch the little dragon's head. But Xiaolong dodged his big hand and walked towards Cedric. Is this? Pet affinity has taken effect? Cedric tentatively stretched out his right hand and gently stroked Xiaolong's head. The raised horn bumps crossed the fingertips, feeling cold and hard, like a special alloy. It seems to like you more. Hagrid was extremely uncomfortable. It was clear that he was the one who worked hard and served the dragon eggs. When Xiaolong opened his eyes, he saw the two of them at the same time. Why did it recognize Cedric? In front of the beast. Hagrid also rarely became jealous. He looked at his strong arms and muttered in his heart very unhappily. In the fire dragon world, is it also about appearance? Go get the food. Cedric had already held the little dragon in his arms. Good. Hagrid had just taken 2 steps when his face suddenly turned pale. Who's there? His huge body instantly ejected and pushed open the door. After a while, a short-haired wizard followed Hagrid back to the house. Hagrid waved his arms, not knowing how to explain. Private individuals cannot keep dragons. Everyone in the magical world knows this rule, not to mention that Pansy is from a pure-blood family. This is common sense. Compared to Hagrid, who is awkward, Cedric is much calmer, because he knew that the other party was coming for him. How did you come? Cedric handed the little dragon in his arms to Hagrid and motioned for him to handle it. Hagrid. He carried Xiaolong to the other side of the room, turning his head to look at the two of them from time to time. I noticed that you have been away from the castle a lot lately, so I followed you here to have a look. Actually, this was discovered by other Slytherins. They wanted Pansy to have a chance encounter with Cedric, so they asked her to come and hang out when she had nothing to do. She clasped her hands on her chest. Guyin looked cheerful and anxious. I didn't expect to see your secret. You threaten me. Cedric raised an eyebrow. Pansy did not answer this sentence, but suddenly tilted her head, with a sweet smile on her face. He even stretched his hand towards Cedric's face. Senior Cedric, I really like you. Cedric raised his hand to block her palm. He had a headache. Immediately, his index finger felt violent contraction again, which meant that the other party was not lying. But what puzzled Cedric was, why hasn't he been able to trigger the opponent's character template yet? The other party hasn't been impressed by you yet? It's obvious that her love is so strong that it's weird. This kind of vision. It makes him more and more unable to trust the other party. It's useless for you to say it. I will send it away tonight. Cedric was already planning to end the chat. But Pansy suddenly said something else. Lord Cedric, I don't mean to threaten you. It seems that because I like you so much, you only need to answer one question for me, and I will immediately turn around and leave, and I will keep silent about what happened today. Pansy stretched out her left hand and took out her wand with her right hand. This is the act of preparing to make an unbreakable vow. She is using this method to express her serious attitude. Well, as long as I can answer you, I can answer you. If it's inconvenient to answer, then forget it. Cedric was also curious. Pansy, what does she care about? He planned to listen to the other party's question. Perhaps, he could use this question to explore the other party's true thoughts. Thank you, Lord Cedric. Pansy spoke very quickly. Obviously she had already thought about this question. I would like to know, what career do you really want to do after graduation? Cedric frowned at Pansy. This question is not complicated. In fact, it is too simple. Because Cedric has hinted this on many occasions, especially the last time at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. The books have been written, although it is impossible to find out what the other party really means. But if this solves the problem, Cedric doesn't mind repeating it again. I've said this many times. First of all, I think the mysterious man is not dead yet, so I have to deal with him first, and then I also hope to carry out some reforms in the magic world. But don't get me wrong. I will work hard to promote the establishment of various magical laws to promote reform. Pansy didn't care about Cedric's explanation. She just stared at him with burning eyes and asked, "So, you want to become a big shot who can change the entire magical world, right? It doesn't matter if you are a big shot or not," Cedric corrected, "but I will definitely push for some reforms." Ding, moved Pansy Parkinson successfully. You get bonus talent points +1, Pansy Parkinson character template card. Before Cedric could figure out why this answer touched her, she immediately heard something outrageous. Pansy gracefully lifted her robe and saluted him. After getting up, she recommended herself to Cedric with a face full of reverence. "Lord Cedric, I will really be a good wife. You really made things difficult for me." There was a rare tangled look on Cedric's face. The ring on the index finger began to shrink again. This means that Pansy is releasing strong love emotions towards him again. Just, why? Hagrid, who was feeding the dragon next to him, chuckled, apparently simply expelling the simple confession scene. But then Pansy said something. Hagrid also realized that something was wrong. "I am a descendant of the pure-blood noble Parkinson. I am a noble pure-blood Slytherin. I was born to be a queen. Senior Cedric. I have been training hard since I was a child. I learned how to manage finances, deal with people, manage the house and raise house elves. I know everything you need." Pansy held her head high. She was proud of her presentation. However, Cedric found her more and more inexplicable. "Love is not measured by these things, at least not here for me." Cedric rubbed his temples. Why does this girl seem to be more troublesome than Voldemort? In a daze, he suddenly remembered that young Vader Rozier called Grindelwald his master. Is this how pure-blood nobles are educated? "You like me." The smile on Pansy's face was mixed with just the right amount of arrogance. She raised her hand and gently brushed her cheek, looking a little crazy and obsessed. "I didn't even expect it. My original idea was to marry another pure-blood descendant, but..." Pansy suddenly became excited. "But you like me. I can see that you like my appearance. Right, Cedric?" "That's right." Cedric doesn't bother lying on this point. "Your appearance really amazes me, but you should know that I only like your appearance, right? We actually match each other very well, and I like your appearance very much, Lord Cedric." Pansy's unabashed words made Hagrid feel a little bored. Although it is only a one-sided show of love. But why is there always a smell of teeth gnawing on bones in my mouth? Hagrid turned sideways with some boredom, focusing more on the little dragon in his arms. He forced a crumpled smile. "Good baby, Xiaolong is the best, isn't he?" Not only Hagrid is tired. Even Cedric was speechless and choked. The conversation ends here. Only then did he remember that the system had just prompted him to get Pansy's character template. Cedric immediately opened it to view, preparing to find more information inside. Template card, Pansy Parkinson. Talent, low-level master wizard, magic +5 points, upper limit of 70 points. Noble temperament, charm +1, majesty +1. Charm explanation, increases attraction to all existences, and comprehensively supports emotions such as friendship, admiration, and love. Majestic explanation, you will have a majestic and serious aura. Your friends will respect you because of your majesty, your subordinates will obey you because of your majesty, and your enemies will be afraid of you because of your majesty. Life wish list. The first item, graduation successfully, pure-blood wizards are not allowed to drop out of school. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. The second item, a woman wants to please herself. If you become her chosen husband, then within the period of her approval, she will have 80% of your data strength. Current goal, none. Completing this wish list can strengthen the effect of aristocratic temperament, charm +3, majesty +3. Special reminder, after being confirmed by Pansy as your chosen husband, if your ideas change drastically, she may give up on you directly. Hiss, she actually has so many new things? Cedric really didn't expect that Pansy would be as good a helper as she said she was. 80% strength. This is definitely a joke when it comes to other people, but what about yourself? Coercion is also a good thing. Just the fact that it can make enemies tremble is enough to show how powerful it is. This is brand new data. In a battle, if the opponent is stunned by your own coercion, he might be killed in an instant. This is a good skill? And that woman who pleases herself? Think carefully. Pansy did follow Malfoy for 7 years in the original book. But in the end, Malfoy married Astoria Greengrass. Because his thoughts changed, he finally fell in love with Astoria, who had the same thoughts as him. Now it seems. Maybe it's not that Malfoy doesn't want Pansy, but maybe Pansy no longer likes the changed Malfoy? After reading this, Cedric breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there is a reason why I play this way to impress the other person. At least my own values are different from hers. I love winning though. Cedric knows how to persuade Pansy to retreat. But many times, I don't assess the situation, but make some decisions that seem stupid to you. In addition to pursuing victory. Sizing up the situation is another major characteristic of Slytherins, and they even vaguely pursue victory. This is why Slughorn is called the quintessential Slytherin. He is proud and proud. I will never look down on ordinary students. He carries himself with elegance. The most common occasion is the drinking party, and the people he makes friends with are all the future stars he likes. He assesses the situation. In the era when Voldemort returns, he will wisely choose to avoid all dangers and even disguise his home as a ruin. Refuse Voldemort's solicitation. It shows that he is a truly smart man. These are very Slytherin. But you are so talented. Pansy's eyes flashed with heat. You are so awesome that I feel that the only way to make the right choice is to follow you. And you can rest assured that if I follow you, I will agree with your beliefs. Cedric was a little confused when he heard it, and he was even more shocked inside. Is there still this way of thinking? Don't tell me that the reason why they ridiculed the three Harrys in the original novel was because they followed Malfoy? I don't like how lifeless Slantlin is. Cedric didn't quite believe it. Attitudes and concepts are engraved in your bones. He didn't believe that Pansy's arrogance was all because of Malfoy. It was not easy to change his attitude. It is as difficult as pretending to be dumb for a good person who can talk. Cedric finally stated. You already know what I'm going to do, but I don't really believe you can change it. I can. Pansy smiled confidently. As she swayed slightly, her short hair on both sides fluttered and became full of vitality. Isn't it just elegant and lively? It's not difficult at all for me. You'll find out. Pansy didn't even pause. She turned around and opened the door and walked out. When she turned around, the way her robes fluttered was really beautiful. Have to say, it's really a bit like ZYY spinning in circles. That's weird too. Cedric couldn't help but think. If the other party really turns into Pansy, who is not too cold as a killer, will she accept it? The answer is it's really hard to say. Seeing Pansy leave, Hagrid came over with some relief. She won't go out to tell the truth, right? No, we have to move it anyway. If there is any benefit to Pansy's appearance, it is that it gives Cedric a reason to enter his own space earlier. $7, $300. Although Hagrid is reluctant to give up, but in Cedric's space, he can watch it regularly for 3 meals a day. It's better than having it confiscated or executed after being discovered. But I haven't given it a name yet. While Hagrid was moving the little dragon, he still gave it the same name as in the original novel, Norbert. The moment Noble entered the space, a system prompt came to Cedric's ear. Ding, it has been detected that a Norwegian Spinosaurus has entered your pet space. Your pet space has automatically evolved to adapt to the alpine woodland where the pet lives. After entering the pet space, Cedric and Hagrid immediately became busy. They carved out a giant stone bowl on a boulder in a relatively flat open space. After washing it clean, Hagrid poured the prepared food into it and carefully held Norbert to eat. Norbert ate quickly. After 3 or 5 bites, the first meal after eating the eggshell is over. Immediately afterwards, it made a low and sharp cry from its mouth, and its wings kept flapping, and it struggled in Hagrid's arms. What's going on here? Hagrid suddenly panicked. On the other hand, Cedric had a look of astonishment on his face. He slowly stepped forward and made a similar sound. Now it was Hagrid's turn to be stunned. You? How could that happen? Give it to me first. Cedric took Norbert and let out a sharp cry again. Soon Norbert calmed down, rubbed himself in his arms, found a comfortable position and fell asleep. The satisfied Norbert also yawned, and a few sparks and black smoke came out. Hagrid, who was squatting beside him, relaxed. He sat down on the grass and asked Cedric in disbelief. What happened just now? It's dragon language. Cedric's bestiality ability was activated just now. Norbert was calling his mother. So he took over and said a few words of comfort. It turns out there really is a language of dragons. Please teach me. Under Hagrid's entanglement, Cedric recalled the pronunciation of Draconic and taught Hagrid a few simple words of Draconic. It's not easy to say simple. Every tone of Longyu's voice was extremely extreme. After shouting several words, both of their throats were almost smoking. But Hagrid is still very excited. He raised his head and looked around, his eyes shining with anticipation. When will I have such a space? The Traceless Extension spell. Cedric smiled and said, you should be able to master this spell by the time you study the 6th grade course. Then you can also create a private space for yourself. That would be perfect. Hagrid couldn't help but giggle happily when he thought about having a space to raise wild beasts. The days went on. Everything was calm. Harry's trio is still very active, and there is no 150 points deducted for breaking into the tower at night to send Norbert away. Harry is still Gryffindor's favorite. Noble grows quickly. His body length is more than 1 meter, and the color of the dragon wings on both sides of his body gradually becomes darker, and occasionally he can fly for a short distance. Hagrid is not as embarrassed as in the original work. 437. Because Cedric has money. There are many things you can buy with money. Hagrid just needs to move in regularly and feed Norbert. As Noble grew up, the frequency of daily feedings also dropped dramatically. According to the records in the book, it only takes a month to feed him once and he can be managed for several days. Cedric also keeps some goats. After Nob is 3 months old, he can hunt on his own. A few goats will be enough for him to digest for several days. The only thing that makes Hagrid uncomfortable is Norbert only knew Cedric as mom and seemed to only regard him as a food delivery chef or something like that. The one who has changed the most is Pansy. She spoke significantly less. He always likes to stay close to Cedric when he has nothing to do. He doesn't speak and only speaks a few short words. She knew about the fire dragon and didn't keep it secret. She just often came to Hagrid to help her with magic. As time went by, Norbert would not even threaten her when he saw her. It even changed the somewhat gloomy style of Celetrin. The neat short hair is full of energy. He always laughed so hard that Cedric felt itchy. I couldn't help but feel happy when I watched it, but when Cedric thought about it, he always felt a little uncomfortable. You're just pretending. On this day, Cedric specially asked Pansy to walk back to the castle from the hunting lodge. Rather than pretending, it's better to say that I am changing. Pansy knew what Cedric liked. She shook her body, and after seeing Cedric in a daze, she smiled happily. You are growing fond of me, aren't you, Lord Cedric? You're lying, Cedric emphasized. What is real? The two of them had reached the gate of the castle now, and Pansy turned around to face Cedric. If I can pretend to be you for the rest of my life, what's the difference between it and the real thing? As long as you like me, we can always be together. Not waiting for Cedric to answer, Pansy turned around and walked away full of energy. It is indeed completely different from before. When the gloomy and arrogant Pansy started to walk with a breeze and a smile on her lips, it was enough to surprise many people. Many young wizards secretly named her the Flower of Slytherin. This is, really. Cedric shook his head. Stealing the Sorcerer's Stone is about to happen, and he may be thinking about this recently. He planned to wait for 2 days. Slughorn prepared another manuscript for him. After that manuscript is published, Cedric will settle his reputation, and making final preparations to complete Quirrel's mission. But he didn't expect it. One night before this, Harry's trio found him again. Why are you all suddenly free to come see me? Cedric slowly glanced at the three of them. The final exam is coming soon, shouldn't you go review your homework? All three of Harry were a little embarrassed by his gaze. After all, they took the initiative to distance themselves from Cedric, and now they came back to ask him for help. It's a bit embarrassing, but they had no choice. Although there was no incident of sending Nobel, they still observed that Professor Quirrel's recent state was getting worse and worse. The professors didn't believe them at all, so I had to come to Cedric. The course is really intense. Harry pushed up his glasses helplessly. He is just like Ronald in his studies, but he has been numbed by the review recently. There are complex magic gestures and spells, complicated and perverted potion formulas and preparation steps, and even the dates of major magic inventions and goblin rebellions. Hermione is the best at studying, but she is also a stress freak. They studied in the library day and night, and Harry felt like his head was turning to mush. But those are not as important as the magic stone. However, they did not think about trying to persuade Cedric again, but made a surprising plan. It was up to them to stop Snape themselves. Therefore, they want more combat experience. Harry composed himself. Senior Cedric, you promised to take us to the Forbidden Forest before. Is it still valid now? Forbidden Forest? Since picking up the unicorn, Cedric hasn't paid much attention to the Forbidden Forest. Because Voldemort could no longer hunt unicorns to regain his strength, he has successfully imposed restrictions on the other party. Now all you need to do is wait. If the other party can't hold it any longer, just attack directly on the magic stone. Certainly. He also needs more experience points. Cedric would not refuse the opportunity to teach Harry. No problem at all. We will meet at the edge of the Forbidden Forest at 10 o'clock tonight. You can get there, right? No problem. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Then we'll see you tonight. After seeing Cedric walking away, Hermione held the book in her arms and said with reluctance, Senior Cedric is still so responsive to requests. It's a pity that he and Snape are in the same group. Ronald shrugged. No matter what, he is the only powerful wizard who can help us now. Harry felt extremely regretful. It would be great if Senior Cedric could see Snape's true face clearly. There is no need for me and others to be so anxious. But if Cedric were to face Snape, they still weren't sure who he would help. They can't take the risk. Therefore, we can only settle for the second best and increase our strength as much as possible. At this moment, they have not realized how big the gap is between themselves and the others and the truly powerful wizards. At night, on the bright moonlit field, Cedric and Hagrid were carrying the food that Inobo had specially purchased that had just been delivered today. There are dozens of live goats. There's also a lot of pork, liquor, and the like. I wish you good luck. If anything happens, just call me. When Harry and the three arrived, Hagrid winked at them and walked into the whirlpool door carrying the last box of brandy. Lumos. Cedric lit his wand and asked the three Harrys to follow his footsteps. Today our main target is spiders. Spider. Ronald shivered when he heard it. Yes, they have reproduced too much in the Forbidden Forest and have caused damage to the ecology. The key is that their venom can be exchanged for money. Tonight we need to hunt them and earn money like a wizard who collects potion materials. Gold galleons. Cedric's comfort was very effective. Hearing that they were destroying the ecology, Harry and Hermione's conflict disappeared. I heard you can make money. Ronald's eyes lit up. Although Gemini has begun to make money for the family, Mrs. Weasley has mailed most of it to her two eldest sons. They were married at first. The family didn't prepare much, so now it's a kind of compensation. She kept the rest. He said that he would also build a good house for his children in the future. Light up your wands too. Unless you are ambushing someone, the light will always be better, a downward arrow. At Cedric's request, Harry and Hermione both lit up their wands successfully, but only Ronald's wand's tip emitted a ball of sparks when he used it. You're trying too hard. The pattern created by the intersection in the air should be symmetrical from left to right. Under Cedric's guidance, Ronald quickly completed his own fluorescent flash. Oh my god. With a look of disbelief on his face, Ronald showed his glowing wand tip to his two friends. We should have come to him sooner. His tone was full of admiration. He actually taught me well in one go. Usually at this time, Hermione might even get angry and say, don't ask her to teach you in the future. But facing Cedric, She just nodded and said with great regret, yes, Senior Cedric is the best. Seeing Hermione's loneliness, Harry and Ronald looked at each other. Recently, there are rumors in Hogwarts that Cedric has taken a liking to Pansy, the beauty of Slytherin, and Pansy also made a lot of changes to cater to Cedric. The rumors are true and false, but it's not all smoke and mirrors. At least people are surprised to find out. Pansy no longer used to be so arrogant and taunting people all day long. Her arrogant and cold face, coupled with her unique cheerful smile, has fascinated so many little wizards. Some even swear by it. He said he saw Cedric and Pansy kissing passionately behind the statue of a man and a horse after their morning exercise. About this statement, this was strongly denied by the Ravenclaw girls. They firmly believe it. The behavior of coming to the Ravenclaw lounge to accompany Chu-Jong almost every afternoon can truly prove Cedric's feelings. Don't worry too much. Harry thought for a long time before he thought of a comforting word. We will help you when this matter is over. Yes. Ronald nodded vigorously on the side. After you fall in love with him, you must let him understand that Snape is not a good person. Thank you very much. Hermione rolled her eyes. These two guys, who have never been in love at all, can talk so shamelessly. And if I really fell in love with Senior Cedric, could it be that my purpose was to break up his friendship with Professor Snape? Please? What I want is sweet love? Harry and Ronald, the stupid pair, didn't understand the girls' thoughts at all. They said in unison proudly, "You're welcome." After the three of them chewed their ears, they quickened their pace and caught up with Cedric in front of them. Cedric shook his wand rhythmically from side to side. The light from the tip of the wand swept evenly across the dark forest, carefully examining the shadows that were living there. Soon, there was a clicking sound. Several shadows of spiders escaped the light of the wand and got into the dark shadows of the trees. Almost there, Cedric stopped. He did not look back, but carefully felt the fluctuations of magic power around him and assessed the current risk level. Which of you will come first later? The threesome trembled suddenly and looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Harry stood up first. Although Hermione was the best at learning charms, but he felt that he had a mission and he had to fulfill it first. Remarkably brave. It was Harry who Cedric wanted to teach the most. After all, he gives the most experience points. Come and walk in front of me. Stop when you see a spider. I will only miss one for you. Think about the spell you want to use. Okay. Harry swallowed hard. Behind the two of them, Ronald and Hermione were nervously wondering who the king should be. For about 3 minutes, none of the four people spoke, except for constantly scanning the surroundings and listening carefully to the sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves. Quiet in the Forbidden Forest was anxious. Only some insects chirped regularly. Coming soon. Cedric sensed many creatures approaching. Not tall, the formation is still very dense. In this Forbidden Forest, only the eight-eyed spider group should meet this condition. Let's turn into the lane. Cedric patted Harry on the shoulder and urged. Harry, who was highly nervous, was startled and jumped back a small step, only to realize that it was Cedric. Feel sorry. Harry licked his dry lips. I'm just too nervous. Relax. Cedric smiled. As long as I'm here, it won't be a problem even if you fall into a group of eight-eyed spiders. Harry nodded and braved the path. It's even darker here. You can't see anything outside the light, and you can vaguely see many thorny vines growing together on the ground. Suddenly, the branches in the sky swayed. What is that? Ronald shouted. While he looked up at the treetops, he leaned towards Hermione and his whole body began to tremble. There really is something. Harry's breathing quickened, and there are quite a few. You stepped on me. Hermione pulled her foot out from under Ronald's feet. Her mind was racing. There were 4 or 5 spells going around in her mind at the moment, but she didn't know which one to use better. I had to ask Cedric for help. Senior, what spell should we prepare? Hey, little wizards? You're so nervous. Cedric spread his hands helplessly. That was just a frightened bird. He comforted the 3 people again. You don't have to be so nervous, otherwise when you actually see the spider, you will be confused. All 3 of them looked embarrassed when he said that. Sorry, we made too much fuss. After the 3 admitted their mistake, Cedric asked them to first shake the arm holding the wand, and then take a few deep breaths. After confirming that the 3 of them were in a good mood, Cedric nodded with satisfaction. Then, let's get started. He raised his wand forward. They're already here. Holy flame. After Cedric's voice came out, the tip of the wand sprays immediately. Shoots a golden flame. The flames fell to the ground, jumped more than 1 meter high, and spread rapidly on the ground, forming an irregular flame circle. Within the flame circle, in addition to the 4 people, there was also a giant 8-eyed spider, which was also trapped inside. Spider. Ronald screamed. His eyes were fixed on the 8-eyed spider, his face was ashen, and the words "I'm afraid" were written all over his face. Harry, dressed roughly, pointed his wand at the thing. It was a long, hairy mass of information. It has 6 slender black hairs that are bizarrely long and thickly hairy, as well as a pair of large shiny black eyes. Outside the ring of fire, there was the sound of joints clicking and claws clashing everywhere. Hermione glanced around quickly. 8 eyes, 8 legs, everything from the size of a palm to the size of a horse. Harry, she screamed, they are 8-eyed spiders. I know. Harry's hand holding his wand shrugged and then tightened it again. The scene before me. It was the most terrifying scene he had ever seen since entering the magic world. Beyond the golden circle of fire, The ground covered with forbidden forest was covered with dense spiders of different sizes. The number is really quite a lot. Cedric sighed. He waved his wand, letting the holy flame surround their heads, and glared at the 8-eyed spiders that were about to land from above. This is the first time he has used this spell. Worthy of the name Holy Flame. Although it is burning fiercely, it will not cause harm to flowers, trees, or even small insects. Unless Cedric tells him to. Under normal circumstances, it will only burn those dark creatures, as well as creatures with certain magical powers. 8-eyed spider meets both criteria, and the power of the holy flame is very powerful. When Cedric was directing the holy flame circle just now, he felt that 7 or 8 8-eyed spiders were swept by the holy flame and were instantly burned and vaporized. You must know that this is the 8-eyed magic bead. Not only are they rare, but their fighting power is very impressive. Even the proud centaurs are troubled by the threat of their 8-eyed spider swarm. Its venom can even be sold for the same price as dragon blood. The holy flame does not burn to death slowly, but directly vaporizes, which shows how violent the damage of the holy flame is. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of magic power. Even though Cedric's magic power is already superior to that of young wizards, it can even rival some adult wizards. But this is still not his strong point. So we still need to make a quick decision. Harry, you have to hurry up. Cedric urged again. Harry raised his wand and cast a spell on the horse-sized 8-eyed spider. Expelliarmus. A dazzling red light flew towards the 8-eyed spider. This is indeed the trick? Cedric sighed. It seems that every wizard has a spell that suits him very well. When using this spell, it will be particularly powerful. Such as Harry Potter. Just hold on to Expelliarmus and compete with the big-mouthed melon again and again? Don't tell me yet. Others won in the end. This time was no exception. After the 8-eyed spider was hit by this curse, it was so hard on day hay that it was pulled out. After having a beginning, training became smoother after that. The spell Hermione used was Blazing Fire, which also had a good effect on the 8-eyed spider. As for Ronald, Cedric taught him a trick, split Diffindo into pieces. This move seems to be very consistent with the bloodline of the Weasley family. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny in the original book both used this move to kill their enemies. Ronald also learned well. Cedric and the 3 of them retreated while fighting. After an hour, this trip to the Forbidden Forest ended perfectly, and the 3 of them walked away chattering as excitedly as sparrows. And Cedric also made good use of the experience points he had. Deduced the last alchemical tool to deal with Voldemort, the snake binding chain. This alchemy tool. It is used to bind people, mainly because they are afraid that it will be too painful when the soul is separated, which will lead to struggle. As for the treatment, there is no need to worry. After Pansy joined, Cedric has already collected enough love emotions, so he doesn't have to deduce the treatment device. Now, everything is ready, all that's left is Voldemort. The first semester is coming to an end. The last History of Magic exam also ended today. When the ghost of Cuthbert Binns told them to put down their anti-cheating quills and roll up their answer parchments and hand them in, Cedric heard cheers ringing around him. Even third-year wizards. The attitude towards exams is no different from that in first grade. Thinking of the next week's rest, the whole Hogwarts was full of lively atmosphere. The little wizards rushed towards the grass in front of the castle. Many wizards also found a place to sit in the shade of a tree by the lake, feeling the relaxing breeze blowing on their faces. Let's go for a walk by the lake. Qiu extended an invitation to Cedric. Okay, Cedric readily agreed. Before the final battle, this was one of the few moments of relaxation for him. When getting along with Qiu, the two chatted about their studies and talked about the future without any scruples, which was very relaxing. This is the charm of Qiu. Beauty is in the east, gentle as water, with a heart full of heart. The two finally chose a remote place to sit under the shade of a tree. Qiu tightened her tights and rested her head on Cedric's shoulder. This is for the shy and shy Cho Chang. This is already a very bold move. Perhaps in order to cover up her nervousness, she opened her mouth and changed the topic after she gained a steady position. I can feel that you seem to have something on your mind all the time. Indeed there is. Although Cedric has always looked down on Voldemort. Although the other party does have a lot to look down upon. But this is all strategic contempt for the enemy. That is to say, from a long-term perspective, Voldemort, the villain, must perish. Justice and humanity will definitely defeat him and the Death Eaters. This is an objective law that will never change. But in practice, it is necessary to pay attention to the enemy tactically. That is to say, on specific issues, we must not underestimate our opponents, recognize the difficulties and twists and turns of the struggle, adopt a cautious attitude, and go all out to defeat hundreds of enemies. In general, it means to despise the enemy from a strategic point of view and pay attention to the enemy from a tactical point of view. There is no conflict between having the courage to fight and being cautious. I want to help you, Qiu said very firmly. This is a rare thing for Ravenclaw, because they usually only pursue more knowledge and truth. He rarely works hard for anything else. You're already helping me. Cedric's right thumb touched the base of his index finger. This is where ring 043 is located. Qiu Zhang's love mood is just right, moving at a very small frequency, like ripples on the water, relaxed and comfortable. Love emotions can be stored in the body to protect itself. Even chewing a big melon can be used as a defense. Apart from Mrs. Diggory, Qiu gave him the most love and the most stable emotions, so Cedric said she was helping him. Zhang could see that he was not lying to her, but he was a little confused. Although I don't know why, since you said I helped you, then I believe that I helped you. That's great. Cedric was about to reply when he suddenly felt the ring shrinking violently. He lowered his head and glanced at the ring. Then follow the direction pointed by the arrow and look at the big tree behind. Come out, I know you are coming. As expected of Senior Cedric. A cheerful voice sounded. The small face poked out from behind the tree, and the sunlight passed over her cheeks, giving her a golden glow. Where is the melancholy of the little snake? The nobility is overwhelming. Cedric really doubted that she had practiced modeling. This freeze point is too strong. Here, this is a gift for you. Pansy stretched out her hands straight and held a small gift box in her palms. Cedric didn't pick it up immediately. Okay, what gift do you want to give me? I'm on vacation soon, I'll leave you a thought. Pansy couldn't help but give the gift to Cedric, and then trotted away. Her rhythm was interrupted. Zhang had something he wanted to say, so he didn't continue. Cedric stayed with her until after lunch, and the group was divided. It's time to prepare for the decisive battle. Squeezing the ring filled with love emotions in his hand, Cedric began the final preparations. Among Cedric's 13 space grids, 7 grids contain various life-saving medicines. In the remaining 5 spaces, 1 contains a spare wand, and 3 contain alchemy tools to save Quirrel. The soul is withdrawn from the alchemical creation. The soul nourishes the alchemical creation. And, the final snake rope. All of these were placed in the space grid by him, and they would appear in his hands with just a thought. The remaining 2. They are equipped with flash smoke bombs and broomsticks, which are alchemy props used for escape. Then there is the pet space. The horned camel beast inside can also be regarded as having combat power. Finally, there are the alchemy tools in the left hand and the love emotion in the body. After doing all the checks, Cedric went to the owl's hut and wrote a letter to Slughorn. For this day, he had been preparing for too long. In the pocket he expanded with the invisible extension charm. There was also a specially requested door key in advance. At Hogwarts. Apart from Phoenix, this is the only way to apparate. In this letter, Cedric informs Slughorn to start Plan A. The so-called Plan A. The first step is to contact the press corps who already believe in his beliefs, and invite as many reporters as possible to wait for him near the entrance of the Ministry of Magic. There will be a high possibility that you will be there late at night. Go over with big news. Cedric had already mentioned the seriousness of this matter to Slughorn, and as soon as the other party received the letter, he would go all out to deal with it. Certainly. This move is to build momentum for Cedric. At the same time, tell everyone in the magic world that the mysterious man is still lingering. Save that fool Fudge. He was still trying his best to suppress this matter, leaving the entire magical world unprepared, which was why Voldemort captured the Ministry of Magic so easily. You must know that those Aurors are not vegetarians. If serious investigation had been started a few years in advance, it would be impossible not to catch any Death Eaters. And the Ministry of Magic will not be completely defenseless. It will definitely be stricter. Cedric did more than just kill Voldemort over and over again, eventually leaving him completely dead. He's going to do it. It is to let the entire magical world completely eradicate the Death Eaters group. Bring peace to the world. This requires mobilizing the power of all wizards and ordinary people. After making all preparations, Cedric comes to Hagrid's hunting lodge. While Hagrid went in to take care of Xiao Long, he opened the Marauder's map and watched and waited quietly. In all the battles with Voldemort, he only has this chance to ambush. After this time, the other party will definitely list him as the #1 enemy. Starting in 2nd grade, Voldemort should also adjust his plan, and he no longer has the plot advantage. But it doesn't matter anymore. This year, after the reputation of annihilating Voldemort was added, Cedric has completed the initial accumulation of likes for his strength. He was also mentally prepared. In the days to come, he will have a head-on battle with Voldemort and those Death Eaters who are everywhere and may be lurking anywhere. Let me win first. Cedric stared intently at the Marauder's map in his hand. In the beginning there was not much difference from the previous life. The only change is, when Neville blocked Harry's trio, he pressed the notification button before being petrified by Hermione. Well done. Cedric in front of the Marauder's map praised him. Then, Harry's trio started taking action. From Cedric's perspective, he could clearly see that in front of Harry's trio, Quirrel, Voldemort, was already in the secret room. It's time to go. Cedric reluctantly called Hagrid out and closed the pet space. He strode towards Hogwarts. After casting the illusion spell, he walked all the way towards the 4th floor. Pull, Vi, open the door. The horned camel beast that Hagrid exchanged for had already fallen to the ground. Cedric touched its neck and it was still breathing. It seemed that it had been knocked down by a powerful sleeping potion. He was not polite either. The black and white iron-eating beast appeared and dragged it into his pet space. Horned camel +1. Let's thrive in it. Cedric closed the door to the pet space, lit a small ball of holy flame on the tip of his wand, and then jumped down with bright light. He first fell into a devil's net with intertwined roots. The soft vines caught him well. Soon, the light and temperature of the holy flame caused discomfort in the devil's net, and the tentacle-like vines quickly shrank to the edge of the cold and damp wall. Cedric's legs quickly fell to the ground smoothly. Next level. Cedric saw the flying key at a glance, which was languishing from being stuffed into the keyhole twice. Get on the broomstick. He opened the door a 3rd time. Next is Ronald's playing field to prove himself. Because Ronald has already played chess, the chess pieces here have been completely destroyed. As for Ronald, he was lying half leaning against the wall. Cedric went up and tried it, but the other party had no idea. He just fell into a coma due to the curse. These chess pieces are all good things. Cedric didn't leave directly. He took a fancy to these tall marble chess pieces. Once, during the battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort, he used the tall statue to protect Harry from Avada's giant melon-gnawing curse several times. And it's well known. These statues are good helpers for wizards who are proficient in transfiguration. Can't waste it. Cedric prepares to take them all away. He took out the soul-healing alchemy item from the space grid, and then put it into his traceless extension spell pocket. Then, Cedric placed one hand on the cold marble chess piece. First, the intact chess pieces were gathered in, and then the chess pieces that were damaged due to the battle were all repaired and put in. It doesn't take a while. These 32 chess pieces were all taken in by Cedric. Keep going. This time it was a giant monster that had fainted, much taller than the last time. Before he could open the door, Hermione rushed out in a hurry. When she saw Cedric, she was obviously startled, and then a look of fear appeared on her face. At this moment, she still believed that it would be Snape behind the last door, and with Cedric standing in front of her, she couldn't even judge his position. Please. Hermione instantly raised her wand and pointed it at Cedric, but her hands were shaking so much, and even her voice was crying. Senior Cedric, please tell me, you are here to help us protect the magic stone, right? In these few seconds, Hermione's soul endured the greatest test since coming to Hogwarts. Senior Cedric, whom she admires, respects, and even loves, is very likely to be Professor Snape's accomplice in robbing the Philosopher's Stone. This alone was enough to send her over the edge. Certainly. Cedric stared at her wand. Although it doesn't look like she can cast a spell like this, she always pays attention to one just in case. After leaving the alchemical defense item on the left hand in a semi-activated state, Cedric slowly walked towards Hermione. Of course I am here to protect the Philosopher's Stone, because it originally belonged to my teacher Nicholas Flamel. What? Hermione was petrified just by hearing this. Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist in the world? He is actually your master. Certainly. Cedric was now in front of Hermione. When I disappeared last year, I went to study with him. You are very brave. He praised first and then explained. I was worried about the matter you have been investigating, so I asked Neville to help me keep an eye on it. He just sent me a signal and I came over. Go ahead. Cedric pointed to the way. Take Ronald away, and remember to go to the dormitory to rescue Neville too. Go to the professors or Principal Dumbledore for help. Okay, I'm leaving. Hermione didn't go up. She decisively raised her legs and ran away. Cedric moved on. In front of a wall of fire, he cast his top protective spell, Holy Shield. The golden light film formed a protective shield against his body. After casting this magic, Cedric stepped over the wall of flames. Saw him coming. The two people in the last secret room showed different expressions. Cedric, Quirrel, Voldemort, was wearing a rough dress and yelled, "You annoying guy, you are really everywhere." Senior Cedric. Harry squealed excitedly and quickly ran towards Cedric. By this time he already knew the truth. Professor Snape was really protecting him. After Harry ran to Cedric, he admitted his ignorance with great regret. Terribly sorry. I should have believed you earlier. I know now that Professor Quirrel is causing trouble. Harry's chest rose and fell rapidly. His wand was pointed at Quirrel from beginning to end. All three of them had been deceived by Wenkilla this semester. Come behind me. Cedric took a step forward and stood in front of Harry. He wanted to know. I don't know if I will be rewarded by the system for saving Harry like this. After facing Quirrel alone, Cedric sneered. Then, should I call you Professor Quirrel, or Voldemort? What? Harry was simply stunned. How can it be? Harry poked his head out from behind Cedric's tall body and carefully looked at Professor Quirrel in front of him. Why did Cedric call him Voldemort? Could he be a Death Eater? Immediately afterwards, he saw Quirrel's face change suddenly, and his originally cowardly face suddenly showed a bit of sinisterness. How did you know? Before Cedric could speak, behind Quirrel's head, a cold and stern voice suddenly sounded. Kill him quickly, find the magic stone. Yes, my master. Quirrel lowered his head and responded, then left the Mirror of Erised and walked towards Cedric. If it were Voldemort, then Cedric will naturally not talk nonsense. But after seeing Quirrel's character template, Cedric wanted to give him some advice and see if he could shake his will with words. Professor Rocky, stop it, there are professors outside. Cedric said loudly. I know you are not willing. I have the ability to get the stinky snake out of your head. Quirrel was visibly stunned. Can it really be done? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Voldemort, who had been furious when he heard the word stinky snake, punished Quirrel directly. Quirrel covered his head with both hands, his body began to curl up, and he even started to get up with slight twitching. Master, this is not what I thought, it's not right. Seeing that persuasion is ineffective, the prepared Cedric immediately launched an attack. After all, he was facing the Dark Lord Voldemort, who once oppressed the magic world. Although he was extremely weak now, Cedric still would not relax at all. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Sacred Flame. It's a killer move right from the start. The wand in Cedric's hand immediately spurted out a large amount of golden flames. Face the attack. Voldemort didn't care to teach Quirrel a lesson. He controlled Quirrel's body to roll towards him. The holy flame turned in the air and continued to chase Quirrel. Damn it! Quirrel, who was on the ground, yelled angrily. But when he saw the holy flame chasing his butt, he could only keep rolling. The magic flame is different at first sight. Not only did it emit golden light, but even Voldemort's consciousness in his mind seemed to be afraid of this flame. While Quirrel was tumbling, Ada immediately saw clearly that the back of his head was on the dirty floor, but it had been crushed back and forth several times. It's so embarrassing. The big devil is rolling around on the dirty ground. Cedric also began to attack the other party with his words. Oh, sorry, I forgot. You must have had a lot of contact with smelly ditches during your difficult escape. I'm really curious, is the water in the smelly ditch delicious? Although Voldemort hated it with itch, but he knew it was a life or death situation, so he gritted his teeth and held back, not disturbing Quirrel's thoughts. Clatter. Frightened and angry, Quirrel finally got around to it. After snapping his fingers, several ropes jumped out of thin air, flying towards Cedric and Harry. Cedric didn't dare to neglect. He uses his top magic spells. Holy Shield. A golden oval shield appeared, and it flipped upside down on the ground, protecting Cedric and Harry within it. Is this magic again? Voldemort once again felt the divine energy that was enough to sting him. What the hell is this, Cedric? Why do both flames and shields have energy that can make him feel scared? Tisk. Cedric clicked his tongue dissatisfied. The magic rope wanted to tie up the shield, but he could only release a flash of holy flame and burn the rope directly to ashes. Just a moment's delay. Voldemort over there had already taken the opportunity to complete the transformation. The scarf had long since fallen to the ground. Quirrel's head had turned 180 degrees to the original position of the back of his head, and a strange face suddenly appeared on the back of Quirrel's head. Oh my god, what is this? Harry exclaimed. He has never seen such a ferocious and terrifying face. The skin was as white as a dead corpse, and the red eyes stared at them fiercely. On the nose where there was no bridge, only two long thin lines replaced the nostrils. This is Voldemort, he looks funny. Cedric's joke instantly ignited Voldemort's anger. The red light in his eyes flew half a meter away, and the killing momentum seemed to be real. Cedric? You are so rude. Originally, I wanted to take you in and let you. Voldemort originally wanted to persuade and seduce. Because his eloquence is still very good, even in the early days of leading the Death Eaters, he actually relied on his personality charm to control this evil organization. Although the Cedric in front of him is young, only 2 years older than his mortal enemy Harry Potter, but extremely talented and somewhat out of place. If such a wizard could become his assistant, then it is definitely much easier to use than Quirrel. Moreover, the opponent's body is also very perfect. After the use value is exhausted, it is also a good temporary method to directly seize his body and walk in the world. Pity. Cedric didn't like him at all. In order to better complete the task, he could still persuade Quirrel a few words, but when he saw Voldemort, he just wanted to kill him. I'm too lazy to reason with you, you don't deserve to listen. Cedric began to take out the giant Go statue pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The statues, which weighed in tons, were activated by Cedric as soon as they landed on the ground and rushed towards Voldemort. Kr. Voldemort was so angry that his eyes bulged. This Cedric is simply too much. Facing the great Dark Lord himself, he actually disdains to talk to him? This means that you have lost your body. If Voldemort still had a body, he might be able to choke on him and spit out a mouthful of old blood. It's just that he can't curse him back now, because Cedric's attack has already reached him. This time, Voldemort did not drink the unicorn's blood. He was extremely weak and did not have the ability to control Quirrel's body. Even if you show up, it's just that it's easier to speak. To fight, he still had to give orders to Quirrel. He's too much of a bother, kill him. In order to facilitate Quirrel's defense, Voldemort could only turn his face away again. This appearance. How embarrassing it must be. Okay, master. Quirrel regained control of his body and began to wave his wand. Fierce fire spurted out, barely able to withstand the holy flame. As for the statues, it was tightly entangled by the rope he summoned out of thin air, and then was blown to pieces by him. Cedric said no more. After trying the dialogue to no avail, the only way left now is to determine the winner. Fortunately, I have the advantage. With the palm of Cedric's right hand facing down, a trapped snake garden woven with golden lines and 8 ropes fell to the ground. It looks like a living snake. Quietly swam forward on the ground. On the bright side, Cedric waved the wand in his hand extremely quickly. More holy flames overwhelmed Quirrel and even the statue had no time to deal with it. He kept backing away. There was an expression of disbelief on his face, as if he had never thought that Cedric could be so powerful. Actually, Cedric's current true strength is only that of an ordinary adult wizard. But with the blessing of the system, with the legendary value increasing the power of the spell, coupled with the holy flame's restraint on black magic, this is what happened. Quirrel, a wizard who can be called a little genius, was completely crushed by him in the battle. Professor Quirrel. The wand in Cedric's hand is waving more and more arrogantly. After 3 or 5 strokes, he even shouted, "You lose." As he shouted, the golden holy flame suddenly expanded by 1/3, completely breaking through Li Huo's defense line. The flames lightly tickled Quirrel's head. Voldemort's remaining soul let out a shrill scream. Immediately, the black and gold snake rope jumped up from the ground, trapping Quirrel's entire body. Even the mouth was gagged. Only the two-faced head is exposed? Expelliarmus. Cedric caught the flying wand and fired 10 more shots, Petrificus totalis. After confirming that the body under the snake shackles was completely immobile, Cedric then began to drive the holy flame, burning away the last remaining flames that had not completely dissipated. If these flames are not eliminated, they will continue to burn. Cedric doesn't want to. When he came back, Hogwarts was burned down. Behind him, Harry was so shocked that he couldn't help himself. This is the end. Principal Dumbledore told me that he would be my lifelong enemy, the Dark Lord who controlled countless dark wizards and made the wizarding world fearful. Caught by Cedric like this? Is Cedric too strong? Or is the entire magical world too weak? Etc. This seems to be the same thing. Harry felt that this magical world was simply too magical, and then he covered his forehead and started wailing. Pain. Senior Cedric, my scar hurts like it was burned. Cedric didn't look back. He knows it very well. This is because Harry and Voldemort's souls are connected. Horcruxes are different from ordinary soul infusions. The soul extraction alchemy props deduced by Cedric will not have an effect on Horcruxes. To destroy the Horcrux, you still have to use very powerful poisons or spells. His holy flame can achieve this. But if he burns Harry directly, then Harry will die, and Voldemort must kill him himself to worry about it for once. But this truth is too cruel. It's better to wait until Harry is older before telling him. You take a rest here. I will take Voldemort to the Ministry of Magic to report this matter. Cedric strode forward. He grabbed the snake-tying rope with one hand and began to take out the box containing the door key from the traceless extension spell pocket with the other hand. Hold the box at your feet and open it. Cedric gave Harry his final instructions. Hermione has already gone to inform the professor. Soon, someone will come to rescue you. When the time comes, remember to tell them where I am going. The essential time. Harry still has a bit of a savior attitude. Although he had an unbearable headache, the severe burning sensation made him burst into tears. But after hearing Cedric's words, his eyes were blurred by tears and he couldn't even see the other person clearly. He still nodded and responded with a painful voice. I understand, Senior Cedric. Good, you look like a Gryffindor. Cedric praised, then grabbed the dirty glass bottle inside the box. There was a huge whirling suction force. 0. This was his first time using a portkaya, just like described in the original work. As if being in a huge vortex, the body is constantly spinning and flying towards the center point. The moment it touches the center point, Cedric and Quirrel in his hand have arrived on another dark street. Coming. A low cry. More than 30 wizards rushed out from both sides of the street. Slughorn ran in front with his big belly. Cedric, you're here. He excitedly and affectionately patted Cedric on the shoulder while looking at the person in his hand. What did you catch? Is he a wanted dark wizard? Before Cedric showed up, Slughorn had speculated with his acquaintances from journalists about what big news Cedric was going to make this time. They guessed a lot of things. For example, the invention of some new potions or powerful spells. When they saw Cedric appearing with a man tied up, an idea suddenly popped into their minds at the same time. It turns out that he independently captured a dark wizard. To be honest, compared with the previous news, this achievement is not inferior at all. After all, Cedric's previous achievements were too scary. 99% of wizards will never be able to accomplish any of his honors in their lifetime. But Slughorn also thought it through. Maybe Cedric himself cares about this honor. After all, it's normal for wizards to have some quirks. If he likes it, then we still have to support him. They are all our own people. Bring it on. With a smile on his face, Slughorn greeted the reporters around him. Give us some clear photos of the two of us and this wanted dark wizard, said. Slughorn squatted down and laid the man who tied the snake rope flat on the ground. During this process, the surrounding reporters were taking photos and even videotaping the entire process, in order to help Cedric retain this precious memory. Then Slughorn froze. As a wizard who cares very much about Hogwarts and the current defense against the dark arts teacher, does he know Zyaurin? He pursed his lips. Quirrel's identity and name were still not revealed immediately. Instead, he asked Cedric very cautiously, could it be that I got the wrong person? He heard his cautious confirmation. Cedric looked down and saw that it turned out to be the wrong side. He didn't explain much. Turned Quirrel over directly. Voldemort's frightened face was stained by no matter how much dirt on the ground, and he looked completely grey. But this face, I don't know how many times it has appeared in the dreams of the young people. Voldemort's face appeared. The clicking sounds of shutters all around stopped. For a moment, everyone was so scared that they held their breath. Do not be afraid. He is disabled now, let me show it to you. Cedric raised his leg fiercely amid the astonished eyes of everyone. Boom! Cedric's leg slammed into Voldemort's face. Since you want to attract firepower, then there is no need to be merciful, and this incident can be used to destroy Voldemort's prestige and improve his own reputation. Cedric's solace rubbed back and forth. Then he casually said something that everyone present knew. This is Voldemort. I'm a fool? This is Voldemort. Don't say it as if you caught a bag thief. Slughorn fell to the ground at the same time as many reporters. Those who were still standing were not untouched, but they were so frightened that they froze and could not move at all. It fell to the ground. On the contrary, those are slightly better. Ladies and gentlemen, Cedric extended an invitation to everyone around him. Go and call everyone you can. I will expose Voldemort at the Ministry of Magic. Finished. Cedric grabbed the tied Quirrel again and walked towards the phone booth leading to the Ministry of Magic, until his figure sank into the ground with a whoosh. Only then did Slughorn and the reporters realize that Cedric was really going to do something unprecedented tonight. Go call someone quickly, Slughorn shouted. He was also afraid, but while he was afraid, he also saw his bright future. Cedric destroyed Voldemort? Will Voldemort's shadow over the wizarding world disappear? Although he was not the son of prophecy, he did what even the sons of prophecy could not do. Slughorn sees an incredibly bright future. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Bang bang bang. Around Slughorn, the reporters disappeared and flew away. They will go and knock on the door of every teacher they know. 773 Slughorn is no exception. In a moment, all the wizards on the street disappeared. In the underground Ministry of Magic, Cedric is leading Quirrel forward calmly. It was still the familiar hall of the Ministry of Magic, still completely unprepared. He came to a stop in the Ministry of Magic hall with ease. Holy Shield. Sacred Flame. First, he used a shield to protect himself, and then used golden flames to surround himself in a circle. Cedric acts like this. The Aurors who were left behind at the Ministry of Magic were finally alerted. Because they recognized Cedric's face, they did not take action immediately, but asked, Cedric, what are you doing here? I booked a speaking engagement. Cedric's words confused them. We were not notified of the speech, and it's still late at night. Because that's what I just applied for. Cedric picked up Quirrel and showed Voldemort's face to the Aurors. After all, it's hard for you to control the time it takes to catch Voldemort, isn't it? Cedric shrugged casually. Damn it! After seeing that face clearly, the Aurors present took half a step back almost simultaneously. No one knows better than them what Voldemort really means. Countless Aurors died at the hands of him and Death Eaters. The tragic experience has not been completely forgotten, but Voldemort has actually been resurrected again? Can't the magical world be peaceful? Isn't he dead? One Auror asked tremblingly. You shouldn't be shaking right now, Mr. Olo. Cedric instantly became furious. Anyone can be shocked, frightened, and overwhelmed when seeing Voldemort. Only you can't. His eyes rolled over the group of Aurors. Does an Auror who is afraid of Voldemort still deserve to be called an Auror? You are Aurors. You are the last wall guarding the peace of the magic world. You have to fulfill your responsibilities. You should raise your wands high and be alert to me, instead of jumping back like rabbits when you see Voldemort's face. Cedric's anger was palpable. If you just try harder. There is no need for me, a third-year Hogwarts student, to escort Voldemort here late at night. Cedric's angry eyes made all the Aurors feel ashamed. Soon, they straightened their backs again. Yes, we are adult, outstanding wizards. We have passed more difficult assessments and are the group of masters with the best combat capabilities. When we were Aurors, he already knew that he would be in deep danger. Sir, what should we do? Unknowingly, even the leader of this Auror team used the honorific title for Cedric. Go and notify more Aurors. Cedric ordered while getting busy. If I am controlled by Voldemort later, then you should raise your wands and die on the front line against Voldemort. Of course, I must have been dead by then. Cedric's tone was calm. It was as if he was telling them that he would go out to buy groceries, and telling them to take care of their ordinary daily life at home. But there's a fearlessness in it. It was like an infection, instantly infecting the brains of all Aurors. Yes, sir. The Auror captain loudly ordered. Fia, the carriage and the cannon will stay here while the others go and call for help. Call all the Aurors you know, whether they are leaving their jobs or taking a break, call them all. His voice was full of pride. Aurors must be on the front line of the war. Yes. After taking orders in unison, the Auror team has allocated half its manpower to call people. The rest of the people watched Cedric's operations silently. He first took out the 2 king chess pieces, turned them into 2 stone platforms, put Quirrel on them, and then began to install the soul extraction alchemy creation. There is an oil painting on another stone table. This is what Cedric has prepared in advance. The extracted soul of Voldemort will be temporarily injected into this oil painting. When he is busy, more and more figures appear. They were disheveled, some just wore a coat over their pajamas, or even came directly in pajamas, and most of their hair was just messy and scattered on their shoulders. It looked like a beggar gathering. Without exception. As soon as they appear, they will ask the people around them, where is Voldemort? After someone points out Cedric's location to them, they will remain silent again and watch Cedric's operations silently. Cedric moved quickly. When the number of people around was just over 50, he had already put the soul extraction alchemy tool on Quirrel's head, and then started it. Well. 2 completely different screams echoed through the entire lobby of the Ministry of Magic. Is this? Using the Cruciatus curse on Voldemort? Just thinking about this scene is so shocking that the back of my head feels numb. When the crowd was in commotion, Cedric's voice came out. I am extracting Voldemort's remaining soul from Professor Quirrel's body. Detach? How is this going? Dumbledore's tall figure crossed the crowd and came to the front. Tonight, he received an invitation from the Ministry of Magic, asking him to come here tonight to discuss important matters, but he waited for a long time and no one came. Instead, there was movement from outside. As soon as he heard it was Cedric and Voldemort, he walked out without hesitation. Then I saw this scene in front of me. Unexpectedly, Voldemort actually possesses Professor Quirrel? Just thinking about it. The Voldemort on the back of Quirrel's head had already been at Hogwarts for a school year, and Dumbledore couldn't help but feel scared. If he gets crazy, just let Quirrel sneak up on Harry. Then isn't everything over? But how did Cedric find out? Even though he was proficient in planning, he could only attract Voldemort to Hogwarts through the magic stone and use traps to trap him. What exactly did Cedric do? This wise old man, the greatest white magician in the magic world, was full of doubts. Without understanding the situation, he also chose to watch silently. The soul extraction takes up to 10 minutes. The screams lasted for 10 minutes. During this time, the number of people who came to watch also exceeded the number of 500. Every few seconds, a wizard would emerge from the fireplace or telephone booth elevator and join the crowd of onlookers. It's been separated. Cedric lowered the height of the holy flames surrounding him. The wizards could clearly see that Voldemort's face had appeared on the oil painting. At this moment, it is covering its head and has not yet recovered from the pain. Quirrel, who was lying on the stone platform, also had a face full of pain. It's just that his body was tied up, so he could only keep shaking his body in a distorted manner. It looked miserable. Many wizards couldn't bear to turn their heads. I will treat Professor Quirrel now. Cedric began to install the soul-healing alchemy tools. He will explain to you all the ins and outs of his encounter with Voldemort and even his possession by Voldemort. Until then, the pot-bellied Fudge arrived at the Ministry of Magic late at night, escorted by a large number of Aurors. Cedric, are you crazy? Give me an assistant. Fudge was really furious now. He had just fallen asleep when he was woken up by the Auror who was protecting him, telling him that Voldemort had appeared. His sky is falling. He worked so hard to maintain the peace in the wizarding world. Why do people always have to bring up Voldemort again? Isn't it already over? Why did they want to destroy the peace he had managed to maintain? What is this? After hearing it was Cedric, Fudge felt even more certain that the other party was definitely just bluffing. This guy has become famous recently and has been on more front pages than him. He has begun to dislike him, just like the original Dumbledore. Fudge thinks he is no longer the Fudge he used to be. He is a mature, capable, and decisive minister of magic, who has brought peace and long-term stability to the magical world, although these are just his wishful thinking. But this does not prevent Fudge from angry with Cedric. You, Cedric, still want to overthrow the world? This is something that Fudge, my minister of magic, will never allow. Faced with Fudge's accusation, Cedric didn't even raise his head. His voice spread throughout the spacious hall of the Ministry of Magic, and every word was loud. I'm not crazy. Of course, if you say that I, a student, would be crazy to provoke Voldemort. From this perspective, I am indeed a little crazy. Cedric made a joke. But no one laughed at the scene. Instead, the whispers subsided. This made the place quieter. Now, please allow me to at least tell you what the truth is. Cedric's movements were deliberate. The soul-healing alchemy tool has been started, and a large amount of love emotions have been extracted from Cedric's body. Dumbledore in the audience opened his mouth in a daze. This is ancient love magic? Dumbledore tapped his wand on his half-moon glasses, completely removing the remaining stains on them. At first he thought he had seen it wrong. But he was not wrong. This was indeed the magic of ancient love. Even, there is more than one ancient magic. Golden flame, golden protective cover? Dumbledore felt the radiant power from above. There is no doubt that this is another ancient magic power of light, and the two ancient magics of love and light are both typical symbols of the White Wizard. Maybe, I really shouldn't doubt you. Dumbledore's eyes became moist. No matter what. In his eyes, Cedric, who was still a child, shouldn't have to endure so much. As smart as he is, you can instantly imagine what kind of pressure Cedric and even his parents will be under after this incident. Voldemort would not die so easily. The Death Eaters lurking in the darkness are even more ready to move. Cedric stood up, and from now on, more pressure will be on their family. These are what they should do. Contrary to Dumbledore who was moved, Fudge's anger rose again. As the Minister of Magic, I order you to stop immediately. Fudge looked back. He gave orders to the Aurors behind him, asking them to step forward to stop Cedric's behavior. The Aurors following Fudge stepped forward. But a surprising scene occurred. The Aurors who stayed behind in Magic 3.7, the first batch of Aurors to stop Cedric, stepped forward. They stood in front of their colleagues, expressionless. Minister, at least listen to what he has to say. Are you crazy? Fudge was so angry that the flesh on his face shook. Just when Dumbledore was about to take action, Cedric on the stage suddenly took a few steps back. Professor Quirrel sat up from the stone platform. The events that followed. He told in detail about his adventure in the Dark Forest and his encounter with Voldemort. From being seduced by words to Voldemort taking advantage of the situation. And everything he did to get the Resurrection Stone to resurrect his body. The scene was quiet. At this moment, Voldemort also woke up from the pain. Yes, I'm still alive. His cold and hoarse voice sounded. I'm just in a temporary period of weakness now. I'm going to kill you one day, Cedric. I will torture your parents for 3 days and 3 nights, turning them into lunatics like the Longbottoms. In the oil painting, he glanced at the wizards in front of him, and the wizards who looked at him all turned away in fear. This scene disappointed Cedric greatly, so he decided to use a speech to tear off the last fig leaf in the minds of the wizards present, and ignite their fighting spirit. Of course, there is one more thing to do before that. Cedric stood up. He didn't say a word, but silently waved his wand, guiding the golden holy flame to burn the painting to death along with the remnant soul of Voldemort inside. Ding, congratulations on your first kill of Voldemort. I ignored the system prompts. Cedric used transfiguration to create a high platform. After he stood up, he slowly said to everyone, the real war is about to begin. The halls of the Ministry of Magic were completely silent. No one could have imagined how Cedric would kill Voldemort's remaining soul simply, without any nonsense. It's like squeezing a chicken to death. A dirty rat in a sewer gutter. Just like how Harry once caught the goblins in the Weasley's garden, knocked them unconscious and threw them far away. In short, it is too inconsistent with Voldemort's identity and status. Cedric's casual gesture and the glance he cast towards everyone made everyone's hearts tighten. It's like being watched by some amazing behemoth. No one dared to speak out first. Until Fugina, who was frightened, the frightened and trembling voice sounded again. Cedric, do you realize how much trouble you have caused? How dare you? Do you know this is the Ministry of Magic? Get down here. In the face of Fudge's jumping accusations, Cedric was unmoved at all. He didn't even look at him, and even lowered his head to straighten his robe. He knows it very well. His behavior just now made everyone feel uneasy, and now everyone's attention is on him. Everyone was curious about what he would say, so they waited patiently. Cedric slowly moved his gaze. He moved slowly from the far left to the far right of the crowd again, looking at each wizard with his firm eyes. People's expressions were revealed under his gaze. Shocked, scared, overwhelmed, and even thoughtful. Voldemort was burned to death in front of his face. This bizarre scene, similar to the burning of witches in the Middle Ages, shocked everyone. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds, but they were unable to sort out stable thoughts from the chaotic mind. Everyone is looking forward to Cedric's next speech. They need more information? Only Fudge was still jumping around, directing the Aurors to come forward to capture Cedric. But this was obviously unsuccessful. Slughorn and the reporters had already rushed back, and they were standing opposite the group of Aurors, at Cedric's feet. Fudge turned his head rapidly. He felt incredible about the scene before him, but he did not dare to issue an attack order immediately. Dozens of wizards are fighting each other at the Ministry of Magic. This is enough to be called a rebellion that subverts the regime, which is not in line with the prosperous age he created. Fudge was even a little panicked. He didn't know how to handle such a situation. This is the real him, mediocre and cowardly Fudge? Almost instinctively, his eyes searched for the tall wizard in the crowd. Once upon a time, Fudge also often asked Dumbledore for advice. But when more eyes and focus were on him, he reduced the number of times he did this, and even strictly controlled the number of times Dumbledore became famous. He is the greatest contributor to peace in the magical world. Over the past few years, Fudge always told himself this, in order to maintain this peaceful scene created by oneself. Later, on the day of Voldemort's resurrection, he even refused to acknowledge Voldemort's resurrection, in addition to the goal of getting rewards. Let everyone realize that Voldemort is still alive. This is why Cedric brought Voldemort here. Letting them see Voldemort's death, and even leaving Quirrel as a witness, was a key part. Cedric understands the power of silence very well. I don't need to say anything, I just need to stand here quietly, and I can keep up with Fudge, who is jumping up and down, forming a sharp contrast. The wizards glanced at Fudge, then back at Cedric. Fudge was like an angry old hen. His face was red, his arms were spread out, and he was walking back and forth, giggling to express his anger. Cedric stood with his hands behind his back and did nothing. But all the wizards couldn't help but think about the scene where he burned Voldemort's remaining soul to ashes with just a snap of his fingers. It's clear who the incompetent is. Wait until the scene is quieter. Cedric took a deep breath. His movement was very slight, but it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Fudge stopped making threats. Over there, I saw the fear of ordinary wizards towards Voldemort. Cedric raised his finger and pointed at Fudge. Fudge was stunned. What? Me? Ordinary wizard? Fear? Kr. As soon as Fudge opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that all the wizards present were staring at him angrily. This even included several of his own bodyguard Aurors. This frightened him so much that he dared not continue speaking. Cedric continued to speak. He pointed to the splendid hall. I have been to the Ministry of Magic several times, and it is so splendid and beautiful. But the defense system is rubbish. I took Professor Quirrel to the Ministry of Magic alone late at night, and I was able to go directly down to the hall. Just imagine, what if Voldemort led the attack today? One word awakens the dreamer. When Voldemort's remaining soul was destroyed in front of everyone's eyes, when they witnessed Voldemort personally shouting that he would come back again, people couldn't help but start to fantasize about the possibility that Cedric said. There were at most a dozen Aurors at night. Voldemort himself was as good as 10, and as long as he brought a dozen more Death Eaters, he could easily take down the Ministry of Magic. Take control of the Ministry of Magic. Not to mention much else, a fireplace management department alone can allow Death Eaters to enter homes that pass through the fireplace passage at any time. Such a family, accounting for about 90% of all wizarding families. Just think about it. While you are sleeping, Death Eaters can freely enter and exit your home at any time. Just thinking about it is terrifying. It would be understandable in peaceful times. Cedric slightly sped up his speech, which made the wizards feel even more tense. But these times are tough. Can we really rely on such a flashy Ministry of Magic to lead us to defeat Voldemort? Follow Cedric's words. This time everyone looked at Fudge again, looking at him with a red face and a look of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Fudge's embarrassing performance just now. It further deepened the impression in the minds of wizards that Fudge was pure and useless. Cedric continued. His voice began to surge with passion, and his right hand began to wave in conjunction with his speech. This made everyone's eyes become more focused. Ever since I was 5 years old and learned that there is an unamiable name in the magical world, I have felt that this world is ridiculous. Is this the so-called peaceful era? There is a Dark Lord and his army, hidden among us all, who may overthrow the Ministry of Magic at any time. Peaceful years. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my life. Every word Cedric spoke was like nails, driven into the hearts of the wizards present in his sonorous and powerful tone. Warm applause broke out. Everyone cheers for his idea. This is a war that is about to break out. Let those Death Eaters become the damn victims. Cedric shouted passionately amidst the applause. We will make sacrifices and we will work hard. But in the end victory will be ours. Cedric's voice fell. Slughorn and the reporters immediately shouted, victory will be ours. Victory will be ours. Cedric placed his right fist on his heart and yelled again. This time, the scene was completely ignited. Victory will be ours. Victory will be ours. Victory will be ours. In infinite cheers, Cedric raised his arms and shouted. Now is not the time to be silent, it is time to fight back. After all these years, the entire magical world is in darkness, our eyes are obscured by fog, and wizards have lost their way forward. Cedric's muzzle was pointed directly at Fudge. Looking at Cedric's eyes, he turned his head and stared at him with eyes full of anger. Fudge felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, he suddenly realized one thing, his political career was over. What struck him as ridiculous was the most ridiculous thing. He wasn't pushed out by Dumbledore, whom he listed as his archenemy. Instead, it was a third-year Hogwarts student. Although Fudge now suspected that this was arranged by Dumbledore, he still successfully defeated him. Looking at the impassioned Cedric, whose body was shaking from waving his arms with all his strength, Fudge felt that his worldview had been destroyed. How come someone comes up and knows how to win people's hearts so well? This is absolutely insane. This Cedric looked extremely decent, but Fudge always felt in his heart that everything in the other person's words had a faint evil aura. It's too late to be evil? Yes, that's what it feels like. More terrifying than Grindelwald and Voldemort combined? I just hope you are good, otherwise, the entire magical world will really be doomed. Frustrated, Fudge pushed his way out of the crowd. In front of him, a tall old wizard with a long beard tied up in an orderly manner walked faster than him. Fudge was stunned. Isn't this Dumbledore? Shouldn't he enjoy the fruits of his victory now? Why did you leave so suddenly? Could it be that Cedric is not his pawn? This thought in his mind made Fudge feel a little colder. It was so remarkable that he was still underage. It seemed that he would never be able to turn around in this life. If you give birth to Fudge, why give birth to Cedric? Fudge looked back again. Cedric, who was protected by the golden shield, spitted and flew into a frenzy with the wizards around him cheering for him. Cedric's power has taken shape. Fudge gritted his teeth and got into the fireplace, and went home to sleep. Presumably, before tomorrow morning, news will come from the Ministry of Magic that he will be revoked as minister, although he also left the Ministry of Magic. But Dumbledore's goal was not Hogwarts. After he came to the deserted streets, he operated several times in succession. The target was far away, but the path he had taken had been recalled countless times in his mind. Under the cool moonlight, Dumbledore was stunned by the ruined castle. He never thought that the place where his friend was imprisoned would be so dilapidated. He walked very slowly. He was shocked to see the collapsed towers and peeling walls. Regret consumed his soul. But even if you step, no matter how slow he advanced, he finally arrived in front of the prison. The ragged old man lay on a thin sheet. The whole prison was dark. There was only a huge packaging box, which was disassembled and placed in the corner. What a rare visitor. Grindelwald, who was playing with the Rubik's Cube, noticed the movement and looked up at Dumbledore outside the fence. He grinned and laughed at himself. Ever since that boy gave me the toy, I haven't had your hallucination for a long time. Damn old thing. Grindelwald's mood suddenly collapsed. Albus, it's almost 50 years. I can't imagine how I would manage without you. What should I do if you fall? He kept complaining like a resentful woman. There is nothing worse than not hearing from you again. Nothing worse than your silence. You're always so busy. You always think that I hope you won't bother me. You always don't have time. Hear this. Dumbledore couldn't stand it any longer. He stretched out a hand to hold the fence. It's me. Hearing the sound, Grindelwald's entire body froze in place. Dumbledore slowly lowered his head, not daring to look at his friend who turned his head as stiffly as an inferi. Feel sorry. I am coming to you this time, and I still want to ask you to help me identify someone. When I hear his speech, I can always think of it. It was very similar when you invited me to travel around the world. Grindelwald seemed to regain his energy instantly. Damn it, are you going to order me to do my work as soon as you come here? The night wind blew. When they looked back in the blink of an eye, the two of them were already in tears. Inside the Ministry of Magic, Cedric's speech has come to an end. Peace above all else. We will not live in darkness forever. All eyes. Everything moves as Cedric moves. What I have to do now is to tear the fog away from your eyes. From this moment on, the fate of the magical world will change. My speech tonight may soon be forgotten, but what we do will last forever. We will fight to the end. 10 minutes later, The Ministry of Magic held an emergency night meeting. Cedric did not participate. He said that he was still a student and he only hoped that the Ministry of Magic could select someone who could truly take the lead before Voldemort was completely resurrected. That is, before the start of the Tri-Wizard tournament, his main battlefield was still within Hogwarts. Next year's locked room event isn't exciting enough. Cedric is ready to add ingredients. First he will visit some people, and then get out someone who is still squatting in Azkaban. He needs more manpower urgently. Before Goblet of Fire, on top of the commotion caused by the Death Eaters, give them a real wizarding war? The first person Cedric visited was his teacher. Teacher, have you made your decision? Cedric's teacher is naturally Nick Holm. Although the magic stone was saved, but Nick Holm and his wife decided to leave this world. Yes, we have no regrets anymore. We can't leave Voldemort with any more fantasies, otherwise the troubles will be endless. And we've lived enough. Now, it's time to start a new journey. Death is not something to be afraid of. Nick Holm and his wife smiled at each other and crossed their fingers, as if they were in love hundreds of years ago. Cedric hesitated to speak. If he was simply afraid of Voldemort, then he would definitely say that he used the Philosopher's Stone as a trap to attract Death Eaters to their deaths. Come and kill one by one. Come and kill a pair? But since the teacher wants to explore the great realm of death, as a land, there is no reason to stop him. Teacher, this disciple has one last thing to ask you. Cedric calmed down his emotions and spoke sternly with a serious face. Say it. Nick Holm's expression was relaxed and casual. For this satisfied disciple, no matter what request the other party makes, he will satisfy it. Whether you want his alchemy tools or his wealth. Or maybe this was a safe house for his parents. These are just minor obstacles. Over the past hundreds of years, although he only had an occasional interest, he had accumulated a lot of alchemy tools. There are many of them. He himself thought it was a very remarkable achievement. It's just that he has long lost his competitive spirit, and many of them were buried in the warehouse. Secondly, there are countless patents in his name. If these patents were handed over to Cedric, he could easily earn tens of thousands of gold galleons a year for the same purpose. Not to mention, he has as much wealth as a dozen mountains in the Goblin Bank. Finally, there is his house. In order not to be interfered by others, he has loaded countless defensive measures here. Even when Dumbledore comes, you still have to walk the dirt road for me. Cedric now declares unilateral war against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. If this house is for his parents to live in, then at least they don't have to worry so much about their safety, especially the last one. If Cedric can have this filial piety, Nicholas Flamel does not recommend giving him anything else. After all, filial children still deserve rewards? I hope you will publicly declare that you will declare war on the Death Eaters and be more than happy to begin the exploration of death. Cedric's words were a bit convoluted, but what it actually means is that he wants Nick Holm to publicly declare war and make a declaration of death. Death is not something to be afraid of. This matter is very necessary for publicity. As the saying goes, death is lighter than a feather and heavier than Mount Tai. If it can inspire the blood of the other wizards, it will make this matter more meaningful. Such thoughts. How could Nicholas Flamel not see through it? But precisely because he saw through it, he felt even more incredible. At Cedric's age, I might still be pursuing magic spells, love, and my own magical toys. Cedric can care about the world? I have lived hundreds of years in vain. Nicholas Flamel laughed at himself in shame. You are better than I thought. He looked at his wife. Then he avoided Cedric's gaze with his lower eyelids and refused with some shame. I'm afraid I can't promise you, child. Out of apology, Madame Flamel directly took Cedric's hand and said, Son, except for this matter, everything else we have will be left to you. Yes. Nick Holm also echoed, my inheritance in Gringotts, as well as this house, as well as the alchemical materials and alchemical creations in the prop room, you can dispose of them as you wish. I don't want to do this. Precisely because he knew how scary Nick Holm's legacy was, Cedric was even more confused by the other party's rejection. Nicholas Flamel was not a shy person. Moreover, he shouldn't be afraid of Voldemort. Why don't you come out and call for mobilization? In the original work, Nicholas Flamel ended his life in a very low-key manner. He only ended his life peacefully under the watchful eyes of several friends, including Dumbledore. Is there any hidden secret in it? What is more terrible than death? With this doubt, Cedric opened Nick Holm's character template again. Template card, Niccolo Flamel. Talent, Alchemical Deduction, Great Magician, Magic plus 5 points, Upper Limit 100 points. Life Wish List. Items 1 to 56 have been completed. Item 57, a peaceful, and undisturbed death. After taking care of the aftermath, complete the funeral under the watchful eyes of disciple Cedric and friend Dumbledore, and the corpse after death will be placed in a designed burial place so that the corpse will not be disturbed after death. Blasphemy. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Item 58, the world is filled with peaches and plums. Disciple Cedric independently created his own magic stone and passed on his alchemical deduction talent. Completing this wish list will earn you 10 legendary points. After reading this, Cedric immediately understood why. It's the same worry that Einstein had back then. Einstein was considered relatively enlightened. In 1955, he had already announced, I allow my body to be used for scientific research, but my brain is not to be touched. But Harvey, the doctor who dissected him, still deceived him. Just 7 hours later, his brain was cut into 240 pieces and preserved in formalin solution. Cedric also completely understood. In this magical world, there are so many types of desecrations that wizards can do to corpses. In this world, there are more than one or two things more terrifying than death. It is normal for teacher Nicholm to have such worries. It's easier to handle if you know the reason. Cedric stretched out his right hand. Teacher, I can make an unbreakable oath to you. After your public announcement, I will personally escort your body to your designated burial place and will not give anyone the opportunity to desecrate your body. Cedric finished speaking. The Nicholas Flamel couple were more than just surprised. I even felt scared. Child, you. Nicholm didn't know how to describe it. For the first time, he felt what Dumbledore said, that Cedric was so perfect that it scared him. He stammered and asked, You, how did you know? Guessed it. It can't be said that Cedric was directly seen by the system, so I can only find a seemingly reasonable explanation. I know you are not afraid of death, and of course you cannot be afraid of little Voldemort. After thinking about it, the only thing I can think of is that you don't want to be disturbed. After all, you have been living in seclusion all these years. Nicholm nodded in agreement with this statement. But I still feel in my heart that Cedric's reasoning ability is simply like a miracle. He lived hundreds of years, but Cedric could actually see through his own thoughts at a glance. This kind of knowledge of people. Who else can escape his gaze in the future? At least when it comes to looking at people, he is much better than Dumbledore. But, Nicholm looked at his wife hesitantly. From the bottom of my heart, due to Cedric's move, he had already agreed in his heart. But this matter is not his alone. I can do it. Madame Flamel patted the back of her husband's hand. The child has sacrificed too much just for us to show up. If we are really worried, we can just burn our bodies. Anyway, if you don't bring it with you in life, you won't take it with you in death. In the face of Madame's open-mindedness, Nicholm also smiled. He smiled and nodded his head. Yes, I have forgotten everything when I get older. I can make a little trap. As long as anyone comes close, our bodies will be burned immediately so that no one can desecrate them. After making up your mind, Nicholm and his wife agreed to Cedric's request. Of course, this announcement was not that simple, nor were only Nicholm and his wife participating. Cedric will attend. Dumbledore will attend. Even the entire reorganized Ministry of Magic will participate collectively. This is definitely an extremely righteous blow launched by the wizarding world against the Death Eaters. I always think of this fearless scene that is about to happen. There was a red flame burning in Cedric's heart, making him unable to control himself for a long time. But it will take some time for the Nicholm couple to prepare. Cedric also did not return to Hogwarts, and he was absent from Hogwarts' end-of-year dinner, because he has more important things to do. The war has begun. What Cedric wants to do is to take things to a dead end. First, he finds Slughorn. Ask him to find a reporter to publish an article about the opening of Weasley's Magic Wheezes store, but this time he included a family photo of the Weasley family in the photo. Among them are Ronald and the rat. Releasing Sirius will not only give you one more helper. More importantly, Cedric is preparing to deal with the group of Dementors in advance, and they are destined to be biased towards the dark creatures of the Black Gangbin camp. Just get Sirius out of jail. Then the Dementors will come to Hogwarts. At that time, he said that a classmate was missing and suspected that they had captured him, and then he rushed directly into their camp and killed them. Even if we can't kill them to extinction, we still have to kill them to make them scared. Hearing his own name, Cedric, or thinking of Hogwarts would scare him to pieces. Such an idea came up in a humble little life. Used to deal with despicable creatures like Dementors, they really complement each other. There are also giants. Cedric is going to release his pair of horned camels back into the wild, and then take Hagrid on a trip to the giants' territory. Such a fierce creature. Just keep 1 or 2 pairs in the wild for breeding, and keep the others in your own pet space. Let them become the vanguard army of the righteous path. Accept them. 8-eyed spider in the Forbidden Forest. I have to deal with it ruthlessly. Although in the final battle of Hogwarts, the appearance of the opponent shocked both sides. But this BCH would help Voldemort. Cedric must be cleared in advance. And more importantly, maybe you can also deal with the horse people. Although most of them are proud of themselves. But there are still a very small number of them who are open-minded and can communicate with each other, and who can be attracted to help. Talk about people you can win over. Treatment for the Longbottoms must be put on the agenda. Firstly, they were firmly in the anti-Voldemort camp, and secondly, everyone agreed that they were still at St. Mungo's hospital for magical injuries. They lurk in the dark, just in time to help him spy on the Malfoy family. Cedric also wants to compete with Tom in the notebook. Accept these. Also, when he has some free time, Cedric will also start cultivating unicorns and fire dragons. If these 2 magical creatures are controlled well, then it will be a great help to deal with the Death Eaters. Talking about pet space, Cedric is also planning a trip to Weasley's house. Ronald's brother, Charlie Weasley, works as a dragon trainer in Romania. If you can get his character template, it is very likely that there will be tasks related to pet space. The number of pet spaces, even the legendary value cannot be increased, it can only rely on tasks. If only there was 1 more space, then putting the 8-eyed spider in it is also a big gain, and other magical animals also have many useful uses. Anyway, the more, the merrier, as an alternative for the same reasons. There is also the protagonist of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Rolf Scamander, the grandson of Newt Artemis Fido Scamander. This, eventually becoming Luna's husband. If he cannot get the character template from his grandson, then Cedric is going to follow the other person's grandson and find a way to visit the other person himself. Presumably based on how obsessed the other person is with unicorns. I should be easily impressed myself. Except the above. Cedric also has a plan that only he can operate. That's the blood of the Dumbledore family. To say that this family's bloodline is really awesome, according to the plot of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, it can actually summon a phoenix out of thin air. Such a decent bloodline. In the plot of Harry Potter, the heir is about to be extinct. Albus ** Dumbledore won't say much. He has been entangled with Grindelwald his whole life. It is also very difficult to obtain his DNA, but his brother Aberforth himself could fight for it. Because of what happened to my sister back then. The other party was very difficult to deal with Albus, but he was also opposed to Voldemort. It shouldn't be difficult for him to win over him. Then take action yourself. After getting the NDA, go to the Muggle world to give birth to a few more blood descendants of the Dumbledore family. I still have to develop an alchemy instrument. After all, it can't be done manually. Although a bit obscene. But what a pity it is to see someone who cherishes his blood so much and loses his heir. Lung, just raise them well yourself. Then when he is in his 30s, he will have a real army of Dumbledore. Cedric is the adopted son of the 13th Phoenix. It sounds like it will scare the Dark Wizards, okay? After Cedric was quietly busy for a week, Slughorn had already made arrangements over there. This day, Cedric comes to the Ministry of Magic again. Today, everyone will witness a feat in the history of magic. In the hall of the Ministry of Magic, all the fountain statues here have been removed. Compared with Cedric's last visit, this place is more like a defensive fortress. The walls around the hall go up. Attached to the wall are protruding stone platforms with stone baffles on the outside. People coming into the Ministry of Magic look at it from the bottom up. It's really hard to determine which barrier the Auror is hiding behind, which can be regarded as a geographical advantage. Inspections are also much stricter. Completely wartime configuration. After entering the Ministry of Magic, you must drink the potion to dispel the polyjuice potion before being allowed to enter. Strictly limit the possibility of sneaking in through simulated appearance. There were not many people at this press conference, but it was very solemn. Even Cedric refused to speak. Today's glory only belongs to teacher Nicholm. What he said was not good. As an otaku, he rarely speaks in front of so many people. What matters is the identity of this group of people taking the oath today, led by Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore participated, Cedric participated, and all new members of the Ministry of Magic participated. Witnessed by nearly 100 reporters. This swearing-in meeting was successfully completed. At the end of the moment, a system prompt also sounded in Cedric's ears. Ding, personally guide and participate in a historic event. August 1st, the Ministry of Magic's Anti-Voldemort Defense Force is established as Army Day. You get 20 legendary points, 300,000 experience points, 2,000 gold galleons, 30 talent points, and 50 types of magic potions. Cedric didn't stop. He and Dumbledore personally escorted Nicholas Flamel back to his residence. After Nicholas Flamel and his wife spent a day alone, he and Dumbledore personally escorted the remains of the two people into the secret graves designated by the two. Nicholm's future has been settled long ago. He left all the patents to Cedric, but all the cash in Gringotts was donated to the Ministry of Magic's Anti-Dark Lord Defense Force. This batch of gold galleons. It will be used to pay for the recruitment of new Aurors, the recall of old Aurors, as well as expenditures such as building defenses and maintaining surveillance. Wealth accumulated over hundreds of years. The Ministry of Magic can maintain its current high level of vigilance for 50 years. Leave it to Cedric. It is all the patents, as well as the house where they live, as well as the alchemy room inside and all the alchemy items. After a moment of reminiscence, Cedric started moving, but he didn't give up his old house directly. This is used as a fishing spot. A group of Aurors will live inside. If attacked, the Ministry of Magic will respond immediately, and more than 10 Aurors will go to the vicinity immediately. It didn't take long. News came out of Azkaban that Sirius had escaped from prison. Just after Cedric completed the Phoenix Army plan, news came from the old house. There is a pretty girl who came crying and dragging her suitcase. She even asked your name to see you. Cedric was stunned. My hair hasn't fully grown yet, and when I interact with her, I'm always polite and affectionate, so I don't leave any debt of love. Although confused. But Cedric rushed over immediately. It turns out that the girl is none other than Pansy. What's wrong with you? Cedric noticed that something was not right about her condition. Although she is trying to smile, her condition is very bad. I made a decision, had a fight with my family, and then... Pansy smiled sadly. Then he fell straight into Cedric's arms. Fortunately, there was nothing serious after the examination. It was just that he was too excited and the magic power in his body went crazy, so he fainted. The magic runaway thing reminds Cedric of one of her bucket lists. While she was resting, Cedric opened her character template. Template card, Pansy Parkinson. Talent, low-level master wizard, magic plus 5 points, upper limit of 70 points. Noble temperament, charm plus 1, majesty plus 1. Charm explanation, increases attraction to all existences, and comprehensively supports emotions such as friendship, admiration, and love. Majestic explanation, you will have a majestic and serious aura. Your friends will respect you because of your majesty, your subordinates will obey you because of your majesty, and your enemies will be afraid of you because of your majesty. Life wish list. The first item, graduation successfully, pure blood wizards are not allowed to drop out of school. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. The second item, if you don't want me, then I will have no choice but to die. V, you have become her chosen husband. During this period, she will have 80% of your data strength. Completing this wish list can strengthen the effect of aristocratic temperament, charm +3, majesty +3. Special reminder, my life wish has been strengthened. If your concept changes drastically, or you explicitly reject her, she may not be able to think about it. Damn it. Cedric was stunned. When did she make up her mind? Anyway, even if he simply saw this bucket list, Cedric had no reason to ignore it. Fortunately, the houses in the old house are also empty. Cedric stayed by Pansy's side, rubbing the shrinking ring while thinking about how to deal with her. There is no explanation for staying with me, but her skill is still unilateral. Her magic conflict occurs because she inherited 80% of her Guangli data. Cedric glanced at his data. Among them, the magic alone is magic power, 50 points, not popular, +5, Mrs. Pants, upper limit 60 points. +5, Professor Sprout, upper limit 75 points. +10, Gemini, upper limit 80 points. +5, Nicholas Flamel, the upper limit is 100 points. 50 +5 +5 +10 +5 equals 75. Pansy has 80% of her strength, which is 75 *0.8 equals 60 points. When Cedric had 50 points, he got the Medal of Born Extraordinary, which gave himself an additional 10 points of magic power limit. The magic power in Pansy's body may not be digested for a while, and it's hard to say. When her magic power surged, she caused some trouble, so she left home so suddenly. Wait until the other party wakes up. When Cedric asked, it was exactly what he thought. You mean, you told your parents that you were going to join my anti-Voldemort team, and then your parents didn't agree, so you just blew up the living room. I didn't mean it either. Pansy's pouted mouth could hold a can of oil. She waved her hands. He was talking and gesticulating, recalling his mood at that time. I was very angry at the time. I just finished reading your book and watching your speech, and then I became very excited. After they object, the magic power in my body went crazy, and then I got scared and ran away. It is as expected. Cedric covered his forehead with a headache. This matter has something to do with him. If it weren't for his speech, if it weren't for his system, this matter probably wouldn't have been such a big deal. Please contact your family first to make sure they are safe. But just practice with me during this period, and at least stabilize the magic power in your body to get out of bed. Hearing Cedric relent, Pansy suddenly smiled happily, and her face brightened. Have a good rest. Cedric quickly left the room. Now he has a lot to deal with, and the future has changed dramatically, which is different from the original work in many places. According to the urgency of the matter, Cedric compiled a few things that he must do this year. First, Tom's notebook should appear this year. It shouldn't be a big problem to get it from Ginny, but Voldemort might play some other tricks. You need to take precautions yourself. The second is that Sirius has escaped from prison, and the reason why Cedric released him is to make Peter Pettigrew sacrifice himself and escape, and then help him clean up his crimes. The third is to follow Peter Pettigrew. He would definitely go find Voldemort. He could send someone to follow him so that he could seize the opportunity to kill Voldemort first. The fourth is to eliminate the hidden dangers of dark creatures such as Dementors, eight-eyed spiders, giants, etc. This one also includes finding ways to trigger new pet spaces. The fifth is to find other Horcruxes. Several of them are now hidden inside Hogwarts. Cedric has already thought of several things. But during this summer vacation, because of Pansy's appearance, I can do some extra things. That is to rescue the Longbottoms. Mother's love is already vast and boundless, coupled with Pansy's somewhat Yandere love. The amount of love absorbed in Cedric's body every day is extremely terrifying, even if the improvement is not completed. With the current low efficiency, it seems that the Longbottoms can be saved and cured. They are good helpers. Every day during the day, Cedric would stay with his parents and Pansy. Pansy couldn't be happier about this. The upbringing in her family is indeed very good, and she makes the old couple happy every day, very much in line with their standards for a daughter-in-law. And Cedric also sent letters to the Parkinson family. With the Diggory couple's assurance, the other parents accepted Pansy's decision to stay at their home temporarily. Just treat it as if your daughter is in love. And at night, Cedric will come to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries. After more than half a month of treatment, the situation of the Longbottoms has improved significantly, and the power of love is indeed very powerful. The therapist over there was absolutely crazy about this phenomenon. Cedric now goes to the hospital every time. They all received top-notch treatment. Not only were the entire treatment process watched, but they were also greeted like great big shots every time. To maintain confidentiality, Cedric could only make an appointment with the therapist, and then only chose to come late at night when no one was around. Tonight, as usual, he arrived at St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic in the dead of night. But the difference is today. When Cedric stepped into the lobby of the hospital, a male wizard who had been curled up in a chair to rest stood up. His robe was extremely worn and had several patches on it. There were not many wizards in the magic world who were so poor. Coupled with his slightly sickly face, she still looks young, but has light brown hair mixed with white hair. Cedric recognized him quickly. He is none other than Remus John Lupin. "Hello, is this Mr. Cedric?" Lupin called out to Cedric softly. "Hello, I am a werewolf wizard. I came to you first to thank you, and secondly to ask, do you still need anyone here? You actually came to see me?" Cedric was very surprised. In the current situation in the wizarding world, it is obvious that the Ministry of Magic is the main force in searching for Death Eaters. But there are still two groups hidden under the Ministry of Magic. The first is Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. On the day of the oath, Dumbledore represented the Order of the Phoenix and said that he and the Order of the Phoenix would risk their lives and fight against the Death Eaters. Finally, there is Cedric's manpower. Mainly Slughorn, supplemented by reporters and Aurors who admire him. Cedric's move, mainly through continuous speeches, propaganda, etc., to stimulate the wizarding world's hatred of the Death Eaters, and try to inspire the fighting spirit of the wizarding world. This is still very successful so far. As long as there is the right opportunity, Cedric would go out and speak to the crowd. For example, he gave many speeches in Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade Village, and even later at the Ministry of Magic. The images, texts, and news reports of these speeches, almost every 2 or 3 days, it will dominate the front pages of all media. Saturate the entire magical world? It is extremely necessary to arouse the resistance of people in the wizarding world, and the only way to unite is to unite all those who can. Only in this way can the Death Eaters die in a better way. So Cedric is clear. Lupin should go to Dumbledore at this time, not him. Once the werewolf curse is under control, he can display his fighting power more than 20 days a month. Could it be? Is this Dumbledore trying to plant an informant around him? After all, this isn't the first time Dumbledore has done this. "Sorry, I don't need it now." Cedric refused outright. In order to show his determination, he even operated away from the place without giving Lupin a chance to speak again. Stimulated by this incident, on that night, after Cedric finished his treatment, then he came directly to a dilapidated castle. Originally he wanted to come later, but since Dumbledore you want to set up and spy for me, then it's my fault for playing tricks on Grindelwald. Cedric quickly found the old man. After introducing his identity, he smiled and said, "Mr. Grindelwald, if I tell you, I can let you and Dumbledore leave the magical world of England freely. Go wherever you wanted to go before. Would you be interested?" Grindelwald blinked his old eyes. Cedric, actually, wanted to come and give a speech in front of him so that he could incite himself? "You are such an interesting person." Even though Grindelwald laughed so hard that he burst into tears. But Cedric still has a chance to win, because he just heard the system prompt. "Ding, I succeeded in moving Gellert Grindelwald. You get bonus talent points +1, Gellert Grindelwald character template card. Template card, Gellert Grindelwald. Talents, the big 3, magic +5 points, upper limit 99 points. The first generation of the Great Demon King, charm +5, majesty +5. Life wish list. The first 13 items have been completed or abandoned. Item 14, Heroic Twilight and Death. We belong to the streams that fed the watermills a century ago, rather than being trapped in our corner of the world and spending the rest of our lives in our towers. The ultimate goal, death. Completing this wish list will increase the effects of the first generation of the Great Demon King to charm +7, majesty +7. If only I could die with Dumbledore by my side. Then the effect of the first generation Great Demon King will be increased to charm +10, majesty +10. Item 15, complete the assessment of Cedric, a commission task from Dumbledore. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the space of the template card. Item 16, fly freely with Dumbledore once more, a promise from Cedric. Completing this wish list will earn you 10 legendary points. At the same time, the effect of the big 3 will be increased to magic +15 points, upper limit 99 points. It is clear. The 16th life wish illustrates this well. No matter how hard Grindelwald tried to hide it, he still spoke to his heart. "Follow me." Cedric glanced at the symbols carved on the wall, a triangle, a circle, and a vertical line. That represents the 3 hallows of death. Whether it's Dumbledore's mission or the life wish he inspired, he was going to decide Grindelwald's reward. The key is that his magic power limit is too high, and the compatibility of 99 points of magic power is awesome. If the task is completed, you can easily increase your total magic power to over 80. I have seen so many character templates. Cedric understands too. It is almost difficult for me to find a template with the same height as him. He was still doubtful. Dumbledore and Voldemort should be the other 2 giants among the 3 giants. In other words, they all have 99 magic points. Just that. Voldemort's strength after his true rebirth cannot be underestimated. "Let's go." Ced immediately opened the cage directly. "Before you meet Principal Dumbledore, I'm going to dress you up and train you. Your current look is really ugly." Duringo had no reason to refuse. Either to complete the task Dumbledore asked him to do, or maybe it was what Cedric said just now, let him fly freely with Dumbledore again. They were all things he couldn't refuse. Cedric was not afraid of Delingva and took him directly to Nicholm's residence. Time is wasted. The Aurors guarding here, including the Diggory couple, no longer recognized Grindelwald at all. But Grindelwald was shocked when he saw Pansy. Are you an obscurus? No, but how can your magic power come close to going berserk? Etc. Your magic is very powerful. Grindelwald was delighted to see the hunter. It's been a long time since I've seen such an outstanding little wizard. He couldn't help but want to get closer and take a closer look. He saw Grindelwald, an old man with ragged clothes and white hair, looking like a beggar, walking towards him. Pansy backed up with disgust on her face and hid behind Cedric. There are some special reasons. Cedric patted Pansy's arm and comforted, but she's already under control very well. She'll be able to control it soon. Maybe some people will think so. Pansy obtained 80% of Cedric's panel capabilities so easily, and felt that it was so easy. But don't forget, she staked her life on it. Because of her wish list that involves names, Cedric can trust her with certain secrets without even casting an unbreakable curse. In the past few days, you can take him to practice Bajuanjin. Cedric warned Pansy. Today he will have a small speech at the Leaky Cauldron, and a new group of wizard families will be invited there. Every speech, Cedric will get more support, so he must accumulate as many supporters as possible during this summer vacation and spread his ideas as much as possible. To enhance the effectiveness of your speech, Cedric put on Delingwo's character template and prepared to leave. But he was stopped by Pansy. Wait a moment. Pansy came to Cedric's side and helped him straighten his collar, which was not askew. This action is just a cover-up. She grabbed Cedric's collar reluctantly. Sir Cedric. I don't know why, but I think you look a little more handsome today. I really like you more and more. Pansy raised her hand and touched Cedric's face. The two of them were so close that the mint scent of her body hit the latter's nose. She whispered, I really want to eat you. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Cedric didn't notice anything was wrong yet, because Pansy always said Yandere things indirectly. He's somewhat used to it. Delingwo, who was observing silently, shrank his pupils suddenly. Because he came with the intention of inspecting Cedric, he was not categorized as subordinates, relatives, or friends. All he could feel was Cedric's majesty. In the perception of this top speaker, Grindelwald noticed that Cedric's momentum changed instantly. In that moment, he changed from a big boy with a halo to a powerful person full of oppression. Once upon a time, Grindelwald himself is also such a superior. The two of them almost overlapped at this moment. He finally understood why Dumbledore was willing to come to him and gave him the task of testing Cedric. Because Dumbledore also saw it. Cedric will come to him one day. Of course, they didn't know whether Cedric was for the Elder Wand or for something else. Dumbledore once brought Cedric's book to Dringward. After reading it carefully, Grindelwald discovered the two biggest differences between the two are, they are the sunny boy side of Cedric, and the kind of argument in his mind that goes into the home of the National Master. This is different from both myself and that little reptile. Because I am arrogant, I only recognize outstanding wizards. As for the little reptile, forget about it. Grindelwald couldn't help but think, is this just because of age? Or are there other differences? He looked at the room in front of him, maybe the secret was hidden in it. Grindelwald, whose mind became active, soon showed his abilities. He is also a thoughtful person. There will be different postures for different people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered so many subordinates and were willing to die for him. Mrs. Cedric, I may have to trouble you next. A title. Grindelwald immediately changed Pansy's impression of him, because he was the first to call her that. It's not yet, but it will be soon. With a smile that spread from the inside out, Pansy took Grindelwald to an empty room, because there will be Aurors stationed there. Cedric also built a new building next to the original house specifically for them to live in. They lived separately from the Diggorys and he and Pansy. After some washing, except that his face is still pale and straightforward, Grindelwald has regained some of his depth demeanor. In the following days, Grindelwald's behavior is very low-key, basically observing Cedric's every move. Cedric at home. In addition to leading everyone to practice that weird move, he also dived into the alchemy studio. No one can interfere with his research. If there is still time, I will chat with everyone. The state is very relaxed. He is neither indifferent to Pansy nor does he take advantage of the other person's fascination with him to do anything directly. When two people get along, when chatting, they will explore more of their thoughts and carefully look for possible points of resonance. The sense of proportion is very good. It can be considered a sincere treatment. After summarizing these contents, Grindelwald became somewhat silent. What kind of monster is this Cedric? He has read countless people, and no matter whether they are good or bad, people will have some shortcomings, or a hobby, or a flaw in temperament. Without certain life experience, wizards can easily be swayed by their own desires and even do extremely stupid things. This kind of thing, Grindelwald calls it the price of youth. For example, the original driving force for the little snake he looked down upon was actually the pure fear of death and the desire for power. An idiot swayed by desire. This kind of person is also the person Grindelwald despises the most. Cedric is the complete opposite. He is like a porcelain work of art carefully carved by a master. Every component is perfect. Even if you view it 360 degrees, there is no blind spot. But this is not normal. This is so abnormal. Human knowledge and experience cannot be made up for by intelligence and wisdom. Young people must learn the lessons that they should learn from, and they must learn from them. Why can he, Cedric, be like this? When leading everyone to exercise, he can have the vitality of young people. While studying alchemy, he can possess the calmness and research spirit of a middle-aged man. When chatting with others, or even going out to give a speech, he can exude a coercive aura similar to his own. Make followers admire you and make those with evil intentions fearful. When it comes to being with Pansy, he is as innocent as a silly boy. This makes Dringward very worried. How can people be so complicated? Do you have templates for your emotions? Do you just insert the template you need for whatever you want to do? How come you have no flaws? Without exception, Grindelwald was deeply attracted by Cedric's charm. To some extent, he is somewhat similar to Slughorn in that they both like genius wizards very much, and Grindelwald is even more extreme than Slughorn. Then, after observing him for a month, he took the initiative to find Cedric and start a conversation. Come and convince me. Grindelwald has recovered very well during this time. Not only has my body become stronger and stronger, but most importantly my spirit has also recovered a lot. Although not the peak, but his eyes were already bright. If you can convince me, I will join your team. Cedric glanced over. Dementor really has one more thing on his wish list. 0. Item 17, Rekindled Fighting Spirit. Persuade him and bring him into your great cause. Complete this wish list and you will be rewarded with 5 magic points. No upper limit. Good guy? 5 points of unlimited mana? Isn't this the best reward to make yourself super? Bring it on. Cedric's eyes sparkled. He adjusted the character templates and replaced all templates that increase coercion and charm. Here we go again. This damn seamless switching feeling? Grindelwald's whole body tensed up. This familiar pressure reminded him of the time when he faced Dumbledore. Passion collides and sparks fly. That was his irrevocable youth? I can still feel a hint of youth now, which is really wonderful. Bring it on. Grindelwald smiled evilly. The two of them had a hearty conversation. Grindelwald starts from the threats of ordinary people, that is, how to get along with European teachers and muggles. Cedric is different. He believes that the magic world has huge internal problems now, and they are not even serious enough to worry about the muggle world. As for the magic world, all he talked about was the relationship between the Ministry of Magic and ordinary wizards. Cedric insisted. Only by uniting the Ministry of Magic and the 5 ordinary sects can we overcome all difficulties and obstacles and achieve the great goal of rejuvenating the magical world. The relationship between the Ministry of Magic and ordinary wizards should be closer. The Ministry of Magic is the disciples of the wizards, and the wizards are the strong backing of the Ministry of Magic. Unity is strength. Only when wizards have faith can the magical world truly possess infinite power. Grindelwald was fascinated by this. When the first ray of sunlight hit the side of his face, he came back to his senses. It's incredible. Grindelwald rubbed his face vigorously. Last night, after listening to Cedric's explanation, he seemed to be illuminated by the holy light, and his whole person glowed with new vitality. Grindelwald opened his eyes quietly. Can you believe me? I'll go out and tell you the answer when I come back. As long as you promise me not to hurt anyone when I go out. Cedric actually wasn't too worried about him going out to cause trouble. After all, the character template is here. Although he is recovering well here, it is impossible to regain his previous power. At most, he is an extremely powerful wizard. A tiger can't hold off a pack of wolves, let alone him. Okay, I'll be back soon. Grindelwald stood up and walked outside. In the blink of an eye, he had apparat outside Hogsmeade. After sending the signal, Phoenix Fox quickly appeared and took him to Dumbledore's office. You are still the same as when I first met you. Grindelwald glanced at Fox who was combing his feathers, and then set his sights on Dumbledore behind the table. Face this most important partner in life. His voice was very soft. What would you think of me if I said, I kind of want to follow Cedric? Dumbledore. 3. Cedric at home. Soon I heard the system prompts. Ding, you have completed Gellert Grindelwald's 17th life wish. Item 17, Rekindled Fighting Spirit. Infected by Cedric, he wants to continue to join the great cause. Complete this wish list and you will be rewarded with 5 magic points. No upper limit. Looks like I have to wait a little longer. Cedric didn't expect Grindelwald to make up his mind so quickly. Now that you have made up your mind, he should be back soon, so Cedric simply prepared to wait a little longer. Who knew it was Pansy who was found first? She rubbed her eyes and came to the living room, complaining to Cedric. What did you put into my body so early in the morning? You made it difficult for others to sleep. Why? Cedric was stunned for a moment before he reacted. This should be the magic bonus brought about by the system prompt just now. Although bonuses like unicorns are not included. But even if you look at the bonuses on the template, wait until you reach or even exceed 100 points of magic power. Pansy will also reach the third-rate master level of 80 points. As long as the curse doesn't stretch my crotch. Even if he is qualified for the Auror position, it is possible. In the future, she will also be his right-hand man. There's just one bad thing about it. Don't keep saying nonsense, you know I don't like it. Cedric said helplessly. 2. Pansy didn't believe it at all. After drinking a glass of ice water, she flipped her short hair neatly, and when she went back to the room, she said very proudly, Stop lying, you just like me. Cedric had a wry smile on his face. This Pansy simply misunderstood, but it was really hard for him to explain. After all, the other party could feel that the source of the magic power came from him. Zhang was smiling bitterly. Dementor has already entered the 733 hall. He looked at Pansy's back and seemed to recall someone. Boy, don't let others down. If you don't like it, it's better to reject it earlier. After I decide, I will definitely make it clear. Cedric answered seriously, which made the rejuvenated Grindelwald feel a little bored. I heard there's a lot of little girls like you at Hogwarts. It really doesn't work. Just change your nationality and marry more. Cedric turned his head in shock. Only after seeing Grindelwald's proud smile did he realize that he was joking. Come on you. If you have already made up your mind, then come with me. Cedric turned around and walked outside. You really don't have a t-shirt, why are you summoned so early? Grindelwald complained with his mouth, but his body followed Cedric honestly. At the end of a lonely street somewhere. Not long after Cedric and Grindelwald appeared, two people wearing patient uniforms appeared. It was Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom. With round-the-clock treatment, they finally returned to normal. Comrades, I am the only one who knows about your team of 3 now, and you will only carry out the secret mission I assigned you. With that said, Cedric took out 3 heavy bags of gold galleons. Each bag contained 500 gold galleons. These are the funds for their secret operations. Help me keep an eye on the Malfoy family. They should have a lot of dark magic supplies. If possible, try to get them all. If you need money, you can come to me again. But the operation must be kept secret, especially the identities of the 3 of you. Although Grindelwald showed up at Cedric's house, but after all, it was so old that even the Aurors didn't recognize him, who had already turned white. As for the Longbottoms, Cedric has also made an agreement with St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries. If anyone is looking for it, just say that they are undergoing treatment and are not allowed to be disturbed midway. Don't worry. Cedric has not forgotten the concerns of the Longbottoms. Neville, I will also cure him this year, and you will hear good news about him soon. The Longbottoms are parents. I originally blamed myself for the lack of family warmth in Neville's childhood. These days, listening to what Cedric relayed, children with some brain damage always have poor memory because of Grandma's forgetfulness spell. The 2 of them have been secretly distressed for a long time. Now hearing Cedric's assurance, the 2 of them were moved to tears. Thank you so much. The Longbottoms could only express their gratitude to Cedric through hugs. Mr. Cedric, you are the benefactor of our family. Grindelwald frowned as he watched. After going through infinite hardships, he had only recently understood that making people obey your orders can be more than just fear and majesty. How did Cedric say that? Oh, right. It's about exchanging sincerity for sincerity? I really don't know how Cedric's little mind can imagine so many exquisite and thought-provoking words that are worth savoring. I really can't get enough of it. You don't have to say that. You have paid much more to deal with Voldemort than I have. When the day comes when the people win, we will have a good time over wine. Cedric extended his hand. Del. The Longbottoms nodded solemnly and pressed their hands on the back of Cedric's hand. Grindelwald, who had quick eyesight and quick hands, also extended his right hand. The 4 of them looked at each other, smiled, and said in unison, when the day comes when the people win, we will have a good time drinking and talking. The 3 people left quickly. With their tracking, Cedric also temporarily put aside his thoughts about the notebook. But there won't be much time left. Cedric did not go out again, but began to sort out the alchemy tools left by Nicholm. He found a lot of good things inside. For example, there is a crystal ball that can observe distant scenes, and an invisibility cloak. Although it is not as good as Harry's one, the effect is still very good. Besides, Cedric also spent a lot of experience points to deduce an 8-eyed spider venom collector. Just throw it on the head of the 8-eyed spider corpse to automatically collect the 8-eyed spider's venom. He made 12 such collector alchemy props. I'm just waiting to go to the Forbidden Forest and sweep it up. Soon, the happy summer vacation came to an end, and Cedric came to the King Wong Swejun station again. He still became the guide to Hogwarts. This time it's not just for experience, but also to catch Dobby. Just this time, there was an extra pansy at his side. Soon, students from the same grade arrived one after another. When they saw Cedric, their eyes were full of surprise, although this was not the first time that Cedric had been the guide. But his identity is completely different now. In this exciting summer vacation, all wizarding families are actually chanting Cedric's name. Most wizarding families. They all expressed their approval of Cedric, and some of the parents who had even listened to Cedric's speech could be described as fanatical. In this case, I didn't expect Cedric to be the guide. This kind of shock is like the mayor of this city kindly coming to the train station to serve as a volunteer and carefully guiding the way for foreign passengers. Ever since, Cedric's reputation has increased invisibly. Especially in this precarious day, his appearance brought confidence and comfort to many families. To be honest, at first we even considered whether to let our children continue to come to school. You know, first of all, Voldemort is preparing to be resurrected, and his subordinate Sirius has escaped from Azkaban. Now Dementors and Aurors are looking for him everywhere. But seeing you here, we feel that everything is not a problem. Faced with the entrustment of many parents, the system actually generated an additional task. Ding, the human heart event is triggered. The patron saint of Hogwarts, make sure that no little wizard suffers irreparable harm in Hogwarts during this school year. Task reward, title of the patron saint of Hogwarts. Guardian of Hogwarts, White Wizard Camp value plus 3 points. When you are within the range of Hogwarts, your spells will receive an additional 20% damage, and you will gain Hogwarts. With the approval, you can obtain permission to apparate within Hogwarts. Special reminder, this task is a special hidden continuous task. After completing the first task, subsequent tasks will be opened. This is a mission against Hogwarts secrets. Cedric knows. This magic school was set up by its 4 founders. If it is recognized by the castle, it will receive many special permissions. You can even discover the secrets of the 4 founders. The more famous event is, the Toad used unfair means to steal the principal's position, but because he was not recognized by Hogwarts, he couldn't even get into the principal's office. This is really exciting. No doubt. The 4 founders of Hogwarts must all be amazing wizards, and even mastered the original and ancient magic. Cedric is now overjoyed with the 3 magics he has obtained through the unicorn. He even dared to confront Voldemort. Would it be better if we got a few more? In particular, could the mottos and characteristics representing the 4 branches be the ancient emotional magic mastered by each of the 4 founders? It's really exciting just thinking about it. After the excitement, Cedric became more attentive to his work as a guide. Soon, Zhang Qiu also came. Seeing Pansy accompanying Cedric, she put away her luggage and came to stand on the other side of Cedric. Then, Cedric also saw many familiar faces. For example, Luna, who only entered school a few years ago. I saw Cedric's signboard as a guide, as well as Pansy and Zhang Qiu who were accompanying her for 100 years. She tilted her head and praised, "It's so interesting." As for Hermione, after seeing the lineup of 2 women and 1 man, I said hello in despair, and then walked into the station alone. The finale. Of course it's the Weasley family. Soon, Gemini and several of Weasley's brothers entered. Of course the only ones left behind were Ronald and Harry. But unlike before they hit the wall, the 2 of them stayed with side. Rick exchanged pleasantries. Especially Harry. Since the last time we met in the secret room, Cedric didn't even show up until the later school year dinner. He had a lot to talk to Cedric. "Okay, it'll be too late if you don't leave." Cedric tapped the wall with his wand. After easily breaking Dobby's spell, he watched Ronald and Harry walk in. Subsequently, he also took Pansy and Zhang Qiu into King's Cross Station. After entering the territory of the magic world, Cedric was not so cautious. He flicked his wand and said, "Reveal Apparitium." Soon, Dobby, who was hit by the curse, showed his body, just like in the original work. He is short in stature, with big bat-like ears on his small head, and protruding green eyes as big as tennis balls. Dobby looked extremely sloppy. He was wearing only an old pillowcase with holes cut out for his arms and legs. Dobby appeared with a look of horror on his face. He wanted to teleport away, but the snake rope had already entangled him so tightly that he couldn't move at all. Cedric didn't have time to interrogate him. The Hogwarts Express on the track has already sounded its urging whistle. He pulled the snake rope and boarded the train first. Arriving at the last few carriages of the carriage, Cedric began to interrogate. "Why did you block the passage just now? What do you want to do to Harry?" Hear his interrogation. Dobby was obviously panicked, and he kept the floor with his head. "Sorry, Great Lord Cedric. I just want to help Harry. Someone, wants to harm him." When revealing information, Dobby seemed extremely uneasy. Not only did he kowtow, he even found a corner of the table and chewed a big bag out of his own head. Okay. Cedric was no longer willing to torture Dobby for the information he knew. This guy can be considered an alternative. Not only does he want freedom as an elf, but he also longs for Harry. However, based on Cedric's concept, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Dobby's idea. And the identity of the other party. It can also become a nail in Malfoy's house. "You don't have to tell me, I know who you are." Cedric interrupted Dobby directly. "It seems that you are not happy staying at their house. If you want to leave their house on 2.7, I can help you. Come here with your ears." After some instructions, Cedric threw a button to Dobby. "You remember. When I press the button, you fly to me, but after catching the clothes, don't be exposed immediately and continue to hide in Malfoy's house for me." The elf member. It has been brainwashed for countless generations since the previous rebellion. They would not be taken seriously by wizards. But they can freely enter and leave the wizards' homes. Just imagine. If Dobby sees the resurrected Voldemort at the Malfoy house, ask the Aurors to give him a surprise. It may not be possible to save his life in one go. This chess piece. Very satisfied with Cedric's arrangement. As for getting the clothes Malfoy throws, it's even easier. "Thank you, great Mr. Cedric. Please protect Mr. Harry. I will follow your instructions." Dobby was released and quickly teleported away. But Dobby's words before leaving made Cedric realize, even though he is very famous now, there is still a long way to go before he can be called the savior. Cedric, Zhang Qiu, and Pansy began to rest. The train continued to drive north, and the rain became heavier. The train was swaying, raindrops were beating on the windows, and the wind was howling. A dense gray began to appear on the windows, and it continued to deepen. To provide light, the lights on the Hogwarts Express also came on. Cedric understands that all this means, they are coming. Bring it on. Let the storm be more violent. Cedric tightened his grip on his wand in his arms. My last sacred magic was revealed today. Why is the car slowing down? Pansy wanted to see clearly what was going on outside, but the heavy wind and rain blocked her sight. The train went slower and slower. Half a minute later, the sound of the wheels stopped completely. Zhang Qiu opened the door and came to the corridor, and found that it was pitch dark outside, with only the train's headlights providing dim yellow light. Soon, people in each carriage came out to check the situation. She frowned and said, "This is wrong. Something's really wrong." Cedric drew his wand and walked into the hallway. Pan Shi and Zhang Qiu also took out their wands and followed him. Suddenly, the last lights on the train suddenly went out, and the train was completely plunged into darkness. Several exclamations immediately came from the darkness. What happened? What happened? Did the train break down? Pansy wiped a piece of glass and said to the blurry shadow outside, "There seems to be something moving outside." Lumos. After Cedric lit up the light, he hit his own throat again. Sonorous. Then, his steady voice spread throughout the carriage. "I'm Cedric. If something unexpected happens, please light up your wands, sit in the car and stay calm. I will investigate the problem as soon as possible." At Hogwarts, Cedric is that person who is not a prefect but better than a prefect, and he is the one who spans the 4 major colleges. Hear his voice. The commotion in the darkness suddenly decreased a lot. After only a few shouts, light sources lit up in the dark carriage. "It's even brighter than when there were car lights just now. Go take a look at the front of the car." Cedric knew that this stop was because the Dementors had stopped the train. They said they wanted to check for fugitives, but in fact they were attracted by the youthful energy of the little wizards on the train. Under his leadership, the 3 of them walked forward through the long corridor. In every carriage passing by, 1 or 2 heads would poke out from the door, raising their wands and watching the 3 Cedrics walking down the corridor. The scene was like a king going on a tour. Pansy was so excited. She raised her proud head, as if she were a queen following 15 kings on a tour. Zhang Qiu's had a slightly worried look on his face. Hogwarts Express, this situation has never happened before, coupled with the recent prison escape of Voldemort and Sirius. It made her feel a bit precarious. However, she didn't fall behind even a little bit, and followed behind Han Derek. For the students at Hogwarts, Cedric's behavior really gave him a sense of security. As they moved forward from the back of the car, people kept coming out of the box to join them. "So handsome, boss." Gemini walked out of the car with a smile and followed the 3 of them. Such a dangerous and exciting scene. If they don't come out and show off, there's something wrong. At the carriage door, Ginny, who was going to school for the first time, looked at Pansy and Zhang behind Cedric. "An inexplicable idea popped into my mind. If only it was me standing behind you." Ding, you moved Ginny * Weasley successfully. You get bonus talent points +1, Ginny * Weasley template card. Me, I'm coming too. The next to follow was Neville. Although his hand holding the wand was shaking, he still stood up. "Not bad, young man." Gemini held him in his arms on the left and right, rubbed his head to comfort him, sandwiched him in the middle and took him forward together. "We're here to help too." The Harry trio also stepped forward. They were careful but followed closely behind the group. Except them, a few brave and shameless students stood up and followed behind Cedric. After walking through 2 carriages, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and spotless clothes, wearing a flowing green robe, jumped out. None other than Gilderoy * Lockhart. Cedric was very sure that he had been ready to jump out. Because they are far apart, he saw the other party's shadow lingering at the door of the box. Just now he seemed to be thinking about how to jump out in the best way. Cedric almost changed into the Hagrid template and punched him with the physical version of Forgotten. Fortunately, he remembered in time. This year, there will be a very sexy and conspicuous bag teacher. I am still thinking about his ability to forget everything. What a great adventure. Lockhart blinked at everyone, and then showed his smile that had won the Wizard Weekly Most Charming Smile award 5 times in a row. Be careful. He held up the green top hat with gold rim and threatened everyone. This disturbing atmosphere might be a female ghost or a dominatrix, or even a Tibetan snowman. Hear his words. Everyone behind Cedric, except Gemini, became nervous. Is it Mr. Harlot? Cedric is in no hurry to expose him. First, he has to get the opponent's character template. Secondly, this parallel importer does not need to expose it himself. He will also show his garbage to everyone in the next year of teaching. There was no need for him to take action at all. Cedric pretended to be surprised and stretched out his hand. I didn't expect you to be on this bus. It seems that you will be the defense against the dark arts professor this year. First meet. But I have read a lot of your works. No surprises. After praising him, Cedric directly got the opponent's character template. Ding, you moved Gilderoy Lockhart to success. You get bonus talent points +1, Gilderoy Lockhart template card. It seems that famous people all have something in common. Mr. Cedric, your name also struck a chord with me during the summer vacation. Lockhart treats Cedric differently than Harry. Cedric has followers, he is not an innocent kid like Harry. Especially that group of journalist followers. But there is no group Lockhart dares to offend the most. Let us work together to solve this crisis. 0139044415 Fila 0214100500. Lockhart shook his flowing turquoise robe, winked at Cedric and said, "Please go ahead." Cedric gave up the lead position. You jumped out of this on your own. Don't blame me if you're scared to death when you face the Soul Eater later. Certainly. Lockhart straightened his collar with a cheerful expression. He regarded Cedric's humility as respect for himself. The team moved on. Lockhart kept talking about how he and the female ghost dealt with each other in the dense forest, and how he took action decisively. Cedric was suspicious that he used brightening tooth powder. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his big white teeth to remain shiny in such dim conditions. Suddenly, a chill came over me. Cedric stopped immediately. In front of him, Harold remained unaware. Until, the monster walked through the doorway. Cedric raised the wand in his hand and let the light illuminate in front of him. It was a monster wearing a grey tattered cloak whose height could reach the ceiling. Its face was completely hidden within the shadow of the hood. The outstretched hand glowed slightly, was thin and scabbed, like the feeling of being soaked in water for half of a person's death. As it comes, a bone-chilling chill spread toward everyone, making people shiver, and their breath condensed into white mist. Photo, Dementor. Lockhart screamed. No longer caring about his previous calmness and elegance, he collapsed directly on the ground. At that moment, he felt a chill pass through his body, and his breath almost became stuffy in his chest. Everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. Damn it, this is not something we can handle. Even the most optimistic Gemini swallowed hard and grasped the wand in his hand. Expecto Patronum. The two of them suppressed their blushes, but they only sprayed out more than a dozen wisps of silver-white smoke from the top of the wand, barely protecting themselves and their companions behind them. This is already the best among the little wizards. Except them. Among the little wizards below the 4th grade, there is no third person who can learn this spell. Others fare even worse. Not only did everyone retreat, but the happy memories in their minds began to gradually blur. No wonder they are. After all, this monster is the Guardian of Azkaban. Ministry of Magic Classification Level, XXXXX. This is an extremely evil dark creature that feeds on people's happy emotions. It is known as the 5th most powerful thing in the world. Lockhart, who was closest to him, just glanced at it and felt as if his soul was about to be sucked away. Of course this was just an illusion he was too afraid of. But the Dementors did take action. The organ under the Dementor's hood took a long, slow breath, trying to suck in something other than air. No, don't, I didn't do anything. Lockhart was completely consumed by negative emotions. He collapsed to the ground and let out a sharp wail. His fear moved the Dementor quite a bit, and it quickly leaned down, as if it was preparing to do something further. At this time, Cedric takes action. It really lives up to its reputation. Even Cedric, who was fearless, felt the coldness brought by the intoxication piercing his skin. But that's about it. The love under his skin protected him very well. Even if Cedric soaked in this coldness for 100 years, he would never be able to break through the protection of his skin. Cedric raised his wand high. Saint Expecto Patronum. The primary patron saint spell is the spell to call for guardianship. When you haven't fully mastered it yet, the God-calling guard can only spray out some silvery white fog. The thick fog can be used as a shield to block the Dementors and make them feel uncomfortable and leave. When you are skilled, the God-calling guard can summon an animal-like form. This level of God-calling guard can already take the initiative and have the ability to kill Dementors. And Cedric's Holy Patroness Charm. It is the effect obtained after obtaining the blood contract of the unicorn and then strengthening it. After he used it, behind him, a huge, enhanced version of the invisible beast that was no weaker than a Dementor suddenly appeared. Not only that, the invisible beast also stepped on a holy silver halo under its feet. Don't wait for it to take action. The Dementor was already illuminated by the light of the silver aperture and retreated continuously. In the blink of an eye, it had retreated back to the connecting channel. Want to leave? Cedric is going to take this opportunity to eliminate the Dementors this time? Of course he wouldn't let the other person go so easily. Under his control, the invisible beast only struck with its claws, and the Dementor in front of him was torn to pieces like a real piece of rag. Dementors are coming. Cedric's voice echoed across the Hogwarts Express again. I'll go outside to meet the enemy. All wizards who know how to call for divine protection, come to the corridor to defend against the enemy. Cedric shouted. It's just to justify his actions. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw Cedric take out the broomstick Nimbus 1990 and fly out from the car door opened by the Dementor. Boss, you are so handsome. Gemini was extremely excited. They opened the carriage and leaned half of their bodies out. Look, Cedric is charging. After all, when can we witness the famous scene of a wizard charging the Dementors? If you say they are dishonest, those prisoners who are imprisoned in Azkaban and tortured until they are no longer human or ghosts will have to talk to you, be influenced by them. People found nearby windows and stuck their heads out, looking at Cedric in midair. A Dementor rushed towards Cedric. One hit kill? Then, the Dementors immediately became angry. 380 like a raging tide, they rushed towards Cedric from all directions. This time both sides arrived at the same time. Tear it apart? A look at the arms of the invisible beast. One of the two Dementors is dead and the other is crippled. 3 heads, 4 heads, 5 heads. More Dementors even surrounded Coldrick for a time. But it's like paper can't contain the fire. Silver light continued to shine from the gaps, like the rotating spherical lighting in a disco. The Dementors died one after another. The old cloak lost its body and was blown everywhere in the air by the strong wind. Finally, the Dementors were afraid. They twisted their bodies in panic and flew higher into the air, trying to escape back to their camp and seek shelter from the members of the Ministry of Magic. Cedric chased him through the air. Every few dozen seconds, you can catch up with a Dementor and kill it. There were loud cheers on the Hogwarts Express. Lockhart squeezed the wand in his hand again and again. If there weren't so many people present, he would have missed every step. What great material this is! Throughout the entire history of magic, I have never seen anyone killing Dementors the same way they kill chickens. If you write a biography yourself, at least 10,000, no, 30,000 copies can be sold. Soon after, The news spread back to Hogwarts and reached the ears of the professor who was waiting for the students. You mean, Dementors ignored the obstruction of Ministry of Magic officials and intercepted the Hogwarts Express. Cedric transformed into a silver moon and killed 7 in and 7 out among the Dementors. He is still empty. To hunt them down. After Dumbledore finished reading this message, he felt mixed emotions in his heart. The Patroness charm is associated with happy emotions. Although you, Cedric, are a sunny and cheerful boy, are you too happy? The professors nearby had different reactions. Mrs. Haas, who was taking the flying lesson, was full of pride. Cedric's talent is really amazing when flying on a rainy night for a chase. Professor McGonagall's face was filled with relief. It was I who taught him how to call the gods to protect him. Snape glanced at Dumbledore. Since playing chess and reasoning can add 50 points to each person, then, Hufflepuff, add 100 points. Dumbledore. He glanced hard at Snape, conveying his surprise with his eyes. Did you make a mistake? Aren't you head of Slytherin? You were the one who gave Hufflepuff last year. School has just started this year. Are you still here? Snape showed no fear. With the addition you gave Gryffindor, I can't even try to give Slytherin a little help. It has to be Cedric? There are many people who love him. Professor Sprout was the only worried person in the audience. What will happen to Cedric? Don't worry, that boy's magic spell is great. Flitwick was beaming with pride. In the night sky, Cedric chased for a full hour, until there was no more rags in the sky, and then he flew towards the Hogwarts Express with no satisfaction, flying in midair. He started to check the system prompts which almost made his ears explode just now. Cedric quickly flipped through the system prompts just now. Ding, you killed the incoming dark creature Dementor, guarded the Hogwarts Express, and received a reward of 5,000 experience points. Ding, ding, you killed the incoming dark creature Dementor, guarded the Hogwarts Express, and received a reward of 5,000 experience points. There were about a dozen such prompts, and a total of 75,000 experience points were obtained. Cedric killed at least hundreds of Dementors. It's probably because the back is far away, and it doesn't count as guarding the Hogwarts Express. But Cedric is not too little, because these are all extra gains anyway. Even if he had no experience points, he would still kill them. Kill more now and deal with less later. He had already counted them when he killed them just now. The total number of attacking Dementors was about 300. There might be some more in the camp, adding up to at most 700 or 800. But he was in no hurry. He hasn't used the trick of going into the village to look for people yet. There will be many opportunities in the next whole school year. Behind these tips on experience gained, Cedric discovered that Zhang Qiu actually fulfilled a wish ahead of schedule. Template card Autumn Asterisk. Talent, third-rate Master Wizard, Magic plus 5 points, Earth limit 80 points. Unborn Beauty, Charm plus 1. The third item, Loyalty, the one who is loved is always happy. During the period when she confirms that you are her lover, she will always increase your magic power limit by 10 points. Completed. Hiss, Cedric didn't expect that. Was one of his own pursuits enough to completely capture Chang Kai's heart? Was it Pansy who stimulated her, or was it her heroic performance just now that completely moved her? Cedric is both happy and miserable. The upper limit of 10 points of magic power does not require you to pay anything, which is good, but you can't enjoy this thing by yourself. Do you really want to change your nationality? Ahem. Suppress this mental thought for the time being. Cedric opened the 2 character templates he just obtained. Template card, Ginny Asterisk Weasley. Talent, Super Master Wizard, Magic plus 5 points, upper limit is 80 points. Overwhelming Country, Charm plus 5. Life Wish List. The first item, The Taste of Love, give her a love full of charm and special fantasy. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Complete this wish list and you will unlock the Demolition Master's special talent. Completing this wish list will increase the effect of charming the country to Charm plus 10, and activate the talent Fatal Attraction. After completing this wish list, you will receive rewards such as experience points, talents, potions, and gold galleons, stage tasks. Talent description. Fatal Attraction, to the opposite S*X who wants to fall in love, you are as attractive as the mineral water you see after being thirsty for a day. Explosive Master, when you have this talent, your disintegration spell will be able to break through the upper limit, and the upgrade limit will be increased to level 20. After reaching the full level, you will gain 1 point of Ancient Magic, the power of anger, and activate the Ancient Magic list. I go? Cedric thought he would no longer be shocked by life templates. Unexpectedly, my eyes were opened today. It is normal for Ginny to have only one wish in life. She is still an ignorant little girl, and all she hopes for is sweet love. Totally understandable, but this reward is too explosive. The charm bonus is very consistent with the description in the original book. Compared with the movie version, Ginny in the original book can definitely be called the beauty of Gryffindor. Even after 2 years, she also secured her position as the school belle of Hogwarts. There is such a description in the original book. No one will deny that Ginny Weasley is the most beautiful girl in Hogwarts. Even Malfoy was once obsessed with it. The talent of Fatal Attraction is simply too powerful. It's no wonder that in the original book, Ginny never had a boyfriend. Of course, if that's all, Cedric doesn't really take it to heart. After all, his current love mood is already very sufficient. Treating Neville has already been written into his plan. But there was something he couldn't ignore. Ginny's last reward, Demolition Master? It is directly related to the ancient magic of anger. Who dares to believe this? You can even activate the list of ancient magics, which means infinite possibilities, and it means that Cedric can directly embark on the path of ancient magics. Why are there no Weasley boys? Is it a unique magic just for the Weasley girls? Do I really want to chase her? Cedric thought about it in his mind. If he strikes first, based on the fact that Ginny was moved by him just now, he should still have a good chance of catching her. He still has this bit of confidence. However, the obstacles are too great. Let's not talk about Gemini and Ronald. What will the 3 Weasley boys who now respect him think? Just Pansy and Zhongqiu. This already makes it difficult for Cedric to make a decision. Especially that girl Pansy, who has already entrusted her life to him. Are you going to abandon her just for this mission? And Zhongqiu. Gentle love does not mean that it is not passionate. Just the word loyalty is enough to show her firmness and love. If you really want to add Ginny, then you really have to change your nationality to make it legal. After all, it is still difficult to do illegal things. Let it go first. Cedric continues to check the last character template. Template card, Gilderoy Lockhart. Talent, Super Master Wizard, Magic plus 5 points, upper limit 80 points. Women's friend. Talent description. Friends of women, women over 30 years old will increase their favorability towards you by 30%, and the increase in favorability rate will also increase by 30%. You will be a satisfied son-in-law to your mother-in-law. Life wish list. The first item, my life is for the shining stage. If you can bring him enough glory, then you will get everything from him. Completing this wish list will prevent this template card from occupying the slot of the template card. Ladder rewards. Every time he is known to 100 people, you will immediately receive rewards such as experience points, gold galleons, magic potions, legendary values, and a one-space backpack. Complete this wish list and you will unlock your special talent for playing with people's hearts. Playing with people's hearts. When you have this talent, your forgetfulness spell will be able to break through the upper limit, and the upgrade limit will be increased to level 20. After reaching the full level, you will get 1 point of ancient magic, the power of memory, and activate the ancient magic list. Another character template for a single life wish, another channel to obtain ancient magic. That feeling of excitement and discomfort appeared in Cedric's heart again. For others, Ginny is young and ignorant. You Lockhart are such an adult. Do you only have one idea in your mind, to be famous? This is so paranoid that it has become an obsession? All of a sudden, he really couldn't tell. Is it harder to win over Lockhart or to pursue Ginny? Why did the bait of ancient magic appear on both of them? For a while, Cedric finally calmed down his mood. Go back to school first. Cedric lowered his height on the broomstick a little. It has been more than an hour since I went out to hunt Dementors. If I didn't hurry up, I might not be able to make it in time for the first meal of school. I'm not worried about the food. Even if you miss it, you can still go to the kitchen to eat. But if I missed the opening ceremony, I would feel a little regretful. Cedric sped up. Nimbus 1990 carried him along the railway at a speed much faster than the Hogwarts Express. The Dementors disappeared. But the clouds in the sky didn't dissipate much. Cedric was flying almost invisible, and the only light was his own wand held high. Soon, he saw the Hogwarts Express filled with orange lights. At this moment, it has completed its mission and is parked quietly in the station, waiting for the next start. On the edge of the station, the carriage pulled by Yucky also disappeared. The platform has been empty for hundreds of years, except for Hagrid and Filch, waiting for him with oil lamps. Cedric spun around. The broomstick landed lightly in front of the two of them. Cedric. Hagrid immediately shouted excitedly. Fortunately you are still waiting for me. Cedric stretched out his hands towards the two of them happily, ready to give them a big hug. But the next second, he saw the two of them shaking their heads with smiles on their faces. It's not just us. Filch raised his hand with a smile and pointed at the Hogwarts Express behind Cedric. He shouted, "Children, the Cedric you have been waiting for is here." The sound of clattering footsteps sounded. Then there was a dense sound of sliding rails, as people opened the box door and opened the window. The Hogwarts Express was quiet just now. In less than a minute, the train window near the platform was filled with little heads. Cedric. Two slender figures rushed out first. Pansy and Zhongqiu rushed into Cedric's arms. I'm worried about you, that's a Dementor. Zhongqiu buried his head in Cedric's arms. Such an act of rushing out in public was really embarrassing for her. But she must do it. Otherwise, she would lose to Pansy. The two girls had actually had a secret fight since Cedric left. She just found out. It turns out that Pansy spent the whole summer staying with Cedric. This made Zhongqiu instantly feel that she was already far behind the opponent, so she could no longer act passively. I'm different. Pansy raised her head and stared at Cedric, who was a head taller than her. I know you will be fine, because the magic power you injected into my body is still fine. 3 people were seen hugging each other. There were countless whistles and applause on the Hogwarts Express, and the Slytherins were even more excited. Cedric hugged the two of them, enjoying the warm fragrance of soft jade in his arms, but did not dare to move his hands. After several minutes, the whistles on the Hogwarts Express stopped, and the excitement around the station resumed. Students began to get off the bus one after another. Hagrid crossed the corner and pulled out the prepared Thestral carriage convoy. The second-year students and above all took the carriage to Hogwarts Castle. First-year students, follow me. Bar. Filch held up an oil lamp and shouted. He led the first-year students to the dock where the boat was being taken. A system prompt rang in Cedric's ears. Congratulations on completing the legendary event. Hogwarts is suspended for you. You get 5 legendary points. You have started a special event, Explore Hogwarts. Mission description: the secrets of the 4 founders are hidden in Hogwarts. Please find these secrets and try your best to get the good recognition of Hogwarts. Complete. On the way to achieve these, you will gain unexpected gains. New long-term mission? Cedric's eyes lit up. He had long known that Hogwarts held many secrets. It's just that I didn't bother to look for it before, but I didn't expect to give him a main task now. And look at this description. Whether it is the secrets of the 4 founders or the recognition of Hogwarts, there are infinite secrets contained in them. No doubt. It will definitely involve many ancient magic spells and even ancient alchemy. Don't forget it. The 4 founders all made many magic items that have been passed down. Voldemort made his own Horcruxes from many magic props left behind by the founder. Now Cedric. There is one more piece to find some soul motivation. The secrets in these spells and props even directly point to ancient legends and secrets. Cedric believes it. If he can complete this task, it can help him get a better glimpse of the whole picture of ancient magic. A hunt for Dementors. I didn't expect it would involve so many tasks. Cedric couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This year at Hogwarts, I think I will have a very fulfilling life. While he was thinking, more people got off the train, and they surrounded the 3 Cedrics in the inner circle, staring at them with ambiguous eyes. He was still calling his name from time to time. Okay, let's go to school first. Cedric hugged me. Without further ado, he pulled the 2 women into the carriage. The carriage quickly carried the 3 people towards Hogwarts. The new school year at Hogwarts has officially begun. Within the carriage, Lockhart was giving himself a pep talk. It's okay. It's just a small mistake. Not many people saw it. Just find an opportunity to operate it quietly. The left and right are just a group of 4th graders. Because he was very worried about the press team that Cedric was familiar with, Lockhart decided to find an opportunity to test the opponent's strength, and then wait for a perfect opportunity to make a move. He was very skilled at this. No matter how powerful the wizard is, he can easily succeed as long as he lets down his guard. He has already thought about it. At that time, they will change their memories to say that under his guidance, Cedric developed his potential, and then he had a soaring record. Lockhart has already thought of the book title, Me and My Legendary Disciple Cedric. This time comes. Lockhart, who paid special attention to the banquet, had also heard about Slughorn's deeds. This guy is now thriving thanks to Cedric. He is the new favorite at all the banquets and he is living a second life. So, it would be so cool if I could become Cedric's teacher. It makes me happy just thinking about it. That's the good thing about Lockhart. Unhappiness will be quickly forgotten by him. A fire of thought. The little haze before was quickly forgotten by him. By the time the carriage arrived at Hogwarts Castle, he had returned to his energetic appearance. It's just that Dumbledore didn't give him much room to show off. When introducing him, he didn't even let him finish his introduction and directly interrupted his speech. This made him sit down in embarrassment. Okay, let's start eating. Dumbledore announced the official start of the dinner party. A dazzling array of food suddenly appeared on the plates on the dining table, and Lockhart was quickly attracted by the novel-looking food in front of him. These are not our local foods, are they? Lockhart put a fresh meat dumpling in front of his eyes and examined it. He has traveled around the world and seen this kind of food in the mysterious East. At least not when he was a student at Hogwarts. Originally, the professors were unwilling to talk to Lockhart. This guy was very famous in the school before. He is the troublesome little wizard that professors avoid. His talent is actually pretty good. He could get high scores in every test. At that time, the professors also believed that as long as he worked hard, he would definitely achieve something in the future. What a shame for such an achievement. It is far from enough to satisfy the infinite desire in Lockhart's heart. When he was studying at Hogwarts, Lockhart once said many lofty words to his classmates, such as, he claims that he can create the Philosopher's Stone before graduation. He also plans to lead the England Quidditch team to win the Quidditch World Cup. After this, Lockhart also wants to become the youngest Minister of Magic in the Ministry of Magic. Back then, in order to attract everyone's attention, he also did many weird things. For example, he carved his name in 20 foot, over 6 meters, letters on the ground of the Quidditch playground. Valentine's Day of a certain year, Lockhart mailed himself 800 Valentine's Day cards at once. The day of the leaving dinner, he also threw his huge avatar into the sky of the castle, allowing everyone to dine under his gaze. All of the above. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the ridiculous things he did while studying. Under normal circumstances, professors who knew Lockhart's details ignored him. But this time it involves Cedric, his proud student and Hufflepuff's favorite food. Professor Sprout, Dean of Hufflepuff, rarely responded to him. Indeed, these are the recipes provided by Cedric. Not only does he know a lot about the Muggle world, but he also knows a lot about the mysterious East. He even calls it his hometown. She looked back with pride. He smiled at the professors on the other side and said, I don't even know how his little head can hold so much knowledge. Professor Sprout's words aroused the recognition of the professors. I guess Transfiguration doesn't need my introduction. You are indeed very talented in potions. He's Cedric. Professor Flitwick's words caused a burst of laughter in the professor's chair. Sure enough, I saw the right person. Lockhart showed his iconic smile, raised his voice and took over the topic. I knew it when I saw Cedric. He is a well-rounded and outstanding little wizard like me. He vowed, I will definitely make Professor Cedric an excellent wizard talent. Lockhart succeeded in interrupting the laughter at the teacher's table. But he didn't realize it and still looked triumphant, which made the other professors lose their appetite. It's just that the professors don't know. Don't look at him now, he looks like I'm proud of him. Actually in the heart. Lockhart was deeply stimulated by the scene just now. These are the deans of the 4 major houses of Hogwarts. Many of them were his teachers back then, and they have met thousands of young wizards. How could Cedric be so virtuous and able to win the approval of all the deans? Aren't the 4 major colleges in competition? To say that he relied on his own strength, Lockhart would never believe it. He himself is already a very good wizard, and he has seen many geniuses with all-round talents and weirdos with partial subjects. Do you want to take over the 4 major colleges based on your strength and talent? This is what I want to eat. Lockhart kept thinking about the conversation between the professors just now. Superb potion and spell power? Could it be? Lockhart suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that Cedric is actually an expert in using love potions? Lockhart, who has mastered forgetfulness to the extreme, understands that if a wizard can specialize in a certain spell and study it continuously, he will eventually be able to exert the power of that spell beyond its own limit. That's right. Lockhart thought carefully about how he felt when he met Cedric. I have a special feeling. I want to be close to him, listen to his thoughts and follow his footsteps. No wonder so many little girls like him. Everything makes sense. Hehe. Cedric, I caught your little tale. Lockhart looked at Cedric who was dining below, with a smile that was sure to win on his face. I'll keep an eye on you. As long as I catch your little secret, everything about you will be mine. On the teacher's bench. Seeing Lockhart staring at Cedric with bright eyes, the other professors felt even worse. After the meal, the deans of the 4 major colleges came to Dumbledore's office. Principal, there's something I can't understand. The first person to speak was Professor McGonagall, who is meticulous about things and also serves as the vice president. What can young wizards learn from this vain man? Harlot. Dumbledore looked up. Looking at the deans of the 4 major colleges standing in front of him, who came for Cedric, he became more and more determined in his thoughts. We all know what kind of person Lockhart is, and we all know that a whole school year is enough for the little wizards to see him clearly. That's why I decided that I must invite him to give Cedric a unique lesson and let him understand that fame is nothing but an extremely weak existence. In the original work, Dumbledore hired Lockhart for Harry, but this time, he really asked for Cedric. Professor McGonagall tilted his head and looked surprised. Are you worried? There's one thing you may not know yet. Dumbledore slowly revealed an unknown secret. During the summer when the Ministry of Magic was reorganized, the temporary committee of the Ministry of Magic still secretly contacted me after Cedric refused to be the Minister of Magic, asking about the feasibility of forcibly declaring him Minister of Magic. Hiss. There was a gasp in the principal's office. No matter how much the 4 deans prefer Cedric. But I never thought about it. Cedric, who was still a child in their eyes, was almost made to become the Minister of Magic. Minister of Magic. BFDC, this is, to a certain extent, the top of the magic world. How many people have been working hard all their lives to climb to this position? Don't think that there are no greedy people among wizards. Look at Fudge. It seems like this isn't the first time this has happened. Snape murmured. He couldn't help but think of the scene when the Slytherins asked Cedric to redecorate the academy and collectively embroidered the Slytherin green robe as a gift to him. There are more than one group of people who have this kind of sentiment. Why don't they let you do it as well? Professor Flitwick looked puzzled. In his world, Dumbledore is the insurmountable tallest person in the wizarding world. This matter is extremely complicated. Dumbledore sighed. Of course, we must admit that Cedric's own fearless spirit played a major role in this, allowing him to gain a large number of supporters. But there's one thing you need to understand. Cedric's reputation in the Ministry of Magic now far exceeds mine. After Dumbledore finished speaking, there was a buzz in the principal's office. The deans of the 4 major colleges looked at each other. If they hadn't known that Dumbledore didn't like to joke, they would have thought this was just a ridiculous April Fool's joke. Understand. Dumbledore took off his crescent glasses and wiped them carefully. In fact, what broke his defense the most? It is the transformation of his old friend Grindelwald. He had been imprisoned for almost 50 years, and his ambitions should have been exhausted. However, he just stayed with Cedric for more than a month, and his fighting spirit was rekindled. Although it doesn't look bad at the moment. But this kind of contagion is simply terrifying. If it hadn't been for Grindelwald, even Fawkes hadn't discovered the power of magic, and Dumbledore would have thought that Cedric had cast a spell on him. Seeing this, he himself didn't dare to talk to Cedric in depth. You must know that if it had not been for the accidental death of his sister, Grindelwald almost persuaded him to go out to do business together. Now the more eloquent Grindelwald has fallen. Dumbledore was very afraid that he would also be convinced by Cedric, and then the wizarding world would completely lose its last chance. He will. The glasses are placed back on the bridge of the nose. Dumbledore's face was full of sorrow, as if he was carrying a huge burden. In short, Cedric is no longer a simple student. To put it bluntly, Cedric is now the future of the magic world. Dumbledore tried his best to say in a trembling voice, "Gentlemen, please teach him well and guide him to the right path. Please everyone." Dumbledore stood up and bowed slightly to the four heads of house. "No matter what, we must use more care, friendship, and love to keep Cedric on the right path." The four deans were stunned for a long time. I even forgot how I finally left Dumbledore's office. But they all remembered it. Give Cedric more love? No matter what, they don't want Cedric, the best disciple, to go astray. Ever since, in the next time, Lockhart, who was silently paying attention to Cedric, saw scenes that shocked him. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall grandly introduced Cedric, the youngest animagus in history, to the students of the four major colleges. Not only let him demonstrate at will, it is even 5 points and 10 points, and extra points are given without hesitation. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick directly regarded Cedric as a treasure. Every class, he would ask Cedric to show him the magic spell first, and then he would pat him on the shoulder and call him his personal disciple with tears in his eyes. After a string of extra points, Professor Flitwick also swore that Cedric would invent many useful spells in the future and change the magical world for the better. Speaking of emotions, Professor Flitwick will also wipe a few tears, which is not at all in line with his status as a legendary duel champion. Potions class, after Snape deducted points from Harry and Neville with a cold face, he turned around and asked Cedric to demonstrate again, and then gave him extra points. Actually, forget it. Extra points are nothing. However, after hearing Cedric's extra points, not only Harry and Neville, who had their points deducted, clapped happily. Even the Slytherins were smiling. At that time, Lockhart ran all the way to the castle gate, wanting to see if this was Hogwarts. Why is it so different from what I thought when I read it? Cedric is Hufflepuff. Are all the four major colleges so harmonious and friendly now? Even if he is almost equal to a teaching assistant now, even if he is indeed very good in all subjects. Don't you even want the pride of the academy? Lockhart didn't even attend Dean Hufflepuff's class. The other three colleges are all pampered like princes, and Lockhart can't even imagine the scene in his own college. I'm afraid Cedric will bring a bed to sleep on. Professor Sprout would praise him for his handsome profile and give him 5 points. Just 2 days. Luha quickly stopped this chilling observation and came to the final conclusion as if he had written it with his eyes closed. Cedric is simply the darling of Hogwarts? This conclusion. Let Lockhart simply break the defense? Hogwarts, you are so strange that it scares me. In order to better study Cedric's secrets and expand his influence, Lockhart launched his plan in advance. Then, it's only been 3 days since school started. Cedric was confused and got an invitation from Lockhart to serve as an assistant coach in the duel club. Cedric was very distressed at the moment. Not only has the Lockhart duel club been established ahead of schedule, but even the notebook and Sirius have changed. He must act. Okay, Professor Lockhart, I will definitely be there tonight. Cedric agreed to the other party on the surface. In fact, what I was thinking about was Hermione and Ginny. Hermione's side is because of Sirius. Sirius, who was supposed to quickly approach Hogwarts, disappeared without knowing why. There is no trace of him even on the Marauders map. So Cedric wants to find him through Hermione's pet, a hybrid cat named Crookshanks. In the original work, Sirius relied on Crookshanks to help him get food and help him capture Peter Pettigrew. It is an ugly but very spiritual pet. Cedric believes that his friendliness with pets will never be worse than that of Sirius. Just need some hints from it. You can find Sirius yourself. As for Ginny, it was because of Tom, young Voldemort's diary. The Grindelwald trio have been eyeing the Malfoy family for a long time. The other party had a lot of dark props. In order not to reveal their target, they pretended to be buyers and bought everything back. But nothing similar to a notebook was found in it. Even in Diagon Alley, the Weasleys didn't even see the notebook when they were fighting with their family. Cedric had to make sure Ginny was there. Or, other means can also be used. He had a great idea. Maybe I can take the initiative and leave Tom in the notebook with no room for improvement. Tonight is actually a very good opportunity. As long as Malfoy confronts Harry, he can take the initiative and use himself as bait. Voldemort hasn't been resurrected yet. The other Death Eaters were basically not in Cedric's eyes. Afternoon time. Soon I was lost in thought. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the 3 Cedrics arrived at the auditorium on time. Pansy and Zhang Chu would come to see Cedric whenever they had time. The 3 of them almost became conjoined twins in a few days. This place has been specially decorated for the duel club. The long tables of the 4 colleges disappeared, replaced by a gilded stage covered with carpets. The stage is about 2 meters wide and 15 meters long. The overall shape is a rectangle, a bit like an enlarged version of a fencing venue. Illuminated by hundreds of candles in the sky, the gilt on the carpet sparkles with tiny lights. Although there have been no incidents of monsters hurting people yet, for the energetic little wizards who have mastered the magic spell. Magic duel. Definitely a great experience that will catch their eye. Who doesn't want to usher in a hearty victory? When Cedric comes, a lot of people have gathered in the auditorium, and everyone is crowded in the middle of the ring. The little wizards all held their own wands and discussed excitedly. I wonder which professor will come back to teach us. It must be Professor Flitwick. He has a wall of duel championship trophies. As long as it's not Snape. Harry in the crowd had just finished speaking to Ronald and Hermione, and then he immediately let out a helpless groan. because he had clearly underestimated the upper limit of nightmares just now. Snape is obviously not the most nightmare. The most nightmare is the duo of Snape and Lockhart. The person in front hated himself so much. The dean of the college who deducts points whenever he gets the chance. Another one. I have seen him on the Hogwarts Express, and he is a completely useless professor. Children. Lockhart changed into a purple-red robe, and his exquisite makeup made him look radiant. Beside him, Snape, who was dressed in black robes and had a sullen face, was in sharp contrast to him. Cedric knows. Lockhart must have underestimated Snape. While not knowing the other party's strength, he also felt that the other party's image was in sharp contrast to his own. Little did I know, Snape felt happy when he heard his invitation. Not only can he satisfy his desire to teach defense against the dark arts, but he can even teach Lockhart a lesson in public. Just a few days. Lockhart has once again deepened the professor's dislike of him. What irritates professors the most is that he often gives other professors some professional guidance within their courses. Snape was speechless. But now Lockhart is unaware, still immersed in his beautiful fantasy. He waved everyone for silence. Children, please come closer so that you can hear me, Lockhart announced cheerfully. That's right, Professor Dumbledore allowed me to open this dueling club, mainly in case one day you need to dare to face some extremely powerful dark creatures like me. He pointed towards Snape behind him. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He agreed with great emotion to help me give a small demonstration before class. Lockhart, unaware of the danger, grinned and made a joke. You don't have to worry. I will return your potions, Professor, to you intact. In the ring, Snape's upper lip curled up as he tried hard not to laugh. And below the ring, Cedric and the Slytherins laughed heartlessly. If Lockhart knew that Snape was able to overpower Professor McGonagall and still escape calmly despite the cooperation of McGonagall and Flitwick, he probably wouldn't smile so happily. BB. Lockhart's tone changed several times in surprise. Now, please don't miss any of our details. First, we need to bow to each other. In terms of ceremony, Lockhart obviously put a lot of effort into it. He made many tricks with his hands, and then raised the wand in front of his chest like a long sword. The little wizards all held their breath. Now Lockhart basically only gives the first class to a few major colleges. Although he was very narcissistic in answering his questions, his idiot's strength has not been revealed yet. At this moment, the little wizards all held their breath. Across from Lockhart, Snape nodded impatiently. Apparently he thought it was silly to bow first during a duel. The fight really started. It would be nice not to be attacked from behind. After entering the battle state, keeping sharp nerves at all times is the attitude a wizard should have. No one will count down to you when you are face to face. The two wizards looked at each other, and in the exchange of eyes, finding out each other's intentions was the real charm of the duel. Cedric. Lockhart shouted, you count down the numbers for us. He added very playfully. You can rest assured that we will not take each other's names. No problem. Cedric took out a brick and threw it at his feet, then cast a transformation spell, turning it into a circular base slightly higher than the duel ring. This smooth transformation technique. Lockhart's eyes immediately widened. So silky smooth? No, Cedric is a born animagus. This must be his best spell? Lockhart was still comforting himself. Snape over there was getting impatient. Start the countdown. Snape greeted Cedric, and then reminded Lockhart in an extremely cold voice. Be careful. He said coldly, I didn't agree not to take your life. Cedric immediately started counting down. 3, 2, 1. Expelliarmus. As Snape's deep and hoarse voice sounded, a dazzling red light spurted out. Lockhart didn't react at all. Not even a basic magic spell was issued. The red light hit him instantly. Lockhart flew back without any suspense. The wand in his hand flew high, and his body hit the wall before falling softly to the ground. Crackling? Cedric led the Slytherins in applause. Seeing Lockhart crumpled on the ground, Cedric couldn't help but laugh. Snape still held on. If he uses the strange beast Shen Ying Yufeng, even if he can be rescued in time by breaking the curse, Lockhart will have to miss the duel club on the first night. But Snape soon regretted it. Lockhart stumbled to his feet very strongly. Although his robes were full of wrinkles, his hat had fallen off, and his curly hair stood on end. But in the desire for fame, he quickly gritted his teeth and shouted, everyone has seen it. Lockhart shakily climbed onto the stage. This is a type of disarming spell. This is what I show you with my hostility after discussing with Professor Snape. After recovering, he spoke faster and faster, and the smile returned to his face, but for me, it is effortless to block this move. Dash. It's just that I want everyone to see the real effect. Because Lockhart hasn't revealed his true form yet. In addition, his smile was so confusing that many young wizards in the audience, especially the girls, nodded along with his words. Cedric. The murderous look on Snape's face was almost overflowing. You go and argue with Professor Lockhart. All right. Lockhart yelled, interrupting Snape. Cedric is a fierce man who has hunted down Dementors, plus he has the transformation technique just now, even if Lockhart insists that he is a master of love potions. But he knew he was better at it. So he quickly stood up, waved his arms and said, the demonstration is over now. Everyone works in pairs and starts trying. Obviously, everyone was more interested in actual combat, so Snape's words were ignored. It didn't take long. Snape found someone to vent his anger on. Potter. Harry stopped helplessly. There was no need for Cedric to deal with Harry. Snape then pointed out Malfoy among the Slytherins. Come on. Let's see what you can do against the famous Potter. Malfoy strutted out of the crowd. I can be the referee. Cedric's eyes lit up and he immediately took over the referee's responsibility. Please look your enemy in the eyes. He simply omitted the bowing process. Anyway, Harry and Malfoy didn't bow at all. The meaning of bow, E equals 1 plus or minus yen. Cedric, who was counting down the time, suddenly took action. He threw a small piece of brick, and then a dazzling yellow light hit the brick, turning it into a thick wall. Just now, Malfoy took action early on the count of 2. The green light he emitted hit the wall, exploding a depression the size of a fist. Malfoy. While Cedric was cleaning up the wreckage and taking back the bricks, he looked at Malfoy with cold eyes. If you dare to break the rules when I'm the referee again, don't blame me for turning you into a skunk and hanging you upside down from the ceiling all night. The little wizards around were silent. Cedric is usually peaceful and majestic, but at this moment, he is like a furious lion. It was hard to look directly at him. Everyone was shocked by Cedric's changes. Only Snape and Slytherins were very pleased with this phenomenon. This is the majesty that the King of Slytherin should have in their minds? Sorry, Mr. Cedric. Malfoy changed from his previous arrogance. In his eyes at this moment, Cedric was no different from the big devil. He had to be brave enough to dare to contradict Cedric at this moment. To be able to continue to stand on the stage. It was already his pride as a pure-blood wizard that was supporting him. Perhaps that's exactly what happened. When Cedric called out for the second time, Malfoy did not hesitate to use the little trick Snape had given him. Oolong comes out of the hole. Bang! Malfoy's wand made a loud noise. In Harry's horrified gaze, a long black snake suddenly jumped out and landed heavily on the floor between them. It is no different from a live snake. After landing on the floor, it immediately raised its head and prepared to attack Harry. Both sides of the arena. The crowd screamed and quickly backed away to make room. Leave far away. Somehow, Harry shouted subconsciously. A miracle happened. After Harry shouted, the snake collapsed on the floor, as supple as a cat taking a nap, and was still looking at Harry with gentle eyes, as if waiting for the next command. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why, he had a mental feeling that he was already safe. Then he realized that the surroundings were eerily quiet. This is the moment Cedric has been waiting for. It's just Parseltongue, nothing to fuss about. Cedric spoke, making the same hiss as Harry. The big black snake immediately changed its gaze, and its behavior became more respectful. It gently slithered to the bottom of the high platform where Cedric was standing, and put its head on the ground, as if to show its respect. Cedric salutes like a normal. Half a second later, all the Trinidads went crazy. Parseltongue. Cedric is a Parseltongue. I knew it. I knew it, the great Slytherin. Glory to Slytherin. The Slytherins shouted excitedly, as if they were holding a celebration, in whispers beneath the cheers. It was also mixed with some dangerous remarks about cleaning Hogwarts and eradicating mudbloods. The young wizards from the other 3 major colleges were whispering to each other, their eyes showing unbearable panic. Cedric and Harry both actually spoke Parseltongue. What's the difference between this and the sky falling? The end of the world is Slytherin? Lockhart kept his mouth shut. He would never speak up to take sides until he knew which way the wind was blowing. Snape's eyes trembled wildly. Dumbledore's words were still in his ears. It is absolutely impossible for Harry to become the heir of Slytherin, and it is impossible for the Slytherins to accept him. But what about Cedric? With his reputation within Slytherin, integrating into Slytherin is like eating milk chocolate, so smooth that there are no obstacles at all. If only Cedric had planted his flag in Slytherin tonight. No need to wait until dawn. Slytherin has already completed the unification. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. This is what Cedric wants. In addition to using the Ministry of Magic to put pressure on him from the outside and annihilate Voldemort's coalition forces from the outside, he also had to disintegrate and divide his Death Eaters internally, under multiple pressures. Let's see how Voldemort responds. Cedric stood calmly on the high platform and began to examine the harvest. Ding, you guided the savior Harry Potter in his first magic duel, and you will be rewarded with 50,000 experience points and 5 unassigned points. Ding, you created a legendary event, Hogwarts Parselmouth, and gained 3 legendary points. Harvests have been very frequent lately. Since the last time he completed Quirrel's mission, his statistics have improved a lot. Lucia. Data on the system panel. 280,000 experience points, 72 talent points for pet spaces, and 52 55ths legendary points. Find a time. It's time to digest these data. At least the unicorn can be cultivated with talent points. A unicorn with full stats. It can take his strength to another level. While thinking about the use of talent points, Cedric suddenly heard Snape calling his name. Turn around and look. You come with me, Snape said solemnly. Cedric comforted the 2 women and then followed Snape away. That's it for today's duel club. Lockhart jumped out and dispersed everyone. Let's go quickly. Among the trio, Ronald, the only one who had any idea about Parseltongue, hurriedly pulled Harry and Hermione away. He was going to explain it to them. How serious is the snake cavity thing? The rest of the little wizards formed their own small circles in 2s and 3s. While they were having a heated discussion, they walked towards the lounge of their branch. Among the Gryffindor wizards leaving in a hurry, there was a tall figure wearing glasses, and he grabbed the pocket on his right side thoughtfully. Lying in the pocket was the notebook that Cedric was looking for. After a while, only the Slytherins remained entrenched in the Great Hall for a long time and refused to leave. They are enjoying their own carnival. Bang! Snape slammed the door to his office, turned around and looked at Cedric without saying a word. Cedric just stepped into the office. As a result, I heard the system prompt. The exploration level of Hogwarts has been 5% completed, please continue to explore. By the way, there is also this exploration mission. Cedric frowned in distress. There were too many things going on recently, and he was a little exhausted. But obviously Snape misunderstood his expression. Cedric. Snape returned to his desk, leaned his back on the chair, and looked at Cedric deeply. You should understand what parcel tongue means. Don't be too nervous, Professor, I was just covering Harry. Cedric shrugged and began to explain. It's hard to explain the overall plan, but the ability of the Holy Beast Whisperer can still be revealed a little bit. I know what parcel tongue is all about, but my ability is not parcel tongue. In fact, I can communicate with most magical animals and I can speak their language. Cedric said calmly. I'm pretty sure it's not just a snake's voice. Snape's expression changed greatly. He stood up from his seat and put his hands on the table. His movements were extremely oppressive. If Harry were here, I'm afraid I will be scared back several steps. Do you know what you're talking about? If Snape hadn't been very familiar with Cedric, he would have thought it was Lockhart standing in front of him. Can you talk to most magical creatures? Can you still master their language freely? Isn't this nonsense? This magical ability is something that even Newt, the master of magical beasts, has never worn. In the magical world, this magical ability usually involves ancient magic, or is passed down through blood. As far as I know, Snape still couldn't believe it. The Diggory family doesn't have this kind of blood inheritance, right? There is always a first place in any inheritance. Cedric knew that he had to show something practical, otherwise he would not be able to convince the determined sneakers. But you can also use Snape's words to reassure other professors. What did you get? Snape reacted immediately. Professor, I don't want many people to know this yet. Cedric snapped his fingers. The spiral door of the pet space opened, and the pot-bellied Ms. Unicorn responded to his call and slowly walked into Snape's office. Her belly became more and more visible. After seeing Cedric, she immediately came over and rested her head on Cedric's shoulder as he squatted down, stroking the fur that shone like silk and silver. Cedric said softly, in the second half of last year, I was very honored to enter into a blood contract with Ms. Unicorn. Damn it. Saw this scene. Snape, who was thinking deeply, suffered 10,000 shocks to his soul. Cedric is so pure that he can sign a contract with a sacred unicorn? Especially a unicorn who is in the pregnancy period and is several times more sensitive and suspicious than usual? Even if I read through thick magic history books, I have never heard of such a legend. Cedric is obviously creating a new sacred bloodline. Snape even thought about how the history of magic books would record. Founder of the holy bloodline of Holy Diggory. No doubt. Cedric has a unique, pure, and holy heart, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to obtain the recognition of a unicorn. It's an absolute miracle. Sorry to trouble you. Cedric very softly said in Ms. Unicorn's ear, recently, I have thought of ways to help your baby become stronger. I will go to you later. $7.89. Ms. Unicorn happily touched Cedric's forehead with her forehead. After all, everyone doesn't want their offspring to be stronger. I will wait for you under the moonlight. With that said, she turned around and returned to the pet space. After witnessing all this, Snape felt extremely guilty. I really deserve to die. He fell back into his chair, all of Cedric's past actions flashing through his mind again and again. He is obviously such an excellent little wizard. Could it be that our repeated doubts will not hurt him? At the very least, Cedric really did it, stopping bullying and bullying of the weak in school. He even changed the disgusting filch. It has solved the problem of squibs that no one has solved and provided werewolf wizards with a long-term and effective way to store magic potions. Thinking back to my school days, he was jealous of the Marauder group and mocked the Mudblood for hurting his lover's heart. Compared to Cedric, Snape was almost ashamed. Professor. Cedric looked at Snape whose expression kept changing, almost wondering if he had learned how to change his face. Is it too exciting? Professor Snape. He called again softly, are you okay? Snape finally came to his senses. Fine. He rubbed his face vigorously. After cheering up, Snape solemnly apologized to Cedric, I'm sorry, I once doubted you and apologize. Because of my own special experience. Snape, who knew the harm of misunderstanding and prejudice, was very worried that Cedric would sink as a result. He's even worried about other things. Students, do you have any plans? I've long been used to some rumors. I just need to resolve the secret room matter. Cedric touched his chin and said curiously, I really want to visit Slytherin's secret room. Only by clarifying the secret of this secret room can Slytherin's dazzling desire to eliminate pure blood be completely eliminated. He is indeed Cedric. The way of thinking is different from ours. Ordinary people might think of closing the Chamber of Secrets again, but Cedric wants to make it public and completely eliminate this hidden danger in Hogwarts? Sure enough, extraordinary people do extraordinary things. I support you on this matter. Snape's expression remained unchanged, but he was gradually impressed by Cedric. If you need any support, you can always come to me. He ended the interview, and prepared to report to Dumbledore immediately. Understood, I'll leave first. Cedric did not return to the common room immediately after leaving Professor Snape's office. If I go back now, I will definitely be surrounded by people. It's better to brush up on the exploration level of Hogwarts first. It took more than 2 hours. Cedric walked around all the corridors and classrooms in the Hogwarts castle area, except for the secret passages. Soon, he got a new tip. The exploration of Hogwarts is 15% complete, please continue to explore. No reward for 15% exploration? Cedric became increasingly curious about the rewards for exploring Hogwarts. He arrived at the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Opposite the tapestry where a troll beat Barnabas stupid with a club, I thought about a suitable street to hide in, and then walked back and forth across this wall 3 times. Soon, a smooth door appeared on the wall. This is the room of requirement. Cedric pushed the door open and walked in, only to find a long street with symmetrical, almost identical houses on both sides of the street. Just open up a room. Cedric entered his pet space. Name, son of Ms. Unicorn. Race, unicorn. Horn, detoxification ability 0.1, 1.3. Tail hair, 200, magic points, 260 points. Blood, lifespan 100 years, 130 years. Heart, the power of the light spell is doubled, 1.3. Each of the above values, the value in parentheses, is the average value of an adult unicorn individual. Because of the parenting skills, its average value will be 1.3 times the original value. Enhancement description, every 10 points of talent value can increase any value by 10%. Consuming 10 talent points, it can be matured for 1 year without any harm, but all strengthening must be completed within the age of 8, and it cannot be improved after the age of 8. Special note 1, the maximum strengthening value can only be 1 times the current individual maximum value, and the strongest is 3 times the average individual value. Special note, due to the special nature of the pet space, the pet contract you signed with a certain species will be automatically transferred when a stronger individual appears in the group, and will be increased according to the value of the strongest individual. Behind the 4 abilities is the upper limit that this unicorn can reach, but because of the combination of blood contract and pet space, Cedric can exceed this upper limit at will, and he doesn't need to care about the subsequent values. As long as he has enough talent points, he can push them all to the limit. First, he sorted them in his mind in order of importance. For him currently, the power of the light spell magic power detoxification ability lifespan. The enhancement limits of the 4 attributes are 1 times the current individual maximum value. That is, for the son of Lady Unicorn, the limit values corresponding to the 4 attributes are 2 times the power of the light spell, 400 magic points detoxification ability 0.2, and lifespan 200 years. After nurturing, the strongest cultivation limit for the unicorn race is 3 times the original average individual value. They are 3 times the power of the light spell, 600 magic points, 3 detoxification abilities, and a lifespan of 300 years. 10 talent points can strengthen it by 10%. In other words, it takes 100 talent points to double the enhancement, and every 1 point of increase in legendary value is equivalent to 10 talent points. Listed all like this, Cedric is very clear about the unicorn cultivation process. Except for the ability to detoxify, which may require many generations of cultivation, the rest can be almost fully developed by the 3rd generation. Because all the talent points in hand cannot be strengthened, then let's put the detoxification ability aside for the time being, and let's turn the most fishy thing into the most disgusting thing first. 1.4 Soon Cedric started to operate. Talent minus 70, 2 points remaining. Heart, the power of the light spell is doubled, 1.3, and strengthened to 1.7, 1.3. After strengthening, the light on Ms. Unicorn became more and more dazzling. Cedric can feel it. The power of several of my sacred magics has been strengthened again. Very good, I will come back soon. Although Cedric still has a lot of legendary value to use, but there are still many tasks to obtain talent points, so there is no need to use the most precious legendary points for the time being. The source of this thing is not stable, and it's extremely useful. It needs to be used only at more critical times. After adding, Cedric made the final summary. If you want to get them all, you still need 330 talent points. If you don't care about the detoxification ability for the time being, then 230 points will be enough. After all, natural growth will add some. As for the improvement of detoxification ability, it will be much better to wait another generation. The value is too low, and the talent value added is not much. We even have to consider the strengthening of the fire dragon later. Norbert is also a female dragon. When it reaches adulthood and signs a blood contract, and then lets it conceive a baby dragon, I will still have a lot of expenses. After the temporary summary is completed, Cedric quickly left the room of requirement. When passing by the 1st floor, about to return to the Hufflepuff lounge, strange things happened. Cedric heard some faint cold sounds. Come here quickly. I will tear you apart, kill you, and wipe you out completely. Unlike Harry, who was confused, Cedric knew very well that this was what the basilisk said as it wandered through the walls. Only, the basilisk was released? It's only the 3rd day of school? This isn't right. Cedric immediately opened the Marauders map, but did not see any suspicious characters in the castle. He walked all the way towards the 2nd floor. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. In Myrtle's exclamation, Cedric walked straight into the bathroom. Ignore Myrtle in hiding. He came to the edge of the sink and soon found a small snake pattern engraved on the side of a copper faucet. He blinked rapidly. He tried his best to imagine the posture of the little snake when it was swimming, and then spoke in parcel tongue. His hissing. The copper dragon head emits a dazzling white light. After the copper faucet on top disappeared, the thumb-thick copper pipe at the back suddenly rotated and expanded, and soon turned into a very thick water pipe. Even if one person can get in, it is completely passable. Card? Cedric pinched the water life shield on his left hand. There was a sound of mechanical twisting. The left glove rotates and becomes larger, turning into a small kite-shaped shield. In addition to the armor fixed on the shield, there is also a sealed ecological ball inlaid in the middle of the shield. There are many small animals, algae, and bacteria inside. Although the animals inside are small, there are only snails, shrimps, wickerfish, etc., but these are still living things. It is no problem to help Cedric block a few big melons. The only thing that needs to be done, just replace an eco ball every few months. This is why the metal materials used in alchemical creations are mostly used. If the difficulty of cloth enchantment and transformation could be overcome, Cedric would really like to make all his clothes into this kind of equipment. In this way, the safety factor can be greatly increased. However, the pure metal Iron Man in the magical world is not unacceptable. The key is that the automatic operation program inside needs to be considered. Cedric thought about the Weasleys' flying car. It doesn't just have its own temper. After being driven into the Whomping Willow by Ronald and being beaten, Ronald and Harry could be vomited out of the car in disgust. They can also take the initiative to rescue Ronald and Harry when they are in danger. This idea is comparable to artificial intelligence. Once you figure out the principle, you may be able to turn it into an intelligent brain for alchemical creation. Wait a minute, now is not the time to think about this. Cedric calmed down. 15. Researchers have this problem. When they think of something, it is always easy to spread their thoughts. Reach out and grab the upper edge of the channel. Cedric jumped up and jumped into the passage. As soon as his hands were loosened, he quickly slid down the passage, his body sliding rapidly down a dark, wet, and sticky slide. We passed many small passages along the way. These are the passages that the basilisk uses throughout Hogwarts. Cedric fell for a long time, and the surrounding temperature faintly dropped several degrees. Finally, he landed on the dark, wet ground. Dong dong. After landing, Cedric immediately threw 6 stone chess pieces. These 2 chess pieces are still the ones made by Professor McGonagall, and the most basic engineers and soldiers look like double sword statues. After throwing it out, Cedric directly enlarged them, and then manipulated them to explore forward. Although he has loving emotions and body protection, he is not afraid of the petrifying gaze. But if you can make a sneak attack is the best. After all, being on the tail of a basilisk wouldn't be that uncomfortable. Lumos. Cedric's magic is blessed by the power of light and looks several times more dazzling than others. The area more than 20 meters nearby was illuminated. The entire tunnel was illuminated as bright as day. Cedric looked around and saw that except for the heavy voices of the stone statues, there was no other sound at all in the tunnel, until after passing a curve. Only then did he see the huge snake slough that the basilisk retreated from. Just by looking at the green, coiled snake slough, one can tell that the basilisk is at least 20 feet long. Why is there still no sound? Cedric asked the stone statues to stop, but still didn't hear the basilisk's voice. Did he just go out? Such an unlucky thing? But now that he's here, Cedric must check it out. He led the stone statues around another bend and came to the wall carved with 2 entwined snakes. Rage, rampage. Looking at the emerald that acted as the snake's eyes, Cedric once again spoke the old snake accent. The stone wall was split down the middle. Cedric walked into the real Slytherin chamber. This is a rectangular empty underground palace. There are more than 10 huge stone pillars carved with big snakes supporting it in the middle. On the ceiling, the sparkling moonlight casts a dense green light full of mysterious atmosphere into the entire underground palace. This is directly below the large lake. These lights are caused by moonlight passing through the lake. The only constant, still that deathly silence. At the end of the underground palace, the statue of Slytherin was silently watching everything in front of him. After entering here, a system prompt immediately rang in Cedric's ears. Ding! Congratulations on your exploration of Hogwarts reaching 25%. 20% progress reward, you get 10 legendary points, 30 talent points, and the right to use basilisk eggs *3, parcel tongue blood, and Slytherin pendant food. Special reminder, in order to achieve 100% exploration, please collect all the treasures of the 4 founders. The rewards are indeed generous. Not only does it have Slytherin's exclusive parcel tongue bloodline, but it even has the right to use the Slytherin pendant lamp. In the original work, neither the Slytherin's locket nor the Hufflepuff's golden cup describe anything unique, but the treasures of the other 2 founders are clearly stated. For example, Gryffindor's sword has special effects that can be summoned and has extremely powerful attack power. Ravenclaw's crown can help the wearer increase his wisdom. So the same is true. Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's golden cup must have their own unique functions, although it is not stated. But in the original work, when Harry jumped into the lake and tried to fish out Gryffindor's sword, Slytherin's locket tightened around his neck and strangled him to death for unknown reasons. And Ronald, when it was about to destroy the locket with its sword, an illusion appeared and struck Ronald's Achilles heel, making him unable to make the next move. These strange phenomena all indicate that it should have some special energy. Cedric already has the rights to use it. As long as you take it in your hands and remove the fragments of Voldemort's soul, you will surely be able to get a glimpse of its true mystery. This is the treasure of the 4 founders. It's really exciting just thinking about it. And currently this is only a 20% reward, which makes Cedric look forward to the future rewards even more. Let's do it step by step. Cedric glanced around expectantly. Let's get rid of the basilisk first. Just put it with the egg, and take the 3-headed basilisk to sweep away the group of 8-eyed spiders. After waiting for a while, Cedric directed the stone statues to surround him. Then he took out the Marauder's map and began to carefully inspect every corner of Hogwarts Castle. Half an hour later, Cedric looked up in confusion. This isn't right. He was a little confused. There aren't many people wandering around at night, and the attack doesn't take long. If the basilisk wanders outside for too long, it will be easily discovered by the professors and Dumbledore. Where can it go if it doesn't come back? Now that Cedric is here, he wants to solve the problem once and for all. He made a bed in the corner, took out 2 warm blankets and spread them on it, lying on them quietly waiting for the basilisk's return. Anyway, the basilisk will always come back before dawn at the latest. With this mentality, Cedric fell asleep on the stone bed in a daze. When he woke up again, the sky was already bright with daylight. This is so outrageous. The basilisk simply disappeared from Hogwarts. Although my mind is full of doubts, Cedric packed everything up as quickly as possible, turned around and walked towards where he came from. Since the following ignores the occurrence, then there might be a big problem up there. Cedric flew up again along the passage and walked out of the bathroom where Myrtle was. It was already broad daylight. Cedric quickened his pace. If it were any slower, I wouldn't be able to catch up with the morning training. But when he arrived in front of the auditorium, he immediately discovered something was wrong. All the little wizards from the 4 major colleges gathered here. The sharp-eyed little wizard saw him and shouted directly, "Cedric is here." Cedric frowned. He knew something must have happened that he didn't know about. Although he was very famous, he was a classmate who could be seen every day after all. After seeing him, the young wizards at Hogwarts were not as excited as the adult wizards outside. There was definitely something wrong with the situation before me. After the man shouted, Xiao Liu's expressions obviously changed in several ways. Most of them showed scared expressions. While they frowned and whispered to each other, their eyes were still fixed on Cedric. Like an oversight, Cedric would jump over a distance of more than 10 meters, fly towards them, and bite their heads off. And another group of people. To be precise, about 80% of the Slytherins came towards Cedric with excitement on their faces. They didn't get too close either. When they came 3 meters closer, they all stopped and looked at Cedric expectantly, as if they were soldiers waiting for orders. The last group are those people Cedric is familiar with, including Pansy, Zhangqiu, Gemini, Neville, and Hermione. They passed through the crowd and squeezed towards Cedric. Pansy and Zhangqiu were at the front. Before the beaming Pansy opened her mouth, Zhangqiu whispered with a sad face, "Cedric, something happened over there in the auditorium. Let's go over there." She looked at the lively crowd around her and motioned Cedric to go to a more remote corner. Good. Cedric glanced at Harry and Ronald, who wanted to get closer but were a little afraid, then turned around and led everyone towards the corner. It seems that something big happened in the castle. After coming to the corner, wait a minute. Cedric took the hands of Pansy and Xiuzhang, and after a pause, he motioned to Hermione to put her hand on the back of his hand. The 3 women didn't know why, but they all handed over their hands to Cedric without any question. Pink energy begins to surge. According to your own abilities, Cedric divided half of the love stored in his body and injected it into the bodies of the 3 women equally. You put something inside me again. Pansy winked. What kind of energy is this? Zhangqiu had a look of astonishment on his face. Not only was this energy very powerful, but it was also magic she had never heard of before. So warm. Compared to Pansy and Zhangqiu, those with sharp eyes are more surprised. I didn't expect that I could also get this hot energy. Although I didn't know what it was, I could feel it stored in my skin and protecting myself. Until this energy is exhausted, the unforgivable curse cannot harm you. Cedric explained simply. 043. Just when he was about to ask what happened, at the end of the corridor, the 4 deans appeared together. Cedric. McGonagall called from a distance, "Come with us." Careful. Zhangqiu took advantage of the last moment and said. On the floor of the auditorium, someone wrote in your name with blood on the ground. I opened the secret chamber, and those who are enemies of the heir will die without a burial place. What? Cedric understood instantly. The originator of this note actually tricked him. He released the basilisk and then attracted himself into the secret room. As a result, while he was in the secret room, the one who left a bloody book in the auditorium framed him. This is a master. No wonder Ginny didn't notice the notebook in her hand. It seemed that this notebook was given to another person. Voldemort is definitely not resurrected yet. Did he send some Death Eater to deal with him? Cedric strode towards the 4 deans. Behind him, Xiuzhang and others followed anxiously. On the other side, there are the Slytherins gathered together. The young wizards from the other 3 colleges followed far behind. Apparently, the whole of Hogwarts has learned invisibly. Enough. Snape stopped and told the Slytherins, "You go to class, the professors will go to class soon." He turned his attention to Zhangqiu and others. Lang Zhou said, "The same goes for you." Just come, Cedric. Professor McGonagall also said. Under the pressure of professors, the little wizard stopped in the corridor and watched the 5 people turn up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Come to the professor's common room. Snape was the first to speak. Although I trust you, I still want to ask where you have been. I'm in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Cedric doesn't mince words. Just when he said this, the professors around him suddenly changed their colors. Did you really find it? Professor McGonagall seemed unable to bear it any longer. She frowned and threw out all the questions in her mind. Do you know how much happened last night? In addition to the blood book, the portrait of the fat lady at the door of Gryffindor was also torn up. Someone broke into Gryffindor's lounge. Besides, all the roosters raised by Hagrid were killed. The 8-eyed spider and the centaur in the Forbidden Forest spent the whole night last night. Snape said he completely believed you. Now, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Damn it! Cedric's face became even more ugly. This man moves really fast. It seems that I must come up with some ruthless measures. 10 minutes later, Cedric invited Ms. Unicorn out again and walked out of the teacher's lounge calmly. A little later than him, the 4 principals set out for their own classrooms in the aftermath of shock brought by the unicorn. Cedric walked out of the auditorium. Across the meadow, he soon arrived at Hagrid's cabin. Seeing him coming, Hagrid, who was bleeding the chickens, smiled. I was just looking for you. What a pity these chickens are. Feed them all to Norbert. Don't worry about the chickens yet. Seeing how nervous Hagrid was, Cedric was unusually speechless. He came to Hagrid and asked deliberately. I heard there was a lot of noise in the Forbidden Forest last night. What kind of monster was it? Yes. Hagrid pointed to his red eyes. The 8-eyed spiders and the centaurs are all in chaos. I was afraid that something would happen, so I stared outside all night. Who knows what kind of monster it is? He shrugged. As for what kind of monster it is, I'll go in and find out more when the Forbidden Forest becomes more stable. Finished. Hagrid also mentioned the chicken in his hand. Don't waste it. Seeing him never forget me, Cedric had no choice but to open the pet space. Noble, Mom is here to see you. Hagrid hummed a tune and walked in carrying a whole box of dead chickens. Now Norbert is 7 or 8 meters long. Its backpack has a high, armor-like spine, and at the same time, the teeth in its mouth are leaking frightening black venom. Along with breathing, the entire throat and mouth flickered with red flame light from time to time. Norbert is no longer a child. Now it has reached a very aggressive age. Even if they have eaten and drank enough, they will burn out a few boulders by breathing fire, or pull out a few big trees, fly them thousands of meters into the sky, and then throw them down to consume their excess energy. Another year. Cedric can fly around on it. This is much more exciting than a flying broomstick. While growing in size, Norbert's appetite also improved a lot. He finished a box of dead chickens in 2 or 3 bites. These are not even enough for it to eat. After eating, seeing that Cedric didn't give any instructions, it took off again to hunt goats on the mountain peak. Cedric has more than 2,000 goats. There are also dozens of wild boars and thousands of wild horses. Only in this way can the breeding speed of wild animals keep up with Norbert's increased food intake. Look at my baby. Hagrid pointed to the sky and laughed. Seeing Norbert's powerful and undulating dragon wings made him so happy that he almost laughed from ear to ear. Okay, let's talk about what happened last night. Cedric reminded directly. You were afraid of chickens, and then you scared the 8-eyed spider in the Forbidden Forest. Didn't you think of something? What? Hagrid was standing on tiptoes observing Norbert. Cedric could only repeat it again. This time Hagrid heard clearly. He turned his head and opened his mouth wide enough to fit a whole chicken. Damn it. Hagrid looked like something was very wrong. I asked why the 8-eyed spiders were so noisy last night. Could it be? Could it be? After a while. Only then did Hagrid come down and spit out the name of the monster. Is it the monster from Hogwarts back then? How could he forget? It was precisely because he was wrongfully accused of opening the secret room that Hagrid was expelled. After so many years. No matter how Hagrid asked Aragog, the latter refused to tell him. Perhaps Aragog also saw that Hagrid was not capable of solving it. But it's not completely unknown. Dumbledore must have known about the basilisk back then. The fact that Slytherin was a Parseltongue was no secret to him. That's why Dumbledore kept Hagrid. You mean? Hagrid swallowed in fear, and then whispered, the secret room has been opened again. Excited, Hagrid opened his mouth several times, but was unable to utter a complete sentence. It's a basilisk. Cedric revealed more information that Hagrid didn't know. I suspect that someone opened the secret room last night, and he falsely accused me of opening it, and also put the basilisk into the Forbidden Forest. What? It's actually a basilisk. Hagrid was shocked speechless by these pieces of news. He had been staring at the Forbidden Forest all night last night, but he didn't expect so many things to happen in the castle. This is so bad. But this makes it clear. After recalling the information about the basilisk, Hagrid trembled visibly. Could this be the fault of the mysterious man? He was Slytherin back then, and you. He hesitated and did not dare to speak completely. It's okay, it's just me declaring war on him. I've thought about this carefully and there's nothing to avoid. Cedric is now more worried about another thing. I want to go to the Forbidden Forest right now. Completely fine. Hagrid patted Cedric hard on the shoulder. Everything Cedric did was very consistent with his character, but Hagrid thought to himself that he had never thought of it and could not be like Cedric. So he could only admire Cedric silently in his heart? Hagrid gave Cedric a thumbs up. After getting to know you, I just know what it means to have ambition but not age. Compared with you, my life is in vain. In Hagrid's heart, Cedric has already booked Dumbledore's place in the future. That was the pinnacle of a wizard that Hagrid could imagine. Let's go quickly. Hagrid also knew the seriousness of the matter. After waving goodbye to Norbert, he quickly walked out of the pet space. Wait for me. He quickly prepared for the battle. Hagrid took out the back of the stone bow from the hunting lodge, put the small red umbrella on his waist, and took out his teeth to lead the way. Let's go find Aragog first. He should know something. He walks like flying. Take Cedric through the Forbidden Forest. Wait until they leave. A big black dog got under the Whomping Willow, stopped the Whomping Willow, and then got into the secret passage. Hurry up, Tuan. After entering the depths of the jungle, Yaya became obviously more frightened. Hagrid had to hold it to prevent it from running around and getting into any dangerous situations. It was indeed different inside the Forbidden Forest. The last time Cedric encountered the eight-eyed spider's territory, he didn't see a single eight-eyed spider at the moment. Hagrid took Cedric forward for a long time. Only then did I hear the dense footsteps of the eight-eyed spiders again. This is one of his secret lairs. Hagrid explained as he walked into a Ravok's lair. Cedric followed behind. Different than expected. This nest is not in the cold underground, but on a towering tree trunk. Countless spider webs form a dense air passage. Perhaps, compared with meeting the basilisk underground, the eight-eyed spiders believe that they can run faster on spider webs in the air. Aragog. Under Hagrid's loud greeting, there was a sudden movement on the tree crown. Tear. Hundreds of huge eight-eyed spiders hung down from above. They blinked their pure black eyeballs and stared at the visitor. Hagrid, is that you? A panicked old man's voice came from above his head. I knew you wouldn't give up on me. While talking, a spider as big as a small elephant was slowly lowered down by a giant web made by hundreds of eight-eyed spiders. Its body and legs are black with gray. On the big ugly head, each eye was covered with a layer of white haze. Obviously it could no longer see clearly. It was none other than Aragog. The eight-eyed spider raised by Hagrid himself is also the ancestor of all eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Tell me quickly. Hagrid asked urgently, is that monster a basilisk? Hear the monster's name. The eight-eyed spiders around were so frightened that their legs were shaking. This world that absolutely restrained them made them tremble with fear just by hearing the name. Yes, it is. Aragog was the only one who could still speak. It raised its foot and pointed in one direction. It's in that direction. I'll go first. Cedric had no intention of communicating with the eight-eyed spider. After getting the information, he immediately left the place and walked in the direction pointed by the other party. Hagrid hesitated for a moment. Then he continued to ask Aragog, is there anything else you didn't tell me? Aragog hesitated, until Cedric's figure disappeared and the eight-eyed spiders around him started chirping strangely. Then it continued. That monster was commanded by someone, and it walked with a very wretched old wizard. What? Hagrid was shocked. Why didn't you tell such important information just now? Because that wizard just now was a bad guy. Aragog said. He has killed many of my descendants, and I can see that he, like those centaurs, dislikes us very much. This time it's time to let them die together. Hear Aragog's words. The eight-eyed spiders around them all whispered in agreement. Yeah, it's so annoying. Eat him. I really want to eat him. After he kills that monster first, let's go kill him. That monster is too scary. Let's not get close. Next time, wait until he comes to the Forbidden Forest next time. Hagrid walked around in circles in a daze. He had never felt so strange to the eight-eyed spiders. Do not know when. Except for Aragog, there are actually so many eight-eyed spiders who have learned to speak human language. Although the eight-eyed spider has the conditions to learn to speak. But this is not a simple matter. Back then, he had raised Aragog for a long time and taught him how to speak. Certainly. What made Hagrid even stranger was that they were actually discussing eating Cedric in front of him. You are just kidding. Hagrid spoke dryly, not believing what he said. All right. Aragog knew Hagrid. It stopped the discussions of future generations and whispered seductively, Hagrid, you are our friend and family, but most wizards are not. They just want to hunt us and get our venom. Cedric is a bad wizard. He is the same wizard as before. 89. Hagrid shivered. He was not moved by Aragog, but because the other party mentioned the mysterious man. This brought him back to his senses. Cedric. He growled in his heart, and then chased towards the place where Cedric disappeared. Hagrid. Aragog waved his claws several times. But soon it felt that Hagrid's heavy footsteps were leaving him. Click a few times. After thinking for a moment, Aragog gave the order. Catch up with everyone. As soon as the monster is dead, kill Cedric immediately, but don't hurt Hagrid. Answer his. It was the sound of footsteps as dense as raindrops. Cedric, who was striding forward, was not that familiar with the Forbidden Forest after all. He left not long ago. He heard the click of broken branches coming from behind him, and Hagrid's thick voice. Fang? Sniff, we have to find Cedric quickly. Hagrid's rapid breathing was heard. Cedric made the stone statues around him pause at the same time. The heavy sound soon attracted Hagrid. That's great, you're really here. Hagrid's big body soon emerged from the forest. What's wrong with you? Cedric was very confused when he saw Hagrid with red eyes. No matter how cruel Aragog is, until his death, he will regard Hagrid as his parent. It's better not to take action against him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left in such a hurry. But looking at this, could something have happened? No, it's nothing. Hagrid pursed his lips and finally concealed part of the group reading. Aragog just told me that there is a strange wizard beside the basilisk. I see. Cedric nodded. There is actually a big difference between whether there is a wizard or not. Thank you for providing me with this information, but the basilisk is difficult to deal with. You have no way to prevent, Zhao, from turning it into stone. Just wait here for my good news. Del. Hagrid nodded blankly. He watched as Cedric put on the invisibility cloak, then threw out more stone statues, driving them forward. Hagrid's heart slowly calmed down. Cedric is prepared, so he won't be so worried. After all, he is an amazing wizard. It's just, Aragog, him. Hagrid sat down on the ground. For the first time, he began to reflect on whether his love for monsters was really correct. Yaya was keenly aware of his master's bad mood. It stuck out its tongue and licked the back of Hagrid's hand. Hagrid raised his hand and stroked his teeth, but in fact, he was still in a mess. But Hagrid didn't get quiet time to think. He was stunned for a while. I heard the sound of dense footsteps coming from around me. Yaya whimpered and hid directly under Hagrid's robe. What's going on here? Hagrid stood up in shock. Then he saw countless densely packed eight-eyed spiders, completely ignoring him and Yaya, rushing towards Cedric as fast as possible. You, all of you, stop. He tried to wave his arms. But those eight-eyed spiders just ignored him and had the same goal. Standing among the overwhelming army of eight-eyed spiders that turned the ground black, Hagrid finally knew that he had been wrong all along. Ding, a new life wish appears in the Hagrid character template. Here the system prompts. Cedric took one look, and an excited smile appeared on his face. You want to fight? I will fight. All 32 chess statues were dispatched. 2 kings, 2 queens, 4 rooks, 4 elephants, 4 horses and 16 soldiers each stood in formation, surrounding him in the middle. Bring it on. Cedric held his wand high, quietly waiting for the arrival of the eight-eyed spider army. I have to do something. Hagrid seemed to remember something. He picked up Yaya and started running wildly in the Forbidden Forest. He was angry in his heart. The first time when he was passing by, he kicked an eight-eyed spider away. The kicked eight-eyed spider hit a tree and screamed angrily at his background for a long time. Attack. Cedric waved his wand. Except for the 2 kings and 2 queens who were still guarding the 4 corners around him, all the other statue chess pieces took action. Especially tanks. With the blessing of magic, they galloped like real galloping chariots, crushing the black mass of eight-eyed spiders all the way, leaving behind several slender wheel tracks. There was also the corpse of the eight-eyed spider that had been crushed to pieces. The remaining statues brandished weapons. A close-quarters battle full of blood and hand-to-hand combat began. Holy Shield. Sacred Flame. Cedric continued to use magic, using the magic shield and the Holy Flame to give himself double protection. Then he began to guide the Holy Flame to burn the eight-eyed spiders everywhere. He likes the Holy Flame more and more. This flame only burns the enemies he wants to burn, but the flowers, birds, insects, and trees will not be harmed. It has a very powerful effect, especially against dark creatures like eight-eyed spiders. Grilled at high temperatures, the round abdomens of the eight-eyed spiders will burst out like exploding popcorn, and red and yellow internal organs mixed with black blood will be scattered everywhere. There are simply too many of them. After a while, even the air began to be filled with the fishy smell of poison glands, as well as the lavender odor visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Cedric has a divine shield. It can help him isolate himself from toxin attacks. Otherwise, if he takes 2 more puffs, it will be no different than being bitten directly by an eight-eyed spider. In order to attack the Holy Flame and shield, the eight-eyed spiders kept throwing stones and spitting spider webs at Cedric, constantly consuming Cedric's magic power. But Cedric didn't panic. He calmly repaired the damaged stone pier chess pieces, controlling the Holy Flame to form a vortex around him. Every minute, there were dozens or even dozens of eight-eyed spiders burned into mummies. Cedric's magic power at this moment has reached 90 points, successfully entering the level of 813 in the first-class city. Magic power, 50 points, basic, plus 5, MRS. Pants, upper limit 60 points. Plus 5, Professor Sprout, upper limit 75 points. Plus 10, Gemini, upper limit 80 points. Plus 5, Nico * Flamel, the upper limit is 100 points. Plus 5, Grindelwald, 99 points. Plus 5, Grindelwald, no upper limit. Plus 5, Nicholas Flamel, 100 points. Equals 90 points / 320 points. Mana limit, independent blessed by the horned beast. The reserves of magic power are very abundant. In addition, Cedric has many trump cards. When he found the basilisk just now, he didn't find the so-called ugly wizard. He easily put the basilisk into the pet space. At the moment, it is hatching 2 other basilisk eggs inside. The basilisk's suppression of the eight-eyed spider is a natural fear that exists in the base. Normally it will not be affected by quantity. But even if something unexpected happens due to the difference in numbers, Cedric can still ride a broomstick to break through the encirclement. All in all, it's very safe. 300, 500, 1000. When the number of kills exceeded 1000, Cedric began to receive system prompts. Kill dark creatures and gain 10,000 experience points. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. Cedric waved his wand a little faster. The eight-eyed spiders also knew that this was a permanent station, and in order to completely eliminate this threatening and powerful wizard, they went completely crazy. Watermelon size. The younger generations who have not yet fully opened their spiritual intelligence are driven forward to charge. Those who have opened their minds. The eight-eyed spiders, which are as big as a millstone, all climb the trees. They began to weave a dense network in the sky, preparing to completely cut off the possibility of Cedric leaving the sky, under the siege of the eight-eyed spiders at all costs. The frequency of broken statue pieces slowly decreased from 5 minutes to less than 3 minutes. About there. Cedric estimated the magic power in his body. This time, more than 2,000 eight-eyed spiders were killed, which should have reduced the number by at least 1/5. Although there is still a lot of energy left. But there is no need to put yourself in a dangerous situation, we will deal with the rest next time. Just when Cedric was about to release the basilisk to break out, suddenly, from the depths of the BFCD, Forbidden Forest on the right, there was a dense sound of horse hooves. The eight-eyed spiders all let out their characteristic screams angrily. It's a centaur. Cedric soon saw the unexpected intruder. That's a bunch of centaurs. Ministry of Magic classification level, XXXX. They can reach this level not because they are destructive, but because of their unique abilities. Centaurs are skilled in magical healing, divination, archery and astronomy. These categories are all well known in the magic world. But their biggest problem is their pride. In order to separate themselves from humans, the largest group on Earth, they urge the Ministry of Magic to register themselves as beasts. Although the Ministry of Magic has a liaison centaur office. However, the number of active contacts with the centaurs every year is almost zero. Every wizard assigned to this department is basically equivalent to being labeled as exiled and ready to be expelled. From these points of view, you know how difficult they are to get along with. As long as they feel insulted in the slightest, you will immediately be classified as their enemy. But there is one thing that is very different from the movie. They look very handsome. For example, Firenze is the professor of divination. This is how it is described in the original work. His upper body is that of a man, and his lower body is the pale golden body of a silver-maned horse. He has pupils that are as blue as sapphires, and his platinum hair shines in the moonlight. After teaching at Firenze, the student Parvati Patil used to help him curl her eyelashes with a wand before taking his class, and he was a very similar teacher. Cedric knew why they were here. Since the eight-eyed spiders continued to multiply in the Forbidden Forest, many of the ecological balances in the Forbidden Forest have been disrupted. The centaurs thought their territory was being invaded and often went to war with them. But it's because they can't have each other without each other. Therefore, every year they are forced to compress their space for action, and later they may even completely fall out with Hagrid because of this. Cedric temporarily stopped thinking about leaving. If there is a horse, people will restrain it. He can also kill more than 1,000 eight-eyed spiders, which will further advance the progress of cleaning up the eight-eyed spiders. Although I hope the centaurs will take action immediately. However, Cedric knows the character of centaurs very well. Although he is called a centaur, he has the temperament of a donkey. It is holding back and pushing back, and it is arrogant to the point of being arrogant. So Cedric didn't speak. He just silently let the statue chess pieces shrink their defense line, waiting for the centaurs to take the initiative. But this time he was wrong. The centaurs did not take the opportunity to attack. They watched the war between Cedric and the eight-eyed spiders from a distance through the hundreds of advanced eight-eyed spiders who were wary of them. Cedric wouldn't ask for help. Seeing that the horseman didn't take action, he reversed his direction again and prepared to break out. Cedric. There was a faint shout in the sky. Cedric raised his head, but unfortunately there was a vast white cobweb above his head, and the darkness blocked the morning sunlight, making the entire venue look like a grey night. But soon, along with the flapping of wings and the sound of tearing, it soon reached the top of the head and came down. First, the sunlight fell in spots. Through the gap. Cedric can see it. Hagrid's huge body was driving a carriage pulled by the Thestrals, escorted by a large group of unharnessed Thestrals, constantly circling and attacking the spider web above his head. The Thestrals swooped down quickly. Their attacks are precise and fast. After swooping down, they pick up the hind legs of the eight-eyed spider in their mouths. After taking advantage of the situation, they kick a few more heads and then begin to rise rapidly. Eight-eyed spiders that struggle violently often tear off their own legs. Then they will fall from the sky like huge stones. Even if the eight-eyed spider doesn't struggle, the Thestrals will also take the initiative to release their mouths after a certain height, watching the latter fall rapidly, hitting trees or similar bodies and producing 10 bright yellow and green flowers. I'm here to save you. Hagrid drove the carriage back and forth in the sky. The little red umbrella in his hand also kept spitting out flames, coming from the blazing magic spell taught by Cedric, which kept burning the densely packed cobwebs. The eight-eyed spiders were completely angry. Hagrid, you attacked us. From now on, after you enter the Forbidden Forest, we will never turn a blind eye to you again. Enemy, you are the enemy. As Hagrid attacked the eight-eyed spider, smiles appeared on the faces of the centaurs. Hagrid, you finally figured it out. Cedric recognized that it was the centaur Firenze who said this. As for other centaurs, they are not so polite. The eight-eyed spider was originally the one who brought disaster, but the prophecy was not resolved in his hands. What's there to be happy about? Don't worry about him. What's more important is the intruder of fate. He is the one we need to pay attention to. Cedric was shocked to find out. When the centaurs said this, their eyes actually looked at him. Am I the interloper of fate? Okay, it's a bit weird to call it that, but it's not completely wrong. I have indeed changed the fate of many related foods, especially this year. Mars is extremely restless today, so everyone should be prepared. The centaurs began to take action as they spoke. They took off their bows and arrows from their backs, took out the arrows hanging on their backs, and were ready to shoot at any time. See what the centaurs do. The irritable eight-eyed spiders could no longer tolerate it and took the initiative to attack the centaurs. Ta. The centaurs are like light cavalry. They ran on the periphery of the eight-eyed spider army, always ensuring that they were outside the attack range of the eight-eyed spider. At the same time, they kept opening their bows and drawing arrows, and used the arrows they made to kill the eight-eyed spiders. With Hagrid and the centaurs in check, the pressure on Cedric was greatly reduced. He no longer drives the sacred flame, which consumes a lot of money, but only focuses on repairing the statue pieces. This is the most cost-effective way to kill. In addition, there are fewer eight-eyed spiders throwing stones. Come down like this. Cedric can even regain his magic power slowly and slowly. I should have disciplined you long ago. Hagrid once again drove the carriage and swooped down, being the vanguard of the entire night team. Closer. Cedric could even hear the tremor and anger in his voice. I should teach you, what is enough, endless greed, the one, that, ruined you. Hagrid whimpered and waved her wand. No one can understand what he is feeling at this moment. Compared with those little wizards who would laugh at his bloodline, he preferred to get along with monsters who were humane. They get along happily. The logic of getting along is also very simple. As long as it is you when it sees you at first sight, it will naturally fall in love with you. Most of the time, Hagrid only needs to prepare enough food to win the favor of most ferocious magical creatures. This is much simpler than the human heart. When he was in school at Hogwarts, although he had access to wonderful magic, there were always people behind him, discussing in a sneer tone the bloodline of a stupid servant in his body. That's why Hagrid likes beasts. After so many years, there are not many wizards who can remain in his heart, and even fewer of them can make him admire from the bottom of his heart. Before there was only Dumbledore. Recently, Cedric was added. When the eight-eyed spider decided to kill Cedric, Hagrid was in great pain. That's Cedric? Treat him as a friend, teach him magic in person, share delicious food with him, raise Norbert together, help him find ways to make up for his mistakes, prepare gifts for him, and sit and chat with him happily. Haha, laughing friend? Different from my vulgar self. Cedric would even sacrifice his life for the wizarding world? What about the eight-eyed spiders? They just want to eat people, they just want to dominate the Forbidden Forest, and they just want to eliminate Cedric, who is a threat to them. After such a comparison, Hagrid immediately made an extremely important decision on the road of life. The Forbidden Forest can live without eight-eyed spiders, but the entire magical world cannot live without Cedric. Hogwarts also needs such a person who can live as a writer and bring warmth and strength to everyone. Hagrid's idea. At this moment, his outlook on life and worldview, which had stagnated many years ago, received a major update and took a very important step forward. Although the centaur's words were a bit vulgar and condescending, but the word enlightenment they used was just right in Hagrid's mind. Ding! Hagrid's new life wish has been fulfilled. You have opened the bloodline template. This is... After hearing the system prompt, Cedric immediately turned on the system. Really? Under Hagrid's character simulation card, a new life wish list appeared. Item 3, the choice of fate. Hagrid is facing a major choice in life. Please guide Hagrid, who is in great pain, to make the right choice. After completing this wish list, you can open the bloodline template. Completed. Cedric is very pleased. Completion of this task. It can be regarded as the result of his hard work over the past few years. Even though Cedric didn't say a word to Hagrid from the time this mission appeared to the time it was completed, if it weren't for his past performance, how would Hagrid have made the choice to come to rescue him? Accumulate little by little. It has gradually shown results. Let me see the power of blood. Let's see. Cedric opened the bloodline template interface with great anticipation. Lying quietly inside are 3 blood vessels. Half-giant bloodline LV1, from character template card, 10 legendary points required for upgrade. The magic resistance is increased to 30, the strength is increased to 3, the constitution is increased to 2, the lifespan is increased by 100 years, and the appearance does not undergo any additional changes. Unicorn bloodline LV1, 10 legendary points required for upgrade. The magic resistance is increased to 50, the constitution is increased to 2, and the lifespan is increased by 100 years. Parcel tongue bloodline LV2, 20 legendary points required for upgrade. The physical defense is increased to 20, the magic resistance is increased to 20, the strength is increased to 2, the agility is increased to 2, and the lifespan is minus 10 years. Talent, Parcelmouth, you can talk to all snakes, and they will regard you as their master. If 2 Parcelmouths issue mutually exclusive commands at the same time, the snakes will obey the one with stronger blood. Note 1, bloodlines marked as coming from character template cards will not be upgraded and will not affect your animagus form unless you complete the slot-free mission. Note 2, under normal circumstances, the highest level is level 10. Note 3, changes in bloodline will affect the final form of your animagus. Note 4, the data in all bloodlines do not overlap with each other, only the highest value is taken. Note 5. The bonuses given by the same type of creatures, the bonuses on Bloodline and Bloodline Contract do not stack with each other, only the highest value is taken. The half-giant has to wait until Hagrid gets married before he can level up. Unicorns can currently upgrade Lady Unicorn's son through breeding, so the only option left is Parseltongue. But the price is too high. Cedric looked at the 20 legendary points required for upgrade and felt distressed. But he decided to try it anyway, because when the Bloodline template was opened, he could already feel the benefits of Bloodline. 3 points of strength, 2 points of constitution, 2 points of agility. Physical defense is increased to 20, and magic defense is increased to 50. Cedric jumped lightly on the spot and found that the height of his jump was close to 1.5 meters. This was the result of only using about 60 to 70% of his strength. There is one more noticeable change. The previous template blessing gave him a feeling of strengthening the exoskeleton. When Cedric punched, there will be a feeling of blessing of huge power around the body, which can help him exert 3 times the strength of ordinary people. But it always feels a bit empty, not like my own thing. After removing the card, the original shape is revealed. That's different now? Whoosh! Cedric quickly performed a set of boxing combos, this time the power came from the inside out. Among them, Parseltongue provides 2 points. Only the last bit of strength is provided by the blood of the half-giant, but it feels much more solid. Cedric simply removed the character template. 1 point of strength does not reduce much, but after taking it away, strength, constitution, and agility are all 2 points. I feel that my body swings are much smoother. Now, it's time to see the effect of the upgrade. Cedric gritted his teeth and pressed pay. Legendary value -20, remaining legendary value, 32/55 points. Parseltongue Bloodline LV2 is upgraded to Parseltongue Bloodline LV3, upgrading requires 30 legendary points. The physical defense is increased to 30, the magic resistance is increased to 30, the strength is increased to 3, the agility is increased to 3, and the lifespan is -20 years. Talent, Parseltongue, you can talk to all snakes, and they will regard you as their master. If 2 Parseltongues issue mutually exclusive commands at the same time, the snakes will obey the one with stronger bloodline. Related spells, Serpensortia. Your Oolong spell will summon 3, 1 50-inch python, 2 20-inch venomous snakes, pythons at the same time. The power of this spell will become stronger as the bloodline further increases? Yes, this is the magic spell related to bloodline. Cedric remembered immediately. I had suspected before that there was a possibility that Ginny and Mrs. Weasley would become more powerful in the disintegration curse. And of course Harry Potter's Expelliarmus? Now it seems almost certain. There are indeed some bloodlines that can be associated with certain special spells. Cedric couldn't help but wonder if he could fill up the snake's cavity, and whether the black dragon coming out of the cave would also evolve into ancient magic. Seeing more and more clues about ancient magic, Cedric became more and more itchy, but it was better to resolve the matter at hand. Cedric glanced at the battlefield and saw that the battle situation had not changed much from before. The number of horse people is only more than 30. Although their archery is very accurate, there are not many that can be killed by gorillas outside. Hagrid keeps circling in the sky. He brought dozens of Thestrals with him, and he killed more enemies than the centaurs. The most tragic. Or Cedric's ground battlefield. No more delays. Cedric noticed that Hagrid's flames had become significantly weaker, so I started thinking about breaking out. If it were just now, he will definitely fly out at low altitude directly through the holy flames. But now that he has gained the power of blood, Cedric really wants to see what his current animagus will look like. Not only is the strength stronger, but 30 points of physical defense seems to be an exaggeration. Cedric clenched his fists. Compared to just now, in addition to the much enhanced strength, even the skin has become extremely tough. Try it. In the spirit of experimentation, Cedric quickly pulled out a metal knife from inside his robe. Press it slightly over your arm. He closed his eyes and felt the skin of his arm carefully. Originally, even if the blade was placed on his arm, there would be a sharp sense of danger. If you move it even slightly, it will bleed directly. But it's different now. Cedric felt that there seemed to be countless invisible scales on his arms, which formed an armor to isolate the metal blade from the outside. The pressure from the falling blade. It is evenly distributed to the entire forearm, so it cannot cause damage. The human body alone is so powerful, but what about the animagus form? Cedric immediately decided to give it a try. The spiral-shaped pet space portal appeared, and the black basilisk swam out. The moment its breath appears, the entire battlefield on the ground was quiet for a few seconds, and then Yuan's howl pierced the sky and came from all directions. The basilisk, how could it be? The basilisk. We are going to die. We are all going to die. Run, run as far away as possible. The effect was exactly as Cedric imagined, although the basilisk could eat at most a dozen 8-eyed spiders at one time. But this way of life and death, it's enough to make the army of thousands of 8-eyed spiders collapse. It's now. Cedric waved his wand quickly. After all the chess pieces were repaired by him, they quickly flew up and were taken into the space minister by him. These chess pieces. The more he used it, the more he liked it, and he couldn't bear to give up one piece. After doing all this, Cedric turned to the basilisk and ordered it to follow him and protect him. Finally, his head shook and his body began to twist. After a breath, the black and white fur flipped out from the arm. When you open your eyes again, Cedric's vision has reached midair. I'll go. Are you CG again? Cedric glanced at the basilisk next to him. It had now turned into a small snake. Bang bang. Cedric tried to hit each other with his palms, but there was a sharp sound of metal hitting each other. Take a closer look at his tree-like arms. The black and white hair on it is not hair at all, but a layer of scales that feel cold and crisp to the touch. Really turned into an armored bear. Cedric took a big breath of excitement, and then let out a roar that shook the entire Forbidden Forest. Ho ho ho. Click, click, click. Within a few hundred meters of the Forbidden Forest, all kinds of birds and animals were frightened. Some excrement and urine flowed out, while others turned into frightened birds and took off quickly without looking back. The big black dog that just ran out of the castle. Hearing this roar, his limbs softened and he almost slipped to the ground. There was deep sadness in his eyes, and he quickly ran towards the outskirts of Hogwarts. The centaurs had already run away, but after hearing this loud roar, he risked his life and returned to the vicinity of the collapsed eight-eyed spider house. It's that human. Animagus, but I've never seen one so unique. Want to talk to him? Please give me flowers. Vulgar human beings, what's there to talk about? But he is the one who destroys destiny. He disobeyed the instructions of the stars and will have a serious impact on our occupation. The centaurs were at loggerheads with each other. Cedric over there has gone crazy. Although his body size has grown again, Cedric's speed has increased, and he can even feel that his body's softness has also increased. The waist can easily swing from side to side without any effort. The powerful spine that is suitable for rotation provides his animagus form with a powerful core support function. Eight-eyed spiders are like balloons. Cedric patted, pressed, and stepped on them, and he killed more than a dozen of them. After understanding the power of the new animagus form, he quickly transformed back into a human body, mainly because the greasy feeling was still a bit jarring. But he also confirmed one thing. The big claw of the eight-eyed spider could no longer pierce his skin, and this was only the third level of bloodline power. Presumably the scale armor's defense will be improved in the future. In another year, even boxing with a giant shouldn't be a problem. After all, I actually have my own armor. After Cedric turned back into a human being, he immediately threw out the automatic poison gland alchemy device he made and began to collect the poison glands. This thing is very valuable, comparable to liquid gold. Cedric. Hagrid finally found the opportunity to fall to the ground. He rushed over, quickly hugged Cedric into his arms, and howled in a crying voice. As long as you're okay, I'm really worried about you. Zero. Thank you for coming to save me. Although Cedric could break through without Hagrid, the fact that the other party came was enough to move him. But Hagrid's whine is still too scary. Cedric pulled Hagrid, pointed to the collector on the ground and said, after collecting the venom here, we can buy hundreds more sheep for Norbert. I heard from my daughter Norbert. Hagrid then showed a smile. He squatted down and looked at the alchemy tools that were being automatically collected with magical eyes. Saw them separated. The centaurs came 10 meters away and shouted to Hagrid, Hagrid, you are finally willing to abandon the eight-eyed spider. Not abandonment. Hagrid wiped his wet eyes and stood up. He had already thought about it just now. I will enclose a territory for them, and if they exceed it, I will deal with them. The centaurs nodded. Compared with Hagrid's previous maintenance of the eight-eyed spider, this answer is more in line with their wishes. After saying hello to Hagrid, they all turned to look at Cedric. Hello, the one who destroys destiny. Destroy destiny. Cedric tasted the title for a moment, then shook his head. I don't think there's anything to say about ruining fate. How dare you blaspheme fate like this? The centaurs instantly became restless. Among all their abilities, divination is definitely one they are proud of. Even Cedric is unique. Then there is no right to blaspheme their beliefs. How funny. Cedric took out his wand again. Although a battle had just ended, he didn't mind another one. The creatures in this forbidden forest all regard themselves as their own masters. What I think of fate is my business. Cedric raised his wand with a cold face. If you want to talk, let's talk. If you want to fight, then fight. There was a commotion among the centaurs. If it weren't for Cedric's special status, according to their temperaments, they might have started fighting directly. Considering his status as the destroyer of fate, Marjorie, the leader of the centaurs, still suppressed the anger of his people. He took a few steps forward. He asked in a very disdainful tone, you seem to be limited by your own ideas about fate. If you want to hear it, I won't hesitate to teach you. Cedric sneered, my views on fate can be summed up in 12 words, the past cannot be undone, but the future can be changed. The centaurs suddenly became commotion again. They whispered to each other, shocked by Cedric's words. Change? Of course fate is doomed. But, he is the destroyer of fate. Then, should we believe him? Impossible, the guidance of the stars, is absolutely infallible. That's right, look at a big battle, and Mars' restlessness just now, fate has arranged everything. Hagrid was stunned. In the past, the opinions of the horse people were highly unified. Even he had never seen this chaotic scene today. Looking at the centaurs buzzing around like headless flies, Cedric continued to talk about his theory. Every creature has what it wants. Take people for example. Wizards want to learn more spells, earn more galleons, gain a higher status, or cultivate more magical creatures. Cedric pointed at the centaurs again. You guys also want something, better bows and arrows, an undisturbed living area, away from humans, etc. Even the trees are trying to get more sunlight so that they can bloom more luxuriantly. Cedric's voice was quiet. But the centaurs gradually became quiet. They vaguely felt that there seemed to be some mysterious philosophy in Cedric's words. Because these things you want exist. So the world is never completely static for a moment. The changes in each body combined together are the overall changes in the world. Cedric comes into this world. The first thing I think about is changing my destiny. First of all, he must change his death, and secondly, he must also strive for the identity of savior. Cedric is nothing else. He is the son-in-law who wants to win over heaven and earth. Want to prove yourself? Of course, everyone's impact on the world is different. Cedric continued. Some people rack their brains, but they can't make any waves at all, while some people turn the whole world upside down with just one thought. I make it the weight of my destiny. In your eyes, Voldemort and Harry Potter may be the people who determine the direction of this world. But why? Cedric smiled slightly. But both Hagrid and the centaurs could feel the unstoppable firm will from his smile. Do you know? Cedric suddenly asked a question. Actually, among all the things you 730 want, there is one you want the most. That's it. Once you get it, everything else doesn't matter, that's what you want most. Centaurs, look at me and I look at you. It's all about thinking. What do they want most in life? And what I want most is to let people understand that you have to fight for your own destiny. Cedric changed the subject and pointed at himself. I don't hate Harry. I just feel that if you all set your sights on him, I'm really sorry for those who sacrificed their lives to resist Voldemort. So I want proof. Not only the person designated by fate can fulfill his destiny, victory must be the result of everyone's efforts. There was silence. The first time Cedric revealed his true inner thoughts, both the proud centaur and the sentimental Hagrid were silenced at the same time. There was silence. Only the alchemy tools that automatically collect glands are making a crunching sound. There is also the sound of the thestral flapping its wings occasionally. The worldview of the horse people has been impacted. They presumably obey the power of fate and at most give humans a little hint. But I never thought about changing my destiny. But it was Cedric, the destroyer of fate, who said the words that wanted to change fate. This is as reasonable as a lumberjack saying he is going to cut down a tree. But this goes against the iron law they have always passed down. No one can escape fate. So the centaur's brains were completely shut down. It's like someone told you, from now on, 1 + 1 will no longer equal 2, but a random number. Then the whole world will collapse. Hagrid is different. What flashed back in his mind were the nameless deaths in those dark ages. Cedric is right. Harry Potter was certainly the direct cause of Voldemort's death. But are the other wizards who were tortured and died in dark corners really useless at all? If it weren't for them, they would have been risking their lives to fight. What role can Harry play? Cedric. Hagrid looked at him at a loss. Are you really going to do this? It's about being a savior. Certainly. Cedric glanced around and saw that there were too many corpses of eight-eyed spiders nearby, and it would take a while and a half to collect them all. He can only free up one system space. Then he collected all the corpses of these eight-eyed spiders first, and then slowly collected them later. Anyway, the items stored in the space will not change. After putting everything away, Cedric and Hagrid flew towards the hunting lodge in a carriage. Don't even say it. The feeling of flying in the air on a carriage is different again. Not only is it protected from wind and rain, but it can also fly very high, allowing you to feel the charm of the clouds. The centaurs who stayed where they were. After seeing Cedric leave, a heated argument broke out again. You are indeed the destroyer of fate. Do we need to remind him about those crises against him? Logically speaking, he is destined to be with us. We should remind him. However, our ancestors have obeyed the guidance of the stars for generations, but he said he wanted to change our destiny. This is disrespectful. I don't think it's that serious. Changing destiny, that's not the way we centaurs live, but what he just said, doesn't it make sense? It's indeed a bit undeniable. The essence theory of the past life has greatly shocked the people from other worlds. After a long time, none of the people and horses were able to reach a conclusion through discussion. They could only put aside their arguments for the time being and decided to quietly observe the progress of the situation. The carriage quickly returned to the hunting lodge. After Cedric said goodbye to Hagrid, he quickly walked towards Hogwarts. Although he hasn't figured out everything about the secret room yet, he has solved the basilisk, which can make the little wizards feel at ease a little bit. For that ugly wizard, Cedric already has some new speculation. Judging from Wormtail's appearance, it is absolutely reasonable for him to be called an ugly wizard. And Sirius, who broke the Gryffindor dormitory door. He already has a trapping plan in mind. After Cedric strengthened his body, he walked vigorously and quickly into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Smell the fragrance that fills the auditorium. Only then did he discover it. It turned out that after a big battle, it was now time for lunch. After Cedric stepped into the auditorium, everyone's eyes turned to him. Did the Slytherins even stand up and applaud Nita, whom they recognized? But except for the Slaters, the faces of the young wizards from the other 3 major colleges all looked very scared. Even when Cedric passes behind them, they can't help but stand up tremblingly, as if Cedric will summon a basilisk at any time and bite their necks off. This is the first time Cedric has entered school. The strongest rejection he felt from the young wizards was also the first time he was not welcomed by the vast majority of the young wizards. Ronald was stunned by this scene. He said to Harry with lingering fear, if it weren't for Cedric, you would be the one being treated like this. Harry couldn't help but lick his mouth. If he were stared at by hundreds of people like this, he would probably nervously step on his left foot and right foot, and then compete on the spot. This is Cedric? Sure enough, you can't learn his demeanor even if you beat yourself to death? Cedric's face was expressionless. He stopped Pansy and Zhang who were trying to get out of the crowd with his eyes. It's hard to explain to the young wizards now. If you want to reverse the rumors, you still have to rely on authoritative professors to come forward. Hagrid had already told him just now. There are already many letters mailed by parents in the Owl House. Tomorrow morning, these worried letters will fall into the hands of the little wizards. The parents of many of them even said that they would hold a school board meeting at Hogwarts to discuss safety issues at Hogwarts. Before that, the best solution is to suppress all rumors. Cedric quickened his pace to find the 4 deans. In just 10 minutes, he told all about his discovery of the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, his discovery that the basilisk was missing, his trip to the jungle to deal with the basilisk, and his fight with the 8-eyed spider. Certainly, in his mouth, the basilisk was burned to ashes by his fire. Anyway, whoever looked at that place would only see a mass of charred corpses. You are so awesome. McGonagall hugged him excitedly. This is Slytherin's secret room, the secret room left by the 4 founders. Even if she enters it, she will feel uneasy. Unexpectedly, Cedric left all morning. This kind of solution efficiency is simply shocking. Without a doubt, Hufflepuff plus 10 points. Hufflepuff plus 10 points. Snape blinked at Cedric and said with relief, I must admit that you are already a very powerful wizard. Hufflepuff plus 10 points. Professor Sprout spread his hands, excited and worried, you deserve this. Hufflepuff plus 10 points. Flitwick added without hesitation, there is no doubt that what you did deserves a medal. Ced immediately felt warm. The ring on his hand also began to slowly shrink. He could already feel the love from the 4 deans to their disciples from the shrinkage of the ring. The most important thing now is to calm the impact of this incident. Cedric reminded, don't worry, kid, leave the rest of the time to us, let us teach the children a lesson. Dumbledore is often away from school. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall was also able to handle things. Her approach was very decisive and she took Cedric directly back to the auditorium. His eyes focused on a few people again. Cedric calmly returned to Hufflepuff's long table, ignoring the strange-looking little badgers around him, and began to eat heartily. Since last night, he hadn't eaten in more than 20 hours. Cedric was eating seriously while McGonagall began to explain the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Everyone must know, Hogwarts School was founded more than 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest wizards and wizards of the time. They are Derek Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Their original intention in building this castle was to protect wizards from the prying eyes of muggles. Professor McGonagall left out a few things, but she admitted the existence of the Slytherin Chamber and emphasized to everyone many times that the school had known the location of the Slytherin Chamber for a long time, and hundreds of years have passed. The basilisk inside is already dead, and there is no way it can come out to harm people. This kind of true and false statement, it satisfies the little wizard's desire to explore the secrets very well, and the credibility is very high. The atmosphere in the auditorium gradually relaxed. After all, it is different from the original work, where people are constantly being attacked. Now, the basilisk was killed by Cedric just the day after it was released. Now the 4 major deans have come forward in person. At the end of the story, they defined the incident as an elaborate prank. Not even excluded. This is what Sirius, who had just escaped from Azkaban, did to drive Cedric away from Hogwarts. This statement has also been recognized by many people. After all, it was true that the fat lady of Landfinder was torn to pieces by wild beasts, and she was the only person truly injured in last night's farce. Considering that Sirius hasn't been caught yet. So I declare, from now on, Hogwarts has officially entered the realm state. After calming the little wizard's emotions, Professor McGonagall immediately began to issue orders. From now on, all students cannot move alone. Whether eating, going to the toilet, or attending class, they must move in groups of at least 2. At night, the prefects of the 4 major colleges and the male and female presidents of the student unions also need to work in pairs to conduct night patrols at night. And Cedric too. The hall was noisy. Everyone gathered together and talked, but no one looked at Cedric with strange eyes anymore. And Cedric solved his credibility crisis. While eating the meal, I started to think about the next arrangements. First of all, we need to find Ronald to confirm the location of the rat. There is also Crookshanks who wants to find Hermione. Sirius can avoid being discovered by him and has helpers in the academy. Of course, the most important thing is to find 0.4 notebooks. For younger wizards, the Tom in that notebook is so provocative. He is of a low level but can easily be possessed. After lunch, Cedric found the Harry trio. Faced with his inquiry, Ronald and he gave different answers. My rat is gone. Ronald looked frustrated. The second day after I arrived at Hogwarts, I couldn't find it, and I don't know if it died in a corner. Although he was depressed. But he didn't blame Hermione. Because Cedric remembered wrongly, Hermione had not purchased Crookshanks when she was in 2nd grade. After asking, Cedric's thinking became clearer. Therefore, Wormtail must have connected with someone. Maybe it was the secret room he opened, and set a trap for himself with Tom in the notebook. But Crookshanks is gone. Who in the academy is collaborating with Sirius? Although there are still many mysteries. But Cedric is not too worried. It has only been 3 days since school started, and he doesn't believe that the other party can hide his tail well all the time. 2 days passed quickly. Apart from increasing the number of patrols, the atmosphere at Hogwarts has not been seriously affected. And this day, with Dumbledore's permission, Cedric was approached by a middle-aged wizard who was no stranger to him. "Hello, Mr. Lupin, we meet again." Cedric knows. Lupin certainly wouldn't appear for nothing. After all, he was not the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this year. "I'll just say it." Lupin spoke very quickly. "It is estimated that Cedric flew away last time, leaving a big shadow on him. I'm here for Sirius Black. I want to arrest him personally." Lupin seemed a little difficult when he said this. Obviously, capturing Black was very difficult for him. He must have made a lot of determination before coming. But this is also easy to understand. Try to see everything in the past from Lupin's perspective. It gave him strength. In the 4-person group with which he had the best relationship when he was in school, James and his wife were killed by Voldemort. Sirius betrayed James and killed Peter Wormtail, he thought. At that moment, Harry wasn't the only one who lost everything? It's hard for you to even speak clearly. Who is more like a werewolf wizard who can hardly find a job, or Harry who lives in his aunt's house? At least Harry didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Although his aunt's family treated him badly, it was not torture. In addition to being discriminated against and sleeping rough because of his identity as a werewolf wizard, Lupin also suffered from the death of his brother, betrayal, and emotional torture. Cedric sympathized with his experience. But I still have some suspicion that the other party was sent by Dumbledore. In order to confirm the authenticity, he opened Lupin's character template. It turned out that he actually had a new wish list. Template card, Remus John Lupin. Item 4, bring it to an end. Lupin wants to personally settle the matter regarding the previous generation of predators. Complete this wish list to obtain the craftsmanship of the Marauders map. Since there is a mission, then it's still worth spending some of his energy. Okay, Mr. Lupin, if there are any clues, I will notify you immediately. Cedric finished speaking and was about to leave. Lupin didn't expect that. This time he actually agreed to it so easily, but he reacted quickly and stopped Cedric. "Well, actually there is one more thing." Lupin glanced around. After confirming that no one was approaching, he whispered, "You should have that map with you. I want to borrow it." "Sorry, I don't have any use for this." Cedric thought for a moment. 15 He will definitely not hand over the Marauders map, but he doesn't mind having multiple people watching for him. "However, from 10 to 12 o'clock every night, when we patrol the castle together, I can lend it to you for use." Lupin looked helpless. It's obviously something I participated in making. Now he was asking others to give him alms, but it was better than nothing. He couldn't see through Cedric, the netmaster. And after all, be kind to yourself. Lupin could only hold his nose and admit it. "Okay, I will come to you tonight." That night, Cedric took Lupin with him when he was on patrol. After getting the Marauders map, Lupin stroked it slowly for a while, then took out the wand and shouted at it. "I solemnly swear that I have done nothing wrong." Next patrol time, Lupin kept looking at the map, trying to find news about that old friend. Cedric just has the time to continue thinking about the current dilemma. He knew he must be missing something. He rushed to reveal his parcel tongue, not to help Harry escape, but to deliberately let the other party point the finger at him. The current situation is favorable to him. Voldemort himself had not yet been resurrected. In this state, he did not even dare to find powerful Death Eaters, because that would be too dangerous. Outside Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic was hunting down Death Eaters everywhere, causing a lot of noise and panic. The Death Eaters all focused on self-protection and did not dare to act rashly. Inside Hogwarts, Cedric was not afraid of anyone except the professors and Dumbledore. He uses himself as bait, just to find the missing diary as soon as possible. After rescuing the bewitched little wizard, he would contact Sirius, get the other person's character template, and finally take him to deal with Wormtail. Only in this way can the benefits be maximized. But something went wrong. Now, Wormtail is hiding, and although Sirius has gone in and out of Gryffindor twice, he has never been able to find him on the Marauders map. These two people. It seems like everyone is avoiding him on purpose. Yes, Cedric figured it out. In the entire Hogwarts, the only ones who knew that they knew the castle well and would suspect that they had the Marauders map were Geminis. It must have slipped up at home one summer vacation. Therefore, Wormtail knows, and Ginny also knows, and Tom who is possessing Ginny will naturally know too. And because he took the initiative to speak Parseltongue, knowing that he was unable to deal with him, Tom had no choice but to frame himself, and then ordered the basilisk to hide in the Forbidden Forest, waiting for an opportunity. This move is very vicious. If he hadn't solved the basilisk quickly, the atmosphere of doubting him would have brewed for a few more days in the school. They used the basilisk to kill 1 or 2 more people. Then, you will definitely get into big trouble. It seems that we still have to find Ginny to completely solve this mystery. Think of this. Cedric asked Lupin, "I want to know, what are the boundaries of this Marauders map?" What? Lupin wanted to hide it at first. He pretended to operate the Marauders map. "Well, maybe we can look at the boundaries of the map." "Come on." Cedric rolled his eyes. "You're the only one who's still pretending to be me? First of all, I gave this thing to you, but I didn't tell you how to use it. Even if you tell me you've used it before, I won't believe it. Tell me the truth, I know the deeds of the predators." According to your identity as a werewolf wizard who can transform into a werewolf on a full moon night, you should have a moon face. Lupin's mouth opened wider and wider. Once upon a time, when he was studying at Hogwarts, except for the problem of transforming on full moon nights, in all other aspects, he is the best among the little wizards. He became a prefect. Although Dumbledore wanted him to persuade his friends, it could not hide his talent. That's why Lupin feels that Cedric is amazing even more. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible for him to accurately judge his identity through this bit of information. Okay. He is truly the genius who invented the Wolfsbane potion capsule. Lupin quickly surrendered. He quickly pointed out the boundary of the Marauders map on the Marauders map. I see. Cedric, who knew the important information, no longer wanted to continue patrolling. Since the other party is avoiding him, then as long as you make sure you are in Hogwarts, the other party will not show up easily. So he took the initiative to reveal some information. The nicknames given to the four of you are based on your own transformation, so everyone else is an animagus. What is Padfoot? An elephant. Wormtail, it sounds like some kind of little mouse. Speaking of mice, Ronald has had a mouse for many years. By the way, Ronald is Harry's friend. I wonder if you and Harry have known each other. Ronald, that mouse is quite special. Not only does he have a very long life, but one of his fingers is broken. I really don't know why he keeps this as a pet. Under Cedric's nagging hint, Lupin soon became unable to walk. Animagus? Severed finger? Rat? Lived for more than 10 years? This information was quickly combined in his mind, and finally something appeared that made him somewhat unbelievable. Oh my god. Lupin had a look of despair on his face and didn't even care that the Marauders map slipped from his hands. He took a few steps forward almost unconsciously. Then without looking back, he ran and shouted to Cedric, I remembered something important. I will come back to you tomorrow night. Nailed it. The Marauders map is coming to Oxio. Cedric caught the Marauders map, dusted it off, and then put it into the pocket of the invisibility and extending spells. The next afternoon. Wait until the class is basically over. Cedric, Pansy, and Chu Jong found Ginny after class. Hello, Ginny. I have something very important that I want to talk to you about alone. For their arrival, the first-year Gryffindor girls suddenly burst into snickers, but Ginny seemed much calmer after being called out. Okay. She followed Cedric and the three of them into the courtyard. After avoiding the eyes of most classmates, Cedric asked straight to the point. I would like to know, have you come across an evil notebook lately? In order to let Ginny know the seriousness, Cedric also brought out the professors as a stunt. The professors and I suspect that this evil notebook may be related to the person who actually opened the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Ginny kept looking into Cedric's eyes. After hearing his words, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Is that what you want to ask? Certainly. Cedric thought Ginny was scared. So he quickly comforted, the source of all evil is that notebook. We are afraid that it will control the little wizards, so we must find it. So, Ginny turned her back to the three Cedrics. She tapped the ground with her toes for a while, and then turned around as if she had thought it through. Let's talk alone. What? Cedric suspected that he heard wrongly. Go to a place where there are only two of us, and I will answer your questions. Ginny responded word for word. Okay. Cedric could only bring a few people to the hunting lodge. After coming here, he opened the door to the pet space. Go, there's no one else here. Cedric walked in first, followed closely by Ginny. Wait until both of them go in. Pansy suddenly bumped Zhongqiu with his elbow. Let's join forces. What? Zhongqiu didn't react. That little girl has no good intentions. Pansy snorted coldly. I'm very familiar with that little look in her eyes. You mean this? Zhongqiu also responded. She is actually very smart, but she just didn't think about it that way. But Pansy was different. With a more impulsive personality, she is more sensitive to this aspect. She continued to ask. I asked, are you dating Cedric? Pan. She tapped her mouth with her finger. What did you say? Zhongqiu's face turned red. Who wants to discuss this with you? It's over. Pansy shook her head crazily when she saw it. To be honest, let's join forces, otherwise there will be more and more people following Cedric in the future. I won't tell you anymore. Zhongqiu turned around and found a seat to sit down, took out a book and read it in his hand. But she didn't read a word of it. Pansy's 777 proposal was always coming to mind. The other side. Cedric and Ginny have arrived at the pet space where Norbert is. It's really nice here. Ginny looked around. There are dangerous peaks, clouds, mist, grasslands, and sheep everywhere as far as the eye can see. The scenery is extremely beautiful. Even the air smells of grass and plateau. Okay, you can feel free to talk here. Cedric thought that Ginny asked to be alone because he was afraid. Do you know? Ginny looked at Cedric again. There are many legends about you. They all say that you will choose a girl in every house. Ahem. Cedric choked. After finally recovering, he said somewhat speechlessly. I didn't mean that. How about we go back to the notebook? Have you ever been in contact? Maybe it was because he coughed a little louder. Hearing his voice, Norbert quickly flew down from his nest in the mountains. Saw Cedric. Norbert exhaled orange flames in excitement. Is that a fire dragon? Ginny's eyes widened as she watched the mighty and terrifying beast swooping over, etc. Cedric soon saw something was wrong. Norbert swooped over at this speed, and the two of them had to be knocked away by it. You are not a child anymore, you know. After Cedric found that waving and shouting was ineffective, he could only run forward a few steps diagonally, and then instantly transformed into Atong Magus state. Norbert sniffed sharply. After confirming that the black and white giant beast was still mother, she continued to speed up and crashed into Cedric's arms. The two beasts rolled around on the ground several times. The turf on the ground was overturned 3 meters wide and a large area dozens of meters away. But for two people with rough skin and thick flesh, these are nothing. Norbert even raised his head happily and breathed fire. Oh my god, this is so handsome. Ginny's eyes were filled with stars, and she was fascinated by it. When Cedric finished playing with Norbert and returned to Ginny again, before Cedric could speak, Ginny jumped up and hung her hands around Cedric's neck, her eyes full of charm. As long as you are 3 times more charming than others, I don't mind. What? Before Cedric could figure out what 3 times was, he felt his mouth being sealed by Ginny. No, I'm here to ask about the notebook. 12. A little, sweet, etc. After a while, Cedric asked breathlessly, you can always tell me the whereabouts of the notebook now. I have no idea. Ginny, who succeeded in the sneak attack, finally answered Cedric's question. I've never touched a dark notebook. Cedric was speechless and stunned. After working on it for a long time, I was even attacked by you, but in the end I still wasn't here. Okay, that's considered an option eliminated. It is much easier and more convenient to investigate the Weasley boys than Ginny. Let's get out. Cedric walked out of the portal first. Ginny pursed her lips, thought about it for a while, and then followed out. After going out, she regained her shyness and quickly said goodbye to the 3 of them. Pansy watched her leave with a scrutinizing face, then put her nose next to Cedric and sniffed. Her eyes widened instantly. As expected, I kissed him. Why? Cedric suddenly panicked. Damn it. Pansy cursed angrily and then got down. Cedric was attacked a second time, and this time it hurt a lot because Pansy bit his lip. With his current level of defense, even the most fragile lips, Pansy really bit her with all her strength. When he grimaced in pain, Pansy then said proudly, this way, you will remember my kiss. She backed away and gave in, turning around and winking at Zhang Qiu. Cedric was confused again, because the shyest Zhang Qiu actually came up. Well, she also ate mints, and it lasted for a long time until the mints completely melted. Refreshing, cool, and sweet. Cedric couldn't help but reminisce about it. I'm the longest. Zhang Qiu reluctantly finished speaking, his face already as red as a steamed prawn. Pansy poked her head in again. After sniffing the mint scent on both of them, he gave Zhang Qiu a thumbs up. You are so smart. Okay. Cedric was afraid that the 2 of them would start to compete again, so he quickly led the 2 of them out of the hunting lodge. The 3 of them inquired about it. Soon they found Harry's trio at the lake. After asking, Ronald shook his head with blank eyes. I don't know what kind of notebook. Confirm. Cedric frowned and explained in detail. It was also emphasized in detail. You will lose consciousness when you are possessed. Apart from Ginny, Ronald was the Weasley who he thought had the greatest possibility. Probably not. Harry answered for Ronald. If he is really manipulated or possessed by something, there is no way I wouldn't know it. Text. Cedric nodded. Harry and Ronald were indeed inseparable. If there was anything unusual about Ronald, there was no way Harry wouldn't be able to detect it. The same principle can be proved. The Gemini side can basically be ruled out. Therefore, even if the remaining one is impossible, it is still the correct answer. It's actually Percy. Cedric thought about it and it was really possible. Although he is no longer a young wizard, when he was young, he was tempted by fame and fortune, and even broke with his family for a time. In other words, Percy is obviously mentally flawed. As long as the shrewd Tom can detect this, he will be easily deceived by the other party. Not surprising either. Cedric was already 80% sure that it was Percy who was surrounding the notebook. After confirming the target, he did not act in a hurry. Your failure to lure the snake out of the hole proves that the other party is afraid of you and does not dare to conflict with you head-on. So next we have to do the opposite. We can no longer scare the snake. Since he is a Gryffindor, then Cedric still has a follower he can use. Cedric then found Neville. Neville, do you want to be normal? Hearing Cedric's question, Neville nodded without hesitation. No one wants to be normal more than he does. I need it so bad. Neville took Cedric's hand almost pleadingly. His memory was like a broken spoon. Every time he scooped up water, a lot of water would leak out. This was something he could not change despite his best efforts. He has had enough of this kind of life. Very good, come with me. Cedric took Neville to the potions classroom. When there are no classes, almost no little wizards come here. The task of treating Neville has been there for a long time. As for why he came now, it was because the love he had before was not enough. After being assigned to 3 women to protect them, Cedric himself didn't have much left of him. In order to prevent being attacked by surprise, he temporarily slowed down his treatment of Neville. But just now, after the 3 girls took turns kissing each other, Cedric's emotions of love soared. It's actually comparable. Pansy was alone for most of the summer vacation. Cedric couldn't help but think. I don't know if this is the blessing of the first kiss or if it happens every time. It would be too weird if it happens every time. Just kissing was like that. What if it's thirst? Is it possible for me to understand the true meaning of the ancient magic of love on the spot? Cough. Cedric gathered his thoughts and returned his attention to his eyes. After turning a crucible shelf into a chair, he installed the soul-healing alchemy tools for Neville, who sat on it. This set of equipment, Cedric has used it very skillfully on the Longbottoms. The operation on Neville's body was also smooth. There are no problems except that the effect is a little slower, but it is enough, and Cedric is not prepared to invest more experience. The following few days, Cedric would treat Neville for an hour every day. On the 5th day, he then heard the system prompts. Ding, you have completed Neville's 3rd wish list. Item 3, Becoming Excellent, Brain Damage Repair. After completing this wish list, your magic power will increase from +5 to +10 points, with a maximum limit of 85 points. Don't underestimate these 10 points. Except for those character templates that have completed the template task and do not occupy the template card slot. This character template card from Neville, it can already be included in the top 5 of the commonly used list. After combination, Cedric made some moves. In addition to the completed cards, Nicholas Flamel plus Grindelwald plus Neville Longbottom, 3 cards are placed together. It was enough for him to gather 100 magic powers. Magic power, 50 points, not popular, +5, MRS. Pants, upper limit 60 points. +5, Professor Sprout, upper limit 75 points. +10, Gemini, upper limit 80 points. +5, Nicholas Flamel, the upper limit is 100 points. +5, Grindelwald, 99 points. +5, Grindelwald, no upper limit. +5, Nicholas Flamel, 100 points. +10, Neville, 85 points. Ding, it's detected that you have collected 100 magic points and gained 10 legendary points. Trigger the magic barrier and open the magic refining panel. Magic barrier, when you practice 1 ancient magic to an advanced level, or practice 3 ancient magics to an intermediate level, your magic power will be locked at 99 points and cannot be broken through. Level classification, entry, beginner, intermediate, advanced, level. So there is such a setting. Cedric then opened the magic refining panel. Magic refining, you can consume magic values and legendary values to break through any magic spell learned to level 10, and comprehend its corresponding ancient magic. Consumption, 10 magic points, permanent consumption, plus 100 legendary points. The upper and lower limits are reduced at the same time. Trigger level information, God level magician, 300 magic points God, 500 magic points. Note, in addition to magic power, there are other conditions that need to be met if you want to advance to the above 2 levels. DAUF. Cedric gasped. It is good to refine this magic power. You can actually upgrade any magic spell to an ancient magic spell, but the cost is too terrifying. And they are all permanently consumed. As expected, it is still very difficult to break through the limits, and this new level is even scarier. Not only did the value of magic power soar, but the title was also very scary. God level magician, that must be the level of Merlin. I thought I could catch up at around 100 points. What's more important is, God turns out to be a being with 500 points of magic power. That other condition. Cedric also had some vague guesses. He came across the legend of the 3 holy artifacts of death. He was originally the god of death and made the things he picked up casually into holy instruments. This ability to turn decay into magic. Doesn't it sound similar to the golden touch? Perhaps, if you want to become a god, you need that incredible transformation ability. It's really heartbreaking to watch. Cedric was pleasantly surprised for a long time, but he also knew that these 2 levels were still far away from him. The road has to be walked step by step. Shut down the system. Cedric called softly to Neville, how are you feeling? Very good. Neville's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented look. Maybe you won't believe it even if I tell you. Mr. Cedric. I feel like the whole world is clearer before my eyes, as if, well, it's like the feeling before and after wearing glasses. Neville stared down at his hands. I have never felt all this so clearly before, as if there is a layer of grey mist shrouding my eyes. And Neville suddenly laughed bitterly, clenching his fists so hard that his joints were so tight. I also remembered many memories that made me extremely sad. There was a crash. Neville suddenly stood up from the stool, then knelt down on one knee directly towards Cedric. Mr. Cedric, I thank you for everything you have done for me. From now on, I will serve you. Please allow me, who is so small, to plead with you again. Please heal my parents. Very good. Just look at this logic, this tone, this gesture. No need to confirm. Cedric could tell that he was completely healed. The only thing that hasn't changed is that he is still loyal to himself. Estimate the time. Cedric helped Neville up. Don't worry, this equipment is already treating your parents. I believe you can meet your parents before the next school year. There was a pop. Neville knelt down again. Thank you so much. Well, the journey against evil has just begun. Cedric patted him on the shoulder. You must not bring shame to the Longbottom name. Certainly. Neville raised his head high, vaguely taking on the posture of a Gryffindor sword master. Okay, very good. Cedric was very satisfied. Seeing Neville's appearance, he seemed to be even more powerful than in the original work, so he decided to spend some time teaching him. Presumably soon, Neville will also become his right-hand man? Of course, there are things that need him to do now, and Neville has fully recovered, so Cedric can rest assured. You must keep this matter absolutely confidential. Cedric said softly. I want you to help me observe Percy secretly. If you find anything related to the Dark Note, or if he comes into contact with any special or wrong person, you must inform me as soon as possible. Finished. Cedric also gave him the invisibility cloak he inherited from Nicholm. Attention, safety first. You just need to inform me. Don't be impulsive. Keep your messages ready at all times. Clear. Neville didn't ask why, but repeated it very seriously. Follow Percy. If there is anything unusual, including suspicious notebooks and suspicious people, I will report it to you immediately. At the same time, safety comes first. Completely correct. Cedric warned him a few more times before letting him leave. Wait until Neville leaves. The two women who had been watching on the side started to exclaim in surprise. I didn't expect Neville, a dull boy, to become smarter. Pansy sighed in surprise. This means that Neville was just injured before, and it was Cedric's treatment that helped him regain his original appearance. Zhang Qiu looked at Cedric with admiring eyes. Cough. Hao Niuzhao. Cedric felt a little embarrassed when the two looked at him. Well, it's getting late, I'll take you back. Why? Pansy hurriedly said, today's task of eating the mouth is not finished yet. Yes. Zhang Qiu beside him also nodded silently. Does it really have to happen every day? Cedric was still a little embarrassed. Since the last time, the two women's attitude towards him has not only become more intimate. Pansy also had a sudden idea this morning, saying that she had to complete the mouth-eating check-in every day. Snort. Pansy put her hands on her hips and said very naughtily, if you don't want to be here and want to check in at the door of the Slytherin lounge, I can do that too. He even threatened me? Cedric turned from passive to active and immediately completed today's check-in. A cold potions classroom located underground. The three people's breathing became rapid, and the temperature increased slightly. Okay. Cedric was afraid that if the three of them stayed together any longer, his body would easily become afraid of the heat. So he hurriedly warned the two of them. In the following time, I will conduct duel training for you to prepare for possible battles in the future. When it came to business, both women nodded. Cedric wanted them to join the war because of the surge in love during this period. I haven't felt it yet. But due to the recent surge in love, Cedric discovered that the amount of love his body can store is limited. So, spreading love emotions to them is a disguised way to increase the total amount of storage. This can also provide them with adequate protection. Even if you join the war, Cedric didn't have to worry too much about them, so he decided to train them well. Timing of training. Naturally, it was at the duel club. It's just a bit speechless that with the stability of the duel club, Lockhart is back to work again. Perfectly done, Harry, your progress is really obvious. Lockhart's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Being yelled at by him like that. Colin Creevy, Harry's new little fanboy, was beaten away by the golden girl who took away your weapon. Pansy and Zhang Qiu also stopped fighting, because Lockhart immediately waved his arm to Cedric, who was presiding over the battle for them. Cedric, come here quickly. After Lockhart called Cedric up, he pulled him and Harry on either side of him. Classmates, our duel club is going very well. He shouted to the little wizards in the audience with a bright face. Now, we have several very outstanding classmates born. In the near future, I may publish a book, My Proud Disciples at Hogwarts. Hear this. Cedric knew it. It seems that the place where I train the two girls will have to be changed in the future. Anyway, he would never admit that he was Lockhart's proud disciple. It's not just him. Harry on the other side also looked flustered. Now Lockhart's true colors have long been revealed, and everyone generally doesn't bother to talk to him. Originally in the original work, Lockhart still has some fans of the pretty little witch, but now, wouldn't it be nice to like Cedric? Cedric estimates. Recently, Lockhart also felt that he was about to become transparent, so he deliberately acted like this. This is not Harry. He would sit in the room and reply to fans for Lockhart. Sorry teacher, but I already have a teacher. Cedric refused on the spot. Lockhart didn't dare to do anything to him, so he could only say that he was very sorry and regretted meeting him so late, and then hugged Harry tighter. It seemed that the day when Harry would help him answer fan mail was not far away. After the duel club, Cedric has been thinking about how he can help Lockhart gain a shining stage in the wizarding world. The difficulty seems to be a hellish disaster, but this mission involves ancient magic. Don't blame me. Cedric gritted his teeth. He would not give up on the ancient magic panel. If he couldn't do it, he could only help Lockhart change his background to develop. Are there any good movies from 1993? It's quite difficult to get people in the wizarding world, but it's much easier in the muggle world. But you have to plan carefully. By the way, you can try to seduce him first and see if you can get him more muggle fans. Maybe Lockhart will be happy to accept it. Cedric found Harry. 093 Harry, I heard that Lockhart will ask you recently and ask you to help him answer fan mail after class. It's true. Harry looked dejected when he heard this. Lockhart had to tie him up all day long in class and in the duel club, which already made him feel very embarrassed. The matter of replying to fan mail made him even more tormented. He had sworn secretly, I must not be an incompetent ST like Lockhart in the future? What? Pansy and Zhang also looked shocked. No, if fans reply to messages, can they still find someone they don't know well? Can't they just use an automatic quill pen or something like that? Automatic quill pen. In fact, it is to write down what the wizard is thinking. In fact, the words written are all from the wizard's own mind. If the link effect is stronger, it will even directly search the memory in the wizard's mind, turning it into a quill that can cheat in exams. Therefore, quills will be distributed during the exam. At last. It's like female reporter Rita Skeeter. Her quill is not only connected to her brain, but also has many keywords built into it. As long as she thinks of a few words, she can write several paragraphs of false accusations, specifically used to add fuel to the truth. It's like a professionally trained AI. Anyway, Cedric is actually not too tired to reply to letters. In most cases, he just combines several template sentences. After getting used to his reply habits, Pansy and Zhongqiu can also help him complete the replies to new fans, leaving only the last blessing for Cedric to write by himself. None of that matters. I just want to give you a solution. Cedric wasn't lying. He stated bluntly that he felt that Lockhart, a performative personality, might develop better in the Muggle world as an actor. In the Muggle world, Lockhart didn't need to lie. As long as he performs well enough or plays a few classic characters, he will naturally win everyone's love. Then you can tell him. Cedric is very familiar with Muggles, and has many acquaintances in movies about abilities. This way he won't always think about you. Harry knew what an actor was. Knowing that being an actor is not a bad thing, if you don't care about Muggles and just focus on being famous, it is actually a good thing. He also really wants to get rid of Lockhart. Harry nodded vigorously. I will let him know inadvertently. Hermione next to her looked at Cedric with admiration. Senior, you actually know so many people in the Muggle film industry. It's really amazing. Yes. Harry also came to his senses. He and Hermione both knew the film industry. Wanting to randomly arrange actors in a Muggle movie is already a very powerful skill in their eyes. This is nothing. Cedric smiled slightly. Any acquaintance of people is all nonsense, and it will just be a waste of money. Find a suitable movie that will become a hit. Then he asked Lockhart to bring money into the group, and then helped Lockhart to replenish his acting knowledge. Cedric believed that he should be very talented in this area. The worst outcome. Lockhart probably won't ruin a good movie, and he should be able to earn back a lot of his investment. And he can still get the fame he wants. How many people are there in the magic world? Once you become an actor, you may receive tens of thousands of letters from fans, so you have to make Lockhart go to bed? Okay, Mr. Cedric, I'd really appreciate it. Harry was very touched. Whenever I have any trouble, I will get help from everyone. But compared to Dumbledore's arrangement, every time Cedric helped him, he was more direct, more detailed, and more understanding of his current urgent needs. It is enough to have Cedric in your life. Fine. I think it might be more suitable for him there. After separating from Harry, Cedric then came to the Ollery. I wrote a letter to Slughorn, asking him to help exchange some Muggle currency, and to inquire about the recently launched movies. As expected, Lockhart quickly took the bait. The next night, he called Cedric into his office. Cedric. Lockhart manipulated the wand to make a tea set grow limbs, and he brought the coffee to Cedric. This is a good thing my fans mailed me, please try it. $7.89. Cedric knew his purpose, so I tasted the coffee calmly and waited for the other person to speak. Lockhart couldn't hold it in for long. Soon he asked curiously in the name of studying Muggle studies, I want to know if the profession of actor is really respected in the Muggle world. Certainly. Cedric quickly listed several famous events of Uncle Long. If your work is liked by people, you will enjoy the highest respect from your fans. For example, when you get off the plane, fans will come to pick you up and give you flowers. If you want to borrow a luxury car, those rich people who don't even care about the president will open their garages and let you build it as you like, and they will say that they will not be responsible if it crashes and they will repair it themselves. Even Taiwan immediately NANT. If you want to make a gangster movie, the gangster boss will have his juniors lined up to greet you. What are airplanes, rich people, and the underworld? Well, let's put it this way. Airplanes are like public transportation like the night bus, rich people are like pure-blood nobles, and the underworld is like Death Eaters. After listening to Cedric's explanation, Lockhart's legs are weak. One was frightened by the word Death Eater, and the other was so excited by this wonderful scene that he was numb with excitement. Can this be like this? Lockhart took the bait immediately. Of course not, it must be someone with talent and acting ability. This is actually, BFBH, quite complicated. Cedric took out the three-piece suit that he had prepared long ago. Actors' self-cultivation, film acting skills, actors on stage. Only actors with superb acting skills can enjoy these honors. But after becoming famous, even if you change your clothes when you go out today, you can still make newspaper headlines, and even attract tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of fans, rushing to imitate your outfit. This last sentence, completely breaking through Lockhart's disguise. Muggles, the Muggle world is really crazy? He stood up almost jogging, holding the 3 books Cedric took out in his arms. I also heard that you are very familiar with the Muggle film industry. I'm not very familiar with it, I just like watching movies. In fact, some movies are quite good, so I know a little bit about them. Cedric said with great regret. They occasionally complain to me that they can't find good actors. I see. Lockhart quickly put away Cedric's 3 books, saying that he wanted to understand the crazy Muggle world and broaden his horizons. There are no movies in the wizarding world. Firstly, the filming cost of movies is high but the unit price of broadcasting is low. Judging from the population of the wizarding world, unless every movie is a full movie, Otherwise, you will die. The second thing is that wizards have many alternative methods. For example, using magic, they can easily put pictures on paper, and even include part of their own thinking. They are on cards or books. It can even answer your questions, interact with you, etc. So the world of magic has always been a combination of pictures and text. Publish books and newspapers. It is still the best publicity tool in the wizarding world. Okay, Professor, take your time and take a look. In fact, if you want to understand the Muggle world, you can try it yourself. If you are interested, I can arrange this. After Cedric finished speaking, Lockhart was overjoyed. He thought Cedric hated him? Thank you so much. As expected, only you can see through me. I am such a down-to-earth district division. Lockhart held Cedric's hands tightly. The two made an agreement. This summer, Cedric will take him to the Muggle film industry to experience life and criticize the crazy Muggle world. After finally finding a breakthrough to complete the mission, Neville soon brought another good news to Cedric. This Wednesday night, Cedric has just arrived at the tallest astronomy tower in Hogwarts Castle and is about to start his astronomy class. Suddenly I felt Neville's signal button light up. Is this? While I'm in class, you finally take action. Cedric immediately asked the professor for leave. Then based on the location of the alchemy props, Neville was found at the gate of the castle. Mr. Cedric, I saw Percy get under this big tree. Neville took off the telescope hanging from his neck. Cedric put it on and took a look. Isn't this so-called big tree just a tree planted by Dumbledore to hit people with? It looks like we have gone to the joint. Cedric complimented Neville a few times. Sure enough, it's different now that he's become smarter. Everyone knows how to use telescopes to track them. Mr. Cedric, please allow me to go out with you. Neville's eyes were determined. But Cedric still rejected him. You have become very good now, but you are still far from being a prisoner of Azkaban. At least wait until you have the strength of an adult wizard. Mr. Cedric, please let me go. Neville begged. I will not embarrass you or hold you back. Cedric knew he was anxious, but becoming smarter does not mean that his combat effectiveness immediately improves. It was still too dangerous for him tonight. Cedric won't even take Pansy and Zhongqiu there. He has already contacted the Grindelwald trio to help him. He was still very pleased with Neville's proactive request. Good boy, I don't blame you. Cedric comforted in a low voice. Everyone needs time and space to grow. You have just been treated. Don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself. Okay, Mr. Cedric. Neville bit his lip tightly and secretly vowed in his heart that he would grow up quickly. In his world, Mr. Cedric is like a warm sun, illuminating the life that he should have been hanging on to. Cedric has been helping him since the first time he made a mistake in mixing potions in potions class. He constantly encourages and helps himself. Not only did he cure his own brain disease, he even began to treat his parents who were judged by the hospital to be numerous. Warmth and care. Cedric was like a caring parent who took such good care of him, making him feel the warmth of the magical world. Neville lowered his head and clenched his fists. I know I'm not worthy yet, but I really, really want to, one day, be able to be with you behind you, even if it's just a tiny bit of light. Because you are my role model. I could hear Neville's reluctance. After realizing that his example had a huge positive guidance effect on this boy, the pleased Cedric warned very seriously. If you really want to do something, then pass on my love to you, so that there will be more and more warmth in the world. I'm also looking forward to it. The day I can fight side by side with you. Listen to Cedric. The confusion in Neville's eyes gradually disappeared, and he regained his energy, as if he had seen a new world. Ding, spread positive energy and you will get legendary value +1. Turn out to be. This kind of thing is already a legend? After Cedric touched Neville's head for the last time, he walked firmly into the darkness outside the castle. Behind him, Neville's eyes are getting redder and more determined. When Cedric's figure was about to disappear, Neville clenched his fist and punched his chest. Great Lord Cedric. I will follow your footsteps until I enter the Palace of Glory. By moonlight, Cedric saw the Whomping Willow. At this moment, its branches are shaking, like whips, blocking all nearby spaces. Press the button-type alchemy communicator in the palm of his hand. It didn't take long. The alchemy communicator in Cedric's hand vibrated 2 short and 1 long, which meant that everything was going well on their side. You can't apparate at Hogwarts. The 3 of Grindelwald can only go to Hogsmeade Village first, and they will launch an attack from the Shrieking Shack. After getting the news, Cedric squatted down. He picked up a rough stone the size of a fist, crossed a distance of 5 or 6 meters, and threw it accurately on the scar. After the physical fitness has been comprehensively strengthened, all aspects of Cedric are developed to a human level. Is this okay? Neville's mouth opened wide as he looked through the telescope. Before this, Percy crawled over and reached out to press the scar. He didn't expect that Cedric could throw stones with such force. As expected, Mr. Cedric is a perfect person with no weaknesses. Neville watched Cedric disappear into the hole of the Whomping Willow and did not leave. Although I can't participate. But here he is waiting for his return. Beneath the Whomping Willow, Cedric had climbed into the tree hole below, slid down a low slope, and came to a very short tunnel. Here the moonlight is weaker. Cedric was pleasantly surprised to find that his eyesight was much easier to use, and he could see the tunnels in the dark clearly even without fluorescent flashes. This is a small but crucial point. Wizards seem to be used to it, and once they enter the darkness, they will subconsciously use fluorescent flashes. This wasn't originally a big problem, but if the other party can see in the dark, then the gap will become apparent. Serpensortia. For safety, Cedric summoned 2 poisonous pythons to clear the way ahead. Snakes, like themselves, can move forward quietly in dark passages. The passage is very long. Cedric walked for more than 10 minutes before he saw the light 10 meters away. Command the 3 snakes to stop. He listened carefully to what was going on inside. Amid a very rapid chewing sound, Percy's very panicked voice remembered. No, I can no longer help you bring food. Our cooperation must be terminated, and I will never come to see you again. Hehe. The man who was chewing gave a vague sneer. Then after a very obvious swallowing sound, the man continued. I don't think I need to repeat myself. What does a Hogwarts prefect do if he's found hanging out with a prisoner of Azkaban? And what on earth did you do? Do you need me to repeat it again? You can't keep doing this, we will all be doomed. I said, I only want that mouse. You know, if you find it and give it to me, I will disappear. I will not touch anyone in Hogwarts. But I asked Ronald and even he couldn't find it. Percy's anxious footsteps suddenly sounded. He paced back and forth, but it was clear that he had no way to deal with the other party, and he could not find his brother's mouse, Banban. No doubt. These 2 people are Sirius Black and Percy. Unexpectedly, without Crookshanks, Sirius could actually find a Weasley. Not only bring him food, he even helped him catch the rat Banban. It is indeed you, Sirius. Cedric actually quite likes this guy. After all, he is the most sincere person in Hogwarts. Although impulsive and rude, but being able to persist in Azkaban for so long shows that he is determined. In order to capture Peter Wormtail, he lived like a dog, even eating rats alive. And it's really nice to Harry too. Just hearing that his broom was ruined, I immediately paid for him to buy a rocket crossbow. He wrote a suicide note before the war, leaving all his wealth to Harry. Able to endure humiliation and bear the burden for revenge, able to face one's own life and death. At the very least, he deserves to be praised as a hero. Listened for a while. After ensuring that there was no movement of a third person inside, he used an alchemy tool to send a signal to take action. On his side, the 2 poisonous pythons also started to move forward again. Wait, what's that sound? A wary Sirius Black had stopped eating. Inside the passage, Black yelled and quickly dodged Percy's wand. A spell was cast in an instant. Expelliarmus. The boa constrictor turned the corner and showed its head, and received a blow from Blake. However, it has high magic resistance, so taking a hit from Expelliarmus only knocked it back from the cave entrance into the tunnel. This curse also became the signal to officially launch the attack. Split diffindo. The sound of planks flying, shattering, and falling was heard. The 3 of Grindelwald simultaneously broke through the wooden boards of the Shrieking Shack and rushed into the house from behind Black. Expelliarmus. Sirius Black didn't even have time to turn around. Along with the flying wooden boards, he was hit by Grindelwald's spell and flew out instantly. Percy was even worse. Although he saw 3 people breaking through, but because the incident happened suddenly and he had insufficient combat experience, he was stunned and immediately took control of the Longbottoms. Petrificus Totalis. Petrificus Totalis. 2 magic spells cleared the field. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents on Black's side, Grindelwald also calmly added 1 to Black. Langlock. Wait until Cedric walks in. The Longbottoms had already very calmly tied them both up with magic ropes, seized Percy's wand in their hands, and repaired the broken wooden wall. There was still enough energy left to clear out a clean area, so that Cedric can interrogate the 2 there. Grindelwald looked it over. The frustration of tracking down the Malfoy family and finding nothing before was finally relieved a little by today's clean and tidy battle. Very perfect. Cedric walked in and praised the 3 of them. Sure enough, it's good to have subordinates. You don't need to do it yourself to deal with Black. Cedric, why is it you? Percy was already frightened enough, but when he saw Cedric coming in, he trembled even more and lay on the ground as soft as a slug. Cedric raised an eyebrow. He noticed something was wrong. Anyway, I am quite familiar with the Weasley family, although I really have nothing to do with him, Percy. But see yourself. Shouldn't it be the joy and begging for mercy when seeing an acquaintance? Why am I even more scared? Percy. Cedric squatted beside him, his eyes not missing any of his expressions. Can you explain to us why you are with a wanted criminal? Blake beside him made a whining sound. He may have realized something was wrong. If Cedric really just wanted to capture them, he would not hesitate to start calling out Dementors and not interrogate them individually. But Percy was obviously much worse than him. Faced with Cedric's questioning, he didn't even say anything more and just started speaking out. It's that notebook that killed me. He suddenly showed up in my prefect's office and I just had a chat with him and then he did something wrong. But I'm scared. I threw it into the Forbidden Forest that night, and then Blake caught it. It brought me here to help me help him. I refused at first, but then he threatened me and said he only wanted to catch the rat Banban, so Percy also reacted at this time. He struggled to sit up and began to beg Cedric for mercy. Let me go, I was just hidden for a moment. A look of shame appeared on Percy's face. You are so dazzling, and you are also the favorite of all the deans. I'm afraid that I won't be able to compete with you for the position of doctor in the Student Union President election the year after next year. He said he could teach me and help me. It was only later that I found out that he possessed me and secretly did many things behind my back. I see. Just like what I imagined. As expected, Tom took advantage of his weakness and achieved the purpose of controlling him. Where is that notebook now? Cedric asked. I lost it. I lost it that night in the Forbidden Forest. At that time, the spiders in the Forbidden Forest were running around. I'm so scared. Later, he asked me to go back and look for it, but I couldn't find it. He asked me to do the rest. Not only could I be responsible for delivering food to him, I also said that you were very powerful and could be in Hogwarts. Catch my two brothers. Percy motioned to Black next to him. After hearing that he had said everything, Blake stopped struggling and just stared at the ceiling silently, as if waiting for his fate of death. There was only a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He was just a little bit away from catching that damn mouse. Sure enough, it fell into the hands of Peter Wormtail. Cedric's previous speculations were all reasonable. Percy was possessed, and Tom commanded the basilisk to hide in the Forbidden Forest to do something against him, but it ended up triggering a commotion among the eight-eyed spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Black spots Percy. After observation, he was determined to be a threat. Moreover, he also learned from him that he might have mastered the Marauder's map, so he hid in the Shrieking Shack and let Percy detect his movements. This is much calmer than in the original work. But now I can't care about Blake for the time being. He continued to ask Percy, is it his intention to hide the basilisk in the Forbidden Forest? Tell me, what else did he do? What else did you do? Percy thought quickly under pressure and quickly remembered something. Correct. He must have sent a lot of letters. Several times when I came to my senses, I found that the solace of my feet smelled like owl droppings. Finally a clue. Cedric's eyes lit up. He took out a piece of parchment, wrote some instructions on it, and handed it to Grindelwald. 3 people. You go find Slughorn. Ask him to take you to the Ministry of Magic and find out who Percy has mailed letters to. Don't miss any of them. Cedric also warned. Don't miss the clues you finally got. Grindelwald confidently took the letter, flicked it, and said confidently, it just so happens that I also want to meet that little snake for a while. Among the people present, Cedric is the only one who knows Grindelwald's identity, and he is the only one who knows why Grindelwald seems so excited. He just didn't know that Voldemort saw him and was helping him deal with him. What would you think? It's really interesting to think about it. I look forward to hearing about you killing him. Cedric and Grindelwald looked at each other and smiled. However, the Longbottoms said with some concern, your side? Don't you need us to deal with it further? Forget it. Before Cedric could speak, Derenguo answered for him, we don't have to worry about these 2 rotten sweet potatoes. Go, I can handle it here. At Cedric's insistence, the Longbottoms could only follow Grindelwald and disapparate together into the Shrieking Shack. Then, it's time to deal with you now. Cedric, who was in a great mood, first said to Percy, you were just confused by the magic item. I have already dealt with the basilisk. Now you help me bring him back to Hogwarts and hand him over to the deans. I will explain your situation clearly. Real. Percy was overjoyed and nodded quickly. I listened to you. Thank you so much, Cedric. I was always worried that you would threaten me. I'm so stupid. Cedric handed him his wand back. Okay, pick up your wand. Since you made a mistake, you have to work harder. Now, help me bring the hero Black back to Hogwarts. $7.89. As soon as Percy stood up, he suspected that he had heard the wrong words. Hero? No, he should be a fugitive, right? Is he a fugitive? It depends on whether we can catch Peter Wormtail in the end. Cedric breaks the spell on Blake. In his stunned eyes, he smiled and said to him, in exchange, if I can help you catch Wormtail Peter, then you will cooperate with my request and publish a book to prove your own deeds. No. Blake was too shocked. I was so shocked that I forgot to get up from the ground. He just lay on the ground covered in filth, raised his head and asked Cedric, why do you want me to publish a book? Because your deeds can inspire many people. Cedric said firmly, the magic world without heroes is a dark sea, and we need more lighthouses. You said I was a bright light. Blake was even more confused. Let's talk about it on the way. Anyway, I have found out clearly that you are innocent. Cedric Black pulled himself up from the ground. Blake put on a lost look and murmured, I am innocent. Haha, I'm innocent. Of course I'm innocent. Black suddenly waved his arms and roared wildly like he was venting, I was never the one who betrayed James. Ding, you moved Sirius to Black success. You get bonus talent points +1, Sirius * Black template card mouth.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.